Upon awakening from a deep slumber, the world has entered an era of universal island survival. Song Sha, at the outset, awakens a divine technological system, instantly unlocking deep-sea cruisers and capturing the legendary abyssal creature, the colossal Leviathan. Furthermore, he constructs a base that transcends civilization itself, Atlantis. While others struggle for mere survival, he has already established an empire beneath the waves, overpowering global participants with absolute might. This is not survival, it is conquest. Witness how Song Sha, armed with advanced technology, reigns over the ocean and ascends to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 1. Island Survival. Last night, Song Sha stayed up late gaming and was sleeping soundly at school when he was abruptly awakened by the cries of his classmates. As he lifted his head, he noticed a black hole suddenly materializing behind one of his peers, who was then unceremoniously sucked into it, only for the black hole to vanish moments later. One by one, he observed as his classmates were drawn into the abyss. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a black hole appeared behind him, pulling him in. In the blink of an eye, Song Sha found himself transported to an island. As he surveyed his surroundings, his phone vibrated, emitting a strange notification sound. I never set this ringtone. What could it be? Confused, he pulled out his vibrating phone. All Blue Star inhabitants have been successfully transported. This is the island world. Those who have been brought here are compelled to participate in the survival game. The game rules were as follows. 1. All participants will undergo a complete evolution to their optimal state. 2. Every night, monsters will emerge on the island, and you must survive their onslaught. You may choose to either eliminate them or evade their attacks, but given their considerable power in the early stages, it is advisable to avoid confrontation. 3. The monsters will grow stronger in waves, with the first wave arriving at 9 p.m. tonight, featuring minotaurs. 4. Your phones have been endowed with special features, serving as your most powerful ally, with infinite battery life. The phone is automatically bound to you as long as you are alive. The phone remains operational, and numerous new functionalities await your discovery. Staring blankly at the text, Song Sha suddenly felt a peculiar clarity in his vision and a refreshing sensation throughout his body. Removing his glasses, he realized his myopia had inexplicably vanished. Were it not for this evident physical transformation, he would surely believe he was dreaming. To ascertain the status of others, he opened the chat channel on his phone. The chat channel was divided into 3 sections: nearby, regional, and world. The rules were outlined clearly. Conversations in the regional and world sections were restricted, allowing each participant 10 messages in the regional section and 1 in the world section per day. However, the nearby chat was unrestricted and free for all to converse. Nearby. Yiko, what is happening? Am I dreaming? Wang Xing, I don't think so. I just pinched myself hard, and my previously severed arm is healed. I'm ecstatic. Li Yifei. I don't want to be stuck in this cursed place. My mother has made delicious food waiting for me at home. Lita, didn't you see the rules? We must have crossed over. We should focus on surviving first. We don't even know if dying here counts as real death. Wang Xing. Yes, survival is the priority. My arm took so long to heal, I don't want to die now. Yiko, how did you all get here? Wang Xing. I was brought here by a black hole. I see many others arrived the same way. Seeing the chat records confirmed for Song Sha that he and the others were indeed transported to this extraordinary island by the mysterious black hole. Never mind the others, I should explore the modified phone's features, he thought, shaking his head at the chatter around him. Most were either excited or panicked, offering little in terms of survival strategies. He was determined to prepare adequately, especially with monsters set to invade night. Alone on this island with no family, he needed to be ready. He opened the home screen of his phone. Equipment synthesis. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. Level 1 equipment synthesizer. Iron shovel. Iron ore. Steel shovel. Iron ore. Sea stone. What is sea stone? Am I supposed to use this iron shovel to fight the monsters? Song Sha lamented, disappointed. He had hoped for more substantial equipment, but the shovel seemed inadequate for anything beyond digging in the sand. Island Mall. Intrigued, he clicked on the mall section to see what this other world had to offer. Note, the Island Mall is the official trading platform for survivors. However, upon entering, he found it completely empty of items, as everyone had just arrived. Great, it's frozen. Just as he prepared to explore further, his phone screen suddenly went blue. Didn't they say the phone is indestructible and has infinite battery life? He pondered, bewildered. What if I can't survive on this island without my phone? Amidst his anxiety, the phone miraculously rebooted. System error. Song Sha noticed a new feature on the phone. Cosmic Virtual Mall. Instinctively, he clicked on it. Congratulations! You have been selected as a user of the Cosmic Virtual Mall. You are currently a Level 1 user. Goblin Slave Shop. At a glance, he saw a shop selling slaves. Rather than weapons, what he desperately needed were combat-capable slaves. Given his uncertainty about the monster's abilities, having a few slaves for protection seemed the safest strategy. Ordinary Goblins 10, 1 gold. Green Goblins 10, 3 gold. Fire Goblins 10, 5 gold. 10 Captain 1, 5 gold. Hunter Captain 1, 10 gold. Thundercat 1, 20 gold. Free shipping on orders over 10 gold. Free gift of a small sprite on orders over 15 gold. Grand opening. Welcome to purchase. Oh my, these slaves must surely be more formidable than the Minotaurs attacking tonight. Song Sha was overwhelmed with excitement. With these slaves, survival would be a breeze. It felt more like a vacation. But where will I find these gold coins? As this thought crossed his mind, he fell silent again. Song Sha. Boss, do you accept advance payments? Goblin Slave Shop Owner. What is advance payment? Advance payment? Even though these items are immensely valuable, I can't afford any. Song Sha sighed in resignation. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a purchase inquiry in the Cosmic Virtual Mall caught his attention, igniting a spark of hope. Chapter 2. Selling Sand. Lord of the Frigid Realm. After much effort, I have finally become a user of the Cosmic Virtual Mall. I have heard that it sells everything, yet I cannot find any sand or soil for purchase. Sand? I can just dig some up with my iron shovel right here on this island. Song Sha pondered and decided to message the Lord of the Frigid Realm directly. Song Sha, I have plenty of sand. What price are you offering? Lord of the Frigid Realm. The price depends on the quality of your sand. Typically, I buy at a rate of 1 gold for 20 tons. Song Sha, that works for me. I can provide you with 20 tons to start, but it will take some time to mine it. Lord of the Frigid Realm. That's fine. I'll assess it before finalizing the price. Song Sha, but how do I deliver it to you? The Lord of Extreme Cold. The Cosmic Virtual Mall offers dedicated courier services. You can simply send it over. Are you really unaware of this? Song Sha, I have only just become a user of this Cosmic Virtual Mall and still have much to learn. Upon finishing his statement, Song Sha retrieved a block of iron. He clicked to synthesize it into a shovel. Synthesis successful. Song Sha was astonished as the iron block vanished from his hand, replaced by a shovel. After a brief moment of surprise, he began to dig into the sand. With each scoop, he was met with a message. 0.1 tons of sand have been added to your backpack. What is happening? Song Sha exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially thought that gathering 20 tons of sand would take considerable time, especially since he was alone on the island. Extracting such a substantial amount of sand was no trivial endeavor. Yet, the miraculous capabilities of his phone had accelerated the process by more than 100-fold. Each scoop of sand appeared directly in his backpack, and it was astonishing to find that one mere shovel yielded 0.1 tons of sand, filling Song Sha with joy. Slaves. Vacation. These phrases suddenly echoed in his mind. In a fit of excitement, he swiftly dug 200 times, resulting in 20 tons of sand being deposited into his phone's backpack. Song Sha, dear boss, I initially believed it would take some time to gather the sand, but my friends have just come to assist, and we have already prepared the 20 tons. Shall I send it to you now? The Lord of Extreme Cold. The address is the Lord's Manor in Extreme City on the Ice Continent. Please address it to the Lord of Extreme Cold and send it directly. Upon seeing the delivery address and the title of the Lord of Extreme Cold, Song Sha realized that reaching this lord would undoubtedly be no simple task. Shipping. Shipping address, Lord's Manor, Extreme City, Ice Continent. Recipient, the Lord of Extreme Cold. Payment method, choose direct payment or pay on delivery. Song Sha, I don't have money for the shipping fees. Is it all right to choose pay on delivery? The Lord of Extreme Cold, no worries. In this trading environment, most merchants do not cover shipping fees. Just select pay on delivery. After hearing this, Song Sha promptly chose the pay on delivery option. Confirm order. As he clicked, the black void reappeared, and a man in black emerged from it. I am a junior courier from the Cosmic Virtual Mall, and I am pleased to serve you, the man stated. Wow, the arrival of this courier is astonishingly swift and magical. Moreover, why does this courier exude such a strong sense of pressure? Is he merely a courier? Song Sha pondered, taken aback. Please hand over the items you wish to send. Noticing Song Sha's daze, the man in black reminded him. Oh, right, Song Sha responded, snapping back to reality. He promptly retrieved the 20 tons of sand from his phone's backpack. How did you become a user of our Cosmic Virtual Mall? The man in black inquired, puzzled. It struck him that this place was so desolate that it lacked the network for the Cosmic Virtual Mall. Yet, This man clearly did not appear to be a veteran user, and it was curious that he could contact them from such a location. "You Cosmic Virtual Mall simply prompted me to become a user. I am unaware of any further details," Song Sha replied, scratching his head. He truly had no understanding of the situation. "Are there very few customers of your Cosmic Virtual Mall in this area?" He inquired further. "As far as I know, in this vast region, you are the only customer of our Cosmic Virtual Mall," the man in black chuckled. It was absurd in such a large area devoid of the Cosmic Virtual Mall's network. How could there be another such anomaly? "If there's nothing else, I shall take this sand and leave," the man in black stated directly. Though he was curious, he dared not delve deeper, knowing the power of the Cosmic Virtual Mall. Despite being a notable figure among his kind, he understood that one should not be overly inquisitive about the affairs of the Cosmic Virtual Mall. With that, the man in black waved his hand and effortlessly shouldered the sand. Is he even human? He's carrying away 20 tons of sand with ease. After the man in black departed, Song Sha remained in a daze, talking to himself. It wasn't long before his phone chimed again. "The Lord of Extreme Cold, the sand you provided has exceeded my expectations. Brother, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. I will pay you 2 gold coins for every 10 tons of sand." On the ice continent, where the Lord of Extreme Cold resided, certain plants simply could not thrive. Thus, the Lord planned to collect quality sand to establish a greenhouse using his magic, cultivating what he needed. He required a substantial amount of good sand. Upon reading this message, Song Sha was elated. First, the shovel had brought him joy, and now he was set to earn double his anticipated income. How could he not be happy? "Song Sha, I'm glad you're satisfied. Do you need more?" The Lord of Extreme Cold. "To be honest, I require a great deal of such soil. As long as you can consistently provide this quality of sand, I will pay 10 gold coins per ton in the future." Song Sha. "Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration." System notification. The Lord of Extreme Cold has paid 2 gold coins. System notification. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed your first transaction and received your first positive review. You have earned the title of merchant. Please name your store." "Let's call it the Island Shop," Song Sha mused, as he became a user of the Cosmic Virtual Mall on an island. Thus, he decided on the name Island Shop. "Congratulations. You have become a 1-star seller in the Cosmic Virtual Mall." "1-star seller?" Song Sha continued to ponder, puzzled. Chapter 3. The Timid Sprite and the Master-Servant Agreement. It turns out that the shops in this virtual marketplace of the universe are categorized by levels. Much like the treasure purchasing system in the Blue Star, where Song Sha previously resided. They are divided into 4 major tiers: Star, Diamond, Crown, and Golden Crown, with each major tier further subdivided into 5 minor levels. Currently, Song Sha occupies the lowest tier, Star Level 1, with 2 gold coins in his possession. He opened the Goblin Slave Shop, realizing that with the impending Monster Island event, it would be difficult for him to fend off threats alone. "Island Shop, boss. What is the shipping cost for the slave?" Goblin Slave Shop. "The shipping fee is 1 gold coin. Free shipping for orders over 10 gold coins." Island Shop. "Since this is my first purchase from your shop, could you possibly waive the shipping fee?" Goblin Slave Shop. "What are you talking about? If you were a regular customer, I might consider a discount, but why should I offer you one as a new customer?" Island Shop. "Clearly, you have no business acumen. No wonder your shop has 0 sales." Upon examining the Goblin Slave Shop's description, Song Sha noted that it was a newly opened establishment that had yet to sell a single item. Goblin Slave Shop. "How do you know I haven't sold anything? I just became a user of this virtual marketplace, and I'm still figuring out how to navigate it. I must admit, I'm not particularly skilled in business. But I assure you our shop does well here." Island Shop. "That's where you're mistaken. I have a method that could significantly enhance your business in this virtual marketplace." Recognizing that the Goblin Slave Shop's owner had little prior experience with online commerce, Song Sha had already devised a plan in his mind. Goblin Slave Shop. "Please tell me, if it's truly useful, I'll waive the shipping fee for your current purchase and even throw in a little Sprite for you. From now on, you can enjoy free shipping for purchases over 5 gold coins." Island Shop. "That's a promise you made." With a smile, Song Sha realized he had successfully initiated the first step of his plan. Goblin Slave Shop. "Our shop has always prided itself on credibility, so please share your idea." Island Shop. "Transactions on a mobile device differ from physical sales. You haven't even added images of the items. Without knowing what they look like, who would consider buying?" Island Shop. "Moreover, you haven't described the characteristics of the items, merely listing names. The layout of your shop page is unappealing, resembling a rundown establishment. Who would choose to shop there?" Goblin Slave Shop. "You make a valid point. I'll take your advice and start taking pictures while detailing the features." The shopkeeper of the Goblin Slave Shop found Song Sha's assertions quite reasonable, and despite not understanding the term rundown establishment, he promptly set about following Song Sha's suggestions. Soon, Song Sha noticed that the Goblin Slave Shop had updated its display. Now, each type of goblin was accompanied by images and descriptions, and the shop's homepage featured the prized mascot, Thunder Caesar. Goblin Slave Shop. Brother, this looks fantastic. After your modifications, visiting my shop feels much more pleasant. Goblin Slave Shop. Wow, brother, you truly are impressive. Just now, I received an order for 20 gold coins. Island Shop. I'm glad you're satisfied. I have one more request. Seeing the shopkeeper's elation, Song Sha prepared to make another request. Goblin Slave Shop. What is it, brother? Island Shop. I currently have only 2 gold coins, and your blue goblins are sold in groups of 10 for 3 gold coins. Could you allow me to pay 2 gold coins for 8, with free shipping and an additional sprite? Goblin Slave Shop. Brother, you have truly helped me out. We only sell blue goblins in groups of 10, not individually. However, as a gesture of my gratitude, I'll give you 1 goblin for free. You can pay 2 gold coins, and I'll send you 10 blue goblins along with a sprite. Island Shop. I am immensely grateful. Song Sha was so thrilled he nearly leaped with joy. With 10 blue goblins and a sprite, he felt entirely prepared for the threats of Monster Island that night. Before long, a black hole reappeared. This time, Song Sha was accustomed to it and did not react with surprise. The delivery personnel, exuding a cool demeanor, made the delivery and departed. Song Sha glanced at the contract in his hand. The document stated that upon signing the master-servant contract, the slaves would obey him unconditionally and could not harm themselves. After reading it, Song Sha promptly signed the master-servant agreement. Greetings, he said cautiously to the 10 blue goblins and the golden-haired sprite before him, uncertain whether they shared a common language for communication. Master, hello. The 10 blue goblins chorused. Hello, big brother, the sprite replied timidly. Why do their mouths move differently, yet I hear their words in my own language? Song Sha pondered aloud, perplexed. System notification. Different species vocal systems will be automatically translated and unified. This system is truly remarkable. Had I known about it earlier, I wouldn't have struggled with foreign languages in school. The thought of memorizing vocabulary filled him with discomfort, as he had always disliked it. Do you know what sea stones are? Song Sha inquired curiously. Brother, the one next to your foot is a sea stone, the sprite pointed out. So this is a sea stone, Song Sha marveled, lifting the sea stone alongside a piece of iron. He noticed that the steel shovel in the equipment synthesis menu lit up, confirming that this stone was indeed the sea stone the system referred to. U4. Gather sea stones. U4. Collect iron pieces. U2. Find something to eat and bring it back, he commanded decisively. The blue goblin sprang into action immediately. After issuing his orders, Song Sha approached the sprite with a stick in hand. Brother, please don't hit me, the sprite exclaimed in fright. Slaves are typically sold without clear instructions, and upon discovering they were on an isolated island, the sprite feared that Song Sha was a deviant who intended to hunt them for sport, as many slave owners had done before. However, due to the nature of the master-servant contract, the slaves could not harm their master. So some slave owners would resort to hunting the very slaves they purchased to satisfy their twisted desires. What are you doing? I merely need you to help knock some coconuts down from the nearby palm trees with this stick, Song Sha quickly reassured the sprite, startled by its reaction. I'll get right on it, the sprite replied, taking the stick and immediately starting to work. Chapter 4. Slaying the Gale Leopard. Thus, after issuing his orders, Song Sha seated himself upon a large rock and began to hum a little tune. It must be said that treating this small island as a vacation paradise is rather delightful. However, the prerequisite is that one must possess sufficient capability to confront the monsters. Before long, 10 blue goblins arrived bearing food, iron blocks, and some sea stones. With a sweeping gesture, Song Sha stored these items in his mobile backpack. It seems this storage ring is quite extraordinary, the little sprite mused to herself upon witnessing this. Acquired iron blocks, 30. Acquired sea stones, 30. Song Sha proceeded to craft 10 steel shovels. Consumption, iron blocks, 10. Sea stones, 10. Acquired steel shovels, 10. He then extracted one of the steel shovels. The feel of the shovel is quite satisfactory. The steel is far superior to the alloy we had previously. This will surely facilitate the excavation of sand and soil. Song Sha nodded in contentment, shaking the shovel in his hand. Could this equipment synthesis be limited to these 2 types of shovels? Song Sha pondered, exploring the synthesis page for hidden insights. Suddenly, he noticed the explanation button on the equipment synthesis page and clicked it. System prompt. Equipment synthesis will unlock new items through the materials you have collected or the blueprints you have obtained. So, it is through the collection of materials that new items can be unlocked. Song Sha realized with clarity. U10. Gather all the usable materials from this island. he commanded earnestly. However, after receiving the order, the blue goblins appeared puzzled. Our master asks us to collect materials, but what do we know of materials? One queried. Are you foolish? Look at all these trees. Wood must be a material, right? Let us chop these trees down and bring the wood to our master. After their discussion, the goblins set to work, each wielding their weapons to fell the trees. It must be said, the strength of the blue goblins is indeed remarkable. In no time, they delivered a considerable amount of wood to Song Sha. Truly, a group of simple-minded brutes. Song Sha sighed as he regarded the wood. Wood is wood, I suppose. At least it counts as a material. After some consideration, he waved his hand and stored the wood in his mobile backpack. Acquired wood. 50. Unlocked. Wooden bed. Wooden house. Wooden stool. Wooden table. Goodness, a single piece of wood has unlocked so many practical items. Song Sha was overjoyed. He immediately crafted a wooden stool and a wooden table. Consumption. Wood. 2. Acquired wooden stool. 1. Consumption. Wood. 3. Acquired wooden table. 1. Upon completing the synthesis, Song Sha sat upon the wooden stool. Such extravagance. Using a storage ring for these stools and tables, the little sprite exclaimed in astonishment. She then presented the fruits she had gathered to Song Sha, placing them upon the table. Brother, these are the fruits I just picked. There were no other fruits on the trees, so I went to gather these. Please do not be angry. The little sprite spoke timidly. There is no reason to be upset. If there are none on the trees, one can gather from elsewhere, Song Sha replied with a hint of exasperation, finding the little sprite's timidity rather excessive. Seeing that Song Sha was not angry, the sprite breathed a sigh of relief. Are these fruits edible? They look rather peculiar. They aren't poisonous, are they? Song Sha inquired, eyeing the oddly shaped, vibrantly colored fruits with concern. Not at all. I would never harm my brother. I can take a bite first to show you. The little sprite, frightened by Song Sha's doubts, hastily brought the fruit to her mouth. Just as she took a bite, Song Sha stopped her. You needn't go to such lengths. I am not angry. What if the fruit is toxic? He expressed his concern. Brother, thank you for your concern. I possess a magical ability that allows me to identify whether food is toxic, so I assure you, these fruits are safe. The little sprite felt a warmth in her heart at Song Sha's worry for her well-being. Ah, how impressive. You possess magic. What else can your magic do? Song Sha asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He needed his subordinates to have unique abilities to ensure his own survival. My magic leans towards earth and wood elements. I can now identify toxins, cultivate earth and wood creatures, and even forge certain weapons, the little sprite explained. Wow, you can forge weapons, Song Sha exclaimed, leaping with excitement. While he cared little for the other abilities, the capacity to forge weapons was precisely what he needed at that moment. The mobile system had yet to provide any practical weapon for him. Was he to face the minotaurs at night armed only with a shovel? Please. Craft a useful weapon for me right away, Song Sha instructed directly. I can forge weapons, but I lack the materials, the little sprite replied with a hint of distress. Ah, materials. I completely forgot about that. Let us search this island for materials suitable for weapon crafting, Song Sha lamented. Brother, it's the Gale leopard. Its bones and sinews can be used to craft bows and arrows. The little sprite exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the Gale leopard not far away. Goodness, such a large leopard. Let us run, Song Sha exclaimed, startled by the sight and ready to flee. The Gale leopard, perceiving Song Sha's intent to escape, felt emboldened and lunged forward. Just then, a blue goblin dashed in, one hand blocking the Gale leopard while the other conjured a sword to thrust at the creature, inflicting a wound. Well, I didn't realize you were so formidable. Wait, I'll reward you with a big chicken leg. Song Sha shouted in excitement at witnessing the prowess of the blue goblin. Charge. Subdue it, he bellowed, embodying the role of a commander. Ha ha ha, little sprite. Do you think I seem a bit overbearing? Song Sha chuckled as he playfully patted the sprite beside him. What does overbearing mean? The little sprite inquired, puzzled. Yet, seeing Song Sha's joy, she felt a sense of happiness herself. Consequently, the 10 goblins surrounded the Gale leopard. Observing this, the Gale leopard leapt into the air, attempting to escape the encirclement. Master, this is not good. The Gale leopard is about to flee. One goblin shouted, alarmed. This leopard is renowned for its speed. We likely cannot catch up. Fear not. I can ensnare it while you all work together to slay it. The little sprite shouted resolutely. Chapter 5. Unlocking new gameplay before long. The little sprite clasped its hands together, and the Gale leopard was ensnared by the vines that suddenly sprouted from the ground. The 3 blue goblins, witnessing this, rushed forward, each wielding a sword, and swiftly dispatched the creature. Blue Star Bulletin. Song Sha from Huaxia has achieved the first kill of the Gale leopard. Difficulty, 3 stars. Rating, SSS. Reward. The area of Song Sha's island has doubled. Wow, this is exhilarating, Song Sha exclaimed, watching as his island expanded automatically. Island area upgrade complete. Current island diameter, 800 meters. Notice, as the island area increases, resources will also multiply. Aware that the Blue Star Bulletin had made his accomplishment known to all, Song Sha was curious about others' reactions and opened the World Chat channel. World Channel, Kyoto Taisei. Huaxia truly is a land of miracles. Our martial arts family, consisting of 6 members, could only injure the Gale Leopard. My father was even wounded, and it managed to escape. You see, it is renowned for its speed. Li Kue, you think a small island nation like yours can compare to us from Huaxia? Our brother Song has a 3S rating, which signifies a massacre. Park Gun-ki. Now you are being excessive. Is every individual from Huaxia that formidable? Li Jiwei, Koreans. Stop embarrassing yourselves and leave. Seeing the heated argument erupt over national pride, Song Sha shook his head in exasperation and set his phone aside. Uninterested in continuing to read, he approached the Gale Leopard's body and waved his hand, storing it in his phone's backpack. Acquired. Gale Leopard Meat X10. Acquired. Gale Leopard Bones X5. Acquired. Gale Leopard Tendons X5. Acquired. Gale Leopard Hide X5. Monster Pokédex updated. Gale Leopard. Moderate aggression. High speed. Wow. This phone backpack not only stores bodies, but also has an automatic decomposition feature. It's incredibly convenient. Song Sha mused. The Monster Pokédex would allow him to recognize similar creatures in the future, a remarkable enhancement indeed. Let us roast some leopard meat together later. You all are fantastic, he declared, giving the blue goblins and the little sprite a thumbs up. As long as their master was happy, the blue goblins were equally delighted. They found this new master to be kind and his demands modest. The greatest fear for slaves is being sold to a cruel master. Tales of abusive slave owners are countless. Sprite, come here. Take the leopard bones and tendons and help me craft a bow. After saying this, Song Sha retrieved the materials from his phone backpack and handed them to the sprite. All right, I will get started right away, the sprite replied, taking the bones and tendons. It then placed them together, pressing its hands down while closing its eyes and murmuring some incantations. Miraculously, the bones and tendons were decomposed and reformed into a bow. Wow, that's incredible, Song Sha exclaimed, witnessing the spectacle. Brother, here it is. The crafting is complete, the sprite said, handing the bow to Song Sha. Great, he responded, joyfully accepting the bow. To test whether the phone system could recognize it, he directly stored the bow in his phone backpack. Acquired. Gale bow, lightweight and easy to draw. Its power is 5 times that of a regular bow, and the arrow speed is 3 times that of a standard arrow. Wow, this bow is impressive. Particularly, the speed at which it shoots is 3 times that of a regular bow. Arrows already fly swiftly, and this speed triples that. It could almost pierce someone directly. Song Sha reflected, realizing that with this bow, he stood a better chance against the monsters attacking the island at night. Brother, there's a cow, the sprite suddenly exclaimed. Perfect timing, just what I need to test my bow. Without hesitation, Song Sha retrieved his bow from the backpack, aimed, and drew back the string. Wow, this bow is extraordinary. It feels effortless to pull. Upon looking up, he found the cow had already fallen dead. Cherishing the Gale bow, he planned to sleep with it that night. Bow proficiency increased by 1. Even shots made with the bow increase my proficiency. What a delightful surprise. Song Sha laughed. Master is formidable. A single shot, and it's a hit. The blue goblins chimed in unison, applauding. Well done. You certainly know how to cheer someone up, Song Sha replied. Even more pleased. Please bring that cow over here, he instructed. Right away, one of the blue goblins exclaimed, rushing to retrieve the cow's carcass. Song Sha stored it in his phone backpack. Acquired. Beef X10. Acquired. Cow bones X5. Acquired. Cow tendons X5. Acquired. Cow hide X5. Unlocked. Bow synthesis materials for bow. Cow bones X1. Cow tendons X1. Cow hide X1. Song Sha promptly clicked to synthesize 5 bows. Consumed. Cow bones X5. Consumed. Cow tendons X5. Consumed. Cow hide X5. Acquired. Bows X5. In the cosmic marketplace, only grand figures exist, and no one would desire such bows. The only items of local significance I could offer are things like sand, which the Frost Lord from the Ice Continent covets due to its scarcity there. Yet, my island is limited in size. What if I exhaust all the sand? Nearby islands surely require bows rather than sand, so I shall trade bows for their sand. I am quite the clever one. With a mischievous smile, Song Sha opened his phone and posted a message in the nearby chat. Song Sha, is anyone willing to trade 20 tons of sand for a bow? Ma Fei, wow, it's our Huaxia's big shot. You're right in my vicinity. I'm your fan. Li Meng, wow, the one who hunted the Gale leopard. I adore you. Can I bear your children? Wang Si, you truly live up to your name. It's like a dream. Li Meng, I'm speaking for myself. It's none of your business. I can say whatever I want. Songsha gazed in disbelief at the messages flooding in. Not a single individual acknowledged the matter of sand. Everyone was solely focused on him. Chapter 6. The trading system all right? Everyone, please settle down. Is anyone willing to trade sand for my bow and arrows? The monsters will soon attack the island, and having bows will significantly enhance your productivity, Songsha announced. But a single bow requires 20 tons of sand. And we don't have time to dig that much sand for you, Liku replied. Not to worry. You can obtain 0.1 tons of sand with a standard iron shovel synthesized from iron blocks in the equipment crafting section. It won't take long to gather 20 tons, Songsha reassured them. Before long, the local chat channel buzzed with activity. Wow, this shovel is indeed remarkable. Just wait, I'll contact you once I finish digging, Shouter exclaimed. I tried as soon as you mentioned it, and I'm currently digging. First come, first served. Understood? Line up behind me, Leek added. First come. First served also depends on who digs the sand first, Lulong commented. Clearly, everyone recognized the ease of digging sand and hurried to finish in order to exchange it for bows. Only a few individuals, thinking themselves clever, speculated that since Songsha desired sand, it must be extraordinary and began to study the sand instead. I have 5 bows. Each island can only trade one with me. It's first come, first served. I'm going to eat now. Just contact me after you finish digging, Songsha declared. After making his announcement, Songsha took out some wind leopard meat from his backpack and began to skewer it. Go gather some wild grass for me. I'll start a fire to roast this leopard meat, he instructed. After some time, with the meat skewered, the goblins had already brought the wild grass to Songsha. Do you know how to create fire by friction? He inquired. I do, one goblin replied, preparing to assist. No need for that. I can conjure fire with magic. A little elf chimed in. Perfect, then please ignite this wild grass for me, Songsha said with a smile. With a snap of her fingers, the wild grass burst into flames. Wow, having magic is truly wonderful. How impressive. Songsha gazed at the little elf in astonishment. This is merely low-level magic. It's nothing exceptional, the little elf replied shyly, flattered by Songsha's praise. Before long, the chat channel was alive again. Wow, this shovel is indeed remarkable. Just wait. I'll contact you once I finish digging, Shouta noted. I tried as soon as you mentioned it, and I'm currently digging. First come, first served. Understood? Line up behind me, Liku reiterated. First come, first served also depends on who digs the sand first, Lulong remarked. Clearly, everyone was eager to finish digging the sand to exchange for bows. Only a few individuals, thinking themselves astute, speculated that since Songsha desired sand, it must be special and began to investigate it closely. I have 5 bows. Each island can only trade one with me. It's first come, first served. I'm going to eat now. Just contact me after you finish digging, Songsha reiterated. After his announcement, he resumed skewering the leopard meat. Go fetch some wild grass for me. I'll start a fire to roast this meat, he instructed again. After a while, with the meat skewered, the goblins had already placed the wild grass before Songsha. Do you know how to create fire by friction? He asked. I do, one goblin replied, ready to assist. No need for that. I can conjure fire with magic, the little elf said. That's just perfect. Please ignite this wild grass for me, Songsha beamed. With a snap of her fingers, the wild grass ignited beautifully. Wow, having magic is truly wonderful. How impressive. Songsha marveled at the little elf. This is merely low-level magic. It's nothing exceptional, the little elf responded, blushing at the compliment. Ha, the little elf is quite modest. Songsha chuckled as he continued to roast the meat. The goblins and the little elf watched hungrily as Songsha cooked the skewers, their mouths watering. Yet, they held little hope of tasting the delicious meat. Despite Songsha's kind demeanor and his promise to share, they were aware of their status as slaves. And it was uncommon for a master to treat his slaves with such kindness, especially while preparing food for them. Come, let us enjoy the roasted skewers together. My grilling skills are quite commendable, Songsha invited the goblins and the little elf. Master, can we really eat? One goblin asked, eyes wide. Brother, you're not testing us, are you? The little elf said, looking down. There's no test here. Isn't it perfectly normal to share delicious food? I must be joking with you, another goblin remarked, drooling as he gazed at the skewers. What are you all thinking? You killed this wind leopard. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to roast it for you? Songsha said, placing the skewers into their hands. I'll continue roasting. Take what you wish. As they ate, one goblin was moved to tears. What is the matter? Songsha asked, puzzled by the goblin's tears. New master, you are truly kind. Since our goblin nation was captured, many of my kin have become slaves. Those of us with average combat abilities are often bought by masters with peculiar tastes. To encounter a master like you is truly a stroke of fortune, the goblin said, wiping away tears. Oh, don't be too sad. At least you are fortunate now. Right? Rest assured, I will treat you far better than other masters would, Song Sha reassured him. Though goblins might appear frightening upon closer inspection, their experiences were indeed pitiful. Master, thank you. I will do my utmost to protect you in return, the goblin promised, drying his tears with a smile. Thus, Song Sha and his companions joyfully roasted and shared the leopard meat together. Once they finished the meal, Song Sha opened the local chat channel. Where's the boss? Surely they aren't deceiving us? Lika messaged. Upon opening the chat, Song Sha noted the message. Scrolling back, he discovered that everyone had prepared 20 tons of sand to trade with him. His absence had led them to suspect he was a fraud. I just want to eat roasted meat. Now, please trade with me. Only the first 5 will have the chance to exchange, Song Sha responded. Truly a boss. While everyone is busy fighting for survival, you have the leisure to enjoy skewers, Ran Jing commented. We've already attempted to send you a trade request. You need to enable nearby trade invitations before we can send you one, Li Ku explained. Upon reading this, Song Sha promptly located the button to permit nearby trade invitations and clicked to allow it. As soon as he clicked, he saw a trade request from Li Ku. After agreeing, Song Sha exchanged items with Li Ku. After completing the trade with Li Ku, Song Sha proceeded to trade with the next 4 individuals in line. He then disabled the nearby trade invitation feature due to the overwhelming number of requests. Is the boss truly not deceiving us? He isn't accepting invitations. And now we can't send any, Xiaoda worriedly commented. Nonsense. How could the boss deceive us? I just finished trading with him. If you didn't act quickly, that's your own fault, Li Ke retorted. Soon after, the other 4 individuals who traded with Song Sha came forward to clarify that he had indeed not deceived them. Xiaoda expressed his frustration, asserting that it was unjust, as he had been thoroughly prepared, undoubtedly among the first 5 to excavate the sand. However, due to the sluggishness at the trading point, his opportunity vanished, leaving him discontented. Li Ku retorted, questioning how one could blame others for their own lack of vigilance. Remarking that such a splendid opportunity was squandered due to negligence. He pointed out his own proactive stance, having secured a bow and arrow by being the first to act. Sang Sha, unwilling to endure their bickering any longer, withdrew from the nearby chat channel. With only 3 hours remaining until the monsters would arrive, he urged his companions to hastily establish a campsite and prepare. Who among you can set up the camp? He inquired, addressing the goblins and the little elves. A monster is coming? What sort of monster? One of the goblins asked. Minotaurs, Sang Sha replied. Minotaurs come in various forms. Which type are we facing? The goblin inquired further. Recalling that the system had previously released an image of the Minotaur, he promptly accessed the monster encyclopedia. Indeed, he found a depiction of the Minotaur and shared the image from his phone with the goblins. Chapter 7. Constructing the house. These are the most rudimentary of Minotaurs. We can easily dispatch them, remarked the goblin with a casual air upon seeing the images of the beasts. However, these creatures come in waves, not just 1 or 2. Voiced Song Sha with a hint of concern. As long as their numbers are not excessively overwhelming, they pose little threat to us. Under normal circumstances, facing 50 would be no issue at all, stated the goblin earnestly. Ha ha ha, then that is splendid. If one can handle 50, 10 would mean 500. The system could never set the monster count beyond 500. If there were more than 500, surely no one on any island could survive. Song Sha laughed heartily. The goblins, though oblivious to what Song Sha meant by system, shared in his joy. Little elf, could you fetch us some fruit so we may celebrate? I shall prepare a fruit salad for you, Song Sha said with a grin. Brother, I shall go at once, replied the little elf, dashing off. Let us begin constructing the house. Otherwise, we shall have nowhere to sleep tonight, Song Sha instructed the goblins. But we are only skilled in combat. We know nothing of building, one goblin replied awkwardly. No need for you to know. Simply follow my commands and do the labor, Song Sha explained. You 4. Clear this area and level the ground with shovels. The other 4, continue chopping trees and gather more wood for me, he ordered. It must be said, the goblins were remarkably efficient in such laborious tasks, primarily because they were diligent and never shirked their responsibilities. Before long, the area was cleared, and a substantial amount of wood had been collected. How did you gather so much wood? I only need this much for a wooden house, Song Sha remarked with a wry smile, though he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Who would appreciate their subordinates working so earnestly? Well, I have a storage on my phone. It won't hurt to keep it, he thought, promptly storing all the wood in his phone as warehouse. Acquired wood, 100 thus. Song Sha began synthesizing the materials required for the house. Consumed wood, 3. Acquired wooden wall, consumed wood, 2. Acquired wooden staircase, 1. Consumed wood, 5. Acquired 100 square meters of wooden flooring, consumed wood, 2. Acquired wooden pillar. In this manner, all the necessary components for the house were synthesized. Song Sha then retrieved these items from his phone's warehouse. Master, Did you create all these items from the wood just now? One goblin asked, astonished. Indeed, Songsha replied candidly. Are you a high-level wood mage, then? The goblin inquired, even more surprised. While the goblin did not grasp the full concept of a high-level mage, he understood that it signified immense power. Given Songsha's ability to instantly transform such an abundance of wood into required items without any visible casting process, the goblin was convinced that Songsha was indeed a high-level wood mage. I am not, Songsha replied, puzzled, before continuing. I am not certain what a high-level wood mage is, but I can assure you that I am not one. Now, follow my lead as we construct the house. Songsha instructed. Under his guidance, in roughly 2 hours, a 2-story wooden house was completed. Consumed wood, 12, acquired wooden bed, 12 consumed wood, 5, acquired wooden stool, 20, Songsha began synthesizing household items. Master, how did you manage to create so many wooden beds? One goblin asked, perplexed. We need 12 beds in total. Do you not sleep? Songsha replied. We will need them. You are so considerate, master. To have such a thoughtful leader, even death would be worth it, the goblins proclaimed with heartfelt emotion. Tonight, we shall defend our master with our lives. Suddenly shouted one goblin, leading the others in a fervent chant. We shall defend our master with our lives. The 10 goblins rallied together, their spirits soaring. All right, I trust you all, Songsha said with a smile. Feeling elated at this display of loyalty and eager to witness their performance. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was precisely 8:59, in 1 minute. The Minotaurs would arrive. Almost immediately, a system notification chimed. Monster invasion begins. 20 Minotaurs have landed. Survivors are advised to remain vigilant. Oh no. Where's the little elf? If the monsters arrive and she doesn't join us, what if she gets eaten? Songsha began to fret. Fear not. The little elf possesses magic. If nothing else, she can evade these creatures, one goblin reassured him. We should still search for her. I remain somewhat concerned, Songsha insisted. The 10 goblins nodded and set out from the wooden house in search of the little elf. Meanwhile, at the island's edge, the little elf, enchanted by her new master, sought to gather even tastier fruits and had ventured all the way to the shore. This is timid grass. The soil here is exceptionally fertile, and to find such a rare plant is truly remarkable, she mused, beginning to collect the plants. Timid grass earned its name for its ability to evade creatures attempting to harvest it, primarily surfacing from the ground at night. However, its potent healing properties made it highly valuable, prompting the little elf to diligently gather as much as she could. What was that noise? Are my brothers searching for me? She wondered, following the sound. Oh no, a minotaur. Upon spotting the beasts, the little elf turned and fled. A female elf. Wow, how beautiful. Hurry, let us catch her and make her bear our offspring, the minotaurs exclaimed, pursuing the little elf with fervor. With her short legs, the little elf could hardly outrun the hulking figures. Soon, she found herself surrounded by the minotaurs. Submit and bear us children. The minotaurs grinned wickedly as they advanced toward her. With a swift gesture, the little elf clasped her hands together, causing vines to erupt from the ground to obstruct the advancing minotaurs. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed away. Chapter 8. Songsha's mother. The other minotaurs desperately assisted their comrade in breaking free from the vines, choosing not to pursue the fairy any further. However, as the fairy controlled the vines, her hands had to remain clasped together. In her anxiety, she ran too swiftly and tripped over a stone, sending her flying. Blood covered her hands, rendering her unable to move. With the disappearance of the vines, a minotaur charged forward, intent on capturing the fairy. Mother, save me. The fairy cried out. Ever since being captured and enslaved, she often dreamed of her mother coming to rescue her. Once a joyous fairy in her tribe, her insatiable curiosity about the outside world led her astray, despite elders warning her of the dangers posed by those who captured fairies. One day, she had stealthily ventured outside and was promptly taken captive. Just as the minotaur approached within a meter of the fairy, an arrow flew through the air, piercing the minotaur's outstretched arm. Who dares to harm my fairy? Songsha exclaimed in anger, rushing to her side and lifting her up. Mother, mother, the fairy cried in terror, eyes shut tight. I am not your mother. Wake up, you are safe now, Songsha said, exasperated. Some goblins nearby couldn't contain their laughter at the scene. Brother, I'm sorry, the fairy said as she regained her composure. Archery proficiency increased by 1, indeed. The gale bow proved its worth, effortlessly piercing the thick-skinned beast. Songsha gazed at the minotaur's wounded arm, appreciating his gale bow once more. Soon, other minotaurs caught up. Enraged. How dare you harm our companion? Volhumans. One minotaur growled. You dare to injure my fairy. Go, eliminate them all, Songsha commanded. Observing the blood on the fairy's hands, Stay here and protect the master, in case they attempt a sneak attack. I will take them down alone, one goblin proclaimed. Quickly, they formed a protective formation around Song Sha, while another charged towards the minotaurs. What were you thinking? I told you that monsters would come at night. You should have hurried back after picking some fruit. Song Sha lamented. Brother, look at this. The fairy exclaimed, presenting a shrinking grass with glee, believing it would earn her praise. This is shrinking grass. When applied to a wound, it heals instantly and has anesthetic properties, she explained. Surprised that Song Sha was unaware of it. Song Sha, intrigued, stored the shrinking grass in his phone's inventory, knowing items come with descriptions upon storage, which would help him identify the grass. Acquired Shrinking Grass X5. Shrinking grass heals external injuries and has anesthetic properties. Acquired New Item Synthesis Recipe. Shrinking Grass Potion requires a potion station upon reading the description. Song Sha wasted no time retrieving a piece of shrinking grass from his inventory and applying it to the fairy's hand. Miraculously, her wound healed at a visible rate. This is truly a remarkable item. Where can we gather more? Song Sha asked with a smile. On the beach surrounding the island. We can't gather much. But I have a way to cultivate it, the fairy replied. We can cultivate it? Song Sha exclaimed in excitement. Yes. Our clan possesses a unique method that is difficult to replicate elsewhere, the fairy stated confidently. She noted that her cosmic shop lacked items to sell. Only rare goods from other places would be marketable. The shrinking grass, when transformed into a potion, would be a valuable product. Just as Song Sha reveled in his good fortune, his phone chimed with a notification. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha of Huaxia has killed 20 minotaurs. Achieving the first kill of minotaurs. Received first kill reward. Mineral detector emits a signal when near minerals. Wow, this is a fantastic item. It will make resource gathering so much more efficient for the goblins, Song Sha said, thrilled with his reward. Blue Star announcement. The total number of producers killed by minotaurs has reached 18,003,010. Indeed, not everyone possesses my level of fortune. In such a short time, 18 million lives have been lost. My cosmic shop feels like a cheat. Song Sha mused. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a family huddled in a cave, lamenting. What kind of monster is this Song Sha? Why does he always appear at critical moments for Huaxia? Yes, we islanders should be the chosen ones here, they whispered. Hush. If the minotaurs hear us, we're finished. System prompt. You can apply for the second wave of monsters to attack the island. The difficulty is 10 times that of the first wave, but the rewards are plentiful. System prompt. Newcomers are welcome to apply for the second wave of monster attacks. As the survival rate is virtually zero, let us return to the house. I want those rich rewards. Song Sha instructed the goblins. After reviewing the system prompt, he was eager to return home and apply for the second wave of monster attacks, confident in his formidable team. Soon, they reached the wooden house, and upon entering, Song Sha immediately clicked to apply for the second wave of monster attacks. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha of Huaxiao has successfully applied for the second wave of monster attacks. Blue Star announcement. The difficulty of the second wave will be 10 times that of the first wave. Blue Star announcement. Let us cheer for this brave survivor. Meanwhile, Li Ke remarked, who is this Gale Leopard first kill expert? How could he dare to apply for 10 times the difficulty? His brother replied. With the bow and our numerical advantage, we barely managed to defeat 20 minotaurs in this cave. Song Sha is audacious to take on such a challenge. Li Ke expressed disbelief. Could their numbers be greater than ours? His brother reassured him that it's unlikely. Victory cannot solely depend on numbers. The family engaged in animated discussion. Chapter 9. Sleeping in the room with the master. The Li Ke family comprises 12 members, which enables them to effectively vanquish the bull-headed creatures. Li Ke's father runs a construction company, thus the household enjoys a decent income. Moreover, driven by a deep desire for a daughter, he continued to have children, resulting in Li Ke being the 10th son before he finally conceded. This circumstance has led to Li Ke having 9 older brothers. The rules of this island survival game are particularly advantageous for their family, as resources are allocated based on population. The more individuals there are, the greater the resources. A larger group provides mutual support, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. Typically, someone like Song Sha, who is alone, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Blue Star announcement. 200 bull-headed creatures are heading towards Song Sha's island. Upon the announcement, the world chat erupted in a frenzy. USA Tron. My goodness indeed. A tenfold difficulty means an increase in numbers by 10 times. Thankfully, I did not request a second wave of monsters to attack the island. Otherwise, I would surely be doomed. Warrior Nation hate. So it was merely a tenfold increase in numbers. These bull-headed creatures are not particularly strong. Had I known, I would have accepted the challenge. At the time, I feared the second wave would bring monsters with unique attributes. if it's just a numbers advantage. We have over 100 people on this island. Many could easily dispatch 2 bull-headed creatures each. Korean Nation Lee Jin-young, why do you have over 100 people on your island? Is your family that large? Warrior Nation Hai Wei, I am his brother. Our father has married over 20 wives, hence our large number. Huaxia Nation Ma Wei, wow, is that even possible? Your island must be invincible. USA Jobs, no matter how many people others have, they cannot compare to Song Sha from Huaxia. Master, 200 bull-headed creatures are approaching, announced a young goblin. Here are the bows I just crafted. Take one each, Song Sha proclaimed as he distributed the bows to the goblins. Little sprite, ensnare these bull-headed creatures with vines. And we shall take our positions on the rooftop to eliminate them, he instructed. Understood, the young goblins and the sprite chorused. With that, they all ascended to the rooftop. Little sprite, release the vines, Song Sha commanded as the bull-headed creatures drew nearer. The sprite nodded and clasped her hands together, summoning the vines that ensnared the 200 bull-headed creatures. Loose the arrows, Song Sha bellowed. Archery proficiency increased by 1. Archery proficiency increased by 1. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha is the first to achieve an archery proficiency of 20, receiving a special reward. Acquired skill, rapid fire level 1. Passive skill, each shot has a 10 chance to quintuple the number of arrows shot. Wow, this is exhilarating. There are rewards for this, Song Sha exclaimed, quickening his shooting rate to observe the effects of his new skill. Master, what sort of magic is this? How can your arrows sometimes quintuple? One young goblin inquired, puzzled by the arrows Song Sha released. Ha ha ha, it's not magic. Isn't it impressive? Song Sha began to boast. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, Warrior Nation High on Royale. I see now, Song Sha is a master marksman. Huaxia Nation Xiaoda, I can attest to that. Song Sha lives nearby. Recently, he was selling us bows, but I couldn't purchase one in time. What a shame, his bows must be extraordinary. USA Terrell, I envy you for being near the great Song Sha and having the opportunity to trade with him. Korean Nation Parkley, but seriously, how does one shoot arrows to fend off so many bull-headed creatures? Song Sha had once again become the center of attention in the World Channel. If there were a headline feature, he would likely be the top story every day. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha has defeated the second wave of bull-headed creatures. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha becomes the first person on Blue Star to request and complete a second wave of monster attacks, receiving a special reward. Acquired design blueprint for a crossbow. System prompt. Would you like to request a third wave of monster attacks? Wow, there's even a third wave. It must consist of 2,000 bull-headed creatures. My island is limited in size. 2,000 could easily overrun it. Even if I have the capability to defeat them, the risks are too great. I shall refrain from making the request, Song Sha pondered. Decline request. He promptly clicked to decline. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, USA Amos. As expected, Song Sha is a monster. He can defeat 200 bull-headed creatures. I am curious about the rewards for slaying them. USA Andrew. Could a brother from Huaxia please reveal what the rewards are? Huaxia Nation Yusua. Why do you foolish Americans think the Great One would share such information with you? Island Nation Maibaka. Huaxia folks are so untrustworthy. The system likely informed all Huaxia players about what rewards Song Sha received. Huaxia Nation Xiaojing. You islanders are just talking nonsense. I can't be bothered to explain. It's getting late. Let us rest, Song Sha announced. I have prepared 5 rooms for you, each containing 2 beds. You 10 young goblins may allocate yourselves, 2 per room. Master is so kind, providing us with separate rooms and beds. We are immensely grateful. The 10 young goblins exclaimed joyfully. Unlike other slave masters who would require their slaves to work in shifts or guard them at night, under Song Sha's care, they not only had the luxury of rest, but also individual rooms, which delighted them immensely. I should be thanking you. It is with your help that I could easily vanquish those bull-headed creatures, Song Sha replied, reflecting on the day's events with contentment. In his previous life, he was merely a solitary university student, unnoticed by others. Here, he not only had slaves but was thriving. He had even begun to take a liking to this new world. It is our duty to serve our master, the young goblins chimed in unison. Ha. If there is nothing else, you may rest now, Song Sha said. Little sprite, come with me. You shall sleep in my room. Ah, all right, brother, the sprite replied timidly. Although she held a favorable impression of Song Sha, having been saved by him earlier, his request startled her. Indeed, it seemed that all slave masters had certain expectations of their female sprite slaves. Chapter 10, The Skeleton Tomb. Song Sha said little, returning to his dwelling and promptly falling asleep. The little sprite cautiously pushed the door open behind him, her face etched with fear. She felt certain that escape was impossible today. Brother, I'm coming in, she managed to choke out. The room was enveloped in darkness, amplifying her trepidation. I'm so tired. I just fell asleep, and your call woke me, Song Sha mumbled, still in a daze. I'm sorry, the little sprite quickly apologized. It's fine. You can sleep on the empty bed next to mine. It's meant for you, he replied, burying his head back into slumber. Okay, she murmured, glancing at the vacant bed, feeling a surge of guilt and gratitude. It dawned on her that her brother had never intended any harm. I've misunderstood him, she thought as she approached the bed he had left for her. It had been ages since she had slept so soundly. Lying on the bed, a sense of security washed over her. Brother, thank you, she whispered softly, but Song Sha offered no reply. Brother, she called out, fearing something had happened to him. Just then, his snoring filled the air. On the very first day in this world, he had experienced so much, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. The moment his eyes closed, sleep took him. Ha ha ha, brother, good night. The little sprite giggled before drifting off as well. Since becoming a slave, she had not laughed even once. The following morning, Song Sha was ready to begin his tasks. Though he had gained an advantage at the starting line, he knew he must remain vigilant to maintain it. Let us go, brothers. Time for a hunt, he called out, awakening all the goblins. I slept so comfortably last night. It's been ages since I've rested so well, one goblin remarked. Tea. We must have done something great in our past lives to deserve such a wonderful master, another chimed in. Ha ha ha, stop flattering me, let us hunt first. Or we'll have nothing to eat, Song Sha replied. After a brief preparation, Song Sha, the goblins, and the little sprite ventured into the forest of the island. Brother, look, a wild leopard, the little sprite exclaimed. Watch this, Song Sha declared, drawing his gale bow and releasing an arrow. His shooting skill activated, splitting the arrow into 5 that soared toward the leopard. The creature had no chance of escape and fell dead upon impact. Go, bring me its body, he instructed one of the goblins, who nodded and dashed to retrieve it. Song Sha stored the leopard's carcass in his inventory. You have obtained 5 leopard skins. You have obtained 5 leopard meats. You have obtained 2 leopard bones. You have obtained 3 leopard tendons. He immediately clicked to craft a set of clothing. Consume 3 leopard skins. Obtain leopard skin jacket. Consume 2 leopard skins. Obtain leopard skin pants. Song Sha handed the leopard skin outfit to the little sprite. Wear this. With your delicate skin, you might get hurt in the forest otherwise, he said with concern. Is this really for me? She exclaimed, tears welling up. No one had ever treated her with such kindness besides her mother. Don't cry. Of course, it's for you. If you don't like it, I'll put it back in my bag, he hurriedly reassured her. Seeing her tears, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother, I'm just so touched. I love it. Please don't take it back, she said, wiping her eyes. Find a spot to change, then, he suggested with a smile. Okay, she replied, and stepped into a cluster of leaves to change. Shortly after, she emerged wearing the leopard skin jacket and pants. Little sprite, you look stunning in that outfit, Song Sha remarked, swallowing hard. It's just the clothing that's beautiful, she replied bashfully, lowering her gaze. By the way, brother, while changing, I discovered a hole in the ground. Let us go check it out together, she suddenly exclaimed. Let us go, let us go. A hole could be a treasure, he said excitedly. This island had already brought him so many surprises. Perhaps this hole held more. Right over there. The little sprite pointed to a large opening in the distance. Song Sha approached the hole with curiosity. Just as he neared it, his phone began to ring. In this world, messages were of utmost importance, so he quickly took out his phone. System notification. You are approaching the skeleton tomb. Underground tomb. Difficulty, hard. Reward, level 3. System notification. Survivors are advised against entering in the early stages. Survival rate is virtually 0. Song Sha's heart raced with excitement as he read the system notification. A level 3 reward. Although the system advised against entry and warned of certain death, it had not accounted for his advantages. What might be a death trap for ordinary survivors could be a manageable challenge for Song Sha, endowed with the Cosmic Maul. As long as he utilized it wisely to acquire gear suitable for navigating the tomb, he would face it without trepidation. The items within the Cosmic Maul were akin to divine artifacts for fledgling island survivors. However, he currently lacked the funds to purchase anything. The gold he had earned from selling to the Frost Lord had been spent on slaves. Thus, Song Sha resolved to sell some items, save up, and then brave the tomb for that enticing level 3 reward. He mused about the allure of that level 3 reward, saliva pooling in his mouth. Previously, he had exchanged 100 tons of sand for gold, and at the rate of 10 tons per gold piece. Selling it to the Frost Lord would net him 10 gold coins. Without delay, he opened his phone to privately message the Frost Lord. Island shop, do you still need the sand? I have 100 tons left. I can sell it all to you, Song Sha stated directly. Urgency propelling him as curiosity about the level 3 reward stirred within him. Chapter 11. Slaying the skeleton monsters. The Frost Monarch, I was just about to seek you out. The sand I acquired last time has been fully utilized to great effect. I require a substantial amount more, so please list it, and I shall purchase it directly. Island Shop. I will list it at 10 tons each. You may auction it off in 10 batches. I need to garner some positive reviews for my newly opened shop. Would that be acceptable? The Frost Monarch, no problem. Island Shop. Thank you. The Frost Monarch. There is no need for thanks. It's merely a small favor. Island Shop. Just a reminder. I will need to send it cash on delivery, as I currently lack even the shipping fees. The Frost Monarch. No worries. These are trifles. Having concluded the discussion with the Frost Monarch, he promptly listed his sand in his shop. Cosmic Mall System notification. The items you listed have been purchased. Please expedite the shipping. Cosmic Mall System notification. The items you listed have been purchased. Please expedite the shipping. A series of 10 notifications chimed, as the Frost Monarch swiftly procured 100 tons of sand. Thus, Songsha filled in the Frost Monarch's address and clicked to ship. Before long, a black hole opened, and Songsha delivered the sand to the Cosmic Mall's courier. Cosmic Mall System notification. The buyer has confirmed receipt and left you a positive review. Cosmic Mall System notification. The buyer has confirmed receipt and left you a positive review. After a while, the system notified him of 10 consecutive positive reviews he had received. The Frost Monarch proved remarkably reliable, completing the transaction in no time. Songsha reflected. Cosmic Mall System notification. Congratulations, you have accumulated 10 positive reviews, elevating your shop to a 2-star rating. Cosmic Mall System notification. As a token of gratitude for your support of the Cosmic Mall, you have been awarded a chance to enter a lottery. Upon seeing the lottery opportunity, Songsha excitedly clicked to participate. Cosmic Mall System notification. Congratulations, you have won a discount voucher worth 10% off. Wow, this is fantastic. A 10% discount voucher. The next time I purchase something expensive, it will be quite the bargain, Songsha exclaimed, jumping with joy. He then glanced at the weapons store within the Cosmic Mall. So many weapons I desire. What should I buy? As he perused the various weapons, he fell into deep contemplation. Never mind, I should first venture inside to understand what monsters await me before making a purchase. Besides, I already possess a bow and arrows, along with the assistance of the blue goblins and the magic of the little sprite. Surely I wouldn't be instantly obliterated upon entry. After some thought, he decided to proceed into the tomb first. Brothers, let us charge in and explore, Songsha commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, the blue goblins echoed, stepping ahead of Songsha. After all, he was their master. It would not do for him to lead the charge. System notification. Do you wish to enter the skeleton tomb? Seeing the system prompt, Songsha promptly clicked to enter. Just as he stepped into the skeleton tomb, a notification from Blue Star rang out. Blue Star announcement. The survivor from the Huaxia Nation, Songsha, has entered the skeleton tomb. Blue Star announcement. He is the first survivor from Blue Star to enter a difficult dungeon. Let us applaud his courage. Instantly, the World Chat channel erupted with discussions about Songsha. South Korea's Park Sang-hyuk. Here comes this great figure again. The system is recognizing him once more. Japan's Kitako. Do the Huaxiao people so love to overestimate themselves? They think they are remarkable just because they VE spammed the chat a few times. A few days ago, I encountered this skeleton tomb. The system indicated a survival rate of 0. I can't believe this Huaxiao fellow dares to enter. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Huaxia Xiaoshui. Don't judge others by your own limitations. Just yesterday, the great Songsha dealt with 200 minotaurs. Tell me, could you manage that? Warrior Nation's height. How can you compare minotaurs to this skeleton tomb? Minotaurs can be dealt with through sheer numbers, but the very name skeleton tomb suggests it is no ordinary challenge. The World Channel buzzed with fervent discussions about Songsha. However, he had no time to concern himself with them, for he had entered the cave and needed to remain vigilant. Wow, it's incredibly dark. Upon entering, the oppressive darkness unnerved Songsha. Wait, I have plenty of wood, he thought, retrieving 12 pieces of wood. Everyone, take one, and little sprite, ignite them, he instructed. Understood. The little sprite nodded and began casting her magic. Thus, Songsha, along with the blue goblins and the little sprite, wielded torches, illuminating the skeleton tomb. Master, there are so many skeleton monsters, one blue goblin exclaimed. Little sprite, you take the lead with the torches, while the rest of us, along with myself, will shoot them with arrows, Songsha commanded. Quickly, they formed a line, with the little sprite and 2 blue goblins in front holding the torches, while Songsha and 8 other blue goblins took position behind, ready to shoot. Thanks to Songsha's rapid-fire capability, they soon dispatched a horde of skeleton monsters. After clearing the skeletons, Songsha and his companions cautiously advanced. The bones left behind by the fallen skeletons seemed of little use. observing the bones on the ground. Song Sha picked one up and placed it into his mobile backpack. Acquired bone fragment X1. Description: bone fertilizer, bone fertilizer, bone fragment. Effect: accelerates plant growth. Wow. This is a valuable item. I am planning to cultivate a large quantity of timid grass, and this bone fertilizer will be immensely helpful. Song Sha thought joyfully upon seeing the effect. Master, another wave of skeleton monsters approaches. A blue goblin shouted. Form up and continue shooting. Song Sha yelled, while simultaneously collecting more bone fragments into his mobile backpack. Soon, he dealt with yet another wave of skeleton monsters. Master, another wave is attacking. Do these monsters ever cease? One goblin shouted in panic. Fear not, these skeletons are no threat. Maintain formation and keep shooting, Song Sha reassured them. To him, these skeletons represented wealth. The more bone fragments he collected, the greater his potential for cultivating more timid grass, which he could then transform into potions to sell in the Cosmic Mall. Amassing riches to purchase artifacts. Eventually, wouldn't that mean he could turn the island into a vacation resort? Brother, I believe I can sense the source of these skeleton monsters, the little sprite whispered, closing her eyes. Over there, that teapot can infinitely spawn skeletons. If we destroy that teapot, the skeletons should cease to appear. With that, the little sprite shouted with urgency. Chapter 12. Treasures within the coffin. My master, I shall now shatter that teapot. A blue goblin exclaimed upon hearing the little fairy's words. Do not. Please refrain. Those skeletal creatures are treasures. Song Sha urgently interjected, fearing that they might ruin the teapot and jeopardize his fortunes. The blue goblins, upon hearing Song Sha's plea, also abandoned the idea of shooting the teapot. After all, they were bound by his command, which they could not defy. After firing 2 volleys at the skeletal creatures, a soil-colored coffin suddenly emerged beside the teapot. Then, all the skeletal creatures were enveloped in a layer of purple light, which intercepted the arrows that Song Sha and the others had shot. Run, Song Sha shouted. Sensing the perilous situation, he and the blue goblins hastily retreated. Thankfully, their pursuers did not follow. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. Song Sha reflected on the incident, feeling a twinge of fear. Master, should we leave this tomb? The blue goblin inquired. That cannot be. There must be treasures within that wooden coffin, Song Sha insisted, sensing that something of value lay inside. He was reluctant to depart. Let me first check the Cosmic Mall to see if there is anything that can help us deal with these skeletal creatures. After a moment's thought, he retrieved his phone and entered the Cosmic Mall. Ah, a Taoist shop. They should have items to combat skeletal creatures, he mused, clicking on the link. Upon entering the shop, Song Sha spotted the demon-repelling mirror. Island shop. Can this demon-repelling mirror deal with skeletal creatures? Taoist shop. Skeletal creatures? As long as they are not holy-level bone spirits, this mirror can essentially annihilate them. No effect, no charge. Island shop. Very well. I shall proceed with payment immediately. It is rather urgent. Can you send it directly? Taoist shop. Certainly. Just take a snapshot, and the mirror will be at your disposal instantly. Convinced by the Taoist shop's assurance, Song Sha made the payment, parting with 2 gold coins. Before long, a black hole opened, and a courier emerged. Greetings. Here's your package, the courier said cheerfully. Wait, I just thought of something. If you were delivering while we are engaged in battle, what would you do? Song Sha asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, such situations occur frequently. Our Cosmic Mall does not interfere with battles in any world. We are solely responsible for delivering items to our customers. Their safety is not our concern, the courier replied adeptly, as many customers often posed similar inquiries. With that, the courier departed, busy with the day's deliveries. As Song Sha unwrapped his package and retrieved the demon-repelling mirror, he declared, Let us return. Master, are you certain you wish to abandon our quest? The blue goblin asked. Abandon? I mean to charge back. I intend to open that wooden coffin, Song Sha asserted confidently. Upon hearing his words, the blue goblins steeled their resolve to return to battle, despite their lingering fear of the skeletal creatures. However, Song Sha's command outweighed their trepidation. Besides, it was not guaranteed that the skeletal creatures could defeat them. Upon returning to the coffin's location, a swarm of skeletal creatures radiating purple light encircled them. Song Sha swiftly aimed the demon-repelling mirror at them. Suddenly, all the skeletal creatures disintegrated into a pile of bones. Acquired bone fragments, acquired bone fragments. Song Sha diligently gathered the bone fragments scattered on the ground. Wow, master, what weapon is this? It is incredible, the blue goblins exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha. Your leader possesses an abundance of advanced technology. Song Sha rejoiced at the mirror's effectiveness. Brother, why not aim the mirror at that teapot and destroy the source of the skeletal creatures? The little fairy pondered aloud. Ha ha ha, you do not understand. Those skeletal creatures can yield valuable items. I intend to let this teapot produce more of them, so I can acquire plenty of these treasures, Songsha elucidated without reservation. Now I see. With this demon-repelling mirror, we can obtain an abundance of treasures. The little fairy exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had begun to see Songsha not merely as a master, but almost as a maternal figure, feeling that his well-being directly influenced her own. Master is formidable. The blue goblins cheered in support. With the demon-repelling mirror in hand, they were not required to do anything further, allowing them to simply cheer Songsha on. Thus, he continued to harvest bone fragments. Who dares intrude upon my domain? A voice echoed as the wooden coffin creaked open. Brother, run. I can sense that the creature within possesses immense magical power. We shall be obliterated. The little fairy cried out, heeding her warning. Songsha instinctively directed the demon-repelling mirror at the wooden coffin. System upgrade. Congratulations on defeating the boss of the skeletal tomb, the Skeleton King, successfully clearing the skeletal tomb. Completion rating. SSS system upgrade. As you achieve the first kill of the Skeleton King and attain the highest completion rating, you are rewarded with the Artisan Luck talent. System upgrade. Clearance complete. You will now be teleported out. Alas, it is a pity. I wish to continue harvesting bone fragments. However, had I not used the demon-repelling mirror to vanquish the Skeleton King, I could have easily been defeated myself. Though Songsha regretted not being able to slay the Skeleton King directly, he was curious about the Artisan Master talent he had received, which must surely be something extraordinary. Chuckling, he opened his phone. Talent. Artisan Luck. Artisan Luck. When you manufacture items, there is a high probability of upgrading the item's quality. Blue Star announcement. Congratulations to Songsha for successfully clearing the skeletal tomb and achieving the highest rating. You have received an exceptional reward. As the Blue Star announcement rang out, the world channel erupted with activity. Odania Trist, my heavens. This Songsha has claimed the first kill again. This continuous first kill reward will only make such elites stronger while diminishing the strength of ordinary people. I suggest the system abolish this setting. American Bite. The risk of going for first kills is quite significant. One misstep, and one could lose their life. I find this reward entirely reasonable. Warrior Country Woo, what a coward. Instead of striving for success, you merely envy others. Allow me to show you the men of our warrior nation. I shall challenge now. Blue Star announcement. Warrior Country Woo is the second to enter the skeletal tomb. Before long, the system began its announcements again. Blue Star announcement. Warrior Country Woo has perished within the skeletal tomb. All subsequent survivors are advised to proceed with caution. Chapter 13. Bronze Technology. As the news of Li Wu's demise spread, fear gripped the hearts of others. The World Channel began to buzz with discussions. World Channel. Warrior Nation Luoyan. How reckless of Li Wu. While our warriors possess inherent physical advantages, such folly is unwise. Island Nation Suji Takumi. Inherent advantages? This merely highlights his foolishness. Does he believe he can simply follow in the footsteps of others and survive? This is a path to ruin. Island Nation Mitsukawa Akira. Indeed, a more grounded approach is warranted. The system indicates a survival rate near zero. Why court death? He should never compare himself to Songsha. Let us head home, Songsha declared. Today had been remarkably fruitful, and he intended to celebrate with a sumptuous feast of barbecued meat. As he made his way home, he spotted prey and skillfully drew his bow to take aim. After some time, he finally returned home. Just as Songsha was tidying up, his phone pinged with a notification. Master of Extreme Cold, I just discovered timid grass seeds in the sand. Do you have timid grass there? Island Shop. Yes, we do have timid grass. Master of Extreme Cold, I require this herb. If you are willing to sell, I can offer 1 gold coin and 5 pearls. Island Shop. I currently do not have timid grass, but I will go gather some and contact you when I am done. Excitedly, Songsha responded, relieved that someone was interested in timid grass, as he had long worried about whether the denizens of the cosmic marketplace would value it. Now that someone desired it, and with the small sprite capable of cultivation, he knew he could produce it in abundance for sale, which thrilled him. Sprite. Songsha called out from his wooden stool. Brother, what is it? The sprite hurried over in response. Didn't you say you could cultivate timid grass? Let us create a timid grass plantation right away. Songsha exclaimed eagerly. Certainly, but we must dig the soil a meter deep and install barriers. The area must also be enclosed, the sprite advised. Why do we need barriers? Songsha inquired, intrigued by this method he had not encountered before. Because timid grass tends to flee. The barriers will prevent their escape. They hide in the soil during the day and emerge at night. Without barriers, they will surely run away, the sprite explained. All right. I'll go find a plot of land with the blue goblin to prepare the timid grass plantation. Here are all the timid grass seeds. Extract the seeds. And once we've prepared the land, we can plant them, Songsha instructed. Understood. I'll get right on it, the sprite replied. Let us go, brothers. Time to dig. Song Sha rallied the blue goblins to join him in preparing the plantation. Before long, the plantation was ready. Song Sha installed barriers within the soil and placed a movable wooden board on top to prevent the timid grass from escaping. "Sprite, we're all set," Song Sha called out once he finished. "I'm done too. I'll scatter the timid grass seeds into the soil now," the sprite said. Upon receiving a nod from Song Sha, the sprite scattered all the seeds into the earth. Song Sha took out his phone and clicked to synthesize bone fertilizer. Consume 10 bone fragments. Acquire 50 bone fertilizer. He sprinkled the bone fertilizer into the soil. "Let us see how effective this fertilizer is," he thought, preparing to close the wooden board and return in a few hours to check on the progress. But suddenly, he observed that the timid grass seeds had sprouted and were eagerly absorbing the fertilizer. "How remarkable!" Song Sha gasped in astonishment. "Timid grass? Don't worry. I have plenty of bone fertilizer left." With a grin, he declared. Consume 10 bone fragments. Acquire 50 bone fertilizer. He sprinkled another 50 units of bone fertilizer into the soil. The timid grass grew even more animated, bouncing around the soil and visibly growing at an astonishing rate. "Brother, at this rate, the timid grass will soon be ready for harvesting. What exactly is this fertilizer you've used?" "It's astonishing," the sprite inquired curiously. "It's the good stuff from those skeleton monsters I mentioned earlier." Song Sha replied with a smile. "We need to close this wooden board, otherwise, the timid grass will escape. There should also be barriers in this section of soil. We must ensure they can't flee," the sprite reminded him. "All right, I'll close the wooden board now, and I've already installed barriers in the soil, so no need to worry," Song Sha assured him as he went to secure the board. Not long after closing the barriers, his phone chimed again. Blue Star announcement: "Congratulations to survivor Song Sha for being the first to fully establish a plantation, earning a special reward. Reward: Furnace. Furnace, capable of smelting minerals." Blue Star announcement: "As survivor Song Sha possesses a mineral detector and a furnace, he has advanced from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. Congratulations on unlocking Bronze technology. You have unlocked Bronze technology. All manufacturing systems have been upgraded to level 2. New synthesis item unlocked: wooden ship." "Well, a ship. This means I can leave this island," Song Sha exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. "With the mineral detector and furnace, it seems I must go mining." With that thought, he called out, "Let us go, brothers. Sprite, we're heading out to mine." Upon hearing Song Sha's command, he, along with the blue goblins and the sprite, gathered their tools and ventured outside once more. Meanwhile, on the World Channel, Island Nation Shitamachi so hey, this is unfair. Just because this big shot got ahead of us from the start, he can now leisurely cultivate plants and still receive rewards. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Island Nation Shirtina Ichiro: "Exactly. Surviving is already a feat. We barely have time to cultivate plants. Yet this person wastes time doing so and earns rewards. Isn't that infuriating?" United States by Sama Mamarin: "This does seem a bit unjust. If the system doesn't change its rules, those of us lagging behind will never catch up to Song Sha." Complaints of unfairness echoed across the World Channel, with many expressing their envy towards Song Sha. But to their disappointment, Song Sha remained oblivious to the World Channel, as he was diligently engaged in his pursuits. Unlike those who had the time to debate the actions of others. Chapter 14: The Special Traits of the Miners. Shortly after Song Sha stepped out, his phone chimed once more. Blue Star Bulletin: "At 11 p.m. tonight, there will be a monster invasion on the island. Monster name: Bull Demon King Sada. Quantity: 1. It is strongly advised to take cover, as Sada will vanish after 1 hour." The name Bull Demon King Sada indeed possesses a certain grandeur. This monster invasion does not require the survivors to slay the Bull Demon King Sada. Rather, it simply urges us to avoid confrontation. However, in such situations, defeating the creature undoubtedly yields valuable rewards. I must prepare thoroughly. I shall take down the Bull Demon King Sada when the time comes, Song Sha pondered. Today, we shall not mine. Instead, we must return and make our preparations. A formidable monster will arrive at 11 p.m. tonight, and together we shall vanquish it, Song Sha declared loudly. The group promptly followed him back to the wooden cabin. Upon returning home, Song Sha resolved to purchase more slaves. After all, the slaves available in the cosmic marketplace boast considerable combat prowess. Having acquired a goblin previously, it was time to seek something different. Contemplating this, Song Sha began to explore other slave shops. One shop specializing in construction slaves caught his attention. Given that I already possess goblin warriors, I also need to enhance my own combat capabilities. It would be prudent to acquire some functional slaves instead. After some thought, he entered the shop. Island shop, boss. I require 10 humans and 5 miners. Can you give me a discount for a flat rate of 5 gold coins with free shipping? After surveying the construction slave shop, Song Sha found that only miners and humans were within his budget. Construction slave shop, brother, you are squeezing us. Our profit margins are already razor thin. 5 miners alone cost 5 gold coins. I can offer you 10 humans for 1 gold coin. So how about 6 gold coins total with shipping? I truly cannot lower the price further. Island shop, could you perhaps throw in an elf for me? If so, I'll take it. Construction slave shop, we have no elves available. But how about I include an additional miner instead? Island shop, that works. I'll proceed with the payment. Construction slave shop, excellent. Once you make the payment, I will ship your order immediately. Please remember to leave a good review. Island shop, I have placed the order, but your total is showing as 7 gold coins. Adjust the price, please. The construction slave shop's base price was 1 gold coin per miner, and humans were priced at 2 gold coins for every 10. Hence, once Song Sha finalized his purchase, it displayed a total of 7 gold coins, necessitating a price adjustment from the construction slave shop. Island shop, I have finalized my purchase. Do not forget the free miner and shipping. Please don't let it be cash on delivery. Song Sha paid 6 gold coins. And after deducting the 2 gold coins spent on the previous purchase of the demon mirror, he was left with only 2 gold coins from the initial 10 he earned selling to the frozen lord. Island shop, by the way, I want all 10 humans to be women. Do not send any men. Song Sha thought a balanced gender ratio would be more effective. On the island, aside from the little elves, there were no other women. This simply would not do. Construction slave shop, orders are mixed gender, and males are generally stronger for construction tasks. Island shop, if you do not send 10 women, I will leave a negative review. Construction slave shop, given that you are our first customer this month, I will agree to your request this time. Boss, are you truly going to send 10 female humans? Female humans cost more than males. And you're also giving him a miner, which reduces our profit by another gold coin. We won't make any money on this order. An employee at the construction slave shop remarked. What do you understand? Our shop has just opened, and this is our first customer. If we receive a negative review from our first buyer, our business will surely suffer. Initially, he even requested an elf, which is far more expensive. Just send him that sickly-looking miner in the corner. We can recoup some of our losses, the owner of the construction slave shop replied. Fine. The nearly dead miner is unsellable anyway. It's a worthwhile gesture to send him to this customer, the employee responded, proceeding to select slaves and arrange for shipping. In Song Sha's wooden house, shortly thereafter, a courier emerged from a black hole accompanied by a group of individuals. Here are your slaves. Along with the master-servant contract for your signature, the courier announced. After Song Sha signed the contract, the courier promptly departed through the black hole. Purchasing slaves is indeed advantageous. These individuals represent living labor. The price is reasonable. Back on Blue Star, hiring a worker for a day's labor would cost a significant sum. Observing the women and miners before him, Song Sha felt a surge of gratitude and promptly opened his phone to confirm receipt and leave a positive review for the construction slave shop. Why does everyone look so somber? Smile a little, Song Sha remarked, noticing the serious expressions on their faces, as if they were about to face a dire ordeal. Master, we slaves tend to feel particularly anxious each time we are sold, as we are unaware of our master's temperament and habits. Sometimes, encountering a cruel master can truly turn life into a living hell, a goblin explained, having learned about Song Sha's character over the past few days, which emboldened him to speak candidly. Oh, I see. You need not worry. Since you are here, we are like family now. I assure you, there will be no violence. Song Sha replied with a smile. The newly acquired slaves remained unconvinced, their anxiety only deepening, as they perceived his smile as malevolent. It is often the case that the most deceptively amiable masters harbor the darkest intentions. Pray tell, what special abilities do you miners possess? Seeking to diffuse the tension, Song Sha changed the subject. Slaves priced at 1 gold coin each in the cosmic marketplace must possess impressive capabilities, especially since such formidable goblins were merely 2 gold coins for 10. We can forge our own weapons, construct shelters, and mine, one miner responded. Huh. But isn't mining simply a matter of having hands? Song Sha laughed, as he believed that mining was merely a brutish task that anyone could perform. Brother, I am somewhat familiar with the miner clan. They possess the ability to sense nearby minerals and can instantly assess the value of each type of mineral. This is their clan's pride, a little elf chimed in. Goodness, with my mineral detection device, wouldn't that make us invincible in mining? This is a stroke of fortune, Song Sha exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 15, The Master of Machines, Ovos. Just as Song Sha was filled with excitement, a miner suddenly collapsed onto the ground. To my astonishment, I initially believed this miner to be quite elderly, thinking that miners were unlike humans, remaining robust even in old age. It appears, however, that they are just like us. When they grow old, they too require care. The proprietor of this slave building establishment is undoubtedly a nefarious character, Song Sha thought bitterly, yet he had already given a favorable review, leaving him with no recourse. Master, please do not let anything happen to you, the 5 miners urged as they rushed to assist the elderly miner. Little sprite, do you possess the means to heal him? Song Sha, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired. After all, he was one of their own. It was unthinkable to stand idly by in the face of suffering. My wood magic is perfectly suited for this purpose. He is clearly weakened due to age and malnutrition, the little sprite replied. Hurry, bring him back, Song Sha commanded. Upon receiving the order, the sprite approached the elderly miner and cast her magic. Before long, the frail miner opened his eyes weakly. Master, I implore you, reveal your identity to them. If you do, the slave owners will surely ensure your recovery, one miner pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing this, Song Sha turned his gaze toward the elderly miner, noticing the resolute and disdainful glint in his eyes. It was evident that he refused to submit to the slave owners, unwilling to serve them. Yet, bound by the master-servant contract, he could only remain silent. Little sprite, how is the healing progressing? Song Sha asked. The organ deterioration is quite severe. I can only restore him to this extent. To continue his recovery, we would need timid grass. However, even timid grass requires preparation into a timid potion. Previously, members of our clan could concoct it, but I cannot, so we are currently at an impasse, the sprite explained. Ah, timid potion. I can create that, Song Sha interjected, having unlocked the recipe after acquiring timid grass. Crafting the timid potion merely required a pharmacy station. Today, having upgraded to the Bronze Age, he had access to the second-level pharmacy station. Thus, he opened his mobile device and selected the second-level pharmacy station. Suddenly, the pharmacy station materialized before Song Sha. He proceeded to click on the option to manufacture the timid potion. Timid potion successfully crafted, triggered craftsman's fortuitous talent, elevating the potion's rarity from white to blue. The item grades ascend from white to blue, purple, pink, and orange. Generally, items are of white quality, while blue is considered quite rare. Consumed 5 timid grass, acquired 1 bottle of timid potion, rarity, blue. Handing the timid potion to the sprite, Song Sha declared confidently. Here's the timid potion. I have completed its creation. Wow, brother, how do you excel at everything? My goodness, this is even a blue quality timid potion. Aren't timid potions usually white? Our clan's renowned potion masters could barely produce colored timid potions. The sprite exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, the elderly miner's attention was entirely fixated on the pharmacy station rather than the life-saving potion. What a marvelous machine. What could be the principle behind it? The elderly miner mused, seemingly oblivious to his dire condition. Please administer this potion to the elder. He will feel significantly better afterward, the sprite said, handing the timid potion to the younger miner who was supporting the elderly miner. Thank you so much. The young miner replied gratefully as he accepted the potion and administered it to the elderly miner. Master Ovos, please drink quickly. We are all so worried about you, the young miner said respectfully. It turned out that the elderly miner was named Ovos. Upon hearing this, Ovos promptly consumed the timid potion. After drinking, Ovos visibly rejuvenated. Standing up straight, he approached Song Sha to closely admire the second-level pharmacy station. How extraordinary. This manufacturing technique is unlike anything I have ever encountered. The assembly skills surpass my understanding. What kind of technology could bring about such a marvel? Ovos reflected. Where did you acquire this? Ovos inquired of Song Sha. Though Song Sha was technically Ovos' master, Ovos exhibited no fear when addressing him. His gaze was solely fixed upon the manufacturing technique, unafraid of his own mortality. Having long occupied a position of power, allowing him to confront a slave owner with such composure. I crafted it myself, Song Sha replied with a smile, thinking it unnecessary to elaborate on his mobile system. Do not deceive me. I cannot believe that. Ovos shook his head. I am genuinely curious about the internal structure of this machine. If you permit me to dismantle it for a thorough examination, you may propose any conditions you desire. Any conditions? Song Sha retorted. Pray tell, what skills do you possess? I have heard these goblins refer to you as a master. You aren't some charlatan, are you? Song Sha, perceiving Ovos' demeanor and the reactions of those around him, surmised that Ovos was no ordinary figure and decided to provoke him. Child, do not think that the master-servant contract grants you the liberty to speak as you please. I am the most formidable machine master of the Goblin clan. I can assist you with anything pertaining to machinery and weaponry, Ovos declared dismissively. The surrounding goblins were taken aback by Ovos' fervent assertions. Typically, he was a very modest individual, having concealed his prowess for far too long. Song Sha's taunting had stirred his excitement. Then design a weapon for me. If I am satisfied, I shall permit you to study this pharmacy station, provided you do not damage it, Song Sha said with a smile. I can dismantle machines, but rest assured, I have the capability to restore them. Now, what type of weapon do you desire? Ovos replied, I would prefer a weapon suitable for ranged attacks, such as a bow. However, using a bow requires 2 hands and is rather cumbersome. I seek a one-handed ranged weapon, Song Sha contemplated before responding. In his mind, Song Sha envisioned the handguns from Blue Star, but he knew that mentioning handgun would likely elude their understanding, so he described the weapon's characteristics instead. Chapter 16, The Blue-Grade Repeating Crossbow. Certainly, I shall draft the blueprints for you right away, Ovos declared with unwavering confidence. He promptly located a table, retrieved a large sheet of paper, and began to sketch with a twig dipped in ink. In a short span, Ovos completed the drawings and presented them to Song Sha. Congratulations, you have acquired the blueprint for the repeating crossbow. Would you like to use it? Song Sha immediately clicked to use it. Repeating crossbow, capable of loading up to 100 bolts, can fire 2 bolts per second. Ha ha ha, this contraption is truly remarkable. Imagine equipping each of the green goblins with one. Tonight's Bull King Sada will be effortlessly dealt with. Who knows? We might even request a second wave and challenge 10 Bull Kings simultaneously. Just envision the rewards. Song Sha chuckled heartily. Do not forget your promise to me, Ovos reminded. Just don't break it, Song Sha cautioned, handing Ovos the level 2 alchemy station. Rest assured, Ovos replied, seeking a suitable spot to study the alchemy station. As Song Sha entered the Bronze Age, other survivors also made their way into this new era. Not far from him, on an island named Jiang Family Island, Ryo Kidheda exclaimed, ha ha ha, we have finally unlocked bronze technology. Look, we can now construct ships. Indeed, let us hasten to build a vessel to explore other islands. If we encounter weaker survivors, we shall seize their belongings, Kidheda chimed in. With 4 capable sons in our family, I doubt there exists an island nearby with greater combat prowess than ours. Besides, we have Brother Wu. He alone could overpower an entire family. Taichi Kidheda said with a smile. Yet, prudence is wise. If we do encounter someone stronger, we can always pilfer their resources and flee, Wu Kidheda stated calmly. These 6 individuals from the island, having just entered the Bronze Age and acquired a ship, were already plotting to commit robbery. Thus, the 4 brothers constructed a vessel and set sail from their island. Repeating crossbow, bronze 2, wood 5, bold tendon 3, bronze bolts 50, bronze 1, wood 2 fortuitously. I have ascended to the Bronze Age. Otherwise, I would be unable to manufacture this crossbow and its bolts despite possessing the designs. Song Sha reflected upon observing the manufacturing requirements for the repeating crossbow and the bronze bolts. Miners, are you not skilled at extracting ores? Please procure some bronze, or for me, Song Sha instructed. This is an iron shovel. You may need it for mining, he added, preparing to hand the shovel to the miners. Master, mining is our innate talent. We come equipped with our own tools. So there is no need for you to provide us with these, the miners replied. Then go forth and gather some bronze or for me, Song Sha commanded once more. The miners promptly set out to fulfill Song Sha's order. I still have plenty of wood and bull tendons. I shall await their return with the bronze to test the repeating crossbow. I should also construct a ship, as venturing to other islands is inevitable, Song Sha contemplated. He then accessed the wooden ship's synthesis method. Wooden ship, wood 20, bronze 10, bronze nails 100, cowhide 10. Once again, wood was required. Although the Green Goblins had previously supplied him with ample wood, it was evidently insufficient. Green Goblins, please return to chop down more wood for me, Song Sha instructed. The Green Goblins nodded in acknowledgement and immediately set off to carry out his command. How am I to acquire these bronze nails? Song Sha pondered, redirecting his attention to the bronze nails. Perhaps I should test the furnace. Melting bronze should allow for the creation of bronze nails. With that thought, Song Sha retrieved the furnace. Indeed, upon examining it, he discovered that the furnace could directly melt bronze into bronze nails, with a conversion ratio of 1 bronze yielding 20 bronze nails. After an hour had passed, the Green Goblins returned laden with wood, their experience in tree felling proving beneficial. A quarter of an hour later, the miners returned with a substantial amount of bronze. Song Sha promptly stowed the wood and bronze into his backpack. Acquired wood 100, acquired bronze 50. Subsequently, he took out the furnace and melted down 5 pieces of bronze to convert them into bronze nails. Consumed bronze 5, acquired bronze nails 100. Thus, Song Sha commenced synthesizing the repeating crossbow. Consumed bronze 24, consumed wood 60, consumed bull tendon 26, acquired repeating crossbow 10. Grade, white, triggered craftsman luck talent, acquired repeating crossbow 2, grade, blue. He then proceeded to synthesize the wooden ship. Consumed wood 20, consumed bronze 10, consumed bronze nails 100, consumed cowhide 10, acquired wooden ship, consumed bronze 5, consumed wood 10, acquired bolts 250. In the previous synthesis of the coward's potion, The craftsman luck talent activated immediately. However, during the synthesis of the repeating crossbow, only 2 out of 12 produced blue-grade items. It seemed that the increase in weapon grade was indeed challenging, or perhaps it was simply more difficult to create superior weapons. Nonetheless, possessing 2 blue-grade repeating crossbows was quite satisfactory. The color and luster of these crossbows surpassed those of the white-grade ones significantly. Here, take this, Songsha said, handing 1 blue-grade repeating crossbow and a set of bolts to the little elf. These are for you. He then distributed 10 white-grade repeating crossbows along with bolts to the green goblins. After equipping them, Songsha took his own repeating crossbow, loaded it, and aimed at the wall, releasing the bolt. With a resounding thud, the bolt embedded itself deeply into the wooden wall. Repeating the action twice more, 2 bolts struck the wall almost simultaneously. Wow, this repeating crossbow is an exceptional device. It far surpasses the conventional bow and arrow. With 1 for each of us, we could easily turn any approaching monster into a pincushion, Songsha exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the mention of the repeating crossbow, Ovos approached. Upon seeing the weapon in Songsha's possession, Ovos was visibly thrilled. Whose craftsmanship produced this blue-grade repeating crossbow? Ovos inquired with palpable excitement. Surely, this is my handiwork. Songsha replied, patting his chest with pride. I cannot believe it. The blueprint I provided you theoretically only allows for the creation of a white-grade repeating crossbow. Unless you are an exceptionally skilled crossbow master, it is impossible to forge a blue-grade variant. You are still so young. It cannot be true. Ovos shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 17. The Theft of Island Resources. Why are you so fond of questioning others, old man? Songsha said, rendered speechless. It was one thing for Ovos to doubt the creation of the second-tier pharmaceutical platform, as it theoretically could be argued otherwise. However, the fact that he questioned the craftsmanship behind the repeating crossbow, which could be synthesized directly by the system due to Songsha's artisan luck talent, was quite another. This was akin to claiming it was not his own creation. Master, we witnessed it firsthand. This blue-tier repeating crossbow was indeed crafted by the owner, the mind spirit interjected. Ah, how did you manage that? Why were you able to create this blue-tier item using my blueprint? Ovos, aware that the mind spirit would not deceive him, asked in astonishment. I'm not that remarkable. Out of the 12 repeating crossbows I crafted, 10 were white tier, and only 2 were blue tier, Songsha humbly replied. What? You managed to produce 2 blue tier repeating crossbows out of 12? What tier of weapon myth are you? Ovos became increasingly agitated upon hearing Songsha's words. Am I really that impressive? It was merely a stroke of luck, Songsha chuckled. Just as Ovos was about to inquire further, a blue goblin rushed over. Master, bad news. Humans have entered our island, and I cannot discern if they are foes or allies, the blue goblin panted. Humans? What sort of humans? Could they be other survivors who have reached the Bronze Age and sailed to our island? Songsha asked curiously. They have strange little mustaches. The blue goblin described the humans. That must be other survivors from Blue Star, and they are islanders. Let us go and see for ourselves, Songsha declared. Upon reaching the island's edge, Songsha discovered individuals mining his bronze resources. Who in the world dares to pilfer from my island? He exclaimed, furious at the sight. And charged forward. Wugo, a group of people is approaching. Ryo Kidada shouted as he spotted Songsha and his entourage. What are those creatures? It seems they are following that human's orders. Kinta Kitata gasped in shock. Wugo, we cannot possibly defeat them. Let us flee. Taichi Kitata said, filled with dread. Run. Wu Kitata, realizing that the 4 of them stood no chance against the gathering, led his brothers in retreat. As a former police officer in Blue Star, he had encountered numerous criminals and understood the importance of leaving an escape route during a robbery. They're trying to escape. Pursue them, Songsha commanded, witnessing the 4 islander survivors leap onto their boat. However, as Songsha and his companions reached the shore, Wu Kitada's boat had already set sail. Should we use the repeating crossbow to shoot at them? One blue goblin suggested. Utilizing the crossbow now could indeed be advantageous against Wu Kitada and his group since they were all human. Shooting them would be too cruel, Songsha sighed. Should we turn back or pursue them directly by boat? The blue goblin inquired. Let us head back. We'll consider this bronze mine as a gift to them. Songsha waved his hand dismissively. Returning to their wooden hut, Songsha remarked, fortunately, they didn't pursue us. You think everyone can unlock bronze technology like us? I suspect they're still stuck in the Stone Age and don't have boats at all, Taichi Kitata boasted. Wugo. Why do you think those creatures are aiding that human? I even have a feeling that human is their leader, Ryo Kitata curiously asked Wu Kitata. Isn't it obvious? That human is a survivor of the island, and those creatures have been living there all along. He must have tamed them upon his arrival, Kinta Kitata replied, smugly. Though Ryo had directed the question to Wu. Not so simple. Those blue goblins clearly possess considerable combat prowess. They are not easily tamed by that human. The system of this island world is extraordinarily mysterious. Perhaps this survivor has achieved something remarkable, earning additional rewards, Wu Kitata analyzed. So, Wu Gu, since we cannot defeat them, should we retreat? Rio Kitata asked. Of course not. The possibility of encountering monsters with system rewards means there are abundant resources on that island. Since they did not chase us, let us sail to the other side of their island and begin mining and stealing, Wu Kitata said with a grin. Thus, the Kitata brothers sailed to the opposite side of Song Sha's island and began mining. Additional channel, Taichi Kitata, little brother, although we cannot defeat you. You are still too young. We will gradually steal all your resources, leaving you to starve. You can only blame yourself for lacking a boat. Ha ha ha. Taichi Kitata, we are now continuing to mine your resources from the other side. Are you angry? For the first time, Taichi Kitata felt exhilarated as he stole from others, boasting in the additional channel. Meanwhile, Song Sha, resting on a wooden bench, suddenly realized that bronze technology had just been unlocked and that any boats were acquired recently. Thus, the individuals stealing from his island must be survivors from an adjacent island. He decided to check the additional channel for clues. Upon opening it, he saw the thieves boasting and couldn't help but respond. Song Sha, am I not supposed to have dignity? Seeing Taichi Kitata's message, Song Sha felt a surge of anger. He had previously had the chance to shoot them at the island's edge, but refrained due to their shared humanity. He even thought of their theft of the bronze mine as a gift. Yet, these individuals were now overstepping their bounds, wishing for his demise. Since they intended for him to starve, he would no longer be concerned about their lives. In this island world, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. If he acted excessively, they should not blame him. Song Sha clenched his fists and declared, Chapter 18, The Death of Taichi Could a Little Sprite. Come with me to a certain place. Someone is pilfering the resources from my island. Use your magic to accelerate our speed. We must reach there swiftly, Song Sha said, directly addressing the sprite. It was too late to bring along Qing Goblin, and he believed he could handle the 4 survivors on his own. After all, how could the other survivors compare to him, with his unparalleled equipment? Against ordinary survivors, he could easily eliminate one with his crossbow. However, he needed the sprite's magic to hasten their journey, otherwise, they would surely be late. Of course, having an additional sprite would provide greater assurance against those 4 survivors. The sprite nodded and immediately accompanied Song Sha towards the vicinity of the island. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taichi Kuda had received a response from the survivors on the island. He was initially prepared to mock them further, but upon seeing the name, he was taken aback. No way, this is Song Sha's island, Taichi Kuda exclaimed, as Song Sha's reputation echoed throughout Blue Star every day. The name was well known among survivors. Why do you say this is Song Sha's island? Kuda Take spoke up, hearing Taichi's words as he approached. Kuda Kinta and Kuda Rio also joined them, curious about the situation. Look, Taichi Kuda exclaimed, pulling out his phone to show them the recent chat. Could it be a namesake? It can't be that notorious figure. Can it? Kuda Kinta speculated. It's unlikely. It must be the same person. Today, that human is undoubtedly Song Sha, as those monsters seem to obey him completely. I suspect the owner of this island is indeed the prominent figure, Song Sha, Kuda Take analyzed calmly. What should we do now? Kuda Rio inquired. Of course. We must flee. Song Sha was the first to enter the bronze technology tier. He can craft ships. The reason he hasn't pursued us, yet is likely that he hasn't had the time to build one. If he comes after us now, he will certainly be ready, Kuda Take commanded, directing his 3 brothers to escape. Don't worry, there is no rush. Even if he is a big shot, he will still need some time to catch up. Let me take a photo as a keepsake, Taichi Kuda said, pulling out his phone and snapping pictures. Stealing from the island of a renowned figure and later posting it to gain fame himself was precisely his intention, which made him grin widely in the photos. Hurry up and leave. If we don't, it will be too late. Kuda Take urged from the boat. All 3 brothers boarded. But Taichi Kuda lingered to take more photos. Upon hearing Kuda Take's words, Taichi Kuda finally stopped taking pictures but immediately opened the World Channel. World Channel, Taichi Kuda, image, playing tricks on Song Sha's island, stealing his bronze, or, ha. As Song Sha rushed towards them, he kept a close watch on the 3 chat channels, aware that Taichi Kuda had a penchant for chatting. He aimed to discern their movements through the chat. Thus, when Taichi Kuda posted in the World Channel, Song Sha saw it immediately. Damn it, how brazen to steal from me and laugh about it. Song Sha seethed, clenching his fists upon witnessing Taichi Kuda's expression. Little sprite, use your magic to maximize our speed. We must hurry, he commanded. Understood, the sprite replied, activating her acceleration to its fullest extent. Soon, Song Sha spotted Kuda Take and the others. Get on board, they are approaching. Kuda Take urged anxiously. Damn it, you fool. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but at this moment, your sluggishness could drag us all down. Kuda exclaimed in frustration. Don't be afraid, big brother. He is just coming with a little girl, probably his sister. What is there to fear? Taichi Kuda replied nonchalantly, remaining on the shore as if waiting for Song Sha to arrive. They could only see a man and a woman sprinting towards them, the man clearly Song Sha, while the smaller figure was assumed to be his sister. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can catch me? Taichi Kuda mocked as Song Sha drew nearer. That arrogant fool. Song Sha could no longer tolerate Taichi Kuda's insolence and aimed his crossbow at him, firing twice. Blue Star Bulletin. Survivor Song Sha from Huaxia has eliminated survivor Taichi Kuda from the island nation, marking the first kill in the island game since its inception. As the announcement resonated, discussions erupted in the World Channel. Island nation's Oishi Misato. Damn Huaxia people, how dare you kill our islanders? USA Selden. One day, in the island world, humanity will begin to slaughter each other for resources. We must seize this relatively peaceful time to strengthen our power when that day arrives. It will be a nightmare for the weak. Huaxia's Li Dong. You, American, stop spouting nonsense. Did you not see that the islander was being a fool? Not only did he steal from Song Sha's island, but he also flaunted it on the World Channel. Was he asking for death? And you, islander, why should Song Sha hesitate to eliminate you? When have you islanders ever triumphed over us Huaxia people? Huaxia's Tonggu exactly. The foolish islander brought this upon himself. Provoking others is one thing, but daring to provoke our great figure Song Sha is another matter entirely. Fire. There are only two of them. Kuda shouted as he witnessed Taichi Kuda fall to Song Sha's onslaught. He quickly drew his bow, directing his brothers as they aimed their arrows at the approaching Song Sha and the sprite. Vine whip, the sprite chanted. Suddenly, vines sprouted from the ground, intercepting the arrows shot by Kuda and his companions. Wait, that little girl isn't human. She is a sprite and can wield magic. Kuda exclaimed loudly. From a distance, he hadn't recognized her, but now he saw her ears were unlike those of a human, resembling the descriptions of sprites from the Blue Star world. No wonder he is the world as top survivor. We need to flee, Kuda declared, and the three of them hastily boarded their boat to escape. Brother Will. Taichi is dead just like that, Kuda Rio wept. Rio, in this unfamiliar world, death is a common occurrence. You must grow accustomed to it. The next to fall could easily be one of us, Kuda stated earnestly, knowing he needed to shift his brother's perspective to survive in this island world. Chapter 19. Kuda becomes a slave brother. They have boarded the ship and are fleeing, shouted the little sprite as she witnessed Kuda and his companions embark. Do not panic. I possess a vessel as well, replied Song Sha. Upon reaching the edge of the island, he retrieved a boat from his backpack. Wow, brother. Your storage ring has such vast space. The little sprite exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly, aboard. We must pursue them, Song Sha urged. By the time they boarded, Kuda's ship had already set sail, distancing itself from them. Little sprite, can you enhance our ship's speed? At this rate, they will surely escape, Song Sha inquired. I cannot manipulate wind magic, but I can destroy their sails, the little sprite responded. Then let us first incapacitate their sails to reduce their velocity, Song Sha commanded. The little sprite nodded and summoned a vine that swiftly darted towards Kuda's vessel. What is this? Why is this survivor from Huaxia so formidable? Kuda exclaimed in panic as he spotted the approaching vine. We should have never provoked such a powerful individual. The moment we realized it was his island, we ought to have departed, sighed Kuda. It's all that fool Taichi's fault for boasting and showing off. Kuda scolded. Taichi is dead. You should cease speaking of him, Rio interjected. However, it was too late for Kuda and his companions to regret their decisions. As the vine pierced through their sails, we're doomed. The sails are destroyed. Song Sha will catch up with us soon. Kuda lamented. What shall we do now? Rio asked, fear evident in his voice. What else can we do? We must confront them, Kuda declared. Our bows and arrows are utterly ineffective against them. How can we fight? Kuda retorted. If you are afraid, then step aside. Kuda shouted, panic taking hold, as even his elder brother began to yell. Rio. They will soon overtake us. Let us jump into the sea and swim away, Kuda said, disregarding Kuda's outburst and urging Rio to leap into the water. But what about Kuda? Rio timidly asked. If he seeks his demise, let him be, Kuda replied, shoving Rio overboard. At that moment, Song Sha's ship approached quickly, as Kuda's ship was now handicapped. Kuda, desperate, drew his bow and aimed at Song Sha. Brother. Two of them have jumped into the sea. The little sprite informed Song Sha. Be cautious, Song Sha warned, shoving the little sprite aside. An arrow whizzed past her and embedded itself into the ship's deck. Immediately, Song Sha drew his gale bow, targeting Kuda's bowstring. He released an arrow that severed it. Thank you, brother, the little sprite said shyly, though still shaken by the incident. It is nothing. Just be more vigilant in battle and do not be so careless. Song Sha advised. Understood, the little sprite nodded, her heart swelling with joy at Song Sha's concern for her. Meanwhile, Kinakuda, sensing danger, prepared to jump into the sea as well. Song Sha shot an arrow in front of him. If you attempt to flee, the next arrow will claim your life. Song Sha bellowed. Kinakuda, upon hearing this, raised his arm in surrender. Soon, Song Sha's vessel drew near to Kinakuda's ship. Little sprite. Use the vine to bring him over, Song Sha commanded. The little sprite summoned the vine, which swiftly ensnared Kinakuda and brought him aboard. Why did you attempt to steal the bronze, or from my island? Song Sha interrogated. It was not my doing. That wretched Kinataichi insisted on pilfering it. Kinakuda stammered, fear etched on his face as he recognized the futility of resistance against Song Sha's might. Kinataichi? Is he the one I killed with my crossbow? Song Sha inquired. Yes, yes. As long as you spare my life, I will obey your every command, even if it means serving you as a dog or a slave. Kinakuda implored desperately. Song Sha, reluctant to take a life, feared that keeping Kinakuda close could be a liability. Hand me your phone, he said. Realizing that a survivor's reliance on their phone rendered them powerless without it, Kinakuda promptly retrieved his phone and handed it to Song Sha. System notification. Kinakuda has voluntarily surrendered his phone, becoming your slave. Ah, so taking a survivor's phone transforms them into my slave. It seems in this game, a phone is indeed more precious than life itself, Song Sha mused. This simplifies matters. Now that he is my slave, I need not fear any threats from him. He thought. Are you all from the same island? Song Sha asked. Yes, we are 4 brothers. My parents are also on the island, Kinakuda replied. Take me to your island now, Song Sha commanded, intent on capturing those who had fled. All right, Kinakuda acquiesced. Normally, Kinakuda would have concocted a ruse to prevent Song Sha from easily reaching his island. However, having become Song Sha's slave, he felt an instinctive compulsion to comply with Song Sha's orders and realized he could not deceive him. Meanwhile, Kinakuda and Kintario had returned to their island. Mom. Dad, the spare boat is in your phone backpack, right? Kinakuda asked his parents urgently. It's in my backpack. Why do you look so anxious? His father inquired nervously. There's no time to explain. Enemies are approaching, and we need to escape quickly. Kinakuda replied, tension palpable in his demeanor. As he turned to flee, he saw Kinakuda captured by Song Sha, understanding that Song Sha's prowess would enable him to extract the location of their island from Kinakuda. Thus, he resolved to flee with his family. We have established defenses on our island. We previously withstood even minotaurs. What is there to fear from other enemies? Kinakuda's father questioned. The enemies this time are far more terrifying than those minotaurs. They are led by Song Sha, the top survivor from Huaxiat, who requested the second wave of monsters to assault the island and swiftly eliminated 200 minotaurs, Kinakuda stated gravely. Chapter 20. Occupying the island of Kuda Takeo. How did you provoke him? Kuda Takeo's father grew anxious. He had heard of Song Sha's notorious reputation. Which survivor in Blue Star was unaware of the man who flooded the news feeds daily? Father, spare us the questions. We have just witnessed the terror that is Song Sha. We must escape at once. If we delay, we shall find ourselves trapped, Kuda Rio urged from the side. All right. Let us hurry, Kuda Takeo's father replied in a flurry of panic. Thus, Kuda Takeo, Kuda Rio, and their parents boarded their backup boat and departed the island. Brother. Thank goodness we have this backup boat. Yet, with our island gone, where shall we go now? Kuda Rio inquired of Kuda Takeo. Our island will soon fall into the hands of that Song Sha. We must seize another, perhaps one belonging to a weaker foe. I must double my efforts to strengthen myself. I have come to truly understand the law of the jungle. Once I grow stronger, I shall seek vengeance upon Song Sha. Kuda Takeo declared, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Kuda Kinta, Song Sha arrived at Kuda Takeo's island. Upon arrival, he immediately began his search, intent on capturing Kuda Takeo's family and turning them into slaves. Brother, it appears there is not a soul on this island. The wooden houses are eerily empty. I suspect they anticipated our arrival and fled, the little sprite informed Song Sha. These islanders are quite clever. They deduced my approach. Very well. Next time, I shall thoroughly strip this island of its resources, Song Sha replied with a mischievous grin. After all, his own island's resources were limited, and pillaging another's island was indeed a wise choice. Just then, Song Sha's phone buzzed. Upon opening it, he saw, system upgrade. Since the original owners of this island are absent, you may choose to occupy it. System upgrade. Upon choosing to occupy, the original owners will be notified. If they do not return within a day or are all deceased, you will become the new owner of the island. System upgrade. Upon becoming the new owner, this island will merge with your original island. Is this truly the case? I can simply seize another's island? The original owners are absent? It seems that with Kuta Kinta as my slave, the system has deemed him mine. This island is 2 to 3 times larger than my previous one, which had already doubled in size due to system rewards. It appears that the greater the population, the more resources are available and the larger the area becomes. The thought of acquiring such a vast island is rather exhilarating, Song Sha mused with growing excitement. Meanwhile, Kuta Takeo was speaking. Brother, the system has just informed us that our island has been occupied. If we do not return within a day, it will belong to someone else. I suspect that someone is Song Sha. Is there any doubt? It is undoubtedly Song Sha who has taken our island. Song Sha, you shall pay for this. You caused one brother's tragic death, captured another, and forced our family to abandon our home. I shall not rest until vengeance is mine. Kuta Takeo's fists tightened in resolve. At that moment, Song Sha, along with the little sprite and Kuta Kinta, returned to his own island. Brother, did you not say that if those people do not return to their island within 24 hours, it will merge with yours? But we have just left. What if they return? The little sprite questioned upon their return. Fear not, they lack the courage to return, Song Sha replied with a smile. However, how shall I deal with Kuta Kinta? This island man is of no use, merely a drain on resources and a source of discomfort. I have no desire to keep him. Song Sha contemplated. Perhaps I can sell him in the cosmic marketplace. Even if he fetches little, giving him away for the cost of shipping will suffice. He took out his phone. Recalling that the goblin slave shop he had previously purchased from likely would not want Kuta Kinta. Building a slave shop would be futile. For Kuta Kinta lacked the meticulousness of a human woman, the strength of a man, and would be of no use in any task. As he browsed the slave shops, none seemed suitable for selling Kuta Kinta. Just then, a user from a circus named Darkstar piqued his interest. Song Sha mused, this island man has a little mustache. He appears quite amusing. The circus may find him appealing. Island shop, boss, does your circus need a slave? I have one to sell. Darkstar Circus, what race is the slave? Island shop, he is human. Darkstar Circus, we do not require humans. They possess no unique talents and are of little use to our circus. Island shop, this human is exceptional. He has an inherent sense of humor. Though he may not perform magic, his mere presence will surely delight the audience. Island shop, moreover, I will not charge you, simply cover the shipping costs. Darkstar Circus, oh, that sounds intriguing. Please send me a photo so I can assess his appearance and humor. After reading the message from the Darkstar Circus, Song Sha took out his phone and began photographing Kuta Kinta. Click, click. He even had Kuta Kinta smile for a few shots. Island shop, image, 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 this is what he looks like. Does he not seem quite amusing? Darkstar Circus, he is indeed quite delightful. I quite like his little mustache, and that cheeky smile is perfect for our circus. Please send him over. I will not take him for free. List him for 1 gold coin, and I will purchase him and pay for shipping. Island shop, You are a straightforward boss. I shall list the item and send it to you immediately. Chapter 21. Cashing out discount coupons upon receiving the message. Song Sha promptly listed Kinajiotion in his shop. The Darkstar Circus swiftly purchased him, and Song Sha proceeded to fill in the shipping details. To his surprise, such a formidable goblin was worth merely 1 gold coin with free shipping, yet he managed to sell for 1 gold coin without it. With a gleeful expression, Song Sha turned to Kintajiotion and remarked on this unexpected fortune. What does that mean? Kintajiotion asked, puzzled, yet a strong sense of unease enveloped him. Nothing much. Soon someone will come to take you away to another world, where you'll serve as a slave in their circus. I suspect the inhabitants of that realm possess extraordinary magic, which you could learn from. It might turn out to be a splendid opportunity for you, Song Sha chuckled. Please. No, don't send me there. Kintajiotion pleaded, collapsing to his knees and clinging tightly to Song Sha's leg. However, fate was not on Kintajiotion's side. A black hole materialized swiftly, and the courier emerged on his own. Song Sha gestured toward Kintajiotion, still clutching his leg. The courier understood the implication, waved his hand, and effortlessly freed Kintajiotion from Song Sha's grasp, sending him into the courier's arms. There were numerous instances of slaves resisting the journey to another world, and the cosmic marketplace's couriers had grown accustomed to such scenarios, opting for silence as they executed their duties. Thus, Kintajiotion had no chance to resist as he was dragged into the black hole. Perfect. Another nuisance resolved. And I've earned 1 gold coin. The cosmic marketplace is filled with treasures. I must find ways to earn more gold coins. Song Sha pondered deeply, contemplating methods for rapid coin accumulation. Oh, right. Didn't I receive a discount coupon recently? I can leverage that for profit. I'll partner with a shop and share the benefits. Song Sha suddenly remembered his discount coupon, excitement surging as he retrieved his phone to search for a shop. He prioritized shops with which he had previously transacted, as familiarity brought comfort. Song Sha began scouring the 3 shops he had purchased from, seeking the one with the most expensive item. Ultimately, his sights landed on a blood fruit tree sapling sold by the Taoist shop, valued at 2,000 gold coins. The Goblin Slave Shop and the Construction Slave Shop dealt solely in slaves, lacking any high-value items. Island Shop. Boss, may we discuss a matter? Taoist Shop. We are a legitimate store within the cosmic marketplace. We do not engage in illegal activities. Though the Taoist shop owner was a prominent figure in their world, he dared not breach the cosmic marketplace's regulations. For those of higher status were more acutely aware of its formidable nature. Island Shop. How could I involve someone in illegal activities? I possess a discount coupon. A gift from the platform, and urgently need funds. I wish to convert it into money. Taoist Shop. Oh, a discount coupon? That is indeed a valuable item. But how do you plan to convert it into gold coins? Island Shop. I will use the discount coupon to purchase an item from you. You will ship it to me, then I will return the item to you, and you will refund me the money. In the end, I will share a portion of the profits with you. Taoist Shop. This method exploits a bug in the cosmic marketplace. Are you not afraid of facing repercussions? Island Shop. The item has been listed in your shop. Purchasing it with a discount coupon is quite normal. As for returning the item and receiving the coins, that is merely a private transaction between us. The cosmic marketplace will not hold us accountable. Taoist Shop. You make a valid point. The most expensive item in my shop is indeed that blood fruit tree sapling. Go ahead and purchase it with your discount coupon. Island Shop. That is precisely my intention. However, I lack sufficient gold coins. Could you lend me 200 coins? Taoist Shop. That is not feasible. What if you are a fraud and I lose 200 coins? Island Shop. I previously purchased a demon mirror from you, and you are aware of my address. Moreover, this cosmic marketplace quota is known to be extremely precious. I would not abandon my account for a mere 200 coins. Taoist Shop. Very well. I will trust you this once. I will transfer the 200 coins to you now. Receive 200 gold coins. Payer. Taoist Shop. Once Song Sha saw the funds deposited, he promptly used the 200 coins along with the discount coupon to purchase the blood fruit tree sapling. Island Shop. Did you receive the 2,000 gold coins? Taoist Shop. I did. The system even notified me that you paid with a discount coupon, resulting in an actual payment of only 200 coins, yet I received 2,000 coins. This discount is indeed advantageous. Island Shop. Of course. The cosmic marketplace is grounded in integrity. A discount coupon equates to the additional 10% covered by them. Island Shop. This transaction effectively transformed the discount coupon into 1,800 gold coins. Here is the plan. Once you send me the blood fruit tree sapling, I will list it in my shop for 2,000 gold coins. You will purchase it, and I will adjust the price to 900. After your payment, I will ship the sapling to you. Taoist Shop. Wait, you're profiting 1,800 gold coins and plan to share half with me? Don't forget, that coupon is yours. Island Shop. That is not how it works. Without your assistance, I could not have profited. Your willingness to lend me 200 coins truly moved me, so sharing half the profit is only right. Taoist Shop. Ha ha ha, you are quite the decent fellow. Let us do this. I'll consider the blood fruit tree sapling a gift of friendship and transfer 900 gold coins to you shortly. It will save us the hassle of back and forth transactions. Island Shop. Oh, that is too generous. Such a valuable gift as the blood fruit tree sapling is far too precious for me to accept. Taoist Shop. Ha, you are so naive. The blood fruit tree sapling is not worth 2,000 gold coins. I merely set that price initially to attract attention, giving the impression it was a top-tier sapling. Taoist Shop. In truth, this blood fruit tree sapling is just an ordinary one, valued around 500 gold coins. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Island Shop. I see. Thank you so much, my friend. Song Sha contemplated for a moment, joyfully accepting the generous gift. Chapter 22. The blood fruit tree before long. The courier from the cosmic mall emerged from the black hole, delivering the sapling of the blood fruit tree to Song Sha. The transaction of 900 gold coins was completed, with the sender being the Taoist shop owner. The proprietor of the island shop truly was a benevolent individual. The thought of acquiring something worth 500 gold coins from the cosmic mall was exhilarating. Even slaves, who possessed numerous utilities, were merely 1 gold coin each. The sapling, valued at 500 gold coins, was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Song Sha could hardly contain his eagerness to nurture the blood fruit tree to maturity. Come here, goblins. Song Sha commanded. Master, what is it? The goblins, upon hearing Song Sha's call, swiftly gathered around him. Prepare a patch of greenery for me. I wish to plant a tree, Song Sha instructed. The goblins, responding promptly to his command, quickly readied a suitable area of land. Song Sha planted the sapling in the soil and began to synthesize bone fertilizer. Consuming 10 bone fragments, synthesizing 50 bone fertilizer. Once he had the fertilizer, Songsha scattered it generously around the bloodfruit tree sapling. Soon, something peculiar transpired. The sapling began to move, absorbing the bone fertilizer with fervor. Witnessing this, Songsha continued to lavish the sapling with more fertilizer. The bloodfruit tree sapling responded wildly, twisting and writhing. In a short span, it grew to approximately 2 meters in height. Blue Star announcement: congratulations to the survivor from Huaxia, Songsha, for acquiring a tree demon. Wait, a tree demon? So this bloodfruit tree has gained consciousness? Songsha pondered. As he contemplated the nature of the tree demon, the sapling surged to 4 meters, transforming into a fully grown bloodfruit tree, its thick trunk now adorned with a face. It was indeed a tree demon. What a stroke of fortune! Songsha exclaimed with excitement. Surely, the Taoist shop owner had not erred. This was likely the most superior bloodfruit tree, genuinely worth 2,000 gold coins. Bloodfruit tree demon, level 1, combat power, 600, skill, rapid growth. Under sufficient nutritional conditions, the bloodfruit tree grows exceptionally fast and bears blood-red apples. Suddenly, several vines sprouted from the tree trunk, extending outward. In no time, the vines returned, clutching several corpses, those of the nearby minotaurs. Remarkably, the minotaur corpses appeared quite intact. Even after nearly a day had passed, the bloodfruit tree placed the minotaur corpses around itself, emanating a crimson glow as it began to absorb them. Under this blood-red radiance, the minotaur bodies gradually evaporated until nothing remained, not even bones. Shortly thereafter, blood-red apples grew upon the branches of the bloodfruit tree. In the next moment, a vine plucked one of the blood apples from the tree and flew towards Songsha. Master, danger! The goblins shouted in unison. The closest goblins rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Songsha. Before long, Songsha found himself encircled by the goblins. They had witnessed the tree's terrifying power. The very vine that had seized the Minotaur's corpse could easily capture their master. Given the superior physical prowess of the Minotaurs compared to Songsha, they dreaded to imagine what might happen if he were to be taken. Seeing the goblins surrounding him, the vine paused. What are you doing? This bloodfruit tree is mine. It is simply offering me its fruits, Songsha said, somewhat exasperated. Deep down, he felt touched by the goblin's unwavering loyalty. It was evident that the vine was merely presenting him with fruit. Yet, the goblins failed to comprehend this, leaving Songsha bemused. Truly, they were a band of simple-minded yet physically adept creatures. Upon hearing Songsha's words and observing the still vine, the goblins recognized the tree demon as an ally and stepped aside. Apologies, master. We did not realize this tree demon was on our side, they said. It's all right. Continue to act as you did. In situations where you cannot discern friend from foe, treat them as enemies, Songsha advised. He feared that if he suggested they be more cautious in the future, their simplistic minds might take too long to decide, potentially leaving him vulnerable to an actual threat. Understood, master. We shall ensure your safety, the goblins responded. Songsha appreciated their loyalty, silently giving them a thumbs up in his heart. Once the goblins parted, the vine promptly delivered the blood apple to Songsha. As he prepared to eat it, he could tell at a glance that this blood apple was something special. Upon taking a bite, he received a notification. Congratulations, you have awakened blood chi and may now begin your cultivation. Wait, does this world truly possess such a concept as chi? Does this mean that with diligent effort, I too can harness special abilities like the little spirits? Songsha felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of this blood chi. Could he wield magic akin to the little spirits? Thus, he took out his phone and inquired of the Taoist shop owner. Alan shop, boss, I consumed a blood apple from the bloodfruit tree and gained blood chi. What exactly is blood chi? Taoist shop, did you use corpses as fertilizer for the bloodfruit tree? Alan shop, I did not use corpses. I initially employed a type of fertilizer, but it began absorbing nearby monster corpses as it grew. Taoist shop, you must be human, correct? Alan shop, yes. I am human. Taoist shop, then, did the corpses it absorbed belong to humans? Alan shop, monsters appear at night. The tree absorbed the corpse of the Minotaur I defeated previously. Taoist shop, that is fortunate. If it had initially absorbed human corpses, the fruit it bore could have led to your downfall, transforming you into a mindless husk. Chapter 23. Controlling the Bloodfruit Tree, Island Shop. What if this thing absorbs human corpses in the future? Taoist shop, just don't let it absorb. But if it hasn't absorbed anything the first time, it won't do so later either. You needn't worry about that. Don't let it absorb? Isn't the bloodfruit tree supposed to seek out corpses on its own? It seems the owner of the Taoist shop remains unaware that the bloodfruit tree has transformed into a tree demon. Theoretically, lower-tier bloodfruit trees cannot evolve into tree demons. I must keep this matter concealed. Otherwise, the Taoist shop owner would be heartbroken. Upon hearing the words of the Taoist shop owner, Song Sha pondered. Taoist shop, you've struck gold this time. This bloodfruit tree will bear fruit in no time, proving that the sandy soil in your area is exceptionally suited for its growth. Taoist shop, furthermore, you mentioned that monsters appear every night in your vicinity. If you have the capability to eliminate these creatures and allow the bloodfruit tree to absorb them, the benefits it brings you will be substantial. Island shop, thank you for the explanation, boss. I shall continue my research on the bloodfruit tree. Taoist shop, all right, we are both human. I possess numerous treasures to deal with monsters. Young brother, if you encounter any formidable creatures next time, feel free to visit me for a discount. Island shop, understood. Boss. After sending the message, Song Sha exited the chat and set his phone aside. It appears that this crimson spiritual energy is indeed a remarkable thing. The bloodfruit tree's failure to absorb human corpses will not compromise my sanity. Thus, I shall continue to indulge. With that thought, Song Sha resumed eating the blood apples. Successfully absorbed 1 blood apple. Combat power increased by 100. Upon reviewing this, he opened his interface. Combat power, 200. The combat power of a normal, healthy human is approximately 100. The elite forces of various nations in Blue Star have combat powers averaging around 180. Song Sha's current power exceeds theirs by 100. Brother, how could there be a tree spirit here? The little sprite, who had just returned home, inquired upon seeing the tree demon. Tree spirit? Isn't this referred to as a tree demon? Song Sha asked, perplexed. We, the sprite clan, call such sentient trees tree spirits. Tree spirits are essential for our clan's survival. Although we sprites may lack the combat strength of other races, outsiders refrain from encroaching upon our territory precisely because we can command tree spirits to fight alongside us, the little sprite explained. Oh, can you control this tree demon? Song Sha queried. This tree demon feels somewhat different to me. I am uncertain if I can control it, but I shall attempt, the little sprite responded. After saying this, the little sprite summoned vines and ascended to the top of the tree demon's trunk. Upon sensing something on its body, the tree demon's crimson glow began to flicker, seemingly urging the little sprite to descend quickly. Yet, the little sprite showed no fear, remaining perched on a branch beside the tree demon's trunk. Then, placing both hands on the tree demon's trunk, she emitted a green glow. The flickering red light on the tree demon gradually calmed under the influence of the green light, ceasing its incessant blinking. Slowly, the little sprite began to exert control over the tree demon. With a smile, the little sprite extended 2 vines from the trunk of the tree demon, which then twirled gracefully before Song Sha. Brother, I can now control this tree spirit. Impressive, isn't it? The little sprite proclaimed proudly. Ha ha ha, indeed. However, I wonder about the combat power of this tree spirit, Song Sha replied, his primary concern being the tree spirit's ability to enhance his strength. He was eager to summon waves of monsters to attack the island for greater rewards. This tree spirit is formidable, even in its current small form. It possesses considerable combat power. Previously, our village had no tree spirit that could compare, the little sprite remarked. Wow, that's remarkable. Could you demonstrate a skill? Song Sha requested. With a grin, the little sprite summoned numerous intertwined vine walls around Song Sha, encasing him layer upon layer. Through the gaps in the vines, he could still see outside. Brother, may I shoot at you with the rapid-fire crossbow to demonstrate the defensive capabilities of these vines? The little sprite asked. Certainly. As long as you are confident these vines can protect me, feel free, Song Sha replied, reassured by the little sprite's confidence. Upon hearing Song Sha's words, the little sprite retrieved the blue-grade rapid-fire crossbow he had previously given her and fired 5 bolts in quick succession. As the bolts approached, the protective vines around Song Sha turned a deep crimson. New vines sprouted from the ground, sealing off the gaps. When the bolts struck the vines, they crumpled like paper, falling harmlessly to the ground. Once the danger subsided, the newly formed vines receded, allowing Song Sha to glimpse the outside again. Brother, impressive, isn't it? The tree spirit's vines are far superior to mine, indestructible and possessing astonishing defensive power. This skill is more than sufficient to safeguard you in battle, the little sprite declared. Haha. Indeed, I am aware of the power of this rapid-fire crossbow. I once eliminated that islander with a single shot. I never expected the crossbow to be utterly ineffective against these vines. Please retract them. I cannot remain trapped here indefinitely, Song Sha said, elated at having gained such a formidable asset. In the struggle for survival, one must prioritize life. Now equipped with such a robust defensive skill, he need not worry about his survival. Brother, the tree spirit just informed me that it is hungry and wishes to consume the bone fertilizer you provided earlier. It mentioned that bone fertilizer is its favorite type of nourishment, the little sprite suddenly remarked. The Crimson Tree Demon's peculiar appetite for bone-based fertilizer seemed rather macabre. However, this tree demon is truly exceptional. Despite my generous feeding, it still craves more. This is advantageous, as the more it consumes, the faster it will grow. I have a plentiful supply of bone fertilizer, and it is certainly worth investing heavily in nurturing this tree demon. I was fortunate to have cleverly harvested so many bone fragments from that skeleton creature. Now I can produce ample bone fertilizer to sustain this tree demon. With this in mind, Songsha took out several bags of bone fertilizer and waved them toward the little sprite. Chapter 24. Sweetheart Building Materials Store Little Sprite. Your location is more suitable for feeding the tree spirit. Use the vine to take this fertilizer, Songsha instructed. The little sprite, upon hearing this, promptly summoned a vine to retrieve the fertilizer from Songsha's hand. Tree spirit, this is the bone fertilizer you desire, the little sprite said, presenting the bone fertilizer to the tree spirit. It then opened the package and scattered the contents onto the ground. Once the tree spirit consumed the bone fertilizer, it began to tremble with excitement, radiating a brilliant crimson glow that became increasingly dazzling. After finishing the bone fertilizer, the tree spirit appeared quite pleased, extending its vine to pluck 10 blood-red apples from its body and hand them to Songsha. Little sprite, could you kindly inquire with the tree spirit if eating too many of these blood apples would be detrimental? Songsha requested. The little sprite nodded and began conversing with the tree spirit. The tree spirit replied that the apple could be considered a staple food, beneficial especially at the beginning, when its effects are magnified. After hearing this, Songsha eagerly began to consume the apples. Given that the blood apples were far more delectable than ordinary apples and could enhance one's abilities, he devoured them with great speed. In no time, he had finished 6 blood apples. Upon checking his status panel, he noted, talent, artisan luck talent, skill, rapid fire, combat power, 800, crimson chi, 110, initial stage of chi cultivation. Now there are even levels of realms? He pondered. It seems I too can cultivate those extraordinary abilities. Each blood apple increases my combat power by 100 points. But alas, these blood apples are quite filling. After consuming 7, I feel utterly satiated, Songsha mused. Once everything was settled, the little sprite descended from the tree spirit and approached Songsha. By the way, brother, while I was out, guess what delightful treasure I brought back? The little sprite said playfully, gradually regaining her lively demeanor reminiscent of her time with her mother. A stark contrast to her initial arrival on the island. Could it be that you've discovered something delectable? Songsha laughed. When the little sprite ventures out, it must surely be in search of food. Do I really need to guess? You're quite astute, brother. I just found this, she exclaimed, presenting a potato and a lettuce. Lettuce and potato, my 2 favorite vegetables back on Blue Star. I thought I would never taste them again after coming here. However, little sprite, you only have 1 potato and 1 lettuce. That is hardly enough to satisfy our hunger, Songsha lamented. Yet, he felt a glimmer of hope that finding one might lead to more. Brother, have you forgotten my expertise in planting? I can extract many seeds from this potato and lettuce. We can prepare a patch of greenery to cultivate these vegetables, ensuring we have fresh produce in the future. I prefer these vegetables over meat, the little sprite said with a pitiful expression. Ha ha ha, I too wish to enjoy a mix of vegetables and meat. Who would have thought such a desire could be fulfilled? Please, turn this potato and lettuce into seeds, and I will arrange for a plot of land to be prepared. Songsha replied. Upon hearing this, the little sprite's hands glowed green as she illuminated the potato and lettuce. In no time, the 2 transformed into a heap of seeds. Wow, with this skill and repeated use, as long as we have 1 vegetable template, we can have an endless supply of these vegetables. Can all plants be treated this way? Songsha inquired, contemplating the potential for exploiting this capability. Brother, it's not quite as simple. More advanced plants cannot be converted into seeds with my magic. Furthermore, some plants have very stringent cultivation conditions, making it nearly impossible to grow them under ordinary circumstances. The little sprite shook her head and explained. Ha ha, I suppose I was being greedy, Songsha chuckled, feeling quite content with the current outcome. All goblins and the 10 women gather around. Songsha called out loudly. The goblins and the 10 human women quickly approached upon hearing his voice. You 10 goblins, assist me in preparing a large plot of land. This time, it should cover 300 square meters. I intend to cultivate a significant quantity of vegetables, Songsha instructed. Understood, master, the goblins replied in unison. And you 10 women, once the land is ready, take these seeds and begin planting, he said, handing the potato and lettuce seeds to the foremost human woman. Yes, master, the women responded eagerly. By the way, here is some fertilizer. Once you've planted the seeds, sprinkle this fertilizer over the soil, Songsha added, retrieving several bags of bone fertilizer from his backpack and passing them to the leading woman. Yes, master, she acknowledged. After issuing his commands, Everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Now that I've entered the Bronze Age, although I feel somewhat invincible, I must not become complacent. It is time to establish a defense system on my island, Songsha contemplated as he opened the Cosmic Mall. Thanks to the previous discount coupon, he had amassed an additional 900 gold coins. In comparison to before, he was now a veritable man of wealth. He perused the options and immediately set his sights on a 2-star building materials store, Sweetheart Building Materials Store. Island Store. Boss, I wish to purchase some stone materials. Can you offer a discount? Sweetheart Building Materials Store. Dear, this is a small business. We cannot offer discounts, as our prices are already the lowest. Island Store. If I buy in bulk, could you provide a preferential price? Sweetheart Building Materials Store. That would depend on the volume you intend to purchase. Island Store. What if I order 200,000 cubic meters? What discount can you offer? Sweetheart Building Materials Store. We currently have no promotions. But if you purchase that much stone, you will be our top-tier VIP customer. To show our sincerity, we will offer you a 10% discount and include a crane and a solar power station as a gift. The store owner was ecstatic to see such a large order, knowing that the profit from this single transaction would surpass the total profit from all previous sales combined. Island Store. Are you certain that the crane and solar power station are complimentary with my purchase? Sweetheart Building Materials Store. Others do not receive such gifts. But you will. The owner of the Sweetheart Building Materials Store had already regarded Songsha as their top-tier VIP customer, and at that moment, Songsha couldn't help but smile mischievously. Chapter 25. The merchant. Meanwhile, on a certain mining star in the universe, a beautiful woman with twin ponytails and advanced glasses sat excitedly at her computer, shaking her legs in anticipation. A grand business opportunity. Such a lucrative venture. The prospect of 200,000 cubic meters of stone, equating to 1,000 gold coins. Despite her current elation, one could hardly imagine that Songsha was far more astute than she appeared. She found herself on a resource-rich planet, where one could extract as much ore and stone as desired. Moreover, a vast area nearby had been contracted by her family. Just as she was eagerly awaiting Songsha's order, a private message arrived. Island Shop. All right, I want 10,000 cubic meters of stone for just 80 gold coins. Remember to include a crane and a solar power generator. Sweetheart Building Materials Shop. Wait. Hold on. The somewhat naive beauty was taken aback. Where was the promised 200,000? What was happening? Sweetheart Building Materials Shop. Dear sir, you seem to have misunderstood. We only provide the crane and solar power generator with a purchase of 200,000 cubic meters. Island Shop. It is essentially the same. I'm currently on a small island, and this is my first purchase. Let me place a smaller order first. I will definitely have larger orders in the future. This rather simple-minded beauty paused at the reply, clearly tempted, yet shook her head in resolve. There are no free lunches. I must not be deceived. Sweetheart Building Materials Shop. My dear, you may place the order, but without the 200,000, we cannot provide the crane and solar power generator. Island Shop. Then forget it. I'll look elsewhere. No sincerity here. It's no wonder you haven't sold a single order in 3 months, lacking in brains. Songsha's biting sarcasm perfectly struck a nerve with the affluent young lady. Determined, she took a deep breath and thought, why not take the plunge? It seemed this individual was also well off. Having such a long-term customer could be beneficial. Sweetheart Building Materials Shop. Fine. I'll send them. But you must commit to purchasing all your required building materials from me in the future. Island Shop. I would never deceive you. If your quality is better or on par with others, I will continue to buy from you. Sweetheart Building Materials Shop. Agreed. Crane and solar power station. I will include them. Order successful. Payment of 80 gold coins processed. Balance, 824 gold coins. Songsha watched with a smile as the delivery person arrived. Indeed. No matter the world, the arrival of a package is a source of joy. With excitement, Songsha rubbed her hands together, imagining how extravagant it would be to see the delivery person carrying 10,000 cubic meters of stone. Would they be exasperated, perhaps even scolding her? Yet, to her surprise, the delivery person approached empty-handed. Songsha thought to herself, what happened to my items? With a smile plastered on her face, she jokingly exclaimed, I was hoping to see you perform the feat of carrying tons of stone with your bare hands. Why not fulfill my wish? The delivery person chuckled at her animated expression and replied, Boss Song, even if my strength permitted, the spatial portal does not allow it. Seeing him smile, Songsha quickly inquired, then where is the stone? With a curious gaze, the delivery person raised a hand adorned with a ring, glanced at the empty ground, and instantaneously 10,000 cubic meters of stone materialized before them. Indeed, it was instantaneous. Outside, they saw the neatly stacked 10,000 cubic meters of stone, identical to what one would extract with a bronze pickaxe. Truly, in this technologically advanced age, one's demands could be met seamlessly. Song Sha felt a slight twinge of concern. Would the system recognize these materials? Tentatively, she attempted to store a cubic stone in her backpack. Stone 1. The system recognized this stone. That was reassuring. However, even if it wasn't recognized, returning it would be straightforward. At that moment, the delivery person tossed out a colossal crane and a solar power panel. With a gentle smile, he stated, "All items are here. Please sign for them." Song Sha meticulously examined the crane and solar generator. The generator was compact. Though labeled a power station, it was merely a few solar panels. Yet, it should suffice to charge the crane, as the island currently had no other power needs. While she initially deemed the crane somewhat unnecessary, the prospect of acquiring it for free was too enticing to resist. The crane was so tall that it could serve as a lookout tower. After all, one would not want to be caught off guard if visitors arrived unexpectedly. A crane lookout tower. Song Sha mused, truly a little genius of ingenious ideas. Clenching her fists, she thought, I can finally construct my walls. A castle is but a mere step away. However, she swiftly encountered a new dilemma. To build the walls, she needed to fell trees. But the crane could uproot the trees. With a leap, Song Sha hopped into the crane, maneuvering it to the nearby trees. Ready to showcase its prowess, the mechanical arm grasped a tree and uprooted it. Wood 2, resin 1, pine seed 1. Felling trees with an axe could take considerable time, even for a goblin. But now, with a single grasp and pull, she had completed the task with added rewards. Song Sha thought, what a delight. How comfortable. This is simply splendid. Outside, all the goblins and human women stared in awe at the spectacle. They exclaimed in excitement, this machine is incredible and imposing. Master Ovos babbled incoherently. If this could be transformed into a war machine, it would be invincible. Ovos scampered over to the crane. Esteemed master, may I have a turn at operating this machine? His demeanor lacked the stubbornness he once held, having dedicated his life to studying machinery. Ovos was utterly captivated by the sudden appearance of such a magnificent contraption, as if sparks were about to ignite in his eyes. Someone else wants to work? How delightful. Song Sha thought to herself. All right, these are the control levers for the crane's tracks. Pushing both forward makes it advance. Pushing left and pulling right makes it turn. As Song Sha disembarked from the crane, she explained, grateful for her prior experience on her father's construction site, where the track tractor operated similarly. The elderly Ovos eagerly grasped the controls, exclaiming, this is astonishing. I must create an even more formidable machine. Unintentionally, Song Sha's casual remarks sparked an idea in Ovos. If he could indeed create combat machinery, it would bolster the security of her island significantly. Song Sha instructed Ovos to uproot all the trees from a vast area, while she began her research on the castle walls. Chapter 26. The first builder of the castle let Ovos clear the trees surrounding the coast to create a swath of land. While Song Sha begins the construction of the walls, he starts near the old campsite on the hills, as the terrain there is still quite advantageous. The stone walls, measuring 4 meters in height and 2 meters in thickness, consume a considerable amount of stone. With just a tap on his mobile device, a virtual wall materializes before Song Sha's eyes. This construction method is remarkably straightforward. As long as he directs his gaze towards a spot, the virtual wall shifts to that location. The process is so intuitive that even a child would find it effortless. Song Sha initially focuses on erecting walls around the sandy beach to fend off potential invaders. However, he understands that rushing to encircle the entire island in one go is impractical. For one, he lacks sufficient stone materials, although he has acquired coins through market loopholes. He anticipates needing them for future endeavors. Moreover, the scale of the project is too vast, and with their limited manpower, they would struggle to create a defensible stronghold. He envisions constructing an outer wall first, followed by a castle within, for he is now quite wealthy in this world and does not wish to live in hardship. Thus, he begins by enclosing a modest section of land around his living area, creating a space of 400 by 400 meters. This brief stretch of walls consumes over 4,000 blocks of stone. Once the area is secured, a profound sense of safety washes over Song Sha, for his childhood experiences have instilled in him a dislike for barren, unprotected spaces. Next, he dismantles the wooden structures from the old hillside campsite, leaving that area free for future use. Several goblins frantically chop down the buildings in a rather brutish manner, yet they manage to salvage some wood. Clenching his fists, Song Sha resolves to center his efforts around the hill and commence the construction of his castle. He lays down tiles to level the uneven ground, erects stone pillars, and raises thick stone walls. Song Sha is not boasting. He has spent years playing survival games on Blue Star, such as Minecraft, 7 Days to Die, and Valheim, making him an experienced player. Whenever he played with friends, he was always the one constructing the buildings. He ensures that the structural supports are sound to prevent any collapse due to insufficient load-bearing capacity. Failure at this stage would be disastrous. Thus, a small castle, fortified with stone and supplemented by wood, rises from the ground. Global announcement. Songsha of the Huaxian nation has successfully constructed a castle. Island's little north. Hey. Huaxia bro, do you possess the shadow clone technique? How can you accomplish so much in a single day? Huaxia Songsha. Calm down, it's basic skills. Everyone sit down. Huaxia's Zhongliang, have you heard? The big shots speak differently. Please, take me along. At last, the castle is complete. The lowest level accommodates goblins, akin to a guardhouse and servant quarters on Blue Star. The second-to-last floor is designated for human women, as their daily toil in farming and cooking is quite laborious. Now, even if the outer walls are breached, they can retreat to the safety of the castle. Thus, Songsha is thoroughly satisfied with his home. The ground floor features 4 small staircases leading up to the towers encircling the castle. These towers are fortified. As long as enemies do not scale them, they cannot launch an effective attack and can even be targeted from above. There is also a kitchen on the second-to-last floor, equipped with ventilation ducts for smoke, allowing for the preparation of more delectable dishes. Continuing forward, one finds the main staircase. The second floor boasts a grand hall, which, according to Songsha's vision, serves as the dining area and a place to host guests, though that is contingent upon having guests to entertain. The third floor. The pinnacle of the castle is Songsha's personal residence, complete with glass windows for optimal ventilation and lighting. He has crafted some modest furniture from stone, as this is intended to be a long-term abode. Songsha has also meticulously planned for wastewater management. He constructs a drainage channel of stone, allowing sewage to flow down the hillside into the sea, ensuring convenience. However, he is troubled by the issue of drinking water, which currently relies on clay pots for transport. He intends to create wooden barrels and yokes to enable the goblins to fetch water, albeit with limited efficiency for now. Ingeniously, he has enclosed a stream within the castle walls. A gap on the right side of the wall allows the water to flow seamlessly underneath. Yet, Songsha is aware that this presents a vulnerability in the castle's defenses. Should adversaries gain access to the waterway, they could infiltrate the interior, posing a significant threat. Deep in thought, he muses that he must forge iron railings to secure both the inlet and outlet, thereby mitigating the risk of intrusion. Although water may corrode the iron, it is preferable to wood, which could be easily breached. As dusk falls, Songsha feels a pang of hunger and retrieves blood apples for dinner. Maximizing the utility of his body and ensuring nothing goes to waste, he can consume only 7 blood-colored ginseng fruits at a time. After consuming the fruits, his stats reflect a battle power of 100 and an advancement in his cultivation to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, with 600 blood essence points. Observing the crimson energy emanating from his hand, adorned with intricate patterns, he recalls the words of an old Taoist at the shop. He has been cultivating using the blood and flesh of certain creatures, though he is a demon cultivator. As long as he refrains from using human blood, he will not fall into madness. Essentially, the creatures in this realm serve as his experience points. A system notification chimes. Ding, your magical furnace has produced iron ingots. Global announcement. Songsha of the Huaxia region has become the first to enter the Iron Age, earning 2 magical furnaces as a reward. This news does not surprise anyone. However, many harbor a quiet resentment. Each time, it is he who claims the first rewards, strengthening the disparity between the strong and the weak. Unbeknownst to them, the dynamics of the original world mirror this reality, where the wealthy can amass even greater fortunes through their resources. Everyone is aware that Songsha possesses a mineral detector as a prize, enabling him to easily locate buried ores. One should not underestimate this mineral detector. The island is vast, and searching for iron without it is akin to navigating in darkness, often yielding no results after considerable effort. Thus, the majority of the populace remains reliant on bronze tools, with a significant number still trapped in the Stone Age. Chapter 27. The Dashing Armor. Songsha mused to himself. The goblins have already processed the ore from those islanders. He had obtained 300 copper ores and 150 tin ores. 2 copper and 1 tin yield a single piece of bronze. Presently, he possessed 1 iron ingot, and there were 30 more iron pieces about to emerge from the furnace. Excitedly, Songsha dashed to the magical furnace, observing the goblins adding firewood. With a casual flick of his hand, 2 more furnaces materialized on the ground. Here we go, 2 more magical furnaces. He felt a surge of joy within him. With this, the speed of ore refining would increase dramatically, leaving others far behind. Right. I must warm my precious iron ingot. You have acquired an iron ingot, unlocking various iron weapons, iron tools, iron constructions. The notification sounded lengthy, but the gist was clear. Iron weapons and tools were indeed forthcoming, not to mention armor, swords, and arrows. In the future, the goblins could don armor for battle, thereby reducing their reliance on potions. Iron gates, iron railings, iron mats. These items would also prove immensely useful. Wait, iron mats! Song Sha exclaimed with delight. We have iron mats now. With iron mats, broken swords can be repaired, significantly reducing material consumption. Otherwise, every outing would require a complete change of the goblin's equipment. With exhilaration, Song Sha called out to a goblin. You, come here, bring me the bronze sword. Their swords, having endured numerous battles, were battered and on the verge of being unusable. He placed the bronze sword and bronze ingots on the iron mat. Requires 70 of bronze to repair the bronze sword. This indicated the extent of wear on the equipment. The sword was nearing its end, thus requiring a greater amount. Song Sha picked up the hammer on the iron mat and tentatively struck it. What followed was a miraculous scene. The bronze visibly disintegrated, gradually adhering to the battered bronze sword. In an instant, the sword gleamed anew. Its former dilapidation now vanished, revealing a brand new bronze sword before Song Sha's eyes. What a remarkable piece of equipment to repair. There would be no need for excessive material consumption in the future. As for materials, being a man of the cosmic market, acquiring a few would suffice. In high spirits, Song Sha returned to the castle, retrieving a bounty of vegetables and meat, which he handed over to the human women. Tonight, everyone shall feast. Let us replenish our strength. The surrounding goblins and human women erupted in joyous shouts. Thank you, master. After all, they had previously lived a life that was neither human nor ghostly. As night fell, they gathered within the safety of the castle walls, excitedly sitting together, indulging in the lavish banquet prepared by the human women. Suddenly, the great tree pushed open the castle gate, and the elven maiden called out, Brother, I just saw a large ship. Song Sha instantly felt a surge of tension. A ship? Is it those survivors come to take revenge? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, recalling the moment they had posed for photographs. However, times had changed. He now possessed several rapid-fire crossbows. Having undergone magical enhancements and consumed a blood apple, his strength exceeded that of ordinary men. His goblin slaves were no mere weaklings. Song Sha rose abruptly. Everyone, heed my command. Arm yourselves with swords. Prepare for battle. He swiftly ascended the castle wall, peering through a telescope at the sea. There, he spotted a sailing ship. Estimating its length at 20 meters, it was more than double the size of his own vessel. As he squinted towards the horizon, he noticed the telescope adjusting the distance. The image magnified, revealing that the ship was filled with skeleton soldiers. They were not survivors. Song Sha sighed with relief. I thought it impossible for anyone to construct such a large ship at this time. Brother, they don't seem like the thieves from last time. They couldn't have developed so quickly, the maiden remarked, glancing at Song Sha with concern. He responded, Indeed. They are skeleton soldiers. It must be the ghost ship the system mentioned, laden with treasures. Immediately, Song Sha recalled his Bagua mirror. He could dispatch such monsters effortlessly. It was evident that the ghost ship had traversed many islands, yet none dared to seize it. But Song Sha was no ordinary individual. He relished gambling and raiding. Gazing at the ghost ship, Song Sha broke into a hearty laugh. Send word, prepare to seize the ship. Furthermore, capturing this vessel would eliminate the need for constructing a new one. Song Sha was, at all times, a cunning merchant. You stay here with the human women and guard, while I and the goblins venture out to plunder. Upon our return, I shall treat you to a feast. However, the elven maiden expressed her concerns. Brother, it's too risky at night. Perhaps we should wait until daylight to raid? Song Sha patted his chest, reassuring her. Rest assured, brother possesses a great treasure, and I fear them not. He led the way as they pursued the ship. Then, he took out his phone on board. Select armor construction materials, without hesitation. Song Sha chose iron armor, as he only had one life to spare. Please select a style. We can choose a style? How delightful. I must have a striking one. Song Sha decisively opted for the traditional Chinese style. He had always had a particular fondness for the armors of the Tang and Song dynasties. Chinese armor, Song dynasty infantry armor, consumption, 7 iron ingots, 2 deerskins. Size, Chinese, 1. 9 meters tall, robust physique. A suit of armor appeared in his phone's inventory. Truly, the Song infantry armor was a testament to ancestral wisdom. Constructed from interlinked plates, it was impervious to blades and arrows. Song Sha brimmed with confidence, assured he would look most dashing. Donning the iron armor and helmet, he felt completely secured, as his face and neck were also protected by armored plates. The goblins nearby gazed upon his striking armor with envy, unable to contain their drool. Thankfully, having consumed blood apples, an ordinary person would have suffocated wearing such armor before even entering battle. Now, to craft a weapon for himself, Song Sha favored large swords. So he decided to fashion a hefty one. Blade, great sword. Iron ingots required. 3, as convenient as ever. In the next moment, a remarkably stylish great sword manifested in Song Sha's hand. A long-handled great sword. What was cutting meat compared to the fact that this weapon could cleave through bone? Observing the gaggle of goblins drooling enviously at his armor, Song Sha thought to himself, "It seems I have no worries about looking dashing." With a wide grin, Song Sha reassured them, "Fear not, you shall also have your own, but for now, make do with bronze. Once we complete this endeavor, I shall arrange it for you." Chapter 28. The Escaping Ship, Bronze Armor. Greek-style consumption. 2 bronze ingots, crafting X15. Size, 1.5. Small build, the Greek bronze armor is a solid piece, truly impervious to harm. Adorning the goblins with this armor invokes an essence reminiscent of the bronze war god. Another 15 helmets are necessary. A critical hit would be most unfortunate. Bronze helmet, Greek-style consumption, 0.5 bronze ingots, crafting X15. Head size, small. The rather simple-minded goblins surrounding Song Sha instantaneously transform into the bronze war gods, standing sentinel by his side. Armed with bronze swords and clad in dashing armor, they exude an air of indomitable strength. Clad in partial armor, Song Sha charges forth with his goblin warriors towards the distant ghost ship. Upon donning the armor, the goblins' morale surged, and they vigorously rowed the boat. The ghost ship loomed ever closer. Gripping his weapon tightly, Song Sha bellowed, "Row with all your might, charge forward." He intended to practice his proficiency with the great sword. Even if he were to falter, it would be of little consequence. His treasured artifact would ensure their survival. Just as he anticipated a thrilling and bloody confrontation, a skeleton adorned with a captainess hat raised a tattered telescope to peer at Song Sha. In the next moment, they altered their course, accelerating. Song Sha's expression turned sour. What is happening here? This is not what I envisioned. Were they fleeing or luring him into a trap? One astute goblin discerned the oddity. "Master, they do not seem inclined to fight us. Why are they retreating?" Song Sha, disheartened, gazed at the ever-distant ghost ship. Was it merely a suit of iron that frightened the monsters away? Creatures with a certain intellect should easily comprehend this. Why in this peculiar place? Growing increasingly agitated, Song Sha shouted, "Row faster. We can still pursue them. Charge, charge, charge." The prospect of seizing this prize was tantalizing. How could they let it slip away? Should others discover his thoughts, they would undoubtedly scold him. All the goblins strained to row, yet the ghost ship sailed with the wind at its back. What could be done? Song Sha watched helplessly as the ghost ship receded further into the distance. One goblin wiped the sweat from his brow. "Master, we cannot catch up. We should turn back, or we will exhaust ourselves." Other panting goblins echoed in agreement. Indeed, it is simply too far. Quickly, Song Sha's mind whirled with ideas. He seized his phone. Crafting weapon, grappling hook, consumption, 3 iron ingots. He hurled the grappling hook towards the side of the ghost ship. A perfect shot, as expected from my sharpshooting days. Grasping the iron chain of the hook, he shouted, "Come. We shall board and annihilate them completely." Meanwhile, on a nearby island, the Li couple was fervently chopping wood and setting traps in preparation for the night's monstrous onslaught. As Li Ku paused to gaze towards the sea, she exclaimed, "Darling, look." Li Xiao lifted his gaze and beheld a ship filled with skeletons, followed by a small vessel resembling humans. On the small ship, a figure clad in iron was pulling what appeared to be an iron chain, evidently attempting to board the ghost ship. Li Xiao's spirits lifted. "Wife, look. Is that iron? There can only be one person with iron. Aki." Li Ku focused intently. "Goodness, it truly is iron. That is the formidable Song Sha. He is pursuing the ghost ship. Amazing, he is truly remarkable." The couple stood in awe as they witnessed Song Sha single-handedly boarding the ghost ship. On board, without hesitation, Song Sha swung his great sword in wide arcs, causing countless casualties among the skeletons. Li Xiao shouted, "We must hide. He'll be here in no time." However, curiosity compelled them to conceal themselves and observe secretly. Song Sha wielded his great sword with finesse, one strike for each foe, a circle for every group. This was beyond mere domination. The skeletons stood no chance whatsoever. Even more absurdly, the arrows fired by the skeletons left no mark on Song Sha or the goblin's armor, merely bouncing off. Li Xiao wiped his brow. Are those with Song Sha the native inhabitants? Why do we not notice them? Li Ku, impatient, replied, "I've told you before. He cannot possibly be alone. There is too much work to manage alone. especially with all this wood to chop. As the couple observed amidst the fiery chaos, they discerned the goblin's appearance. Li Ku frowned. Darling, those beings are certainly not human. They're all diminutive and grotesque. Unlike any human. Li Xiao speculated. Then they must be the native people. I wonder how he has managed to command their loyalty. He mused. What if we recruit some natives? Wouldn't that grant us the same splendor as Song Sha? Li Xiao shook his head. The more people we have, the harder it becomes. Just the two of us can barely feed ourselves. Too many would mean starvation every day. Unbeknownst to them, the substance known as bone powder would take time for other survivors to discover. On the ship, Song Sha continued to unleash his fury with the great sword. 1, 2, 3. Having consumed the blood apple, not even a dozen skeletons could withstand his might. His current combat prowess transcended that of an ordinary person. On the deck, the ground was littered with bone fragments. Finding a clean spot was rendered impossible. Great sword proficiency, level 7. These minions were no match for him. Blissful. Turning to the goblins, he grinned. Master, you've dispatched all the skeletons, leaving none for us. Your swordsmanship is incredibly impressive. Lost in his own enjoyment, he realized that the others had not even struck a blow. With all the skeletons vanquished, the ship was now Song Sha's. After a bit of repair, it would be a splendid vessel. Plus, there were countless bone fragments to alleviate any concerns about sustenance. Remain vigilant. I shall investigate further. Song Sha declared as he pushed open the captain's door, revealing a musty interior. Approaching an old table, he discovered, unlock flintlock lighter recipe, excellent. Another reward. He then surveyed the surroundings, finding several treasure chests stacked about. One by one, he opened them. Moonlight potion, 10. Gold bars, 10. Courageous herb, 20. Life-saving capsule, 4 treasure chests, each more splendid than the last. Chapter 29, Treasure Hunt. However, amidst the surroundings, one object caught my attention. A treasure map lay upon the table. This thing, it's utterly baffling. I can't make heads or tails of it. I tucked the map into my backpack. I could simply purchase a sailor to navigate for me later. Wang Xian glanced at the map. Wait a moment. This island looks somewhat familiar? He meticulously compared the map with the treasure chart. The shape of the island on the corner of the map bore a striking resemblance to the one depicted on the treasure map. Since I have come this far, a little exploration won't hurt, right? Venturing forth wouldn't bring any loss. Afraid of other survivors? That's laughable. My strength easily surpasses that of many. Besides, I merely intend to dig a hole. Yet, indiscriminately killing is unwise. Fewer enemies are always preferable. Song Sha instructed the goblins to row their 2 boats slowly towards the shore. Before the boats could dock, Song Sha leapt into the water. The heavy iron armor left 2 deep impressions in the sandy beach. As he walked, he remained vigilant, observing that this was not an uninhabited island. Clear signs of human activity were present. Song Sha decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. People of the island, I know you are here. I am Song Sha. I do not come to conquer. I merely seek this treasure. Should you ambush me, do not blame my iron armor for its lack of foresight. With pleasantries exchanged, he proceeded to issue a subtle threat. Song Sha thought to himself, be wise and allow me to take the treasure without bloodshed. The island was indeed the correct one. The treasure lay just ahead. Meanwhile, the couple from the Li family, hiding in a previously excavated tunnel, were exceedingly anxious. Darling, I don't want to die. Li Ku burst into tears. Shoo, quiet. If he discovers us, we are doomed. Li Xiao comforted her. They could only watch helplessly as Song Sha entered their camp. Dear, all our belongings are in the camp. Even if he doesn't kill us, we can't escape the monsters today. Will. Li Ku cried louder. Keep it down. They've noticed us. Li Xiao's face turned pale as he spotted a goblin approaching them. Just as Song Sha was about to survey the camp, a goblin exclaimed. Master, there are sounds of a woman weeping over there. Should we investigate? Song Sha pondered. Are they the island's inhabitants? I must check it out, if it's weeping. It likely poses no threat. It's best not to fall into a trap, or heads will roll. He commanded, 2 of you stay here and watch the camp. The rest follow me to investigate. One goblin turned over a pile of grass and saw Li Xiao holding the sobbing Li Ku. Though trembling, he mustered his courage and declared, Song Sha, I will fight you. I didn't expect you to be a petty thief. He brandished his bronze sword. Song Sha couldn't help but chuckle at their predicament. Put down your weapons. I want to rob you. Thus, they gathered in the camp. Li Xiao and Li Ku, visibly shaken, alongside Song Sha and 4 goblins. Greetings, I am Song Sha. I apologize for the intrusion. I have no intention of robbing you. I merely wish to excavate something, he said sincerely. Li Xiao, still fearful, retorted, why should I trust you? Song Sha raised his hand. I understand mining is difficult. Here are 10 pieces of bronze for you. He placed the coins on the ground before the couple. Li Xiao thought, a survival expert? How accommodating. In truth, Song Sha considered himself merely an ordinary person before coming here. There was no reason to harm an unarmed individual without provocation. Speaking peacefully was always preferable. Besides, he knew that making enemies indiscriminately would lead to ruin. If they were uncooperative, he would resort to force later. Song Sha smiled warmly at them, saying, "I intend to dig a bit of your land. I trust you have no objections?" Li Xiao exchanged glances with Li Ku. They felt they could not withstand his strength. A single swing of his great sword could easily dispatch a skeleton, while they were mere flesh and blood. Seeing no opposition, Song Sha swung his axe, splitting the wooden floor. He then took a shovel and began to dig downwards. After about 5 meters, he struck something solid. An object resembling a box gradually emerged from the earth. The Li couple watched in astonishment as Song Sha retrieved the treasure chest. At the moment he opened it, a system notification sounded. Global announcement. Song Sha from the Huaxiao Nation has discovered the first epic weapon. Akita Nanako from the Island Nation. Are you sure this Huaxiao fellow isn't using hacks? Why is it always him? Zhang Ke from Huaxia. Don't spout nonsense, little devils. Our Huaxia has always been the strongest. Do you think everyone is as weak as you? However, from Song Sha's perspective, the couple's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? An epic weapon was buried beneath them all this time? They had slept through it for so many days? Good heavens, what a loss. Song Sha stored the weapon in his phone. Amber blade, golden, epic weapon. Description: this blade was forged by an old coppersmith in another world. Due to his failure to produce what the government required, he was sentenced to death. His daughter entered the final furnace, crafting this blade with flesh and blood, and eliminated all officials who came for it. The villagers greedily took the cursed blade, and from that day forth, strange deaths plagued the village, as the vengeful spirit of a woman possessed the amber blade. An epic weapon with its own backstory. Song Sha was tempted to take a closer look, but the current circumstances were not conducive. He clasped his hands together in a farewell gesture to the Li couple. Pardon my intrusion. I take my leave. The goblins restored the floor to its original state. As they departed, the Li couple waited until Song Sha was gone to speak. Li Xiao sighed. Fortunately, he is unlikely to covet our possessions. Li Ke gazed at the receding ship. How can one man be so much stronger than a multitude? Song Sha hurried back home. For the impending monster attack required prompt preparation, albeit he now felt fearless. Upon returning to his island, he held the amber blade in hand. The scabbard gleamed golden. The hilt stained a deep crimson, as though it had absorbed blood. A menacing aura and a palpable sense of danger emanated from it, accompanied by a sickly scent of blood. Song Sha's entire body shivered. It felt as if he had been marked. A chill raced down his spine, prompting him to quickly stash the blade away. He placed it atop a chest, awaiting the end of the onslaught to deal with it. He also needed to synthesize a repeating crossbow, as he had resolved to face numerous monster attacks that night, striving to secure abundant rewards and not allow others to surpass him. As Song Sha exited his room, a peculiar clattering sound emanated from the chest. To his astonishment, a long-haired woman in a red dress slowly emerged from the blade. Chapter 30. The bull-headed Sada yet. They could all see inside the room. Song Sha ascended the city wall, gazing down at his meticulously crafted trap. For tonight, he had prepared thoroughly. He speculated that the monsters might appear from the south, as they had the previous day. If his instincts were correct, the survivors would emerge closest to that beach from this direction. However, Song Sha noted that the southern edge was still dozens of meters from the shore. The 3 improved Ovo's repeating crossbows were primed and ready, and confidence radiated from Song Sha. With a grin, he declared, "Tonight, the tree demon shall surely enjoy a feast." As he spoke, a pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to retrieve some blood apples from his backpack, consuming them one by one. Combat power, 100, combat power, 100, combat power. Satiated, Song Sha let out a contented burp after devouring 7 more. Now, he felt capable of facing 18 foes. Yet, he had neglected to bring his amber dagger, which was surprising, considering its formidable prowess on this island. Nonetheless, the amber dagger had always given him an unsettling feeling. He resolved to investigate the matter after the battle. Should any unforeseen events arise, he shuddered at the thought. For now, his combat power was sufficient. Within his chamber stood a woman clad in red, observing him from behind. Song Sha commanded, "All crossbows, prepare for action." The sound of 3 distinct clicks echoed as ammunition was loaded. Everyone ready. System notification. Tonight's island assault is prepared. Countdown 3, 2, 1. It began. Global announcement. The monster invasion has commenced. The bull-headed King Sada is about to appear. A colossal bullhead erupted from the sea, revealing its massive form, towering over 10 meters. To the uninitiated, it might have seemed as if a giant had emerged. Yet, Song Sha was unfazed. The moment the bullhead breached the water, he waved his hand decisively. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless small bronze crossbow bolts surged forth. The bullhead was soon riddled with arrows. Global announcement. Song Sha of Huaxia has achieved the first kill of the bull-headed Sada. Time. 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The world channel erupted in excitement. Island Nation Sunnyly. Is this even human? We, on our island, feel that Song Sha is surely doomed. Can the system intervene? America's Su. Indeed, this is absurd. How can something so massive disappear in just 5 seconds? Huaxia Typhoon. We're still trembling here. And he has already slain it, truly a testament to our Huaxia. Huaxia Lizi, island dwellers, do not speak recklessly. If there were a way to predict defeat. Why does no one seem to know? This is clearly your fault, not ours. Such a lack of martial ethics. It was evident that survivors worldwide were far from calm. Why? They could only evade the bullhead, as they stood no chance against it. The sheer size of the beast could intimidate a multitude. Many had not even glimpsed the bullhead before receiving the notification of its demise within 5 seconds. They remained in shock, pondering how to endure the night. Global announcement. Song Sha of Huaxia has received a rapid kill reward. Enchantment workbench. The strong grew even stronger. Global announcement. American player Deku has slain the bull-headed Sada. Time. 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Global announcement. American player Deku has received the second place reward. Enchantment workbench design and some materials. Global announcement. Island player E Lang has slain the bull-headed Sada. Time. 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Global announcement. Island player E Lang has received the third place reward. Enchantment workbench design. Unquestionably, Song Sha was the most extraordinary. 5 seconds. The second place took 7 minutes, and the third took 9. Without Song Sha's 5 seconds, they too would have been remarkable. Yet, he stood alone at the forefront. Song Sha pondered atop the city wall. E Lang? Did he steal someone else's island? He picked up his phone. Should we proceed with the second wave of assaults? Tenfold bull-headed Sada. Attack in 20 minutes. In the next moment. Global announcement. Song Sha of Huaxia has accepted the second wave of assaults. Global announcement. American player Deku has accepted the second wave of assaults. Global announcement. Island player E Lang has accepted the second wave of assaults. What a spectacle. 3 extraordinary competitors. Deku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Goodness. We just set up our traps, and he's already ready? This can't possibly be fair. Deku employed cunning traps. After digging a large pit on the beach and covering it with large leaves, the bullhead, oblivious, stumbled into it. His group gradually inflicted damage with bronze knives. Their traps were undeniably secure, albeit time-consuming to lure the bullhead into. Meanwhile, Song Sha had already penetrated the bullhead with his 3 mighty crossbows before it had fully emerged from the sea. He gestured, "Goblin, retrieve the bolts." A few goblins raced out of the city, extracting the arrows lodged in the giant bullhead. The elves moved gracefully around the tree demon's head. The enormous tree demon hastened its pace, thrusting its hands into the bullhead's carcass to absorb its essence. This single bull-headed Sada yielded 10 blood apples. Compared to yesterday's 20 fruits from 200 minor creatures, this was incomparable. The corpses of 10 bullheads would yield 100 blood apples. 100 bullheads would mean 1,000. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Surely he could not consume them all, but he could share with the elves and goblins, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. In Huaxia, unity was paramount. Individual strength mattered little if the collective was weak. Just as Song Sha orchestrated their preparations for battle, a human woman hurriedly approached, shouting from below the city wall, "Master, I heard noises from the 3rd floor." Song Sha pondered. His room? That shouldn't be the case. He glanced up at the window. To his shock, he beheld a woman in red. Yet, she was not human. She was a ghost. What was happening? Calming himself, Song Sha contemplated the situation. His room contained the epic amber dagger he had brought back. Could it be haunted? He recalled the background story. Was the little girl still present? However, the ghost in red remained fixed at the window, gazing at him. After collecting himself, he decided to address her later. The imminent attack demanded his focus. She had lingered for quite some time without emerging. Surely she would not interfere now. Why fear a mere ghost? The hunt must continue. For the sake of blood apples. From the earlier global notifications, it was clear that others were also engaged in their second rounds. He needed to maintain his lead. The rewards he garnered would allow him to widen the gap. This was Song Sha's ace in the hole. Chapter 31. The third wave. Terrifying indeed. System notification. The second wave of bull-headed saute has emerged. Countdown 3, 2, 1. 10 bull-headed saute surged forth from the surface of the water, while Song Sha and 2 goblins wielded crossbows. The first bull-headed creature appeared and was swiftly taken down by concentrated fire. Song Sha shouted, Conserve your arrows. Goblins, be ready to charge. The first bull-headed fell with a thunderous crash, yet the others showed no sign of fear as they pressed on. However, their bones were as fragile as wood against the relentless barrage of the rapid-fire crossbows. Global announcement. Songsha from Huaxia has slain the second wave of bull-headed saute, achieving the first kill in 2 minutes and 1 second. Reward, cannon blueprint, and all materials. Global announcement. American player Big Customer has slain the second wave of bull-headed saute in 10 minutes and 59 seconds, earning a crossbow blueprint. Before the crowd could celebrate the accomplishments of these two, another announcement rang out. Global announcement. In the first wave of monsters attacking the island, 360 million lives have been lost. While elite survivors battled the monsters, countless others perished on this seemingly tranquil island. Nearby channel, Zhaoyun, the wooden structures I built were swiftly destroyed. Fortunately, I set up numerous traps. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. Ziliang, I hit on the mountain and crushed them with stones, but it was touch and go. As a bull-headed creature towering several meters appeared before them, a sense of overwhelming dread loomed. Ziliang, do you think the esteemed Songsha will give up on the third wave? Zhaoyun, but there are 100 of them. I doubt he would back down. Global announcement. Ranked second on the ladder. American player Big Customer has opted out of the third wave. The third wave was indeed monstrous. 100. Such a number suggested that the bull-headed creatures would swarm from all directions, rather than a single front. It would be exceedingly difficult to defend against an assault from 4 directions. With only 3 rapid-fire crossbows at his disposal, Songsha could not produce another in time. Even if he could, the ammunition would certainly be insufficient. The goblins pondered, is this system and world merely toying with humanity? Songsha did not dwell on these thoughts. Survival was paramount. Brother, let us forfeit the third wave, the elven girl anxiously suggested, glancing at Songsha, who was deep in thought, stroking his chin. She hesitated. And what about that female ghost? Songsha considered the bull-headed creature's trajectory, which seemed to head directly toward the city gate. If he could dig a trench around the perimeter, deeper and in conjunction with a 5-meter-high city wall, would the bull-headed creatures circumvent to the city gate? It was evident that the bull-headed lacked intelligence. They would merely charge toward their target. Should he gamble or not? Though 100 was indeed a daunting number, he could use the city walls as a defense. Worst case, he could purchase more stones to repair the walls, knowing they would vanish after a while. He decided to take the gamble. You have 18 minutes to decide whether to engage in the third wave of monsters attacking the island. With 18 minutes left and a confirmed 20-minute countdown thereafter, he had a total of 38 minutes to dig. Goblins, all of you, go out and dig along the city wall. 20 goblins, 5 little fairies, and 10 human women. Everyone capable was ordered to dig trenches. The trench would connect to the river, ensuring it would fill with water once excavated. Songsha crafted 50 bronze shovels without hesitation. This was not a waste. If they succeeded, the rewards would be all the more substantial. Get to work. The elven girl asked, puzzled, brother, is this really useful? Songsha gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, don't worry, trust me. Though these bull-headed creatures are large, have you noticed they lack brains and cannot think? Thus, whatever we dig, they won't be able to enter. However, this was merely speculation. This world had transported these bull-headed saute from another realm, implanting a single command, attack the city gate. Even if Songsha was mistaken, the walls would be sufficient to hold the bull-headed creatures at bay until they disappeared. Even if the walls were breached, Songsha still had the previous hill fortress, which was 3 times thicker than this one, reinforced with bronze. It was time to take the gamble. Global announcement. Songsha from Huaxia has accepted the challenge of the third wave of monsters attacking the island. World Channel, American Big Customer. Songsha, I know you're formidable, and I admire you, but this is recklessness. Are you not afraid of death? Island Nation Nico Saka, still attacking from 4 directions. This time Songsha is bound to fail. We'll be watching. Huaxia Li Ku, Island Nation, you're overthinking. He has countless native allies, and he himself is clad in iron armor. One strike will fell a bull-headed creature. Huaxia Linzong, the brother above has seen the mighty Songsha, hasn't he? Can you introduce me to him? I'll offer the island for free. Witnesses to Songsha's prowess held unwavering faith in his capabilities. As the global chat channel buzzed with excitement, Songsha successfully dug the river channel. Water began to pour into the excavated area. Fortunately, this place was peculiar. The excavated soil transformed into small units, directly entering his backpack. In the previous world, such a feat would have taken hours. The moat was completed, and the monsters would arrive in 3 minutes. If he was incorrect, it would only result in a loss of materials, which he could easily purchase again. He had access to the cosmic market. Such a thick stone wall could withstand even the mightiest giants. The third wave of monsters attacking the island begins. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The massive bull-headed creatures began to emerge from the beaches on all sides, charging toward the city walls. Songsha stood atop the walls, surveying the approaching bull-headed sauté. Thanks to the barriers, the bull-headed creatures foolishly opted for a detour. As anticipated, regardless of the direction from which they approached, the bull-headed sauté chose to circumvent the walls. Such low-intelligence imbeciles, you shall meet your end. Brother, they are coming around. How incredible. Do you know everything? The elven girl gazed at him in awe. Chapter 32, Global Broadcast. The elf, unaware of her own identity, found herself solely focused on surviving alongside brother Songsha in the island world. With a smirk, Songsha said, "No need to guess. This is merely the result of my years of experience." The elf pondered. Years of experience? Could it be? Gaining courage, she exclaimed, "Brother, you must be a warrior. A very experienced one at that." Songsha chuckled silently, his demeanor exuding a certain charm. But only he knew that he derived this knowledge from playing games in the past. However, the intelligence of the Minotaur Sayuda seemed only sufficient to recognize the city gate. The person who established this rule surely understood that the stone walls were impenetrable. The stone walls were particularly formidable. Songsha mused that there was indeed a straightforward method, constructing a fortress from thick stones and shooting arrows from atop it. After all, this was merely the initial phase of survival. It was impossible for these creatures to be entirely invulnerable. The difficulty would undoubtedly escalate, but it would be a gradual process. Songsha needed to remain patient in his thoughts. Whether it be giants or minotaurs, they could all be felled with a single strike. The first wave was simple, but the second would be challenging, as arrows could not be produced instantaneously. The minotaur's bones were undoubtedly tough, and regular arrows might not inflict damage. But weapons were another matter. As Songsha observed the entrance of his fortress, a group of minotaurs approached. He cleared a path 3 meters wide at the gate to ensure that only one minotaur could pass at a time. As the Minotaur Sayuda prepared to attack, Songsha raised his hand and commanded, "Fire." The sound of arrows echoed as 5 minotaurs fell at once. System notification, due to numerous players' disbelief. Your combat scene has been globally broadcasted. Please prove your prowess. Songsha thought, what? This is an unprecedented occurrence. Even defeating a monster can be live-streamed. Regardless, he decided to eliminate the threat first. Once they arrived, everyone would be in peril. He unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts, taking down 1, 2, 3 for minotaurs. All without exception. Global broadcast room. Li Ku from Huaxiaowao. A castle? This is enormous. Zhao Yun from Huaxia Dam. Is this what a true expert looks like? A moat. Initially, many believed Songsha's fortress to be merely a wooden structure, perhaps reinforced with a bit of stone. But upon closer inspection, they realized it was a grand 3-story stone castle, measuring 700 meters long. Ichiro from Island International. Just how much has Songsha looted? It seems he isn't a cheater, but a thief. Zheng Hao from Han Country. Wow, is that an elven beauty? And native warriors? Why haven't we seen them? Has anyone encountered them? Zheng Zaipio from Han Country. His rapid-fire crossbow is incredible. It takes just a few arrows to slay a minotaur. How impressive. The global audience was astounded. Indeed, he was the top of the ladder, truly not employing any cheats. Yet the disparity between them was stark. Just how many days would it take to gather enough stone for such walls? Not to mention that they might not even possess that many stones. How had he managed to extract them? Many men envied the elven beauty by Songsha's side, who appeared exceptionally graceful. She was the embodiment of countless dreams, exuding an ethereal aura, undeniably beautiful. However, some astute observers noted that utilizing the moat allowed the minotaurs to be funneled into one direction. Zhao Yun from Huaxia. Thank you, Great One. I've learned so much. Low IQ monsters only seek the city gate. I would never have thought of this. Ziliang from Huaxia. But wouldn't it be easier to seal it completely? Li Ku from Huaxia. If we sealed it entirely, the monsters would wreak havoc everywhere. It would be counterproductive and could lead to our own demise. Li Xiao from Huaxia. Exactly. We must leave a path open. Across the globe, everyone held their phones, captivated by the spectacular defense orchestrated by Songsha. The equipment he wielded seemed unattainable for many. Osaka from Island Country. But he can't hold out much longer. Look, the minotaurs are advancing step by step. On screen, the first wave of minotaurs had been defeated. However, more minotaurs surged from other directions, ready to attack. The wooden city gate could not withstand such relentless assaults. As the audience watched over 70 minotaurs charging forward, Songsha issued a command that left everyone in astonishment. Open the city gate. Opening the gate. Why would he do that? They witnessed goblins straining to push open the heavy wooden door. Was this a trap? Yet what followed would be an unforgettable spectacle. The elf had already taken control of the tree demon. With a mighty gesture, the tree demon plunged its hands into the ground, unleashing a mass of vines. The vines ensnared the Minotaur's legs in an instant. Song Sha shouted, "Close the city gate." The gate shut once more. Remarkable. The vines severely hindered the Minotaur's movement, rendering them nearly immobile. They clumsily attempted to break free, their previous bravado gone. Though they were furious, the vines proved formidable, creating a vast area of slowed movement. The Minotaurs, with their limited intelligence, only knew to attack the gate, becoming easy targets. Standing atop the wall, Song Sha yelled, "Goblins, aim carefully. One shot, one kill." Under the gaze of millions, Song Sha effortlessly felled 100 trolls. It was not merely effortless, it was astonishingly simple. The elf, visibly elated, approached the wall and exclaimed, "Brother, you must be a great warrior. This is far too easy. It's nothing like what you described." Song Sha waved his hand dismissively. "Just basic operations." Thanks to the tree demon's slowing vines, this area control skill is particularly effective for wide-range attacks. My ammunition is running low, though. I had only prepared 200 bronze crossbow bolts, and they are nearly exhausted. With a sigh of relief, Song Sha concluded, "Global broadcast ended. You have received livestream rewards. Storage space X5. Broadcast complete. Song Sha has verified no cheating occurred. Survivors, proceed with caution." But then Song Sha exclaimed, "Wow." His storage space instantly expanded to 50 slots, allowing him to carry even more. Chapter 33, The Amber Blade and the Female Ghost. This phone is truly formidable. Discarding it or burning it in fire proves futile. As long as the bearer raises a hand, the phone materializes automatically. It is fireproof, theft-proof, water-resistant, and durable. But how did the phones captured previously end up in Song Sha's possession? They belonged to the surrendering survivors, and the phones had automatically updated their owners. However, stolen phones are different. When one raises a hand, the phone invariably returns to its rightful owner. Thus, the storage space within the phone is the safest sanctuary. The rewards from this live broadcast can be deemed exceedingly lucrative. I hope to receive more arrangements like this in the future. The phone backpack boasts an expansive capacity of 50 slots. What a comfort. Song Sha exhaled deeply, concluding the day's events. Global report. Song Sha of Huaxiao has successfully defended against the third wave of monster assaults on the island and has abandoned the fourth wave. Reward. Blood medicine seeds X10, blood medicine. Song Sha selected to view the reward. Blood medicine. Full health restoration. Nearby chat. Zhao Yun. Congratulations, my dear. Li Ke. This is a double dose of coward's grass. It directly revives one to full health. Ma Xiaohai. The boss is becoming stronger, and we are falling further behind. Zi Liang. Boss, may I inquire where that beautiful lady came from? Glancing at his phone, Song Sha promptly closed the chat channel. It was not that he wished to act superior. After all, a female ghost clad in red was residing in his bedroom. Would it not be a tad too nonchalant to ignore that? He turned to observe. The red-clad ghost was not positioned by the window. Song Sha pondered. Has she fled? Where could she possibly be? The spirit looked at Song Sha and then at the window, a hint of worry evident. Brother, what shall we do about that ghost? Taking a deep breath, Song Sha replied. I shall take a look. There is nothing to fear. He must return. And he had his trump card, the Bagua mirror, still resting against his chest. He feared not the specter. Having vanquished numerous monsters, why should he tremble before a mere female ghost? Striding upstairs, Song Sha discovered his bedroom door ajar. He inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. A chilling gust swept past his face, and a sinister female voice echoed, You, leave. Song Sha thought, what audacity. By what right? This is my own room. He shouted, This is my room. It is you who should vacate. The voice of the woman within retorted, This is my room. Well, Song Sha exclaimed in disbelief. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered a ghost who immediately sought to claim a room. His irritation flared. He stepped inside to inspect the space. But he perceived nothing. Where's the ghost? He felt a chilling sensation at the crown of his head and glanced upward. Strands of long hair dangled down. The ghost was hanging from the ceiling. You must depart. How dare you wield my blade? Do you believe yourself worthy? Song Sha was not known for his patience, and his temper flared. He glared at her. Are you certain of this? The ghost slowly drew her knife. This blade is now an extension of myself. You cannot possibly claim it without defeating me. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from her. Song Sha mused. If this amber blade is inseparable from the ghost, she would undoubtedly resist allowing me to wield it as a mere tool. Yet, having invested time for this blade, he was determined to obtain it. Raising an eyebrow, Song Sha queried, Do you truly wish to engage me in combat? The red-clad ghost dismissively replied, Surrender, you are no match for me. Song Sha burst into laughter. Do you believe I cannot defeat you with a single strike? The ghost paused, taken aback. With a cold snort, she retorted, "Just you?" Song Sha stroked his chin. "By the way, you are quite stunning. Would you consider becoming my wife?" "How rude. Should you continue with such insolence, I shall no longer tolerate it. If you do not vacate this place, I will slay you." Song Sha recognized that this ghost, though fierce, possessed a certain character. Despite her repeated assertions, the fact remained that she held an epic weapon, which was his greatest asset. Suddenly, Song Sha ripped open his clothing. The ghost's fury reached its zenith, and she shouted, "What do you think you are doing? I have never seen anyone undressed before a fight." Song Sha revealed the Bagua mirror hanging against his chest. With a swift motion, the mirror gleamed with golden light. The ghost shrieked in agony. In an instant, she retreated into the scabbard. The amber blade trembled as it fell to the ground. "I hurt. What is this? Please, remove it." Song Sha grinned mischievously. "I warned you that I could make you submit with one strike. Now, will you accept me as your master? Should you kill me, I will not allow you to touch me." The ghost's voice trembled from within the scabbard. He shielded half of the Bagua mirror with his hand. It must be said, the Bagua mirror was an invaluable artifact, aiding him on numerous occasions. Upon encountering the mirror, the souls of the deceased were rendered helpless. It was a treasure for subduing ghosts and the undead. Could he allow such an epic weapon to slip through his fingers? Therefore, if you submit, I shall treat you kindly. With the Bagua mirror in hand, he harbored no fear of a mere specter. Consider this carefully. Should I fail to obtain blood promptly, I may lose control and kill you. You shall regret it, so release me at once." The ghost seethed with rage. How ungrateful. She was a vengeful spirit. Having died unjustly, her wrath was akin to a malady that she could not control. Transformed into a fearsome ghost, she would assault anyone, regardless of their familiarity, including her master. After all, she had died with grievances, burdened with negative energy. Though she could not contain her murderous urges, she did not desire to kill. She merely sought to persuade. Thus, she aimed to claim this room, believing that confinement would spare her from bloodshed. Only through the act of murder could she regain her normalcy. Song Sha contemplated carefully. "Do you require blood to be satisfied?" Without hesitation, he retrieved a blood apple from his backpack. In his other hand, he grasped the amber blade, squeezing the blood apple until its crimson juice dripped onto the blade. "Do not defile my body with fruit." The ghost, enraged, disregarded the power of the Bagua mirror and emerged from the blade. She covered her mouth, sensing something. Song Sha observed as the blade began to absorb the sanguine juice involuntarily. The ghost's expression was one of yearning. "Oh, may I have just a little more?" Seeing his goal achieved, Song Sha grinned mischievously. "If you desire it, you must acknowledge me as your master, and all shall be negotiable." Upon closer inspection, the ghost was indeed quite beautiful. Even a ghost could possess delicate features. She must have been single for quite some time. However, the thought of her wielding him to slay others filled him with disgust. "I do not relish killing." Chapter 34. Making the ghost submit. Her spirit was bound to the dagger. The dagger was her, and she was amber. How could she possibly allow a man who kills daily to wield her? Song Sha, embodying a dramatic flair, sighed. "Well, since it has come to this, I shall let you go." The female ghost was taken aback. Why had this man, who just a moment ago sought her body, suddenly changed his demeanor? Had he developed a sudden sense of mercy? However, Song Sha gravely continued, "I could cast you into the depths of the sea, where for millennia you would lie quietly in darkness, undiscovered by anyone." After hearing his words, the ghost's fleeting joy turned to a shiver. This man was insufferable. Observing her expression, Song Sha suppressed a laugh. "I shall even tie a boulder to you, ensuring that no one will ever find you." With that, Song Sha grasped the amber dagger and began to walk away. The ghost, clad in red, cried out, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Her face was pale with fear. No one would ever find her? How would she survive? How dreadfully boring it would be to languish in endless darkness until death. "I refuse," she exclaimed hastily. "How about this? If you feed me that blood apple daily, I might consider allowing you to use me in emergencies." Song Sha glanced at the dagger in his hand. "Have you come to your senses?" The ghost eagerly nodded. "Yes, I have come to my senses." But Song shook his head. "A forced agreement is never sweet. You should leave. Go wherever you wish." Releasing the amber dagger, Song Sha truly was a little genius. Was this dagger something to be cast aside casually? In her desperation, the ghost exclaimed, "The blade is forged from celestial meteorite. It cuts through iron like mud. If you abandon me, it would be a grave loss." What a performance. A complete reversal. With the amber dagger in hand, Song Sha raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" He then released the dagger, allowing it to stand on its own, covering it with the Bagua mirror. In the next moment, the ghost gleefully laughed. "Fool. This beautiful lady was tricking you. Farewell." With that, she soared out of the house with the amber dagger, taunting, "Come catch me, you fool," and flashed him a cheeky, ghostly face. Watching the ghost and the amber dagger fly away, Song Sha merely smiled in silence. The sprite rushed up to him. Brother, the ghost and the dagger have flown away. Song Sha remained unfazed. Do not worry, dear. Just watch, all lost dogs will eventually return home. The freed Amber, however, did not revel in her newfound freedom for long before sorrow engulfed her. After soaring around the island, she was bewildered. This is an island. The red-clad ghost shouted. I cannot escape. No wonder he did not stop me. Despicable scoundrel. All around her was a swirling mist, obscuring her view of any nearby islands. How treacherous. It was still dark. Visibility was zero. What a cunning scheme. If she flew away from the island, she would surely exhaust her energy midway and plunge into the sea. Initially, she could rely on absorbing moonlight to regain a bit of strength. But if she fell into the sea, she would be left utterly alone to perish. Where was this? This world was not the one she had known. Had she crossed over? Amber scanned her surroundings, feeling utterly lost. At that moment, her stomach grumbled. She was so hungry after that delicious fruit. She had no idea where to find more. No, my little Amber. We are proud ghosts. How can we succumb to a mere fruit offered by someone else? What happened to our principles as ghosts? She shook her head vigorously. The dagger was her body. She could not allow a stranger to handle her form daily. I simply cannot return today. To do so would be utterly embarrassing, and I would surely be mocked. With her hands on her hips, she declared, only if he personally comes to find me will this beautiful lady reluctantly return. Otherwise, how could I face myself? She nodded to herself. Yes, that is how it shall be. Meanwhile, Song Sha was utterly unconcerned. He was busy inspecting his spoils. This time, he had acquired a cannon, an enchanting workbench, and 3 blood potions as rewards. The cannon appeared rather foolish. It seemed unnecessary. It required gunpowder to fire projectiles, which was rather impractical. He could envision it without even looking. However, the enchanting workbench piqued his interest. Enchanting workbench can enchant any weapon or tool. Enchanting energy comes from monster corpses. Song Sha realized he might not have sufficient monster corpses, as many areas could benefit from this. Such a utility? Not only could he produce blood apples, but this workbench also served as a source of enchanting energy. Song Sha casually found a spot and pressed his phone to build. Wow, what a massive workbench. The enchanting workbench was at least half the size of a classroom, capable of reconstructing an entire house. It could accommodate people. It was still a workbench. He stored the phone back in his pocket. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to place it. Thinking ahead, he planned to collect some corpses and find a suitable location to unleash the workbench. The sprite, ever curious, asked, Brother, aren't you going to check on that dagger or ghost? She is peering over the city wall, looking all around. Song Sha chuckled. Let her be. She will return shortly. Deep down, he thought, to entice is to capture. I can play this game far better than she can. Wait until she realizes she cannot escape from me. The sprite gazed at Song Sha's charming smile, her expression one of adoration. Wow, you seem so profound. I don't understand what you said. That's all right. You don't need to understand. Just rest assured. By the way, where are the timid herbs you planted? The sprite pointed to a vacant patch of land. Brother, we now have 4 10 by 10 herb gardens, each capable of growing 150 timid herbs. Every time I collect timid herbs, I receive 10 seeds. Song Sha calculated in his mind. If he planted another 600, he could harvest them tomorrow. Then he could brew potions to sell in the cosmic market. Oh, he almost forgot. He also had 10 blood herb seeds. He took out the seeds and instructed the sprite. Plant these separately to protect against small animals. They are valuable. Upon hearing that her brother had assigned her a task, the sprite puffed her chest proudly. Don't worry, master. I will guard them all day. Looking at her adorable demeanor, Song Sha said, all right, here is a fruit for you. He then took out a blood apple from his phone and handed it to the sprite. Excitedly rubbing her little hands together, the sprite exclaimed, thank you, brother. I will definitely work hard to repay you. Chapter 35. Absorbing the spirit pearl, the sprite watched as Song Sha departed, then turned to take a small bite of the fruit, savoring its delightful sweetness. The fruit was delectable, much like her brother. As she ate, she felt a surge of power flowing into her body. Startled, she realized that consuming this fruit could enhance her strength. Her brother was truly wonderful. Upon exiting the castle, Song Sha made his way directly to the heap of corpses. Goblins were using a crane to stack the massive carcasses of the bull-headed Sada. Song Sha called out, reminding them to retrieve the crossbow bolts from the bull heads for continued use. At that moment, a seemingly simple-minded goblin scampered over, excitedly exclaiming, Master, we found this in the heart of the bull-headed Sada. Curious, Song Sha took the object into his hand. It was a small, translucent pearl with a faint purple hue, resembling a gem. However, it reminded him of the marbles he played with as a child. Squinting at the pearl, he noticed a peculiar energy swirling within. He placed the bull-headed Sada's pearl into his backpack to examine it further. Giant bull-headed Sada spirit pearl. Description: can be absorbed by humans. Each one increases combat power by 20. What? Upon reading this, Song Sha's eyes narrowed as he pondered the implications. Everyone could absorb these spirit pearls to enhance their combat strength. Yet, he had slain a total of 111 bull-headed Sadas today. That amounted to 2,220 points of combat power. However, he had other considerations. He wasn't merely receiving surface-level rewards. These corpses could also be absorbed by tree spirits, converting them into blood apples. Killing monsters yielded extraordinarily high returns. Moreover, the spirit pearls could be absorbed infinitely, whereas blood apples had limits. After consuming 5, one would feel overly full. With no barriers or restrictions, he could absorb them directly. Why wait? He proceeded to absorb the pearls. Combat power, 2,220. Global announcement. Song Sha from Huaxia has surpassed 4,000 combat power, becoming the first awakened individual. World Channel. Huaxia Nation. Ziluan. Song Sha truly embodies the spirit of our Huaxia Nation. I am your fan, Great One. Huaxia Nation. Say, oh, Great One. Please take me with you. You are incredible. Huaxia Nation. Song Sha. Brothers, it's just basic operations. No need to cheer. USA. Deku. I envy how you can accomplish everything so swiftly. I can't get anything done in a day. Meanwhile, Song Sha paid no heed to the chatter surrounding him. Congratulations, survivor. Your combat power has exceeded 4,000. You may now choose a profession. Swordsman, fighter, gunner, archer, mage, martial artist, paladin, thamai, assassin, ninja, beast tamer, elemental summoner, necromancer, psychic, wizard, berserker, sharpshooter. Hundreds of professions appeared before Song Sha, leaving him somewhat dizzy. What? This was overwhelming. It felt like every profession in the world was represented here. Now, Song Sha's indecision took center stage. He pondered deeply, stroking his chin. He realized he could rely on the cosmic market for unparalleled strength, acquiring all manner of worldly items. The profession gifted by the system should be something unique, something not easily obtainable. Weapons like swords, guns, arrows, and potions were accessible in the cosmic market. Thus, he aimed for a rare profession within the system. He didn't necessarily seek one with immense combat prowess, but one that was scarce, something that others would covet. With resolution, Song Sha selected a profession. Global announcement. Song Sha from Huaxia is the first survivor to choose the profession of healer, gaining the divine physician's talent. In an instant, a plethora of complex knowledge surged into Song Sha's mind, yet he found it surprisingly easy to comprehend. Talent, reincarnated divine physician, exceptional understanding of human meridians, photographic memory, and the ability to quickly identify various herbs with the naked eye. Acquired special weapon, medical crossbow. The entire island world was astounded. What was this? A healer. Was he expected for such a remarkable survivor as Song Sha to select an awe-inspiring profession? Why not become a warrior? Given his exceptional skill with blades, choosing to be a healer seemed utterly incongruous with his persona. The absence of a powerful profession raised suspicions. What was his true intent? No one understood, yet all questioned Song Sha's motives. World Channel. USA. Deku. The Great One truly operates on a level beyond our comprehension. Han Nation. Huateng. I don't quite grasp this choice. Is there a strategy behind it? Does he know something we do not? Huaxia Nation. Zhao Yun. You don't understand. We fight and struggle daily, inevitably suffering from ailments. When the time comes, who will you turn to for medicine? You'll still need a doctor. Huaxia Nation. Zhang Liang. Indeed. Song Sha may very well be one of the few in the world to choose the path of a healer. If I were to fall ill, I'd rely on him for treatment, or I would simply await death. While everyone speculated about Song Sha's thoughts, he was busy organizing the knowledge and various rewards flooding his mind. He uncovered a secret. This healer was capable of both combat and healing. Song Sha, talent, craftsman, reincarnated divine physician. Skills, eagle's finger. Exclusive weapon, medical crossbow. Tier 1 healer skills, pulse diagnosis. Acupoint pressing. Can create paralysis bolts, flame bolts, piercing bolts, recovery bolts. Was this truly a legitimate healer? The skill tree on his phone was far from what a conventional doctor would possess. He decided to craft a recovery bolt. Recovery bolt restores allies' wounds, including internal injuries, when fired at them. In awe, Song Sha realized that this was akin to the injections of old, albeit in a more explosive form. He crafted one. Courageous Grass X1 recovery bolt obtained. Level 1 recovery bolt. System notification. Triggered craftsman skill. Exceptional quality level 1 recovery bolt. Level 1 recovery bolt. Exceptional rapidly stops bleeding within 1 second, restores ally stamina, and heals all internal and external injuries. He glanced out the window. spotting a wounded goblin struggling to carry a wooden beam. Despite the pain from its injuries, the goblin persisted, unwilling to abandon its task. The scratches were from a recent skirmish when the city gates were opened. Chapter 36. The combat medic Song Sha called out, "Hey, you, come closer." The goblin, looking puzzled, replied, "Master, I am here." As it approached, Song Sha raised his medical crossbow, loaded a green projectile, and aimed it at him. The goblin trembled in fear, stammering, "What? What did I do wrong?" His face was a portrait of terror as he watched Song Sha aim the crossbow at him. "Master, what have I done wrong?" It was evident that he was utterly bewildered, almost ready to kneel. With a sharp crack, Song Sha released the green projectile. A plume of green mist erupted, and the goblin froze, glancing down to see his wounds healing. Observing the outcome, Song Sha smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" The goblin touched his body, exclaiming, "It doesn't hurt. I feel wonderful. My wounds are healing." "Glad to hear that. Now get back to work," the master instructed. The goblin grinned foolishly and scampered off to continue his gathering tasks. Song Sha looked at the weapon in his hands and chuckled. How delightful. He was not merely an ordinary healer, but a combat medic capable of firing ammunition. After all, it was improbable for weak professions to thrive in such an environment. Peering outside, he recognized the previously unfamiliar peculiar plants strewn across the ground. Fruit 1, flame fruit, numb fruit. Venturing outside, he casually picked a fruit 1 and synthesized it into a pill in his backpack. Glancing around, he aimed at a tree and shot. The pill transformed mid-air into a blade-like object, leaving a gash in the tree. After a brief pause, the massive tree crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Wood 2, resin 1, seed 1 goodness. Previously, he had dismissed these wild fruits as inedible, but they were excellent for crafting ammunition. How impressive. Elated, Song Sha surveyed his surroundings, uprooting plants to create more pills. What he had once found detestable now intrigued him immensely. However, while he was busy foraging, a red-cloaked ghost glided past on a flying knife. Song Sha chuckled inwardly. Has she finally lost her composure? Yet, he feigned ignorance, finally unable to contain herself. She sought him out. Does she not understand the strategy of feigned retreat? Although he had only interacted with her briefly, it was clear that her true nature was not malevolent. If she wished to kill him, she could have done so from the outset. Truly a remarkable weapon. Patience would yield rewards. Moving forward, Song Sha abruptly rose and strode toward the amber knife. The ghost smiled triumphantly. I knew you couldn't escape my allure. If Song Sha were to ask her politely now, she would surely overlook past grievances and reluctantly agree. After all, she was trapped in this realm. She realized that as long as Song Sha provided her with blood fruits, every time she was satiated, the likelihood of her losing control diminished. Thus, she proudly lifted her chin, waiting for Song Sha to call her. Yet, he merely walked past her without looking back. Amber was left stunned for an entire year. Hey, are you blind? I'm right here. Hearing her voice from behind, Song Sha stifled a laugh. Didn't I grant you freedom? Why do you still refuse it? Amber's cheeks flushed. I've thought it over. I can begrudgingly be your bodyguard, although I don't sell myself. Her confidence was palpable. She was certain that as soon as she spoke, Song Sha would acquiesce. But what was his response? No need. I have enough bodyguards. Besides, I alone can subdue you. And in terms of beauty, you are not even half as lovely as my elf. The ghost felt utterly diminished. Furiously, she retorted, yes. I concede to the rest, but how can your elf be more beautiful than I? Are you blind? I am 100 times more attractive. Amber was no longer the disheveled figure of the past. Now, she resembled a bride ready for marriage. Indeed, if she were to adorn herself, her current appearance would surpass her former self. Observing the self-assured ghost, Song Sha shrugged. A ghost could not serve as a wife, so her beauty held no sway over him. Are you deliberately provoking me to transform into a vengeful spirit and commit murder? Amber restrained herself, realizing that attacking him would leave her without a source of blood fruits in the future. She needed to manage her emotions. If they escalated, she would lose control and become a murderous specter. Initially, Song Sha exhibited no fear whatsoever. Good night, miss. He walked away, whistling a tune, resembling a mischievous scamp. Amber could only watch him retreat, fuming internally. How infuriating. How infuriating. How infuriating. How infuriating. Yet, she could not forsake her dignity and shouted, Don't come begging me later. You scoundrel. How could there be such a despicable person? After returning, Song Sha examined the pile of collected corpses, contemplating. Let me think of how to handle these. Perhaps half can be converted into blood apples, and the other half offered to the enchanting altar as energy? He opened the enchanting altar in his backpack. First level enchanting altar, now capable of enchanting gathering leather armor. Description, after enchanting. It possesses the same defensive capabilities as iron armor, allowing for various operations without hindering movement, with virtually no weight. Requirements: 10 bullhead Sada hides. 10 bullhead Sada corpses. With a mindset of experimentation, he clicked to confirm. Suddenly, a powerful suction emerged from the altar, drawing in the 10 bullhead Sada corpses. The altar began to skin them. No wonder it required such a large area. This enchanting altar would likely be used for enchanting even larger items in the future. 2 minutes later, gathering leather armor complete. Notification: Artisan Mastery Talent activated. Extraordinary Quality Defense X2. The leather armor returned to Song Sha's backpack. Gathering leather armor. Defense 3000. Helmet enchantment. Ears of the 1000 miles. Chest armor enchantment. 100% block. Pants enchantment. Gathering defense. Shoes enchantment. Lightness. Gauntlets enchantment. Unafraid of blades. Wow. How impressive. Chapter 37. The evolution of the tree demon. A striking black leather coat. Undeniably stylish. A commanding black leather helmet. Exuding authority. Elegant black knee-high boots. Quite fashionable. Song Sha could hardly contain his excitement. As he donned this complete ensemble of leather armor, he felt a remarkable lightness in his step. Exhilarating. The entire outfit was of extraordinary quality, and he savored the thought of the fortune it represented. Envisioning his future, he imagined wielding a medical crossbow in his left hand and a ghostly blade in his right. I shall be the most dapper crow doctor. When Song Sha emerged from his chamber, the elven maidens were rendered speechless. Brother, how dashing you look. He smiled with an air of sophistication. As he walked, his flowing black attire seemed to billow without a breeze. Enhanced by enchantments, he felt as if he were not merely ethereal, but transcending reality. Moreover, with a defense rating of 30,000, this leather armor surpassed the 20,000 defense of a standard iron suit, providing an additional 10,000 points of protection. It appeared remarkably cumbersome, yet it was lighter and more protective than the heavy plate armor. Such a paradox. But this realm was inherently filled with the extraordinary. No matter the circumstances, Song Sha was utterly content. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Day 3 monster forecast. 50 Gaki monsters will appear. With an additional warning of a small wave of monsters expected in 7 days, lasting an entire day. Everyone gasped in astonishment. 7 days. While the stronger ones were manageable, the weaker ones might be wiped out in a single wave. Many lives would surely be lost. The system continued to relay information. Simultaneously, you may choose to merge islands with nearby players via your mobile device. Nearby channel, Zhaoyun, seeking allies? Ziliang, is there a survival area in the Huaxia Kingdom? I am alone. Li Xiao, I wonder if the esteemed Song Sha would consider taking me. A mere burden along? Zhaoyun, if the esteemed one agrees to lead us, we shall undoubtedly secure first place. Li Ku, are you all dreaming in broad daylight? The esteemed one would never ally with mere burdens. Look, he is ignoring us with his aloof demeanor. After glancing at the flurry of messages, Song Sha chuckled softly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to ally with other survivors. Rather, his cosmic marketplace system was too sensitive. Once allied, everything would become difficult to explain. For now, focusing on earning and enhancing his own strength was paramount. He had no interest in their alliances. Then, Song Sha contemplated the city wall. The bull-headed Sayuda had revealed to him that it seemed a bit low. A 5-meter-high wall could fend off a majority of lesser monsters, but formidable beings like the bull-headed would prove challenging. He decided to increase its height for added security. Alternatively, he could install a few cannons. Gunpowder was easily obtainable, requiring no laborious mining. Why squander time on resources that could be purchased? Potassium nitrate and charcoal necessitated mining and burning. What a waste of time and effort. With the cosmic marketplace, others could toil while he reaped the benefits. As for modern weaponry, acquiring that was even simpler. Why not buy it? It was incredibly affordable. With just a few coins, he could procure cannons and an array of firearms. But why not equip himself now? What about the ammunition? The cost of bullets could easily deplete several hundred coins, an expense he could not afford. Those coins could procure other valuable items, such as martial arts manuals, much more enticing. With over 800 coins remaining, he recalled the saying, money should be spent wisely. To lavishly spend, one must have a stable source of income. Currently, he lacked such means and had to be frugal. Setting aside his mobile device, Song Sha raised his hand. Elven sister, allocate 50 corpses for the great tree to absorb. The elven maiden nodded. All right, brother. Then, the exuberant tree approached the corpses. The finest nourishment. These corpses were perfect. As before, it rapidly entwined them, leaving not a single bone behind. Notification, the tree demon has absorbed 50 bull-headed Sayuda, converting energy into level or blood apples. Song Sha paused to ponder. Level. Notification, the tree demon has evolved into a second-tier follower. Second tier? Ah, splendid. Song Sha envisioned even greater rewards. Rubbing his hands together, he commanded, absorb and transform. Evolution successful. Second tier tree demon. Combat power, 240,000. Vulnerability, afraid of the sea, fearful of fire due to its wooden nature, and apprehensive of the unknown. Skills, tree wall, entanglement, bond of steel. In an instant, the tree demon grew from 6 meters to 10. It nearly toppled the elven maiden. Its now robust form required 4 or 5 individuals to encircle it. A guardian of the island. If this creature could venture beyond the island, Song Sha would possess even greater confidence in battles. Initially, the tree demon was confined to the island, but upon reflection, having a companion capable of producing food and engaging in combat at home was quite delightful. It was evident that the tree demon had gained a modicum of intelligence. As it gazed longingly at the carcasses of the bull-headed Sayuda, the elven maiden remarked, "Brother, it wishes to perform for us." Song Sha raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How many corpses does it require?" The elven maiden cheerfully responded, "Just 10 will suffice." With 51 bull-headed Sayuda corpses remaining, there was ample supply. Song Sha waved his hand. "Very well, proceed." The tree demon consumed 10 corpses, but rather than devouring them ravenously, it produced 10 fruits. What? Song Sha accepted the fruits plucked by the tree and checked on his mobile device. 9th grade Ja fruit. Effect. Increases combat power by 3,000. Wow. 1 is equivalent to the previous 10. Let's try it. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Taking a bite, he felt a refreshing sensation as something within the fruit dissolved. Combat power. 382, 010, 004, 820. Eat more. Such a marvelous item must not go to waste. Combat power 1, 000, combat power 1, 000, combat power 1. 000, combat power 1, 000. He had gained a total of 820, hooray. Song Sha was exceedingly jubilant, though his stomach felt somewhat distended. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. He had to admit that the spirit pearl was convenient, but consuming too many fruits at once had left him feeling uncomfortable. He needed to digest them slowly. At this moment, the elven maiden had descended from the tree and inquired curiously, "Brother, what shall we do with the remaining corpses? Have they all been absorbed?" Song Sha lowered his gaze and thought, "Let us do this. Absorb another 10 corpses, and then instruct the goblins to dispose of the rest into the enchanting workstation." The elven maiden playfully nodded. "Yes, brother. Also, let's set aside 10 9th grade ginseng fruits for later, as we don't need more fruits for now." As Song Sha rubbed his round belly, he opened his mobile device. Chapter 38. The signing of the contract. It was already past midnight. Song Sha felt utterly exhausted. Yearning for a restful slumber, deciding to contemplate matters afresh come morning, he turned to the goblin beside him and instructed, "Select 2 among you who have not engaged in battle to stand guard through the night. The rest may return to their quarters and rest well." Stretching languidly, Song Sha ambled back to his room, with an elf trailing closely behind. Suddenly, a human woman emerged, bowing gracefully before him. "Master, we have prepared warm water for you. Would you care to bathe this evening?" It was evident that these human women toiled diligently, demonstrating thoughtful consideration for Song Sha, who had just concluded a battle and required relaxation. After a moment's reflection, Song Sha decided it would be delightful to indulge in a bath before retiring for the night. He followed the woman to the bathing pool he had constructed, relishing the warm water. As he soaked, he mused, "It has been ages since I last bathed. My body is stained with blood. Now I can truly unwind." He glanced around the modest bathing area, a simple yet functional space he had crafted himself. While he enjoyed the bath, a few human women approached the door. One, notably more attractive than the others, inquired, "Do we need to assist our master with his washing?" Another, less conventionally beautiful, chimed in, "I see this as a splendid opportunity. Let us ingratiate ourselves. Otherwise, he may discard us at his whim." Regardless of their circumstances, they were possessions acquired by Song Sha, destined to perform menial tasks. Lacking combat prowess in this merciless world, they felt compelled to contemplate alternative means of securing their futures. As they were about to enter, the elf appeared, casting a stern gaze upon them, clearly irate. "What is the meaning of this?" The elf admonished them. "You should have the decency to refrain from such actions." The women flushed with embarrassment, but one mustered the courage to retort, "Are we not all slaves? Is it not natural for slaves to serve their master?" Another concurred, "Isn't that precisely why we are here?" Taken aback by their boldness, the elf hesitated momentarily, but soon regained composure, her expression fierce. "I simply do not wish for you to enter. Do you dare to defy me?" Her menacing aura sent the women fleeing, one casting a parting threat, "You will regret this. I shall return." Relishing the warmth of the bath, Song Sha lazily opened his eyes to admire the beautiful scenery outside, reflecting on the transformation of this once desolate forest into his home. He recognized that he may not possess superior intelligence, yet he had an advantage: his cosmic marketplace. He noted that his gold was nearly depleted and resolved to devise a plan to market his island's goods the following day. At that moment, a ghostly figure clad in red, brandishing a knife, drifted past the window. Song Sha feigned a dazed expression, watching her glide by. "Are you seeking attention, spirit?" he mused. The ghost noticed him and closed her eyes, exuding frustration. "You are not blind. Look at me," she urged. He maintained his ruse, nonchalantly inquiring, "What do you need?" Pouting, she replied softly, "I am hungry. I desire that. I wish to eat that." He raised an eyebrow. "Eat what?" Her face flushed with irritation. "That." In a teasing manner, Song Sha pressed, "If you do not clarify, I shall ignore you." "Blood. Apple." The ghost's face shifted between hues of red and white, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, that fruit was of utmost importance to her. It would satiate her hunger without resorting to murder, alleviating her fears of losing control. Finally, she opened her eyes, nodding in satisfaction. "Wait for me outside." Song Sha emerged from the bath, donning a simple garment. The elf approached him with a towel. He noticed her cheeks and ears were flushed, wanting to tease her. He affectionately patted her head, saying, "You are such a good listener. Allow me to reward you with a blood apple." He handed her a high-quality blood apple. But she stood frozen, taken aback, not merely by the quality of the gift, but by his endearing address. At that moment, her heart raced. Akin to a fawn lost in the woods, struggling to find an escape, leaving her feeling giddy. Observing her silence, he casually placed the apple on a nearby table. "Why are you in a daze? If you're hungry, take it," he called out as he exited the bathing room. The elf remained, watching him leave, her mind awash with mixed emotions of joy and embarrassment. She embraced the blood apple, spinning in delight. Meanwhile, Song Sha returned to his bedroom, changing into clean attire before stepping into the living room, where the ghost awaited him. With a smile, he retrieved an apple from his bag. "So, what is your decision?" "Amber?" Amber pouted. "Does it matter whether I have made a decision or not? If I refuse, I will still be bound to you, regardless." She had come to terms with her reality, aware that acceptance was her only path forward. The blood apple was crucial for her survival. It offered sustenance without the need for bloodshed, perhaps her sole option. With another smile, Song Sha suggested, "In that case, let us formalize our agreement. Simply acknowledge me as your master." A contract materialized between them, inscribed with the words, "Master-Slave Contract." "What a marvelously convenient creation!" Amber exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Chapter 39. The Master Alchemist gazing at the Master-Servant Contract. Amber quickly put on a smile and declared, "Let me clarify that our relationship is one of equality. I will assist you in perilous situations, but you cannot demand anything beyond that." Song Sha, clearly not one to agree, promptly stowed the contract away and walked off without a backward glance, saying, "Take your leave, no need for farewells." Amber, exasperated, retorted, "You have absolutely no sense of chivalry." "I'll sign it. You are my ancestor." Frustration boiled within her. "No temper. I truly have no temper." How despicable, Song Sha? She felt intimidated. For someone like Song Sha, who could ignore her for an entire day, was indeed formidable. Amber signed her name and pressed her handprint onto the contract. Song Sha followed suit. Global announcement. Song Sha from Huaxiao successfully subdued a malevolent spirit. As a reward for being the first, he receives the talisman of the Celestial Master. Global channel. American user. A malevolent spirit? What on earth is that? Does anyone know? Korean user Jingpu. It must be like those ghost movies I watched as a child, quite terrifying and thrilling. Huaxia user Zhao Yun. No way. Even in this other world, there are still ghosts? I'm a bit scared. Song Sha glanced over and suddenly noticed that many people had been active, sending a flurry of messages. Upon closer inspection of the chat box, he discovered a line of small text above the speaker icon. The top 10. 000 on the ladder of ascension will earn 5 speaking opportunities. These individuals must be the elite survivors. At that moment, the contract transformed into radiant light, with one portion entering Song Sha's body and the other merging with the blade. Amber clenched her fists now that we've signed the contract. "Let me make it clear. I am merely your enforcer, a performer for hire, so do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me." Song Sha, scratching his ear, remarked, "Aren't spirits typically taciturn? Why are you so chatty? Close your mouth." In the next instant, the master-servant contract took effect. Amber covered her mouth, stammering but unable to utter a single word. Her body was compelled to obey all of his commands. Song Sha nodded with satisfaction and retrieved a blood-red apple from his backpack, approaching Amber. "You may indulge as you wish, and I will certainly provide you with fruit. However, let me be clear. Should you falter in battle, you will not see the light of day again." Amber appeared eager to speak, but found herself silenced, grumbling internally. A man's words are deceitful. He once dazzled me with sweet promises, and now this. He does not care for me. Song Sha smirked. A gentle reminder, I can automatically discern your thoughts. How is that possible? You despicable scoundrel. She fumed. Growing weary of her antics, Song Sha commanded. Enough chatter. Eat and let us go. He crushed an apple in his hand and sprinkled it onto the blade. Instantly, Amber felt a surge of power coursing through her, her body uncontrollably flushing with energy as it greedily absorbed the essence. Wow, this is far more delicious than the last one. Indeed, her combat prowess had increased tenfold. Spirit Servant Amber, combat level, 2nd tier. Amber's blade, epic legendary weapon, combat power, 22,000, weakness, vulnerable to magical artifacts. Skill, bloodthirsty frenzy. One-hit kill. Looking at Amber, who had become lost in her own excitement, Song Sha concluded that she would not be roused anytime soon. Never mind. He comfortably returned to his bedroom and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. After an indeterminate amount of time, Song Sha suddenly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he had awakened naturally. However, upon glancing through the window, he was greeted by darkness outside. What is going on? He pondered. Given how exhausted he was, he should not have experienced insomnia. He checked his phone. 4:55 a.m. Wow. How could I have slept so soundly during the day? Just 2 hours? This is utterly absurd. Song Sha mused. Could this phenomenon be related to my enhanced combat abilities? Perhaps my superior strength has diminished my need for sleep. He could not think of any other explanation. Over the past few days, everyone had noticed how time was exceedingly precious here. However, if he adhered to this theory, he might only require a few hours of sleep every few weeks, thereby freeing up ample time for training and self-improvement. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Polar Lord, little brother, could you stock up on some of that rare soil? I urgently need it. I can even increase the price. Song Sha replied. Island shop. Rare soil, brother, I don't have much left either. The island's soil was fertile, ideal for cultivation, and grew exceptionally quickly. Recently, he had been eager to mass-produce timid grass, necessitating his own supply. Polar Lord, I urgently need potions. What should I do? Song Sha sensed a business opportunity. Island shop. Brother, I also produce potions, but I lack a supplier. Would you like a sample? If it's satisfactory, you can place an order directly with me. Polar Lord, sure. If it's good, I'll place a large order. The island shop has sent you a sample of timid grass potion. In another world, within a snow-covered castle, a delivery man clad in yellow approached with a vial of potion. Dear customer, your package has arrived. The sender requests payment upon delivery, 1 silver coin. All right. He produced his phone and paid 1 silver coin. The courier said nothing further and departed. Upon receiving the sample sent by Song Sha, he realized that this potion was unlike any he had seen before. It appeared transparent, yet had a sticky medicinal scent. Extraordinary timid grass potion. Restorative type? Am I seeing this correctly? Extraordinary quality. He was utterly flabbergasted. My goodness. Polar Lord, little brother, where did you acquire this potion? Did you make it yourself, or was it crafted by your master? Island shop. What is the matter? I brewed it myself. Would you like to see my alchemy pot? Polar Lord, I'll buy as much as you have. I didn't realize you were a master alchemist. Feeling that his concoctions were indeed valuable, he was amazed that he could create potions of extraordinary quality so effortlessly. He hurriedly checked the market prices in the cosmic marketplace. Quality, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, red. Corresponding ranks, ordinary, premium, legendary, epic, heroic. The rankings in the cosmic market mirrored those of the island. Chapter 40. A shortage. After a moment of contemplation, Song Sha realized that the quality levels of the cosmic market and the island rankings were indeed analogous. With this thought in mind, he resumed his search within the cosmic market. Potions, new store opening premium potions. Discount extravaganza, common potions starting at 30 off. Special discounts on premium potions. He hastily conducted another search for extraordinary quality timid herb potion, extraordinary quality. Unit price, 10 gold coins. Goodness, this potion is worth so much. Yesterday, Song Sha had sown 600 timid herbs, which could yield 60 bottles of timid herb potion. This meant he could sell them for a total of 600 gold coins. At the original price. Well, from now on, does he have a stable income? Indeed, farming and development seem to be the most reliable path. Everything else, like monster hunting and treasure seeking, pales in comparison. After some calculation, Song Sha concluded that as long as he remained in his castle, cultivating crops and developing cautiously, he could exchange a wealth of resources within the cosmic market. Island store, brother, I still have 10 bottles of timid herb potion, all of extraordinary quality. Polar Lord, I'll take them all. This potion has an exceptional absorption effect. It's a lifesaver. Rest assured, price is not an issue. Upon reading the Polar Lord's reply, Song Sha began to grasp the underlying intricacies. The higher the quality of the potion, the better its absorption effects. If it were a common timid herb potion, one might need several minutes to recover from injuries after consumption. However, in life and death situations, the opponent would certainly not grant you those precious minutes for recovery. Thus, a potion that works in 3 seconds would be far more reliable. Polar Lord, hurry and list them. Good brother. I need them urgently. Island Store, brother, please be patient. I'll list them right away. After responding to the Polar Lord, Song Sha listed all 10 remaining bottles of timid herb potion on the cosmic market. Polar Lord has placed an order. Please expedite shipping. In the blink of an eye, the 10 bottles of timid herb potion were snatched up by the Polar Lord. Whoosh. A courier appeared before Song Sha, packaging and shipping the 10 bottles of timid herb potion. Polar Lord has completed payment. 110 gold coins have been credited. Balance, 924 gold coins. Upon receiving the system notification from the cosmic market, Song Sha noticed that his private chat box was being inundated with messages. Elfbow Workshop, boss. Do you have extraordinary quality timid herb potions for sale? Orcs never be slaves. Damn. How fast are these people? They were gone in an instant. Boss. I'd like to reserve 500 bottles. Taoist shop. Same request. This potion is simply essential for slaying and, for exorcising evil. Suddenly, so many people emerged, leaving Song Sha bewildered. What was happening? He had merely sold a few bottles of timid herb potion. Why were there suddenly so many inquiries? Confused, Song Sha opened the chat with the old Taoist and humbly inquired. Island Store. Newbie seeking advice. Is the timid herb potion that rare? Taoist shop. Not at all. There are plenty of these potions. Island Store. Then why does everyone seem so anxious? Taoist shop. What as scarce is the extraordinary quality? Newbie. I seriously suspect you are flaunting your wealth. Island Store. I genuinely don't understand. I seek guidance. Taoist shop. The timid herb potion is indeed a low-end potion, and many advanced alchemists are too lazy to brew it, but ordinary alchemists cannot produce the extraordinary quality. Hence the supply cannot meet the demand. After hearing the old Taoist's explanation, Song Sha searched the cosmic market once more. As the old Taoist had stated, extraordinary quality timid herb potions were indeed a rarity. Many shops in the cosmic market were listing them at 10 gold coins per bottle, but upon clicking, none had stock. Seeing this, Song Sha could not help but curse. This is all a trap. The low-price baiting strategy employed by these shops was executed to perfection. They first lured buyers in with the allure of extraordinary quality timid herb potions, then relied on luck to see if they would purchase other items in the store. It was all a scheme, full of pitfalls. As Song Sha successfully completed a transaction, the system automatically promoted his shop to the front row. Because of this, his store quickly attracted a large crowd of onlookers. In retrospect, Song Sha now understood the old Taoist's words. The extraordinary quality timid herb potion was a mid-range product. High-end shops offered rarer, more expensive, and more effective potions, while low-end shops had timid herb potions but could not possibly provide the extraordinary quality. By a stroke of serendipity, Song Sha had become the sole seller of extraordinary quality timid herb potions in the cosmic market. This was the best quality potion affordable to the common folk. At this moment, Song Sha's private chat box continued to erupt with messages. Would he be overwhelmed at this rate? With no other option, Song Sha clicked, Group Send. Island Store. Dear friends. Producing extraordinary quality potions is no easy feat, and we are still restocking. If you wish to purchase, please join the group first. Island Buyers Group. Polar Lord. Please excuse me. I'm forever single. My speed is unmatched. With 11 bottles of potions in hand, their effects are truly remarkable. Taoist Shop. The group leader is being unfair. How could you not notify me of such a grand item? Island Store. Elfbow Workshop. When will you have stock? Boss. The world is in need. Orcs never be slaves. What the heck? I called dibs first. Why are you all scrambling? My goodness. So many people are vying for it. An idea struck Song Sha. This was a golden opportunity to sell and boost his ratings, which would surely elevate his reputation. Island Store. Dear friends, please be patient. Due to limited production, to ensure everyone receives their orders, our store currently limits purchases to 1 bottle per person. Those who leave a good review may purchase an additional bottle. A smirk crept across Song Sha's face. With the limit in place, achieving 600 good reviews in a day was no longer a dream. Chapter 41. The Rising Sun Brigade. Polar Lord. Shopkeeper. This is Hunger Marketing. Elfbow Workshop. I am willing to pay 20 gold coins for a bottle. Shopkeeper. Please sell me a few more bottles. Taoist Shop. I offer 30. Island Shop. Everyone, do not rush. I will brew the potions right away. Seeing the numerous buyers clamoring to place orders, Song Sha did not dare to delay. As dawn broke, he arrived at the herb garden within the castle walls, uprooting timid grass with determination. Timid grass 1. Timid grass seed 10. Timid grass 1. Timid grass seed 10. Timid grass 1. Timid grass seed 10. Song Sha glanced at the 10 women outside the castle who had just risen, gesturing for them to come over. Come and help. Yes, master. With the assistance of 10 human women, the efficiency of uprooting the grass significantly increased. Song Sha, content, sat to the side, indulging in a blood apple. Such menial labor could be left to his servants. Otherwise, what was the purpose of keeping them? Combat power. 882010009820. While savoring the blood apple, Song Sha directed the nearby minor spirits to gather some sand to continue crafting glass bottles. Subsequently, he utilized the remaining bronze to construct 4 additional potion-making tables. Coupled with the original table, the efficiency of brewing the timid grass potion could be greatly enhanced. Under Song Sha's guidance, the human women placed all the uprooted timid grass onto the potion workstations. Witnessing the bustling activity, Owoz could not resist approaching. Observing Song Sha operating the potion-making table, Owoz stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, Master, this potion-making table could be simplified to enable automatic production. Automatic production? Song Sha's eyes lit up. If the potion-making table could be transformed into a mechanized system, it would free his hands. How can we achieve this? He inquired eagerly. Master Owoz pointed to a nearby power generator and replied, Master, if we connect this power device to the potion-making table, it will work autonomously. As long as there is a continuous supply of electricity and sufficient materials, the table can operate indefinitely. Song Sha nodded. The solar panels could store energy. And given the current energy consumption on the island, much power was being wasted. Owoz's proposal was indeed a clever solution. Let us give it a try. What do you need? I will prepare it for you. Owoz's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had a premonition that he could create a remarkable machine. Master, I only need some brass and wood to link the power panel and the potion-making table. Song Sha agreed, recognizing that wood and brass were not particularly precious materials. He promptly directed the remaining minor spirits to gather the necessary supplies. Owoz first melted the brass in the magical furnace to forge gears of various sizes, then instructed the minor spirits to construct supports between the power panel and potion-making table. Finally, he connected the power panel and the table's handle with copper wire. As the gears whirred to life, driven by electricity, Owoz could hardly contain his excitement and cheered. Song Sha nodded in approval. This innovation meant he would no longer need to manually extract the timid grass potion. Owoz then seemed to recall something, crouching in the sand to sketch with a stick. Soon, a mechanical blueprint emerged on the ground. Master, look. This is a complete automated production line. With this line, from potion making to bottling, we can achieve full automation. Gazing at Owoz's vision, Song Sha was astonished. This was a significant leap from the Bronze Age to the Electric Age. Master Owoz, I entrust this task to you. You now have full control over all the minor spirits. If you need any materials, speak freely. I want to see the finished product as soon as possible. Rest assured. Master, I will ensure this great invention does not remain mere drawings. Owoz declared confidently, thumping his chest. With Song Sha's support, Owoz felt invigorated. Their master seemed to share the minor spirits' passion for machinery, which was undoubtedly good news for them. Since arriving on the island, the minor spirits had dedicated their free time to exploring various mechanical inventions, evidently with Song Sha's tacit approval. Owoz suddenly smacked his forehead in exasperation. Master, I almost forgot. I have something to show you. He triumphantly produced a design blueprint and respectfully handed it to Song Sha. The cannon design you shared with me has been modified into an automatic loading rapid-fire cannon, firing 1 round every second. Blue Star Bulletin. Song Sha from the Huaxia Nation has designed an automatic loading rapid-fire cannon. Huaxia Nation? Li Dong. What is going on? Automatic loading? I'm still in the Stone Age. Huaxia Nation. Tonggu. Ridiculous. The big shot is leaving us no room to breathe. USA. Elton. Is Song Sha forming an alliance? The strong should unite to conquer the world. Island Nation. Ishio Masato. All compatriots from the Blue Star Island Nations unite. Song Sha is oppressing our island compatriots. We cannot bear it any longer. Hey, are the islanders trying to stir up trouble? Upon seeing this news, Song Sha frowned. The islanders were rallying, many expressing their indignation, especially after Song Sha had previously slain an island survivor, creating an enmity that was now resurfacing. It seemed likely that more top survivors would join forces against him. He needed to strategize quickly. First, he must not cease the production and sale of potions. The gold coins earned from the cosmic market would allow him to rapidly enhance his power. Next, he needed to consider the impending alliance of the islanders, as they would undoubtedly seek to confront him. It was also time to upgrade the goblins' equipment and fortify the castle walls. The islanders excelled at ambush tactics, and with top island survivors joining forces, he risked losing his first kill to them. Island Nation. Ishio Masato. Song Sha didn't even bother to apologize for the last incident, acting all aloof. Does he not regard us islanders as people? Meanwhile, on a certain island, Ishio Masato seethed, rallying his fellow island survivors. Song Sha has gone too far. We must not sit idly by. Indeed. We must claim the first kill tonight to avenge our compatriots. Absolutely. The Huaxia people have become too arrogant. This cannot be tolerated. Ishio Masato raised his arm in a rallying cry. The islanders have suffered under Song Sha long enough. We will take his first kill. Why should the rewards not belong to us islanders? It's time to rectify this injustice. 50 fully armed elite island survivors, clad in iron armor, glared with jealousy and resentment. Setting aside all else, they vowed to secure the first kill against the monsters attacking the island. Knowing they were not currently capable of taking on Song Sha directly, they decided to begin by claiming his first kill. By continuously arming themselves with the rewards from first kills, they aimed to eventually confront Song Sha head-on. Additionally, through their experiences with the monster attacks on the island, the survivors had identified a pattern. Regardless of whether 1 or 2 people defended the castle, they would still face 50 minotaurs on the third day. Even with 50 defenders, they would still encounter 50 minotaurs. This indicated that no matter how many they were, the ultimate challenge remained the same: 50 minotaurs. Ishio Masato grinned schemingly. Let us continue to mobilize our island compatriots. If we can gather 100 people, securing the first kill will be a piece of cake. Blue Star Report. Ishikawa Masato from the Island Nation has formed the world's first survivor group, the Rising Sun Alliance. Chapter 42. How dare you defame innocence out of thin air? As the Island Nation established survivor groups, new organizations continued to emerge. Survivors from various countries began to rally their nearby companions for mutual support. Song Sha glanced at the peculiar patterns of monster waves attacking the islands, which had been summarized by several survivors, and then flipped through the rules. To his astonishment, he discovered that regardless of the number of individuals on his side, the monster waves on any given island remained constant in both frequency and quantity. These survivors were clearly envious of his first kill reward and, lacking sufficient personal strength, were rallying others to join them in their endeavors. They were resolutely determined to seize his first kill. The first kill reward was exceptionally lucrative. The more survivors there were, the more waves they could withstand. It wasn't merely about the third wave. Even the fourth and fifth could be a possibility. As long as the stone resources were ample, everything else was manageable. Furthermore, these survivor collectives would undoubtedly pool all the stone resources they possessed. Song Sha understood that a single survivor's resources could not compete with his. But what about 50 or 100? Pondering this, a wave of unease washed over him. He could not afford to lose the hard-earned advantage he had established. The automatic loading rapid-fire cannon that Ovos had produced needed to be prioritized for construction. First, he would liquidate all the timid herbal potions and purchase resources in the cosmic market. Ovos and a group of miners had been busy all morning, and the 5 production lines at the pharmacy had been completed. With these lines, 60 bottles of the timid herbal potion were swiftly produced. More timid herbs needed to be cultivated. Song Sha couldn't help but exclaim. The efficiency of these production lines was remarkable. The supply of timid herbs must keep pace, lest the lines remain idle. However, it was imperative to sell these 60 bottles first. Island Buyer Group. Island Store. Dear friends, the latest batch of products has shipped. Limited quantity available. Each person may purchase 1 bottle, and after leaving a positive review, may buy another. Taoist Store. I bought 1. Can my disciple buy another? Polar Lord. Do the penguins in my territory count? Island Store. As long as you can leave a positive review, everything you mentioned is acceptable. Each store level up allows for a lottery, and he could even cash in discount coupons. Wasn't he that delightful? Product listed: Timid Herbal Potion, extraordinary quality. Price set: 15 gold coins. Having reference market prices, Song Sha opted for a reasonable markup. After all, he was the sole seller of this potion in the entire cosmic market, and besides, it didn't cost him anything to produce these potions, did it? At 15 gold coins, not only would the buyers find it acceptable, but he wouldn't suffer a loss either. However, to Song Sha's surprise, although these potions were not crafted by his own hands, they were still all of extraordinary quality. His own talent as a master craftsman ensured that the items he created were likely to be of extraordinary quality. Yet, these potions were produced automatically. What could be the reason behind this? After much contemplation, Song Sha finally grasped the crux of the matter. The pharmaceutical stations he had personally constructed were all of extraordinary quality, and naturally, the potions produced from them would be as well. Product listing successful. Product: Timid Herbal Potion X60. Sale price: 15 gold coins. Shipping not included. Taoist Store. Owner: You're a profiteer. Price increased by 5 gold coins and no shipping included? Polar Lord: I don't want it. You can have it. How about you let me have the opportunity? Taoist Store. Dream on. Taoist Store has purchased Timid Herbal Potion. Please ship promptly. Polar Lord has purchased Timid Herbal Potion. Please ship promptly. Elven Bow Workshop has purchased Timid Herbal Potion. Please ship promptly. In the blink of an eye, Songsha completed dozens of transactions. In a group of over 100, nearly half had made purchases, while the remaining individuals were anxiously commenting to secure their spots, fearful of missing out. Island Store. Considering the production costs of the potions, is it unreasonable to raise the price by 5 gold coins? First come, first served, the demand exceeds supply. And today as stock is limited. With an air of indifference, Songsha displayed a buy it or not attitude, yet the buyers found themselves at his mercy. After all, in the entire cosmic marketplace, he was the sole vendor of extraordinary quality Timid Herbal Potions, and demand was still outstripping supply. Discounts? Not a chance. Before long, the spatial gate opened, and the delivery person emerged. Boss, in such a short time, you've made it to the cosmic market sales rankings. Business is booming. Songsha beamed with pride. The gimmick of allowing each person to buy only one bottle, with the possibility of purchasing another upon leaving a positive review, had propelled his store's ratings to new heights. However, the delivery person's words suddenly doused Songsha with cold water. Boss, if you're not careful, the back-end might flag your account for suspicious activity. Please be cautious. Taken aback, Songsha felt a wave of unease. His greatest reliance was this store in the cosmic market. If the system flagged him for suspicious activity and shut down his store, the consequences would be dire. The delivery person said nothing more, instead packing up the 60 bottles of Timid Herbal Potion and vanishing. Polar Lord has received the goods. You have earned a positive review. Taoist Store has received the goods. You have earned a positive review. A flurry of receipt notifications appeared, and at that moment, a window forcibly popped up. A young woman in uniform appeared before Songsha, and judging by her attire, she was undoubtedly a customer service representative from the cosmic market. I am customer service no. 003 from the cosmic market. Your transaction data displays anomalies, suggesting potential fraudulent activities. Please cooperate with our investigation. The uniformed beauty stared at Songsha with a serious expression. If the investigation concludes that you engaged in fraudulent activities, you may face a ban from the platform. A ban? A chill ran down Songsha's spine. If his account were banned, it would indeed spell disaster. Ahem, dear customer service lady, our store has never engaged in fraudulent activities. All customers have legitimately received their goods. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. His customers had genuinely purchased the potions from his store. Although he had entertained the idea of boosting positive reviews, it certainly did not constitute fraudulent activity. Why should he panic? Seeing Songsha's bold demeanor, the uniformed beauty pressed on. If you Haven T engaged in fraudulent activities, the system would not flag your data as anomalous. A friendly reminder. Hiring someone to leave fraudulent reviews could also lead to a ban. Songsha remained unfazed. Customer service lady, without evidence. How can you defame someone as innocence out of thin air? Chapter 43. A title? Perhaps a banner is in order. Songsha wore an expression of calm indifference. I have meticulously reviewed the market regulations, and there is no clause prohibiting purchasing limits. These buyers are not individuals I recruited to inflate sales. The demand for the goods in my modest shop far exceeds supply, and their participation is entirely voluntary. He shrugged helplessly. What can I do? I am just as desperate. The customer service representative appeared momentarily stunned, acknowledging that indeed, the universal market regulations did not contain a prohibition against purchasing limits. I will verify your product information and shipping status to ascertain whether your claims hold merit. Unperturbed, she began to scour the transaction records related to the island shop. After an exhaustive search, she found no evidence to substantiate any claims of fraudulent sales by Songsha. He chuckled softly, thinking it would be no easy task to catch him in wrongdoing, although there might be a suspicion of exploiting loopholes in the regulations. Such an accusation could not be substantiated. To blame others for their ignorance of such hunger marketing strategies would be futile. Of course, merchants in the universal market are not fools. Larger stores often employ various promotional tactics, such as discounts, to attract customers. Yet, in the realm of small, low-margin shops, Songsha was the pioneer of such tactics. The sudden surge in sales for a 2-star island shop would naturally draw the system's attention, resulting in his being flagged for irregularities. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that only he was offering the extraordinary quality of timid grass potion within the entire universal market. However, As a master alchemist, he could very well cater to a high-end clientele. The customer service representative was left speechless, incredulous that a master alchemist would stoop to concocting a potion for timidness, a notion utterly unheard of. Unfazed, Songsha embraced the title of master alchemist. I merely did what others shied away from, filling a gap in the market and serving the common people. He feigned modesty. The customer service representative could not resist rolling her eyes. So, should we present you with a banner in recognition? Yet, she could not find any violation on his part, and thus concluded, this investigation has ended. Thank you for your cooperation. To express our apologies, coupled with your commendable performance, the system will elevate your credit rating. Island Shop, your credit rating has been upgraded from good to excellent, all in an effort to combat unscrupulous merchants. I trust you understand. Songsha grinned, unperturbed by the investigation, pleased with the credit increase. Are you satisfied with the outcome of this investigation? Please provide your rating. As soon as the customer service representative finished speaking, 5 unlit star icons appeared on the virtual screen before Songsha. This rating held significant importance for her, and she keenly observed, eager to learn how he would rate her. After a moment of contemplation, Songsha lamented, why only 5 stars? Even if I give a 5-star review, it hardly highlights your excellence. The customer service representative couldn't help but chuckle at his cleverness, her mood lifting considerably. Without further hesitation, Songsha awarded her a 5-star review. Thank you for your cooperation. This investigation is now concluded. Farewell. Wait, don't rush off. Leave a contact method before you go. Songsha boldly interjected. That is not permissible. We have regulations, she replied with a sweet smile, and the pop-up window promptly vanished. Alas, what a pity. Songsha had initially intended to cultivate a closer connection with the customer service representative and perhaps glean some insider information, but she had not afforded him the opportunity. Nevertheless, he did not press the matter further and resolved to check on the growth of the new batch of timid grass. A cool breeze swept by, and Amber looked at Songsha with confusion. What was that strange thing that appeared before you just now? I could have sworn I saw a woman trapped inside. Amber assumed that the window that had popped up was some trick of Songsha's. How could that woman have vanished into thin air? If you irritate me, I will confine you as well, she playfully threatened. Dare you confine me, and I shall ensure our fates are forever intertwined. Amber retorted, clenching her teeth defiantly. Having just regained her freedom, she had no intention of allowing Songsha to imprison her again. The thought of being trapped in darkness, confined within a blade, was one she could not bear. Observing the ghostly figure hovering nearby, Songsha said exasperatedly, aren't you afraid of dissipating into dust, wandering around in broad daylight like this? Who says ghosts can't roam during the day? Amber began to argue, but faltered under Songsha's subtly bemused gaze. I suppose I could return home, considering your demeanor. She conceded, retreating back into the blade, as if fearing he might confine her again. With Amber settling back down, Songsha's thoughts shifted to inspecting the changes within his shop. Island Shop. Score, 134 points. Level, 4-star seller. Congratulations. You have received 2 lottery chances. Lottery chances? Without hesitation, Songsha opted to take his chances. You have won a 10 discount coupon. You have won a free promotion coupon. What a windfall. It seemed the time had come to seek out another round of deals from the Taoist shops. As for the free promotion coupon, it would serve to advertise his own store. However, the more gratifying aspect was the substantial increase in his gold account, which soared from 924 to over 2,000. With such a sudden influx of wealth, Songsha was determined to invest it in enhancing his island and his subordinates. Most importantly, he aimed to maintain an absolute advantage over other survivors. The first kill of the night must be secured. It could not fall prey to those teams. Pondering what to purchase, he was interrupted by the arrival of the little sprite in his room. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Would that be all right? A favor? Are we negotiating terms now? Songsha inquired with intrigue, eliciting a blush from the sprite. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Brother, I do have a slight personal interest in this matter, but I assure you, it will bring you no detriment. Seeing her earnestness piqued his curiosity. What benefits are to be had? Songsha recognized that the sprite had come to him with her own agenda at this particular moment, believing he would be unable to refuse her request. Yet, he wondered what made her so certain he would find her proposal appealing. Chapter 44. Newbie. I can't go on. Brother, it seems I have heard that you require a stronger fighting force. The city walls are extensive, and relying solely on goblins will certainly not suffice. Our numbers are far too few. Upon hearing the sprite's words, Songsha wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the island currently suffers from a shortage of manpower. Whether it be construction or defense, there are numerous vacancies. The inhabitants of the island often juggle multiple roles. It appears that it is time to recruit more personnel. You are quite right. So what do you think we should do now? The sprite felt a bit apprehensive. Although Songsha treated her well, they were, after all, master and servant. Yet Songsha now seemed to be seeking her opinion. After a moment of hesitation, the sprite finally spoke. Brother, would you be able to purchase all my sisters from the slave shop? Songsha was taken aback at first, then chuckled. Is that all? Brother, I implore you to help me, please? The sprite wore a pitiful expression. Songsha found himself quite tempted by the sprite's suggestion. The elven race is renowned for their archery skills, and now that he had established a castle, acquiring elves would undoubtedly be a wise investment. With the increasing difficulty of monster invasions, Songsha surely needed to fortify the city walls. Once fortified, the elves could defend from an elevated position with their bows, achieving great efficiency. The cost of arrows is significantly less than that of cannons. Your idea is commendable, I agree. Upon hearing this, the sprite felt a sense of disbelief. It was surprisingly easy to gain his approval. Brother, thank you. However, she quickly regained her composure and voiced her concern. But brother, elven slaves are quite expensive. I have 50 sisters. ISNT that a bit too. Only 50? Songsha felt somewhat unsatisfied. Having skilled archers would indeed be advantageous. And given his current wealth, 50 was hardly a number that could satiate his appetite. Wait for my news. I will contact the seller right away. Fearing the slaves might be snatched by another, Songsha hurriedly reached out to the goblin slave shop. Island shop. Hey, do you still have that batch of elven slaves? Goblin slave shop. Yes, they are still here. The price is too high, and no one has inquired about them. Island shop. Then I'll take all of them. Goblin slave shop. Wow, boss. Can I call you dad for this? Evidently. This batch of elves had lingered in the goblin slave shop for quite some time without any inquiries. The owner feared they would be left unsold. To his surprise, Songsha intended to buy them all, and without hesitation, he dropped the pretense of camaraderie and elevated his language. Goblin slave shop. We have a total of 50 elves. All original imports. The total is 225 gold coins. No bargaining. Island shop. Spare me. How long has it been since I purchased goblins from you? You haven't sold a single one. 200 gold coins is my final offer. Goblin slave shop. That is a bit harsh. ISNT it? Cutting 25 coins? Are we still in business? Island shop. If you don't want to sell, that's fine. You're not the only one selling elves. Goblin slave shop. Wait. Let us talk. Don't go, dad. Island shop. Then hurry up and ship them. I will pay immediately. Goblin slave shop. You're a generous boss. I will notify you first of any good goods next time. Songsha rolled his eyes. This slave shop had no sense of decency at all. Unable to resist a couple of sarcastic remarks, he proceeded to finalize the purchase. The 50 elves you purchased have been dispatched. The delivery person is on their way. Account balance, 2,724 to 202,524. The transaction was completed smoothly. And for Songsha, the cost was merely equivalent to a few potions. One potion could exchange for 3 female elves, a profitable trade indeed. Songsha realized that this market, dubbed the cosmic market, must be connected to countless worlds. The universe is teeming with innumerable races, and their populations are beyond measure. In this context, slaves are indeed among the least valuable commodities in the cosmic market. Soon, a portal opened, and a group of female elves was delivered to Songsha, still shackled by chains. The delivery person wore a knowing expression. You're quite the player, boss. With so many beauties, you want to finish them in a month. I know a few reliable shops for supplements. Would you like to know more? Please, I am not that sort of person. These elves are for defending the city, not for your insidious thoughts. Come on, we're all adults here. Who doesn't know what's what? Boss, take care of your health, eat more chives. Songsha was speechless. What was the delivery person thinking? With the few individuals he currently had, he was barely managing to defend the castle, let alone the island itself. He had purchased the elves purely for defense. Moreover, the elves' archery was exceptionally precise, capable of achieving pinpoint elimination on the battlefield. By the time the monsters reached the shore, these elves would likely dispatch them all. With the firepower of these 50 elves, Songsha's chances of achieving a first kill had significantly increased. However, the 50 elves stood there, expressions vacant, unsure of their fate. The moment they became slaves, they had anticipated a grim outcome, likely being sold to nobles in cities or places like bars and nightclubs. Yet now, they found themselves in the wild. Seeing the expressions on the elves' faces, Songsha shook his head. He needed to help them regain their composure. He sought warriors, not mere ornaments. Songsha raised his hand, dispelling the magical chains binding the elves. The elves' expressions turned wary. They were uncertain of what this new master would do to them. At that moment, the little sprite rushed forward. Sisters. Sister, is that you? The little sprite had previously been confined with these kin. Upon seeing a familiar face, both sides were clearly elated. Yet the little sprite did not rush to reminisce. She understood what Song Sha needed most at this moment. Brother is my master, and he is also your master. Worry not, he is a kind person. I live freely on this island. Then, the little sprite began to explain the current situation to her kin. Although monsters attacked daily, Song Sha would procure materials to reinforce the city defenses. Hearing this, the female elves breathed a sigh of relief. To become warriors and gain freedom was something they had never dared to imagine. Seeing that the female elves accepted their new roles, Song Sha spoke. Little sprite, please take them to rest. I shall inspect the city walls. Understood, brother. After sending the elves away, Song Sha intended to examine the city walls for any areas needing improvement. At that moment, a private message suddenly popped up. Taoist shop, newbie, your potions. I can't go on. Chapter 45, The Courier, behold my shadow clone technique. Could it be that there was an issue with my potion? That seems implausible. Island shop, old Taoist, is there something wrong with my potion? Taoist shop, no, I was merely overly excited. What I meant to convey is that your potion is remarkably effective. Upon hearing this, Song Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Island shop, damn it. Old Taoist. Speak without gasping for air. Taoist shop. My young apprentice ventured down the mountain today to capture a demon and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, your timid herb potion arrived just in time. After using only half a bottle, he expelled the corpse poison and is now full of vigor. Island shop. Isn't that to be expected? You can trust the quality of the potions I sell. Taoist shop. Alas, each person is limited to purchasing 2 bottles. And I have already consumed half of mine. Island shop. Rest assured, I am ramping up production, and such restrictions will not persist in the future. The timid herb possesses unique characteristics. It can only be fertilized with bone meal at night after planting, as it fears sunlight. Planting it during the day proves futile. While conversing with the old Taoist, another 120 orders came in. Due to the initial high demand for the potions, the purchasing restrictions were a necessary measure. Imposing such limitations occasionally is acceptable, but prolonged restrictions can be counterproductive. By this calculation, the cultivation area for the timid herb is still woefully insufficient. Song Sha couldn't help but lament that he now possessed 6,000 seeds of the timid herb, allowing for 10 times the original planting capacity. At this rate, the 4 10 by 10 planting plots were far from adequate. However, the walls of Song Sha's territory only spanned 400 by 400, making it impossible to expand the herbal garden sufficiently. Surely, he could not transform the entire area within the walls into a herbal garden. To sow all these timid herb seeds, Song Sha estimated he would require 40 herbal gardens. Consequently, his only option was to continue expanding the walls to increase the cultivation area. Currently, he had delineated various functional zones across the island, making it impossible to allocate such vast land. Yet, a thought struck him. The island he had previously annexed from the islanders had yet to be merged. Opening the map, Song Sha noted that the island was gradually moving toward the main island. However, this movement was exceedingly slow. In a day's time, the distance between the 2 islands had only decreased by 1/3. It would likely take another 2 days for it to arrive nearby. For the moment, the land on his island was still sufficient, alleviating any immediate urgency. Song Sha planned to first expand a few herbal gardens on a small scale, and, when the new island arrived, undertake a more significant construction effort. With the addition of the new island, he felt considerably more confident and could proceed with his developments. He would later procure building materials to extend the walls of the island, thus enclosing more land. Moreover, after several monster assaults on the island, Song Sha discovered that the once impenetrable walls had sustained some damage from the minotaurs. Some of the crops he had planted outside the walls had also been ruined by the marauding minotaurs. While the loss of crops was not significant, the breaches in the walls warranted serious attention. If the monsters breached the walls and destroyed his herbal gardens, the consequences would be dire. With this in mind, Song Sha promptly contacted the building materials shop to arrange for repairs to the walls. Island shop, boss, please prepare 30,000 cubic meters of stone. Sweetheart building supplies, certainly, my esteemed patron, I'll get that ready for you right away. On a mineral planet somewhere in the universe, a ponytailed girl breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the message pop up. She had recently sold a batch of building materials to Song Sha and had been persuaded by him to include a crane and a small solar power station. If Song Sha only made this one order, she would have suffered a significant loss. Building materials inherently lack value, and wholesale business is even more challenging. Thus, the Sweetheart Building Supplies store remained a mere 2-star establishment. The cosmic market tends to recommend larger shops with plentiful positive reviews, leaving smaller stores like hers struggling to gain traction. Currently, her small shop relied solely on Song Sha as a major client. He was essentially her lifeline. Sweetheart Building Supplies, my esteemed patron, you've arrived. If you hadn't tea, I would have been unable to make ends meet. Alan shop, is it really that exaggerated? I'm currently engaged in construction. Let us start with 50,000 stones. What? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that for real? 50,000 stones. This month's rent would finally be covered. She had been struggling for months, and the rent alone had depleted her funds. Had it not been for Song Sha, her shop would have been on the brink of closure. Hastily loading the materials, she couldn't afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. She swiftly operated the mining machinery to extract a substantial amount of stone from the quarry. Just then, another message from Song Sha arrived. Island shop, will there be any freebies this time? Even scrap materials will suffice. Sweetheart building supplies. You want scrap? I can send you a few tons. I need to clear out my inventory as well. Island shop, thank you. I'll place the order right away. Island shop purchased 50,000 stones. Payment of 450 gold coins completed. Please ship promptly. Gold coin balance, 2,524 to 450 2074, waiting in an open area. Song Sha soon saw the courier opening a portal. Boss, why are you buying so many stones? This is quite the hassle. Song Sha had lost track of how many times he had encountered the courier in a single day, noticing the pile of stones resembling a small mountain. He felt a bit sheepish. Thank you for your trouble. This order 1T only cost a silver coin, will it? Although the courier complained, Song Sha observed that he remained unfazed while transporting the stones, clearly demonstrating considerable strength. Earning only a silver coin for this delivery, it was evident that the courier was not motivated solely by money. What could compel him to willingly work as a courier in the cosmic market? With a nonchalant smile, the courier replied, I possess the art of shadow cloning. What you see before you is merely one of my clones. The cosmic market has thousands of orders every second. Otherwise, do you think I could keep up? Astounded, Song Sha inhaled sharply. The courier could create tens of thousands of clones? How formidable must his prowess be? Yet, considering this, it was evident that the courier could indeed earn a considerable sum. Ultimately, regardless of how terrifying one's power might be, the pursuit of wealth remains a necessity. By the way, I also have a few tons of scrap materials from the cellar for you. With that, the courier tossed out some construction debris and steel scrap, forming yet another small mountain beside the first. Seeing the towering pile of freebies, Song Sha couldn't help but smile. This scrap could yield several tons of steel. Indeed, there's nothing quite like reaping rewards without cost. Chapter 46. The establishment of the Yanhuang Alliance. After purchasing the building materials, Song Sha casually left a positive review for the Sweetheart Material Shop. Business there was rather lackluster, yet the prices were reasonable, and they offered complimentary gifts. Such a shop undoubtedly deserved commendation. Subsequently, Song Sha began the restoration and enhancement of his castle walls, utilizing the stones to thicken the existing structure, raising the original 3-meter-high and 1-meter-thick walls to an impressive 8 meters in height and 3 meters in thickness. He then constructed a lookout tower and an arrow tower atop the new walls. With these additions, not only could potential intruders be detected with greater ease, but they also provided a resting place for goblins and elves to patrol in rotation. Most importantly, they offered concealment if besieging monsters armed with bows and arrows approached. His own troops could take refuge within the arrow tower. Once he had fortified the surrounding walls, Song Sha discovered he still had a considerable amount of stones left over. These materials could not go to waste. Thus, he planned a new district on the northern side of the island. However, this newly developed area was not intended for habitation but rather for cultivating timid grass. Soon, a new herbal garden began to flourish. To avoid squandering materials, Song Sha built 3 new walls adjacent to the old castle walls, as the herbal garden represented his primary source of income. Additionally, to safeguard the garden from potential monster sieges, he reinforced the old walls with an additional layer. After completing these tasks, Song Sha found time to delve into the caves once more. He vanquished 300 skeletal monsters, acquiring a substantial amount of bone powder. With this bone powder, his agricultural endeavors could proceed smoothly. After a busy day, he gazed upon his newly constructed fortifications, a sense of satisfaction finally gracing his features. He had expended a total of 40,000 stones, yet the results were visibly rewarding. His castle was now a formidable bastion, impervious not only to monsters, but even to the newly formed survivor factions attempting to breach it with artillery. Moreover, most survivors were still in the cold weapon era, where crossbows were considered advanced weaponry, leaving Song Sha with little to worry about. Amidst this bustling activity, Song Sha suddenly realized he had been so engrossed in fortifying the walls that he had neglected to eat lunch. Discovering 13 fruits in his backpack, he unhesitatingly took one out to satisfy his hunger. Later, when the monsters launched their siege, he could distribute a few fruits as rewards to the elves and goblins who performed well. As he savored the fruit, he was reminded of its exquisite flavor, which remained delightful no matter how many times he consumed it. Remarkably, this fruit enhanced his combat prowess, and his body instinctively craved such a taste. Strengthening oneself through food? Truly, such fortune exists in this world. Combat power, 8820. 1000. To his bemusement, despite reaching a combat power of 10,000, he had yet to advance to the second tier. However, he recalled that the Treant required 22,000 combat power to achieve the second tier, suggesting that the threshold for advancement was likely around 20,000. At that moment, while enjoying the fruit and feeling the ocean breeze atop the castle walls, a misty island gradually emerged from the horizon. What was this? The surrounding world was enveloped in fog, with only fleeting glimpses of other survivors' islands during favorable weather. And the nearest of those islands was several kilometers away. Yet, the island before him was less than 300 meters away, almost right at his doorstep. Whose island could this be? A sense of caution welled up within Song Sha. Something was amiss. Before he could voice his thoughts, a message arrived. Li Xiao, is that Song Sha's island across the way? The Li family? He recalled his previous visit to their island to unearth treasure chests. Song Sha, your island is practically in my face. What gives? Li Xiao, this entire sea area has formed an alliance, and the islands are converging towards our allies. We have established the Yin Wang Alliance. Could you possibly lend us your support, Song Sha? Song Sha, I think not. I prefer to remain independent. From their vantage point, the Li family could see the magnificence of Song Sha's castle, which they had not fully appreciated during the global livestream. The 12 members of the Li family were left in awe, gazing across at the grandiose fortress. Was it possible that Song Sha intended to encompass the entire island as his stronghold? What was even more astonishing was the sheer quantity of stones Song Sha must have amassed. Tens of thousands of stones were required to excavate even a single island, a feat beyond the imagination of ordinary survivors. If a typical island were excavated to such an extent, it would have long since vanished beneath the waves. Only a resource island could yield such an abundance of materials. Song Sha's remarkable prowess made it a regrettable loss for the Yin Wang Alliance not to have him on board. The Yin Wang Alliance was a collective formed by individuals from the Huaxian nation, and the Li family's island was aligning with the territory of the alliance. Although they had only grown to over 200 members, including many elders and children, a larger population and a more substantial island would inevitably consolidate resources and strengthen their collective might. As they beheld Song Sha's castle, the Li family felt an urge to join forces. Before sunset, their island was expected to drift to the headquarters of the Yin Huang Alliance, uniting with other Huaxia compatriots. At that moment, the Yin Huang Alliance had already begun construction, and prior to their departure, the Li family had received video updates of the new city being established. Although still in the Bronze Age, they had commenced erecting stone walls. The headquarters of the Yin Huang Alliance was evolving into a small city. Yet, as they recalled the 2-meter-high walls of the Alliance and compared them to Song Sha's towering 8-meter fortifications, they could not help but feel a pang of envy. A city constructed by 200 survivors could not hold a candle to Song Sha's singular creation. The sight of those 8-meter walls alone instilled a sense of security. Today, they were determined to persuade Song Sha to join the Yin Huang Alliance. With him aboard, they could surely become the most formidable team in the world. The might of one man surpassed that of 200. Was this not self-evident? As the Li family contemplated their situation, 5 sailing ships emerged from the misty sea, displaying a banner emblazoned with the words Rising Sun Guild. Chapter 47. Ship Masato has drifted away. At the bow of the ship, a menacing group of survivors, adorned with white headbands and clad in iron armor, wielding an assortment of cold weapons, stood ready for battle. Leading them, Ship Masato smirked coldly. Listen up. Inhabitants of the island, surrender and get to work swiftly. Your island has already been claimed by our Rising Sun faction. Ship Masato, an experienced veteran, understood that the essence of survival lies in one crucial element: resources. The resources that survivors could acquire were scattered across various islands. Seizing an island meant seizing resources, enabling their faction to grow exponentially. Unlike Song Sha, who could procure resources in the cosmic marketplace, his current predicament was not a lack of resources, but rather of land. Yet, there was no need for Song Sha to resort to banditry in order to capture islands. With ample resources at his disposal, he could simply reclaim land by filling in the sea. Such is the privilege that comes with abundance. However, Ship Masato had his own schemes. Although numerous small factions had formed, most comprised merely a few hundred individuals. In contrast, the Rising Sun faction stood as a formidable presence. Moreover, Ship Masato had identified a lucrative opportunity, intercepting solitary islands that had strayed towards the Alliance headquarters, much like the Li family's island. By weakening the opposition while bolstering their own strength, it was a win-win situation. Thus, under Masato's leadership, the Rising Sun faction devised a straightforward and ruthless strategy. Half of their members remained behind to mine resources alongside the elderly and children, fortifying their main island. Meanwhile, he led a squad of elite survivors to raid. This elite group of 30 donned the finest equipment the Rising Sun faction could muster. They had been eyeing the Leaf family's island for several days. With a larger population, the Leaf family extracted resources from their island at a significantly faster rate than others. Today, the Leaf family's island had inexplicably come to a halt, and Masato perceived this as a rare opportunity to strike, surrender quickly, and become slaves to the Rising Sun faction, or else face annihilation. Masato proclaimed with an air of smugness, revealing his yellowed teeth. His desire to target the Leaf family was not merely for the island, but also to capture its members. With 12 individuals, the Leaf family could provide 12 additional laborers for the Rising Sun faction. Coupled with the previous captives and the 3 islands they had conquered, Masato felt invincible. This elite group of 30 survivors, both in equipment and caliber, would easily overpower the 12 from the Leaf family. Having consolidated elite survivors, and with their numbers on the rise, Masato encountered no opposition as they approached the solitary island. Before his heavily armed presence, none dared to resist. Even those who attempted to fight back were swiftly subdued upon witnessing the Rising Sun faction's shameless ambush. Li Xiao was incensed. Our island is a member of the Yin Wang Alliance. Are you declaring war on us? Yin Wang Alliance? Never heard of it. Masato sneered, hefting his great sword as he leered at the wooden walls of the island. Is that your wife? His gaze fell on the woman beside Li Xiao. That's none of your business. Li Xiao seethed, sensing Masato's lecherous stare. He seized his bronze shield and spear, declaring, You've gone too far. I will fight you to the death. I'll give you a chance. If you allow your wife to serve me, I'll let you join the Rising Sun faction. Otherwise, prepare to become a slave. You little bastard. I'll twist your head off and feed it to the dogs. The entire family rallied in anger. They would rather die than let anyone harm their loved ones. Arrows and bronze spears whistled through the air as members of the Rising Sun faction raised shields to protect Masato. The bronze-tipped arrows and spears could not penetrate the iron shields. Masato scoffed at the audacity of facing them head-on. With a wave of his hand, archers clad in light armor drew their bows. Meanwhile, over a dozen heavily armored survivors pushed a massive siege engine off the ship. The wooden siege tower, reinforced with iron sheathing, appeared nearly indestructible. In contrast, the Leaf family's defenses consisted of mere wooden palisades, which would surely crumble under the assault of this siege engine. Fully armored, the survivors revealed only their eyes beneath their helmets. As the siege engine drew closer, the pressure on the Leaf family intensified. Faced with such a disparity in equipment, the Leaf family found themselves at a loss. Currently, only Li Xiao wore bronze armor. The others were clad in leather made from deer hide. How could they possibly contend with dozens of fully equipped survivors? It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the siege engine collided with their wooden wall, splintering it into shards. It appeared the structure would soon give way. Today, they had planned to reach the new city of the Yin Wang Alliance, but unexpectedly, a band of Rising Sun raiders had emerged. What do we do? Li Xiao's younger sister anxiously looked to her father and brothers. Li Xiao gritted his teeth and roared. What else can we do? Fight them to the bitter end. Grasping his bronze shield and sword, he prepared to charge into battle against the Rising Sun faction. Just a few hundred meters ahead lies Song Sha's territory. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. Li Ku cast a glance at her husband and quickly interjected. A chance for survival? Yes, Song Sha's territory is right there. Although he isn't interested in joining the Yin Huang Alliance, we are all fellow countrymen. Surely he wouldn't let us perish. Li Xiao glanced at his wife, nearly swept away by rage, but thankfully, Li Ku's words brought him back to reason. We can escape through the underground passage. The Li family had long prepared a contingency plan while managing the island, an underground tunnel. This passage led directly to the coast and offered a chance for escape. The family hurried through the tunnel, emerging at the seaside. Together, they pushed a small 8-meter sailboat out from the thickets along the shore. Just as they did, members of the Rising Sun faction stormed into the Li family's fortress. Baka! Shit, San. They've escaped through the underground passage. The group hastily pursued, and from a vantage point, Masato quickly spotted the Li family by the sea. Look. There's a boat. It seems there's another island over there. The fog was dense, obscuring their view of the island's outline. Yet Masato felt no urgency, even finding amusement in the situation. Well, a 2-for-1 deal. We'll capture both islands' inhabitants together. Masato raised his hand. Chase after them. Let's seize the other island's people as well. Unbeknownst to him, the island across was Song Sha's territory. and visions of triumph filled his mind as he anticipated the glory of capturing 2 islands. Meanwhile, on another island, Song Sha was rearranging the defensive positions of goblins and elves. Standing beneath the city walls, he mixed the 2 groups, forming teams of 1 elf and 2 goblins. The elves would provide ranged support while the goblins dealt with any approaching adversaries. Song Sha was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it effectively addressed the elves' vulnerability in close combat. At that moment, a small elf stationed in the lookout tower suddenly spotted a sailboat piercing through the mist, rapidly approaching the shore. "Brother, we have a situation." Chapter 48. If you can't win, use poison. The little elf observed the sailboat emerging from the mist and immediately strung her bow. Drawing it taut, she aimed at the vessel, declaring, "If you dare to set foot on this island, I shall release my arrow." Li Xiao was taken aback. Was that blonde girl on the city wall an elf? Truly. The esteemed Song Sha was a wealthy individual. However, Li Xiao did not dare to be negligent and quickly waved his hand toward the wall, exclaiming, "Do not shoot. We are allies. The great Song Sha knows me." The little elf noticed Li Xiao's panicked demeanor, and considering that he was accompanied by his family, she surmised they were not malevolent. Moreover, given the vast disparity in their strengths, she felt no fear of any treachery from them. "Little elf, what is happening outside?" asked her brother. "Brother, there are over 10 people from Huaxiao approaching. They claim to know you." Outside the city wall, Li Xiao and his family had already disembarked from their boat, and behind them, several more sailboats surged forth from the fog. Upon stepping onto Song Sha's island, Li Xiao urgently pleaded, "Quickly inform Song Sha. This group is pursuing us." Seeing that Li Xiao's party appeared genuine, the little elf hastily relayed the message to Song Sha. "Brother, they say someone is hunting them." At that moment, 3 large sailboats drew near the island, from which dozens of fully armed warriors leapt. The little elf furrowed her brow and coldly commanded, "Leave this place at once, or I shall release my arrows." Shirtu Zhengrun, who had just jumped off the ship, gasped, "Are they truly of the elven race?" "Incredible! Goodness, elves!" exclaimed another. "Who would have thought this island harbored such beings? Is it a wild island?" At this time, all the islanders were captivated by the elf's beauty. This was a legendary race. The little elf atop the arrow tower, with her golden hair and azure eyes, was charming beyond measure. Meanwhile, several female guards on the city wall peered out, their expressions filled with vigilance. So many elves. Could this be Elf Island? The sudden discovery of such a multitude of elves sent the members of the Rising Sun group into a frenzy of excitement. Initially intending to capture slaves, they now encountered elves instead. What a delightful surprise. "Shida-san, let us advance quickly." The group of followers exchanged glances, their faces adorned with lewd smiles. "What are we waiting for? Our priority now is to capture the elves. Although they possess bows and arrows, we are clad in iron armor and can easily charge at them." The thought of seizing elves was tantalizing. However, Shirtu Zhengrun was somewhat taken aback. Why had they found Elf Island? Yet the system had not issued a warning. World Channel, Shirtu Zhengrun, our Rising Sun group, has discovered an Elf Island. Join us now, and we will provide elves. Want elven slaves? Then come and join the Rising Sun group. At that moment, Song Sha, standing beneath the wall, could not help but sneer. Did Shirtu Zhengrun truly dare to invade his island to capture people? Suddenly, another message appeared in the chat channel. "Song Sha, go to hell. Seeking death, are you? What Elf Island? This is my island. Ouyang Da from Huaxiao. They dare to trespass on the Great One's island. This will be entertaining to watch. Su Dong from Huaxiao. Serves him right. Shirtu Zhengrun, that scoundrel, has encroached upon my friend's island. May the great Song Sha avenge us." As Shirtu Zhengrun read these comments, his heart sank. Song Sha. This was Song Sha's island. In the distance, a castle materialized through the mist. Regaining his composure from the elf's beauty, Shirtu Zhengrun marveled at the towering city wall. For islanders, their height already being modest, this 8-meter wall appeared even more imposing. "Run! Do not charge in!" Shirtu Zhengrun shouted. His followers, still in a frenzy, laughed. "Shida-san, the elven maidens are right before us. Their arrows cannot pierce our iron armor. Why are you afraid? This is Song Sha's island. Do you want to die?" Upon hearing Song Sha's name, everyone faltered, some even stumbling and falling to the ground. "Song Sha, this is Song Sha's island?" Despite their bravado, they were acutely aware of the danger they faced. They had come to Song Sha's island merely to deliver themselves as offerings. However, realizing this too late, they found themselves in dire straits. Through the mist, Song Sha emerged, brandishing his ghostly blade and clad in enchanted leather armor, stepping forth from the city gate. "You wish to claim my island's elves?" Shirtu Zhengrun forced a smile, and no. It is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, one of his underlings whispered, "Shida-san, this Song Sha is clad in leather armor. Perhaps we should try our luck and take him down." With over 20 heavily armored men surrounding the seemingly vulnerable Song Sha, They believed they had the upper hand. Shita-san, we have poison-throwing darts. If we strike him, he is as good as dead. Several underlings chimed in, and Shirtu Jingren's mind began to race with possibilities. Instantly, over 20 men encircled Song Sha. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's family had reached a relatively safe position, and upon witnessing Song Sha's peril, Li Xiao exclaimed, "Let us assist the great Song Sha. Yes, with our numbers, we should be able to make a difference." However, the little elf intervened, stopping them. "You should remain here. My brother can handle this alone." The little elf said confidently, "If you go, you will only be a hindrance. It is best to stay here. My brother can resolve this matter himself." Li Xiao's family was taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened by her words. Yet, seeing her unwavering conviction, they hesitated, wondering if they might indeed be a burden to Song Sha. Noticing that no one was coming to assist Song Sha, Shirtu Jingren's courage swelled. "Attack. Use the poison darts to eliminate him. Indeed, he is only clad in leather armor. He cannot withstand the darts." Shirtu Jingren and his men hurled the poison darts at Song Sha, who stood unwavering, his weapon at his side. Swish, swish, swish. Several poison darts flew toward him. Li Xiao's family felt a chill of dread. Would the great Song Sha truly fall so easily? To their astonishment, just as the darts were about to reach him, they were all deflected. Standing still, Song Sha yawned. "I expected something more formidable. Is this all you have?" Shirtu Jingren and his companions were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the prowess of a top-tier survivor? The disparity was astonishing. Pale-faced, Shirtu Jingren turned and fled toward the sailboats. Thinking he could escape, Song Sha drew his ghostly blade and hurled it forward. "Amber, eliminate them." From the airborne blade emerged a female specter clad in red, who smirked, "Finally, someone who can entertain me." Chapter 49, Displaying Skills at the Doorstep of the Master? A medical doorway to poison. Alas, the scene before him was unlike anything Shirtu Jingren had ever encountered. It instantly conjured images from certain eerie legends. The iron armor that enveloped him felt as fragile as parchment in the presence of this female specter. With a chilling smile, Amber brandished her ghostly blade and struck. In an instant, both man and armor were cleaved in twain. Amber erupted into a maniacal laugh, for she was no innocent bystander. Indeed, it was the scent of blood that invigorated her. "Help! We are haunted. Is there anyone to rescue us?" The members of the Rising Sun group screamed in terror. Yet, Amber showed no mercy. Having received permission from Song Sha, she was free to unleash her wrath upon them. Moreover, these individuals sought to slay Song Sha. After the contract was signed, Song Sha became Amber's most cherished entity. Dare to threaten the man she held dear? That was a death wish. While Amber wreaked havoc, Song Sha conducted a quick assessment. Shirtu Jingren, race, human, ladder ranking, 9623. Identity, survivor, combat power, 1200, defense, 200. Next, he glanced at Amber's details. Ghostly blade Amber contracted, race, undead contractor, Song Sha combat power, 25,000, defense, 2000, ghosts ignore physical attacks. This was nothing short of a massacre. Song Sha had not anticipated such a staggering disparity in combat capabilities. In mere moments, amidst flashes of crimson light, over 20 marauders from the Rising Sun group were left with only Shirtu Jingren standing. "Stop. Leave him alive," Song Sha called out. "I need the survivor's map." When a survivor perishes, they vanish, yet their possessions are immediately dropped. Thus, the ground outside the city wall was strewn with an array of discarded items, herbs, food, and equipment. Without a shred of guilt, Song Sha stripped the iron armor from a corpse. He would not kill unprovoked, but if others aimed to take his life, they must be prepared for the consequences. Having witnessed corpses before, he was no longer nauseated. Familiarity bred a certain composure. He began to gather the scattered resources. Herb 1. Wood 52, iron ingots 23, bronze arrows 212. This group was truly impoverished. Among the myriad of drops, only the materials were of any value. As for the armor, he deemed it fit for smelting. To Song Sha, it was mere refuse. At that moment, Amber positioned her blade against Shirtu Jingren's neck. Her visage smeared with blood, a grotesque grin plastered across her face. "Kill, kill, ha, kill." Her body trembled slightly, her eyes a vivid crimson. Was she losing control? Though typically loquacious and humorous, Amber was indeed a genuine specter. "Amber, lower the blade," Song Sha commanded. Yet her manic grin only widened. "I want to kill. I want to kill." With a resigned shake of his head, Song Sha formed a gesture and intoned, "Calm heart spell." Placing his fingertip upon Amber's forehead, she finally regained her composure. I seem to have lost control again." This incantation was one of the Tianchu spells, designed for controlling spirits. Now, in addition to his role as a healer, Song Sha was effectively a half-Taoist. The Tianxia spells meticulously detailed the methods to subdue spirits. Allowing Amber to rampage unchecked would inevitably lead to her losing control. Song Sha had anticipated this. To master the spirit, one must first endure the chaos until she learned to rein herself in. Fear not. Lose control a few more times, and you will be able to manage it yourself. He reassured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. As the ghostly blade and Amber were one, her potential for growth was immense. Presently, she was Song Sha's foremost combat strength. Turning his attention back to Shitu Zhongren, Song Sha placed the ghostly blade at his throat. Surrender and become my servant. Or face death. The choice is yours. A wave of despair washed over Shitu Zhongren. Should he surrender, Song Sha would acquire his map, enabling him to locate the Rising Sun group. Trembling, he stammered, I surrender. Here is the map. As Song Sha extended his hand to retrieve it, Shitu Zhongren suddenly trembled, revealing a poisoned dart concealed within his grasp, which he hurled towards Song Sha. Despite his quick reflexes, Song Sha felt the sting as the dart grazed his finger. With a swift kick, he sent Shitu Zhongren sprawling. Blood spewed from the latter's mouth, yet he laughed maniacally. You're finished. Ha! I advise you to let me go. I possess the antidote. Suddenly, a cunning glint crossed Shitu Zhongren's eyes. You must also provide me with several fairies, along with your equipment and first kill rewards. Otherwise, we shall perish together. He bore the look of a schemer who believed he had triumphed. Without the antidote, Song Sha would not last an hour. When that time came, even divine intervention would be futile. The antidote? Song Sha chuckled, though the poison began to spread within him. He remained unfazed. The venom of your toxic flower may intimidate the uninitiated, but do you think you can deceive me? With a grin, he continued. Scan me if you wish. Scan? Shitu Zhongren was taken aback, then complied with a scan of Song Sha. Song Sha, race, human, survivor ranking. First, identity, survivor, profession, healer, combat power. 13, 820. Shitu Zhongren was left dumbfounded. The revelation that had just shattered his composure was Song Sha's profession. He had dared to poison a healer. Song Sha was the first to choose his profession and the first healer. As a healer, he was naturally impervious to poison. Damn it. This time I'm finished. Chapter 50. Who can kill me? Amber, possess him. Song Sha uttered with a cold chuckle, pointing at Ishio Masato. Once again emerging from the blade, Amber wore an expression of disdain. To inhabit the body of such an inept and lecherous individual from an island nation? How utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, as it was Song Sha's command, Amber would not defy it. After witnessing Song Sha's terrifying combat prowess, Ishio Masato's mindset had already faltered. This was the opportune moment for Amber to invade. In an instant, a flash of red light appeared, and Amber plunged into Ishio Masato's body. A scream of agony erupted from Ishio, and he was soon overtaken by the spirit. Amber effortlessly seized control of Ishio's physical form and unfurled a map. Upon leaning closer for a better look, Song Sha was taken aback. They were astonishingly close to their island. According to the map, the Sunrise Guild's island was merely a dozen kilometers away. With the right direction, they could reach it by boat in no time. However, this map was incomplete, depicting only the locations Ishio Masato had explored. After copying the explored map, Song Sha instructed Amber, open his backpack. Amber, as if discovering a new world, followed Song Sha's directive and opened Ishio's backpack. Inside, aside from poisonous plants and antidotes, there lay a parchment map labeled Secret Realm. A secret realm map? What treasures could it hold? Taking an antidote, Song Sha consumed it in one gulp. Once the toxins were neutralized, he smiled lightly, Ishio Masato. Allow me to teach you a novel poison concoction. Possessed by the spirit, Ishio Masato writhed in agony, realizing he was utterly immobile. It felt akin to being trapped under the weight of a ghost. No matter how he struggled, he could not reclaim control over his body. Helplessly, he watched as Song Sha gathered a fruit from a nearby tree. This is blood vitality fruit. When mixed with your poisonous plant, it will accelerate the toxin's flow through your bloodstream. How refreshing, isn't it? Ishio's eyes betrayed a flicker of despair and struggle as he grasped the implications. After combining the two ingredients into a toxic powder, Song Sha stuffed it into Ishio's mouth. You, Ishio Masato, wished to play with poison, didn't you? Well, let us indulge in this game. In the realm of poison play, Ishio Masato appeared as nothing more than a naive child before Song Sha. Even if Ishio refused to yield the antidote today, Song Sha could effortlessly concoct it himself. If Ishio intended to poison him, Song Sha would reciprocate in kind, leading into a slow demise amidst despair. To play such tricks, do you think you are Jinku? No. You and your ilk from the island can hardly be compared to him. It is not that I lack chivalry. Rather, it was you, Ishio Masato, who initiated the deceit and ambush. As Song Sha spoke, he continued to pour the powder into Ishio's mouth. A mouthful of black powder slid down Ishio's throat, prompting him to cough violently in agony. Amber disengaged from the possession, unwilling to share in Ishio's pain or relive the sensation of death. Regaining control of his body, Ishio frantically clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the toxic powder he had just inhaled. Do not waste your efforts. If my poison could be so easily expelled, then I would not be a physician at all. A doctor can save lives as well as take them. Upon hearing Song Sha's words, Ishio Masato was plunged into despair. Song Sha, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the Sunrise Guild. My brother and my comrades will not let you off so easily. Song Sha scoffed, incredulous that Ishio still had the audacity to be defiant at such a juncture. He was indeed a stubborn fool. With a smirk, Song Sha produced the antidote from his possession. Do you truly not want it? If you wish to die, I shall not compel you. Give it to me, quickly. Upon seeing the antidote, Ishio Masato lost all composure. I will give you the antidote, but you must tell me what this secret realm truly is. Song Sha waved the secret realm map before Ishio's eyes. A secret realm, one could only imagine the treasures it contained. Song Sha, if I tell you, will you truly give me the antidote? Ishio hesitated. Treasures could be sought again, but if he lost his life, he would have nothing left. Rest assured, I am the top of the survival rankings. What benefit do I gain from deceiving you? If you perish, the treasures within this map will forever elude me. Reveal to me this location, and I shall grant you the antidote. Ishio Masato regarded Song Sha with skepticism. Despite his inner turmoil, he understood this was his sole chance for survival. Taking a deep breath, he confessed, it is a place filled with demonic beasts, monsters, and resources. We mine iron there. But most importantly, there is something else. He paused deliberately, knowing his fate rested entirely in Song Sha's hands. Who could say if Song Sha would honor his word? Song Sha waved the antidote before Ishio once more. Continue. Give me the antidote, and I shall tell. With an indifferent smile, Song Sha tossed the antidote to the ground. Ishio's eyes sparkled with desperation as he lunged forward with all his might, akin to a dog. After consuming the antidote, he finally felt a sense of security and began to speak. On that secret realm island, there is a type of or called meteorite iron, guarded by a colossal python nearby. Before he could finish, Ishio hurled a poisoned dart and fled. However, Song Sha showed no inclination to pursue him. Instead, he contemplated the map in his hands, deep in thought. Brother, are we just going to let him escape? The little sprite, leading the Leaf family, felt a tinge of discontent at letting that scoundrel flee. The avaricious expression on his face repulsed her. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me. At that moment, Ishio Masato realized with delight that Song Sha had not pursued him. Did this mean he had escaped? A wave of relief washed over him as he hastily retrieved a return island talisman, preparing to flee. With a swift tear of the talisman, he laughed heartily. I am leaving, and no one can catch me. A streak of light flashed, and Ishio vanished from Song Sha's island, leaving behind a sea of corpses belonging to the Sunrise Guild's elites. Back on the Sunrise Guild island, Ishio breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially anticipated wealth, but found himself on the brink of death. Everyone, I escaped from Song Sha today. I personally ventured onto his island and discovered he is nothing extraordinary. Ishio wore a disdainful expression. Having evaded Song Sha only elevated his status among his comrades. Surrounded by the adoring gazes of his guild members, Ishio felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he was unwilling to let this moment of glory remain solely within the Sunrise Guild. Global Channel, Ishio Masato, did you expect this, Song Sha? I have returned home. This grudge shall be repaid in kind. Prepare for the Sunrise Guild to come knocking on your door. After sending this message, Ishio felt uneasy and continued to post in the channel. Ishio Masato, if you dare to lay a hand on the Sunrise Guild, I will expose the coordinates of your island. With that threat, he hoped Song Sha would refrain from seeking retribution against him. Song Sha, it is simple. As long as you are dead, no one will know my coordinates. Ishio Masato, ridiculous. I am at home. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Ishio laughed heartily, but just then, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Blood began to flow from his nostrils, the corners of his mouth, his eyes, and his ears. With a thud, Masato Ishio fell backward, lying supine. Chapter 51. The true reason behind the disappearance of the explosive device. Blue Star announcement. Su Ri Tuan leader, Shi Wei Zheng Ruan, has been poisoned to death by Song Sha. Announcement limited to the first 10,000 survivors. As this announcement reverberated through the air, a wave of shock engulfed the survivors. Shi Wei Zheng Ruan was not just any participant. He was a prominent survivor within the Global Channel and the founder of the first team on Blue Star. The notion that such a significant figure could be assassinated by Song Sha, and through poisoning no less, left everyone in disbelief. Not only the viewers of the announcement were dumbfounded, but the members of Su Ri Tuan were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, Wei Zhongren had seemed perfectly fine. How could he have been taken down so quietly by Song Sha? The situation was incomprehensible. Wei, wake up, Wei. Panic ensued as the members of Su Rituan rushed to his side, only to discover that Wei Zhongren had already succumbed to death. Look, Wei's abdomen. One member exclaimed, astonished to find it grotesquely distended, even tearing through the iron armor. This is not right. How could a corpse behave like this? It must be toxic, run. A member reacted swiftly. Before the words could fully escape their lips, a loud bang echoed as Wei Zhongren's body exploded, releasing a strange, poisonous mist that enveloped the surroundings. The members of Su Rituan inhaled the toxic gas and were immediately affected, with many collapsing and frothing at the mouth. After struggling momentarily, they too fell lifeless. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongren's brother, Wei Zhongren, heard the commotion and hurried over. What is happening? Just as he attempted to approach, he was blocked by several surviving members. Vice President, don't go near. There is poison. The members of Su Rituan were on high alert. If any of them were contaminated, they would meet a swift demise. They were determined not to let Su Rituan face annihilation so easily. Wei Zhongren was their last hope for revitalization. Wei Zhongren's expression darkened. It was clear that all of this was orchestrated by Song Sha. He recalled how Song Sha had recently improved the toxic flowers formula. The characteristics of the physician profession were now fully revealed. By blending various herbs, he had created a new potent poison, heart-destroying powder. Heart-destroying powder accelerates the blood circulation of the poisoned, causing them to bleed from all orifices and die within 10 minutes. The miasma within their bodies will then disperse externally, creating a toxic blood mist upon explosion. What Song Sha had given to Wei Zhongren was not a true antidote. Once Wei Zhongren fell into his hands, there was no escape. However, Song Sha had not anticipated that Wei Zhongren possessed a return island talisman. Fortunately, the efficacy of the poison he developed was so pronounced that it prevented Wei Zhongren from escaping. World Channel, Wei Zhongren. Song Sha, you wretched fiend. How dare you poison my brother and so many innocent members? I will not let this go. Song Sha merely chuckled. Who truly lacks shame here? Innocent? Coming to my island is considered innocent? Blue Star announcement. Survivor Song Sha has shared the coordinates of Su Rituan. Unperturbed, Song Sha proceeded to disclose the coordinates of Su Rituan on the World Channel. Song Sha, Su Rituan is guilty of robbing islands and deserves their fate. I hereby announce their coordinates. Seek vengeance for your grievances. Upon witnessing Song Sha's actions, Wei Zhongren was rendered speechless. This was disastrous. Not only would they be unable to avenge Wei Zhongren, but they themselves were now in peril. Song Sha had essentially laid a trap, exposing their island's location, which would undoubtedly attract trouble. After all, Su Rituan had previously offended numerous factions while seizing islands. Those factions would surely come seeking retribution. Tom from America, Su Rituan should consider relocating quickly. After offending so many, now they're facing consequences. Jackson from Australia, I think Wei Zhongren was asking for trouble, provoking the top survivor on the leaderboard. ISNT tired of living? Li Xiao from China. This group of islanders is hypocritical. My island nearly fell victim to their thievery. Let us all unite to deal with Su Rituan. In stark contrast to the precarious situation of Su Rituan, Song Sha remained entirely unperturbed. With Wei Zhongren deceased, no one knew the location of Song Sha's island anymore. Su Rituan could no longer seek revenge on his territory. However, aside from Wei Zhongren's group, there were still others aware of the island's coordinates, specifically the Li family, who had been rescued by Song Sha. Song Sha turned to Li Xiao, sharing an understanding look. Li Xiao, experienced and astute, quickly grasped Song Sha's implication. Song Sha, we, the Li family, guarantee to keep your island's location a secret. Just let us go. Song Sha fell into contemplation. If he released them, the location of his island could be exposed. In the world of islands, revealing one's position was perilously dangerous. Moreover, as the top survivor, if his coordinates were disclosed, many would undoubtedly come to assault his island. Conversely, if he withheld their freedom, he would end up in a predicament akin to Wei Zhongren. Both parties found themselves at an impasse. Suddenly, Li Xiao's face lit up, and he promptly spoke. Song Sha, I possess an item that may persuade you to let us leave. What item? Song Sha inquired, curiosity piqued. Li Xiao respectfully presented the item with both hands. What do you think of this? Upon receiving the item, its information materialized before Song Sha's eyes. Island Relocation Talisman allows your island to teleport to any coordinates within a 20-kilometer radius. What a remarkable find. Song Sha's interest was immediately captured. Do not underestimate the significance of 20 kilometers. Moving in any direction by this distance would render the island nearly impossible to locate amidst the vast ocean. especially considering the fog in the island world, where visibility is mere hundreds of meters. A 20-kilometer distance was substantial. However, he found himself vexed. Why did everyone possess items? Shui Zhongrun had a return island talisman, and now the Li family had an item as well. Why was he the only one without such fortune? Where did you acquire this? Song Sha casually inquired, though as the top survivor, this question felt somewhat awkward. Others perceived him as lacking nothing. Song Sha, you've already defeated a boss, haven't you? Li Xiao responded, causing Song Sha to pause in surprise. Suddenly, realization struck him. Could it be that he had not fully explored the cave and had only defeated the first-level boss? Thus, his lack of items was explained. After all, he had left immediately after defeating the creatures, hardly paying attention to what they dropped. Clearly, there were still treasures to be found within that cave. However, Song Sha would not divulge this embarrassing truth. Maintaining a calm facade, he replied, "It's nothing. I obtained different items from defeating monsters. And I'm merely interested in your talisman." Li Xiao nodded, evidently convinced. "You may leave." Having received the benefit, Song Sha naturally intended to honor his promise. "Thank you." The Li family members bowed repeatedly, expressing their profound gratitude to Song Sha, determined to explore the cave further for potential treasures. Song Sha was lost in thought when suddenly a voice resonated from the sky. Blue Star announcement: the cross-dimensional duel arena is now temporarily open. All survivors are encouraged to participate enthusiastically. Chapter 52. The Cross-Boundary Duel Arena. Crisis of Blue Star. What is this cross-boundary duel arena? Song Sha quickly examined the rules of this so-called arena. Cross-boundary duel arena. Engage in duels with elite survivors from other worlds. Victors can earn special medals redeemable for various rare items and resources. There is no death mechanism for this event. Song Sha's eyes lit up. No death mechanism? This meant that even in defeat, one could return to full health. What a splendid event! However, upon further inspection, he noted that this activity was limited to the top 1,000 survivors. This was understandable. The remaining participants would serve no purpose in the duel, merely cheering from the sidelines. What intrigued Song Sha even more was that elite survivors from other worlds were participating in this event. It appeared that Blue Star was not the sole realm selected. Were there others drawn into this survival game? Were they in the same island world or in entirely different realms? If that were the case, the scale of this survival game would indeed be unfathomable. With no threat to his life, Song Sha felt no hesitation. Seeing that he met the registration criteria, he promptly confirmed his participation. Gaining rewards was one aspect. He was also eager to assess the current capabilities of survivors from other worlds. Little sprites, guard the castle in my absence. If a situation arises like today's, shoot arrows without hesitation. Understood. But brother, where are you going? With a wave of his hand, a portal of space-time appeared before him. I have some matters to attend to, but shall return shortly. Despite his reassurances, the little sprites felt an unsettling anxiety and sense of loss as they watched Song Sha step into the portal. With him gone, the pillar of their island had vanished. Having spent some time in this world, the little sprites were acutely aware of the dangers it harbored. How would they survive without Song Sha? Until now, they had not felt such apprehension, but with his departure, a struggle welled up within them. Brother, don't leave me alone. I want to go with you. Yet, the portal had already vanished in an instant, and the little sprites were engulfed by a wave of fear. When Song Sha opened his eyes again, he found himself on another island. Still an island. Song Sha felt a hint of disappointment, but he quickly noticed that he was surrounded by people. Survivors from various regions, ethnicities, and races had gathered to converse. Clearly, these individuals were also participants in the event. However, across the island stood not humans, but beings with green skin and sharp tusks protruding from their mouths. Suddenly, a series of words appeared in the center of the arena. Blue Star, human survivors versus Beast Star, Beast Clan survivors. These complex and mysterious characters were not from Earth, yet astonishingly, all human survivors understood them. The beastmen across the way were equally agitated, as human survivors discovered that they could comprehend the beast language. Humans, this frail race, could be survivors? What merit was there in battling them? Could the human race truly rival the beast clan? Yet, those humans smelled rather delectable. The beastmen regarded the human survivors with disdain, as if they were mere livestock. Standing amidst the crowd, Song Sha refrained from revealing himself, opting instead to observe from the shadows. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky. Welcome to the Arena Island. This is a confrontation between the human and beast races, for the purpose of familiarizing everyone with the rules. There will be no death for the first defeat. However, the loser in the next arena battle will face death. Upon hearing this, everyone's nerves tensed. Although this round was merely to familiarize themselves with the rules, no one dared to be complacent. After all, the next encounter could be a matter of life and death. If they failed to grasp the rules this time, They would become mere fodder in future contests on Arena Island. Battle rules: Arena Wheel Battle. Each side sends one individual to defend the arena. The victory condition is to defeat all challengers from the opposing side until they concede or all their challengers are defeated. The victorious side can plunder resources from the other. Successful defenders can earn individual activity rewards. Song Sha glanced at the rules. They were not difficult to comprehend. In essence, it was a struggle for resources between the human and beast races. The victorious race would see their world's resources flourish and the soil become fertile, while the defeated would suffer plunder of their resources. However, the rules were undeniably brutal. One-on-one combat might not pose a challenge for many survivors, yet a wheel battle would test an individual's strength and endurance to the utmost. As the crowd hesitated, a beast man leaped onto the arena. Human pig, who dares to challenge me? This beast man appeared incredibly robust, towering over 2 meters in height, adorned in a splendid robe. With a staff in hand. Egil, race, beast clan, beast star ladder ranking, 828th, combat power, 3487, class, shaman. On the human side, another stepped forward. Wang Yud, race, human, earth ladder ranking, 944th, combat power, 1600. Clearly, these two were not on the same level. Song Sha sighed. If Wang Yud lacked any hidden capabilities, the defeat of the human race seemed inevitable. Indeed, as the match commenced, Wang Yud was swiftly overwhelmed by the lightning summoned by the opposing beast shaman. First battle between the two races concluded. Blue Star, Wang Yud defeated. The beastmen erupted in excitement, whistling in triumph. Trash human. This fool is so weak. I could crush him with a single finger. Wang Yud felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even approach the shaman. With a single strike, he was left defenseless. Had this been a real competition, he would have been reduced to mere fodder. The strength of the beast clan evidently surpassed that of humans by a wide margin. One after another, human survivors took to the stage, only to be defeated in turn. Egil's lightning was not only powerful but also nearly inescapable. Human survivors found it exceedingly difficult to approach Egil, let alone defeat him. On the stage, Egil showed no signs of exerting his full power, looking down at the human camp with contempt. Who's next? I ask again, who dares to challenge me? Egil was brazen, yet the humans had no means to counter him. Moreover, he was merely one of the lesser beings among the 900 on the beast star. The humans had 400 survivors who were no match for him. Was Blue Star doomed? Resources were already scarce, and now they faced plunder? What hope did they have for survival? Where was Song Sha? Song Sha, please come forth and save us. Song Sha shook his head in resignation. He wished to remain inconspicuous, but his strength would not permit it. If Blue Star were to be plundered, the soil quality would deteriorate alongside it. The timid grass he had just planted would also decline. This was akin to severing his means of livelihood. How could he tolerate such a fate? With a cold snort, Song Sha stepped onto the arena. The beast man Egil smirked. Another one seeking death? Do you wish for your life to be cut short? Chapter 53. Is there a cheat? Calm and unhurried, Song Sha stood in place with an air of indifference. The orc, Aegir, sensed something was amiss with Song Sha. Compared to the previous human opponents, this one was far too composed. Could it be that this human was a master? Aegir scanned Song Sha's data, and to his shock, he nearly stumbled in disbelief. 13,000. This seemingly unremarkable young man possessed a combat power of 13,000. Was this truly the combat strength of a human? Aegir's lips twitched. What kind of monster was this? How could he possess such formidable power? Yawning, Song Sha showed little interest in addressing the simple-minded orc and instead said, "Hurry up. I am pressed for time." Aegir was momentarily stunned, feeling profoundly insulted. To be looked down upon by a human was an unprecedented affront. Infuriated, Aegir roared and charged at Song Sha. Thunder crackled ominously in the air. Yet, Song Sha remained unfazed. The lightning struck, but to everyone's astonishment, it failed to harm him in the slightest. The spectators were left agape. What the hell? Is he invincible? A smirk played on Song Sha's lips. To be honest, the lightning felt pleasantly tingling against his skin. Witnessing the futility of his attack, Aegir's mind faltered. His combat power was merely a fraction of Song Sha's, and with lightning spells ineffective against him, he had no other recourse. Without hesitation, Song Sha advanced in a swift motion and delivered a powerful punch directly to Aegir's face. The sound of wind being shattered filled the arena. Match concluded. Blue Star human. Song Sha wins. At that moment, the arena fell silent. Aegir, struck with full force, spat blood and was sent tumbling off the stage. Just then, a green light descended from the sky, reviving Aegir. Had it not been for the rules stipulating the absence of a death mechanism, the orc, who was not skilled in close combat, would have surely perished. Song Sha relaxed his wrists. This orc was rather weak, hardly a sufficient warm-up. Is there anyone else? He inquired, and the orc side fell silent. Truly, he was the top of the survival rankings. This strength. The human survivors below felt a swell of pride as Song Sha demonstrated his prowess. Humanity could hold their heads high. At that moment, a green-skinned orc adorned with strange battle tattoos ascended the stage, brandishing twin axes, exuding a faint aura of menace. It was Carolong. Lord Carolong was ready to make his move. Song Sha was taken aback. Evidently, this orc held significant popularity among his kin. A glance at his opponent revealed, Carolong, race, orc, B star ladder ranking, 1, combat power, 15,000, class, berserker, goodness, this combat power exceeded his by 2,000. Humans should not be too arrogant. Do you believe that bullying my kin will go unpunished? Carolong spoke slowly, imbued with a threatening undertone. At that moment, the hearts of all humans present raced. Initially, they believed Song Sha was exceedingly powerful, but this orc's strength surpassed even his. The human spectators silently prayed for Song Sha. Though they had harbored jealousy towards him before, now was not the time for personal grievances. A loss would spell disaster for their island world, leaving it bereft of resources. A scarcity of resources would lead to a harsh environment, drastically diminishing yields. The infighting among humans would only escalate in the struggle for resources, a vicious cycle. The decline in resources would be detrimental to all, regardless of their past feelings. They all hoped for Song Sha's victory. If he lost, they would be hopelessly outmatched against a 15,000 power orc. They were no match for such might. Song Sha himself possessed merely 13,000 in combat power. The opponent was clearly formidable, a berserker who could increase his power when enraged. Today appeared grim. The disparity between 13,000 and 15,000 was stark, suggesting an inevitable defeat. The atmosphere among the human spectators was one of despair. Yet, Song Sha remained composed, declaring, I am ready, let us begin. Aegir slowly drew his weapon. Young man, your spirit is commendable, but the gap in combat power cannot be bridged by mere bravado. Suddenly, a strange red hue enveloped Aegir's eyes, and the battle tattoos on his body began to emanate a crimson aura. At that moment, Aegir's combat power surged to nearly 17,000. 17,000. It was a dire situation. Despair washed over the humans as Aegir, wielding his twin axes, let out a fierce roar and charged at Song Sha. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Song Sha's palm glowed faintly, and he effortlessly caught Aegir's axe barehanded. What was happening? Am I seeing things? A crisp sound echoed in the arena as Carolong's axe blade shattered. Subsequently, Song Sha delivered an unremarkable punch, sending Carolong staggering backward. Carolong, incredulous, exclaimed, How is this possible? Even if you are swift, you cannot erase the gap in combat power. At that moment, no one noticed a fleeting, ethereal figure behind Song Sha. Carolong was correct. The gap in combat power was insurmountable. However, Song Sha had an advantage. Just moments ago, he had not directly engaged Carolong. The one who had fought was the Amber Spirit, possessing a combat power of 25,000. Against such overwhelming power, Carolong was destined to shatter upon contact. Confounded, he could not fathom why Song Sha was able to disregard the disparity in strength. Had they truly fought to the death, he would likely have perished. Meanwhile, the human spectators, initially in disbelief, erupted into jubilant cheers upon realizing they had won. In a single blow, they struggled to find words to encapsulate Song Sha's remarkable feat. The resources of their world would flourish once more. Song Sha, the Great One, would forever be revered. Chapter 54. The metal exchange. The expressions of the orcs were utterly grim. The berserker was a unique profession among the orc tribe, characterized by its ability to unleash energy exceeding its own combat strength in a short burst. Originally, Carlong's strength surpassed that of Song Sha, especially when utilizing the berserker skill, Fury. Yet, even with such advantages, Carlong was defeated by Song Sha. How is this possible? Is no one brave enough to challenge me? Song Sha surveyed the orc camp. No one from the orc tribe dares to challenge Song Sha. Countdown initiated. 5, 4. No challengers. Song Sha successfully defends his title. In this inaugural race duel, humanity triumphs. Resources on the Blue Star Island world are upgraded. Resource level, abundant. Orc Star Island world resources downgraded. Resource level, scarce. Song Sha ranks first in this duel, earning a world medal, redeemable for prizes. Song Sha's island resources have risen to Gaia level. Gaia? The surrounding human survivors gazed at Song Sha with envy. A Gaia level island? What bountiful resources must it possess? The first race duel concludes with humanity's victory. Participants will be teleported from the arena in 10 seconds. Suddenly, a colossal portal appeared above the arena, and in an instant, everyone transformed into streaks of light. Merging into the portal, Upon opening his eyes again, Song Sha found himself back on his island. Brother, how did you return so quickly? The little elf was taken aback. It seemed like no time had passed since Song Sha's departure. Song Sha was equally astonished. It appeared that time on the arena was independent of the island world. Although he had spent considerable time there, time in the real world had stood still. Glancing around, Song Sha noticed that his island had expanded several times its original size, brimming with rare herbs and fruit trees. The Gaia level truly was impressive. He could not help but marvel at the newly sprouted flora, indicating that the soil's fertility on his island had significantly improved. Clearly, the next step would be to continue procuring materials in the cosmic market to fortify the walls and expand the herb garden. Meanwhile, the world channel was abuzz with excitement. Li Dong from Huaxia. Goodness, a massive lake has suddenly appeared on my island, and I'm catching 10-pound fish with ease. Johnston from Kangaroo Country. What the hell? Why are there so many kangaroos on my island? Tom from America. This must be the reward from the arena. Stop acting like you've never seen wealth before. At this moment, everyone grasped that these were indeed the rewards for winning at the arena. The world channel soon began to extol Song Sha's virtues. Everyone benefited from this victory, and they could hardly fathom the dire consequences had Song Sha not participated, with Blue Star's resources relegated to scarcity. Brother, why has the island changed so suddenly? The little elf was puzzled by the transformation, as the elf tribe was particularly sensitive to such changes. She felt an overwhelming sense of comfort on the island, rivaling that of her ancestral forest. This is naturally related to my recent absence. Song Sha replied with a mysterious smile. This is quite a tale. I played no small role in this. At that moment, Amber floated out behind Song Sha, seemingly eager to boast to the little elf. That orc was effortlessly dispatched by me. The little elf, hearing this, felt a tinge of envy. Although Amber was a spirit, she had the opportunity to witness diverse landscapes alongside Song Sha while she remained bound to the island, worrying for his safety. Perhaps you should say less. Here, this is for you. Song Sha produced 2 blood apples, tossing one to Amber. Hee, you're quite perceptive. Amber, filled with pride, took the blood apple and returned to her blade. You, little elf, have also played an indispensable role in guarding the island. With our resources now flourishing, we must be vigilant as more will covet what we possess, so you must strive to enhance your strength. Thank you, brother. The little elf shyly accepted the blood apple. Given Song Sha's newfound regard for her, she felt compelled to improve her abilities and not lag behind. You all go ahead. I wish to rest for a while. Song Sha yawned, having fended off the invasion of the stone tail and traversed the arena, expending considerable energy. Take care and rest well, brother. The little elf nodded and departed, while Amber did not dare disturb Song Sha, retreating back into the blade. As Song Sha lay down in his room, he recalled the rewards he received from the arena, including the elevation of island resources and a world medal. What could this world medal be exchanged for? Opening the cosmic market, he discovered a new redemption option within the shop. World Metal Exchange Shop, Phoenix Egg, Resource Island, Refined Gold, Spring of Eternal Youth. Scanning briefly, he noted the plethora of enticing items. The Phoenix Egg. Eagerly, he opened the description. Phoenix Egg requires 30 days to hatch, yielding 1 Phoenix chick. 30 days for hatching? Just a chick? After some contemplation, he decided against it. The cost of nurturing a phoenix would likely be substantial, and redeeming this reward felt unworthy at present. As for the Resource Island, it was unnecessary. He could procure resources directly from the cosmic market. Refined gold was a high-grade material for weapon crafting, which held little utility for him as a healer. Eventually, Song Sha's attention settled on the Spring of Eternal Youth. Spring of Eternal Youth, an inexhaustible source. Any item crafted from this spring water is elevated by 1 quality level. After pondering for a moment, he realized this was indeed a remarkable item. If he utilized this spring water to produce potions, wouldn't their quality also improve? Legendary potions could fetch a handsome price. And with this boundless water source, his island would no longer need to worry about water scarcity. I shall exchange for the Spring of Eternal Youth. A droplet of water materialized in Song Sha's hand, which he promptly scanned. Mother Spring of Eternal Youth can be placed anywhere. Stepping outside his room, he ventured to the castle and constructed a stone basin at the center of the inner wall. Without hesitation, he dropped the Spring of Eternal Youth into the basin. Instantly, crystal clear spring water filled the basin to the brim. Without a moment's pause, he cupped his hands to drink from the spring. So sweet. Song Sha felt invigorated. The spring water was refreshingly cool and exquisitely delicious. Overcome with excitement, he prepared to experiment with the effects of the Spring of Eternal Youth. Chapter 55, The Enchanting Spring Water. What are you doing, brother? The little sprite approached, intrigued by Song Sha's activities. You arrived just in time. Come, try the spring water. The sprite took a sip, her expression transforming with delight. Brother, This water is infused with potent life energy. Hearing this, Songsha quickly retrieved the vegetables he had cultivated on the island and a ceramic pot from the storeroom. He poured the vegetables into the pot and filled it with the spring water, intending to simmer a pot of vegetable soup to discover the unique qualities imparted by the rejuvenating water. Before long, a distinctive aroma wafted from the simmering pot. Songsha examined the soup. Delicious vegetable soup. Quality, legendary. Effect, restores 20 stamina, restores 20 energy. My goodness. A simple dish made with this rejuvenating spring water achieves legendary status. Songsha mused. If I were to concoct potions with this water, the results should be equally remarkable. Little sprite, hurry to the herb garden and gather all the timid grass. The sprite, accompanied by a group of human women, swiftly returned with 10 pieces of timid grass. Timid grass x 10, timid grass seeds x 100. Songsha proceeded to the potion production line, tossing the 10 pieces of timid grass into the alchemical platform. Ovos's automated production line is quite impressive, he thought, grateful for the efficiency it provided. However, he resolved to personally craft this potion, as creating high-quality elixirs brought him immense satisfaction. Commencing synthesis of timid grass potion. Synthesis successful. Artisan mastery triggered. A notification chimed, and the alchemical platform erupted with brilliant light. The radiance was vividly orange, indicative of the potion's quality. Synthesis successful. Obtained epic timid grass potion. Songsha initiated a scan. Epic timid grass potion. Effect, enhances recovery abilities by 200 for 10 seconds. Can resurrect within 10 seconds of death. This, a resurrection potion? Songsha's eyes sparkled with excitement. The creation of an epic potion delighted him, but the potion's effect was truly astonishing. To be able to resurrect within 10 seconds was nothing short of miraculous. Gazing at the remaining timid grass in his hand, he decided to transform all of it into potions. Synthesis successful. Artisan mastery triggered. Obtained legendary timid grass potion. Evidently, potion crafting involved an element of chance. He had just experienced a stroke of luck with the epic potion. Such a remarkable elixir could fetch a handsome price on the cosmic market. With this thought in mind, Songsha opened the chat interface. Island Shop Buyers Group, Daoist Shop. What's going on? It's been days. Where's my order? Orc never submits. Where's the potion I ordered? Things have been rough here. I can't even venture outside without potions. Songsha facepalmed, realizing he had become so engrossed in island improvements that he had neglected to fulfill orders. Island Shop, I sincerely apologize. I've been preoccupied with some matters. Arctic Lord, please expedite the shipment. It's urgent. Island Shop, rest assured, I will dispatch your orders immediately. Songsha packed all 140 bottles of timid grass potion and called for the courier. Boss, you're finally shipping? The courier remarked. Oh, I've just been busy these past few days, Songsha replied sheepishly, promptly handing over the potions. The courier packed them all and vanished through the teleportation portal. Congratulations. You received 140 positive reviews. Total rating, 274, upgraded to a 5-star shop, and earned a chance for a lottery draw. Total gold, 207, 421, 004, 174 gold indeed. Selling potions proved lucrative. In no time, he had amassed a significant fortune. With such wealth, Songsha contemplated further enhancing the strength of his island. Glancing at the little sprite, an idea sparked in his mind. With this newfound wealth, it was time to procure a set of equipment for the sprite. While browsing the cosmic market, he frowned at the exorbitant prices of elven bows. Such high prices for elven bows. The average cost hovers around 50 gold pieces, much more than a single elven slave. However, given the superior quality of elven bows across various realms, the steep prices were somewhat justified. Would crafting my own elven bows save some costs? He pondered. If he replicated the sprite's bow, he could indeed save a considerable sum. Yet, all the prey capable of providing the necessary materials had been hunted to extinction on the island. To acquire more leather, he would need to either explore resource islands or make purchases in the cosmic market. Sighing, Songsha decided he had no choice but to venture into the cosmic market once more. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a shop called Elven Bow Workshop, famed for its outstanding elven bows. To his surprise, the owner of this esteemed shop seemed to be one of his own buyers. Island Shop, Miss Elf. Do you sell materials for elven bows? Elven Bow Workshop. Oh, the master alchemist has arrived. Such sweet talk. However, we only sell finished elven bows, not materials. Island Shop. To be frank, the bows in your shop aren't impressive. I find my own creations far more reliable. Elven Bow Workshop. What do you mean by that? Haven't you seen my shop's rating? It was absurd. Her shop offered genuine elven bows, available in a range from low to high quality. In addition to bows, there were also enchanted elven arrows. Island Shop. No offense intended, But within this cosmic market, no one sells elven bows superior to those from your esteemed establishment. Elven Bow Workshop. I'll give you credit for recognizing quality. But what did you mean by your earlier comment? Island Shop. I mean to say, I can craft something even better. At that moment, deep within the Eversong forest, a tall, exquisitely beautiful elven maiden within the world tree bore an expression of displeasure. Although she acknowledged the island shop's owner as a formidable alchemist, the claim that he could produce higher quality elven bows was utterly ludicrous. Chapter 56, a secondary account, is it? I understand. The elven bow is a cherished ancestral craft of their race. It is undeniable that this exquisite bow has played a pivotal role in enabling the elves to thrive in the forest for generations. For millennia, the art of crafting the elven bow has remained a closely guarded secret, and now, the proprietor of a shop on the island claims to be able to create a bow of superior quality? Elven Bow Workshop. Good sir. Are you perhaps being a tad overconfident? A bow of higher quality than what you possess? Surely, you jest. Island Shop. How about we make a wager? Sell me the materials, and I can guarantee the creation of an extraordinary elven bow. Elven Bow Workshop. Very well, should you lose? You owe me 10 bottles of extraordinary potions. How does that sound? Island Shop. It's a deal. Upon hearing Songsha's words, an enchanting elven maiden in the mystical forest sat up abruptly. 10 bottles. 10 extraordinary potions. The elven maiden smiled. For she did not believe that Songsha could forge a bow of such caliber. 10 bottles of extraordinary potions were already within her grasp. Elven Bow Workshop. I must insist. Good sir, you cannot go back on your word. Island Shop. No backing out. I will send you an order link. And you can confirm it. With that, Songsha sent a link. Order information. 10 bottles of courageous herb potion, extraordinary quality. Price, 0 gold coins. The elven maiden raised an eyebrow. Was the shopkeeper serious? With this order, she felt reassured. However, she remained skeptical about a human-s ability to craft an elven bow. The shop-s information indicated that the proprietor was indeed human. Yet, humans had attempted to replicate the elven bow before. The relationship between humans and elves had always been amicable, and many elven bows had found their way into human hands. Nevertheless, none had ever succeeded in crafting one. The elven bow is made from rare materials, with the most crucial being elvenwood. Elvenwood is the sacred tree of the elven race, jealously guarded by them. Thus, only elves are permitted to harvest elvenwood for crafting their bows. Elven Bow Workshop is dispatching. Elvenwood, Gaeldir's Tendon. The courier arrived promptly, and after confirming the materials were satisfactory, Songsha settled the payment with the Elven Bow Workshop. As he scanned the materials, a voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations. You have acquired elvenwood, unlocking a new recipe for the elven bow. Songsha retrieved a Gaeldir's Tendon and a piece of elvenwood. With the recipe unlocked, he resolved to attempt crafting an elven bow. Following the recipe's instructions, he began the synthesis process. Crafting successful, artisan mastery talent triggered. Elven bow successfully crafted, obtaining an extraordinary quality elven bow. To his astonishment, it succeeded so effortlessly. Songsha quickly sent a message to the Elven Bow Workshop. Island Shop. Elven Miss. What do you think of the elven bow I crafted? How could this be? The shopkeeper of the Elven Bow Workshop stared in disbelief at the image sent by Songsha. Could this bow truly be of extraordinary quality? A mere human had indeed crafted an extraordinary elven bow. Elven Bow Workshop. This is undeniably an extraordinary quality elven bow. You didn't purchase it elsewhere to deceive me, did you? A human, both an alchemist and a bow craftsman? Surely, this was bending the rules. Elven Bow Workshop. Please send me this elven bow. I must ascertain whether you are indeed truthful. The elven maiden clearly remained unconvinced and sought to verify Songsha's claim personally. Does the little rascal think to deceive me? Watch as I expose this fraud. The elven shopkeeper huffed. The difficulty in crafting the elven bow lies within the elven wood itself. In the vast cosmos, countless worlds exist, and elves are found across many of them. Among elves, various races exist, such as dark elves, high elves, and moon elves. Each elven race possesses unique markings on their elven wood, enabling them to recognize their native wood. Island Shop. Very well, I can send this elven bow back to you. If I win the wager, will you continue selling me materials? Elven Bow Workshop. Naturally. That is our wager. If the elven bow is indeed your creation, I shall honor my word. In the blink of an eye, the courier delivered the elven bow crafted by Songsha to the shopkeeper. This is truly an extraordinary quality elven bow. The elven maiden felt her breath catch. She had thought this island shopkeeper was a fraud, but who would have imagined that he had genuinely crafted an elven bow? Elven Bow Workshop, master. Did you use a different identity? To conceal your true self, you must be an elf or a master archer, yes? Island Shop, this. How could he explain himself to the elven maiden? Now that the shopkeeper believed his claims, No matter how he explained, she likely would not accept it. Island shop. Let us not dwell on that. Will you sell me the materials or not? Elvenbow workshop. Master, you jest. If you wish, I shall certainly sell to you. However, there is one more matter. I wonder if you could agree? Island shop. As long as you sell me materials. All other matters are negotiable. Elvenbow workshop. Could you perhaps sell a portion of the elven bows you craft to my shop? We will offer a high price for them. As for the materials, discussing money would be too impolite. Songsha smiled. Freebies? He could even profit significantly from the Elvenbow workshop. This deal was simply too lucrative. Island shop. In that case, please send me the materials for 50 bows. I will use these 50 elven bows for myself, and if you need any later, you may place an order with me. Now, the buyer and seller had completely reversed their roles. You have purchased elven wood and Gale Deer's Tendon X50, gold coin balance, 4127, 04127. Songsha smiled slightly. This was incredibly pleasant. I wonder, dear shopkeeper, are you truly giving away materials for free? The courier, noticing the order's value, was taken aback. Free delivery of such valuable materials? The courier began to suspect that Songsha and the delivering elven maiden had some sort of connection. Alas, with such charm. What could one do? Suddenly, Songsha recalled something and quickly said, I assure you, courier, this is not a fraudulent transaction. Courier, rest assured. The goods are in your hands. Such a transaction will certainly not be classified as fraudulent. Hearing the courier's words, Songsha felt relieved. After receiving the goods, he prepared to continue developing his island. With the sun setting, he needed to hurry with his preparations. Chapter 57. A new wave of monsters assaulting the island. Little spirits. Distribute these bows among your sisters. Once the materials from the elven shop arrived, Songsha swiftly crafted 50 elven bows. After distributing the bows to the elves, he prepared to further fortify the city's defenses. Previously, he had purchased 50,000 units of stone from the Sweetheart Materials shop. Although most of the stone had been utilized, several tons of waste material remained. Songsha instructed the mining spirits to extract significant quantities of metals, such as iron, copper, and aluminum, from the waste. The magical furnace continued its refining process, yielding over 300 blocks of iron. At this juncture, Songsha had his own plans while smelting the iron. Although he had acquired the elven bows, he had yet to manufacture arrows for them. To synthesize iron arrows, materials required: iron, wood. Songsha clicked on synthesis, consuming 100 units of iron and 100 units of wood, producing 1,000 iron arrows. Synthesis successful, triggering Master Craftsman effect, obtaining 1,000 iron arrows, extraordinary quality. Clearly, these arrows alone were insufficient. With each wave, the number and defense of the monsters increased. Even the elves' precise shots would eventually falter over time. Contemplating this, Songsha retrieved the modified rapid-fire cannon blueprint. The ample steel produced from the waste was perfectly suited for casting cannons. With the rapid-fire cannon, the island's defenses would surely escalate exponentially, boasting immense power and increased range. In the event of a monster invasion, he could simply fire away. Automatic loading rapid-fire cannon. Spiral trajectory, automatic loading, capable of loading 10 shells at once. Firing rate, 1 per second. Effective range, 3 kilometers. Materials needed, 20 units of iron, 10 units of wood. Synthesized rapid-fire cannon X10. Synthesis successful, triggering Master Craftsman effect, obtaining 10 automatic loading rapid-fire cannons, extraordinary quality. Subsequently, Songsha reopened the chat window with the Sweetheart Materials shop. Island shop. Shopkeeper, I require some nitrate for crafting gunpowder. Sweetheart Materials shop, no problem. How much do you need? We sell by the cart here. Gunpowder was considered an outdated weapon in many worlds, thus its price was quite low. After glancing at the link sent by the shopkeeper, Songsha discovered that a cart cost only 15 gold coins. Island shop, please send me a cart. Payment completed. Seller will dispatch as soon as possible. You have received 100 units of gunpowder. Acquired gunpowder, unlocking new recipes. Landmine, flintlock, and explosive shell. After the delivery person left the gunpowder, he exited through the time-space portal. Songsha then transported all the rapid-fire cannons he had just synthesized to the city walls. He positioned 2 cannons on each of the 4 sides, while the last 2 were added to the castle's main gate. The castle, built on the island's highest point, ensured that the firepower of the rapid-fire cannons would cover most of the surrounding sea. Glancing at the newly unlocked weapons, Songsha began to strategize. Landmine, required materials, gunpowder, copper. Explosive shell, required materials, gunpowder, iron. Solid shot, required materials, iron. A cursory examination revealed that there were over 10 types of cannon ammunition, allowing him to produce them based on the monster's characteristics. Besides the various shells, landmines were essential. Buried on the beach, These mines could inflict substantial damage on the first wave of invading monsters. As for the shells, Song Sha decided to initially produce some explosive shells and a small quantity of solid shots. As the name suggests, explosive shells contain numerous iron fragments that would scatter upon detonation, inflicting significant damage to monsters within a certain radius. Solid shots, composed entirely of solid iron, would prove effective against leader-class monsters. With the first batch of ammunition and landmines produced, a voice suddenly echoed. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha from the Huaxiao region has entered the era of firearms, rewarding the Observer talent. Observer automatically analyzes cannonball impact points, greatly enhancing accuracy. Another initial reward? Song Sha raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had inadvertently surged ahead of other survivors into a new epoch. At this moment, many survivors on Blue Star had already entered the Iron Age, while some less experienced survivors remained stuck in the Bronze Age. Tom from the United States. Yikes, compared to the esteemed Song Sha, we are practically cavemen. Suretail Zongren from Japan. Song Sha, you scoundrel. I will kill you to avenge my brother. John from Australia. The first kill is in jeopardy. With Song Sha entering the firearms era, we've fallen far behind. Aside from Song Sha, other top-ranking survivors had also begun to engage with gunpowder. Nevertheless, none expected Song Sha to leap ahead and enter the firearms era first. Meanwhile, not far from Song Sha's island, the remaining members of the Rising Sun group stood on high alert. Today, the Minotaurs will land on this beach. Reforging the glory of the Rising Sun is our duty. Suretail Zongren raised his weapon, rallying the remaining members for a pre-battle motivation. On another island, members of the Yanwang Alliance were also poised for the monster's appearance. After Song Sha had severely weakened the Rising Sun group, the Yanwang Alliance emerged as the strongest survivor alliance in the current island world. Aware that the chance for the first kill was slim, they nonetheless prepared earnestly. Even if they could not claim the first kill, securing a good ranking would still attract more survivors to join. Currently, the Yanwang Alliance comprised nearly 300 elite survivors. With sheer numbers, they believed they could successfully withstand several waves of monsters and perhaps even contend for the first kill. Although Song Sha had entered the firearms era, he remained but one individual, whereas the Yanwang Alliance boasted a significant number of survivors who might seize an opportunity to snatch victory from him. 10 minutes until the monster assault. Monsters, night cat demons. Quantity, 50. Quickly, children, elders, and women, retreat to the back and shoot arrows. All the men. Follow me. The leader of the Yanwang Alliance donned his helmet and assumed a defensive stance. 200 elite members, clad in heavy armor, formed a resolute line beside their leader. Chapter 58. Breaking Records. The Might of Justice. The members of the Yanwang Alliance, clad in uniform Ming Dynasty heavy armor and shielded for protection, resembled an impenetrable fortress. In their hearts, they silently counted down. The monster siege was now on a timer. 3, 2, 1. Commence. Suddenly, a swarm of cat demons emerged upon the beach. The leader of the Yanwang Alliance promptly commanded, "Loosen the arrows." Swiftly, a volley of arrows, dipped in oil, rained down, with the trained elite of the Alliance, guarding both the young and the old, drawing their bows in unison. An impressive downpour of arrows descended, with hundreds striking the beach, instantly felling many of the cat demons that had just set foot on the sand. As the arrows fell, a cheer erupted among the members of the Yanwang Alliance. After just one volley, only a handful of cat demons remained. The leader calculated the time. Merely 4 seconds had passed. Charge. The elite members of the Yanwang Alliance surged onto the beach, swiftly dispatching the remaining cat demons with their blades. Once the cat demons were dealt with, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks. 5 seconds. It appeared that the Yanwang Alliance was likely to claim the first kill. The exhilaration of snatching the first kill from the hands of the formidable was indescribable. Blue Star Bulletin. Huaxiao Region Song Sha secured the first kill. Time taken, 3 seconds. Reward, 50 precious gold. Blue Star Bulletin. Huaxiao Region, Yanwang Alliance secured second place. Time taken, 5 seconds. Reward, 30 precious gold. The leader of the Yanwang Alliance felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. 3 seconds? Surely this was absurd? Even if Song Sha had advanced to the age of firearms and obliterated all the cat demons with cannons, the time required for loading, aiming, and firing could not possibly be less than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, far away on his own island, Song Sha sneezed unexpectedly. It seemed he had once again caught someone's attention. Yet, what could he do? He felt quite helpless. The first wave of cat demons had unwittingly walked into the minefield he had meticulously set up, resulting in their instant obliteration. Had the cat demons not needed a second or two to reach the shore, he could have been even faster. He could hardly be blamed for this. Indeed, only firearms could be deemed just The feeling of a guaranteed victory was simply delightful. With a grin, Song Sha reflected that the first wave of cat demons had scarcely begun to probe his traps, and there was still more entertainment ahead. As for the precious gold awarded by the system, it evidently represented a higher-grade mineral. Song Sha quickly retrieved a piece to scan. Precious gold, lighter than pure gold. It is a high-strength mineral, with defensive capabilities 10 times that of gold, and possesses excellent compatibility, making it easier to enchant forged items. What a remarkable find! As he perused the description of precious gold, Song Sha's eyes lit up. He had never encountered such a material on his island before. The last mention had been by Shirtu Zhengren before his demise, who had alluded to a vein of precious gold located at the coordinates he had recorded. Subsequently, Song Sha searched the cosmic marketplace for entries related to precious gold. To his astonishment, the results returned as 0. This unexpected outcome left him puzzled. Could it be that precious gold was a resource unique to the Blue Star Island world, or perhaps an unknown new mineral? However, Song Sha had no time for further contemplation, as the second wave of monsters was already upon them. System notification: you have secured the first kill. The difficulty of the monster siege has doubled. Second wave monster count: 500x 21,000. A twitch manifested at the corner of Song Sha's mouth. This was not merely a doubling. It was an exponential increase. Although the individual strength of the cat demons was not formidable, there were a staggering 1,000 of them. Moreover, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If he were to secure the first kill again during this wave, wouldn't the third wave then double again? Who could withstand such a relentless onslaught? Hastily, Song Sha opened the details interface. Dark Knight Cat Demon, combat power, 400 by 2800 night bonus. This combat power was not particularly high. His goblins boasted a combat power of 1300, not to mention the fully armed elf rangers. Oh no, now they were called elven rangers. Yet, it was evident that these cat demons relied on sheer numbers. Although his forces outmatched the cat demons in individual strength, what would happen when faced with 3, 10, or even more? This realization sent a chill down Song Sha's spine. It was clear that his forces were still insufficient, now that his island had reached the Gaia rating. It could provide ample resources and sustenance for an army. With this in mind, he swiftly opened a dialogue with the goblin slave shopkeeper. Island shop, 1,000 goblin warriors, hurry. No time to waste. Goblin slave shop. Oh, how fierce you are, but I quite like it. Song Sha could not help but roll his eyes. This shopkeeper clearly had some peculiarities. Island shop, enough chit-chat. Send over the link immediately. I need them urgently. In the blink of an eye, the goblin slave shop sent over a link. Goblin warrior package, price, 200 gold coins. Goblin slave shop, this price is fair for all ages. Please don't haggle. Dear benefactor, Song Sha, too busy to engage in banter with the shopkeeper, clicked to make the payment. He was preoccupied with defending his island. Upon successfully placing the order, a delivery person soon appeared at the empty space in front of Song Sha's castle, accompanied by a group of goblin slaves. Hey boss, looks like you're quite the busy one. How about I pay you to lend a hand? Song Sha joked with the delivery person. The delivery person was extraordinarily competent. If he were willing to assist, even 10 times the number of cat demons would likely fall in a single blow. Not happening. That's against the rules. Farewell. Not dwelling on the delivery person's refusal, Song Sha hurriedly approached and signed a contract with the 1,000 goblin warriors. With this addition, the current resources of his island were more than adequate to support them. After signing the contract, Song Sha wasted no time, instructing, you all, ascend the walls and prepare for battle. The goblins marched up the walls, yet Song Sha felt something was amiss. Right. He had forgotten to equip the goblins with weapons. He dashed to the smelting area, gathering the freshly refined iron. Iron, 2,000. What a meager yield. Only 2,000 units of iron had been produced from all that material? This amount was barely sufficient to forge 1,000 iron swords. Furthermore, he also needed to outfit the goblins with iron armor. Without hesitation, he opened a dialogue with the sweet shopkeeper. Island shop, I need 10,000 units of iron. What is the price? Sweetheart building materials shop, do you require alloy or pure iron? Island shop, pure iron will suffice. Sweetheart building materials shop, 100 gold coins. And I'll throw in 5 tons of scrap. How does that sound? Goodness, did this shopkeeper think of him as a junkyard? Nonetheless, Song Sha did not refuse, as the scrap could also yield iron. Island shop, deal. Chapter 59. What? Song Sha has accepted it again. How delightfully straightforward. He has placed another order? He is truly a benefactor. Song Sha's urgency in acquiring materials is not born from a sense of inadequacy in facing this wave of cat demons. Rather, he is fully capable of vanquishing them effortlessly alongside his amber companion. However, the sheer number of cat demons presents a significant challenge, and if he were to tackle them alone, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, having secured the first kill and facing monsters that are double the count of other survivors, engaging personally would forfeit the speed kill reward. With the arrival of 1,000 goblin warriors, the situation transforms entirely. They will swiftly eliminate the cat demons. Furthermore, the current second wave does not pose a formidable threat, allowing Song Sha the opportunity to prepare for the impending third wave invasion. The shipment of 10,000 units of iron soon arrives, prompting Song Sha to hastily begin crafting the iron armor required for the goblin warriors. Congratulations on crafting over 1,000 sets of iron armor. You have gained a special talent, Master Smith. Master Smith? If this talent can be stacked with the Artisan Master talent, would it not enable him to enhance the quality of his crafted armor twice, elevating it directly to the legendary tier? Song Sha intends to validate this hypothesis after the conclusion of the current monster siege. With all preparations complete, Song Sha distributes the iron swords and armor to the goblin warriors as the countdown to the second wave commences. On the beach, the horn of assault sounds once more. 1,000 night cat demons emerge on the shore, and this time, an even higher tier venomous cat demon makes its appearance. Venomous cat demon, combat power, 2,000, skills, toxic mist, inflicts persistent damage on nearby enemies. Inspire, doubles the combat power of nearby allies. Upon scanning the leading venomous cat demon, Song Sha cannot help but furrow his brow. This is outrageous. Does it not merely possess the first kill? The emergence of monsters with skills is excessive. Though its combat power is a mere 2,000, the impact of this venomous cat demon on the battlefield is pivotal. Accompanied by hundreds of cat demons, their combat power doubles to 2,600. Not to mention, it possesses the additional skill of toxic mist. While the iron armor can withstand the claws of these cat demons, it cannot shield against the venomous mist. Clearly, the priority must be to eliminate this venomous cat demon first. On the city walls, Song Sha retrieves the elven bow belonging to the sprite, aiming at the venomous cat demon situated at the heart of the cat demon horde. Steadying his breath, he releases the arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow travels 1,000 meters, piercing the venomous cat demon's forehead. A piercing scream escapes its lips before its body collapses, engulfed by the throng of cat demons. Subsequently, the night cat demons, affected by the venomous cat demon's skill, have their combat power restored to normal. In an instant, the opposing horde of cat demons descends into chaos. However, this disarray lasts but a moment, as their instincts compel them to charge once more toward the castle. Boom. The beach reverberates with the deafening sound of explosions as Song Sha's remaining landmines are triggered. In the blink of an eye, the number of cat demons has already been reduced significantly. Sisters, prepare to fire. On the walls, the sprite commands 50 elven archers to draw their bows. The castle, perched atop the highest point of the island, provides a commanding view of the surroundings. With the elven archers' innate skill and the enhancement of the elven bows, their accuracy reaches astounding heights. Beneath the rain of arrows, many cat demons are struck down. Yet, the elven numbers are few, and despite their concentrated fire, numerous cat demons manage to breach the barrage, reaching the base of the walls. However, for these seemingly victorious cat demons, their nightmare is just beginning. Above them looms the towering 8-meter walls. Even with their sharp claws, scaling such heights is no trivial feat. Moreover, waiting atop the walls are the goblin warriors. They unleash boulders and logs upon the oncoming tide, crushing countless cat demons. Ultimately, although a few cat demons manage to clamber atop the corpses of their kin, they are swiftly cleaved in two by the awaiting goblin warriors. In no time, under Song Sha's command, the 1,000 cat demons are decisively eliminated. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha from the Huaxia region has successfully repelled the second wave of difficulty level attacks, achieving the first kill of the difficulty level within 12 minutes, receiving a reward of 100 fine gold. Congratulations on achieving the first kill at a difficult level. The third wave will present a fourfold nightmare difficulty. Global channel. Tom from the Free Nation. Fourfold difficulty? My God, that is simply unimaginable. Li Xiao from Huaxia. Boss Song Sha, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. There is no need to take such risks. Sure Wei from the Rising Sun clan. Song Sha, you rascal. Today is your doomsday. This is the backlash. Ling Chao, leader of the Huaxia Yanwang Alliance. We cannot handle this. Fourfold difficulty? It's simply unfathomable. At this moment, the top survivors from various nations have formed alliances and commenced their strategies for the second wave of monster assaults. However, they quickly realize the sheer ferocity and strength of the monsters they face. In comparison, the first wave was child's play. Song Sha is still contending with double difficulty, and they have an inkling of the insurmountable challenge ahead. Yet, Song Sha has managed to eradicate 1,000 cat demons in merely 12 minutes? To the onlookers, this seems an impossible feat across Blue Star. It appears that no one would dare to emulate such audacity. Yet, at this juncture, the survivors are convinced that Song Sha will not pursue further challenges. The third wave undoubtedly presents a fourfold difficulty. However, the leaders of several major factions are now filled with cunning thoughts. With Song Sha having achieved 2 consecutive first kills and facing the fourfold difficulty, they see an opportunity. If Song Sha withdraws, would not the chance belong to them? With a gamble, they could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The leaders of several factions possess a degree of confidence in their subordinates' capabilities. Although the third wave siege will not be easy and may exact a heavy toll, they believe that as long as they can endure and secure the first kill, the endeavor will be worthwhile. Just then, a voice resonates through the world channel. Song Sha from Huaxia has chosen to accept the challenge of the third wave of fourfold nightmare-level monster siege. What? Song Sha has accepted again. Chapter 60. That soup must be problematic. 40,000 cat demons. Song Sha yearned for this opportunity. The more bodies there were, the more blood apples he could obtain. Why not seize it? Li Xiao from the Yin-Wang Alliance. Is this too risky, Song Sha? Tom from America, 4 times the difficulty? The third wave should have 10 times the cat demons, plus 4 times the difficulty? That means 40,000 cat demons. Johnson from Kangaroo Nation. My math isn't great. But even the gods couldn't withstand 40,000 cat demons, could they? Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that's indeed 40,000 cat demons. While others had little understanding of this monstrous siege, the little sprite was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. 40,000 cat demons. Even 40,000 cattle could flatten this island, not to mention 40,000 cat demons. In the previous wave, an elite monster like the venomous cat demon had appeared. This time, with 40,000 cat demons attacking, one could expect even more formidable foes, elite monsters. Yet, Song Sha remained remarkably calm and declared, though our island is small, we must face the siege of monsters. The greater their number, the more advantageous it becomes for us. Huh? The little sprite was bewildered. She struggled to comprehend Song Sha's reasoning. Wasn't he this inviting trouble, facing 40,000 cat demons? Song Sha feigned mystery and replied, you will understand in due time. With 10 minutes of preparation time before the third wave of the siege, the moment arrived swiftly. 4 times the difficulty. Not only the little sprite, but the entire community of survivors on Blue Star believed Song Sha had lost his senses. Even with over 10,000 combat power, how could he withstand such an overwhelming force of 40,000 cat demons? At that moment, the third wave of monsters was about to commence. Song Sha commanded the miners operating the rapid-fire cannons, prepare all artillery. Countless cat demons surged towards the city walls like a tidal wave, and under Song Sha's command, the miners unleashed a torrent of cannon fire. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of cat demons were obliterated. A smile crept across Song Sha's lips. This was the outcome he desired. The explosive shells mercilessly reaped the lives of the cat demons, leaving a gruesome scene in their wake. Due to the sheer number of cat demons in the third wave, they became congested on the beach, unable to move. Just as they crawled from the sea, they were blasted into a mass of flesh by the exploding shells. On the city walls, the miners relentlessly bombarded the monsters, firing 1 shell per second. Like raindrops falling upon the beach, the shrapnel from the explosions scattered in all directions, and the searing hot fragments embedded themselves in the bodies of the ordinary cat demons, who could not endure such horrific damage. Because of the limited area of the island, 40,000 cat demons were rendered immobile. However, this played to Song Sha's advantage. From the hilltop castle, the miners needed not aim carefully. A single shot could take down 80 or 90 cat demons, with 10 cannons firing at full strength. The cat demons could not even approach the city walls. Blue Star report, 80% of the world has given up on the third wave invasion. 70% of survivors are watching other survivors fight. Song Sha's viewership, 95. Yin-Wang Alliance viewership, 2. Sunrise Group viewership, 1. Others viewership, 2. Tom from America, wow. That wall must be at least 8 meters high. Johnson from Kangaroo Nation, it's not just the wall. Look at the army of goblins under Song Sha's command. In the live broadcast, the awe-inspiring sight of Song Sha's 8-meter-tall, 3-meter-thick city wall, along with 1,000 fully armed goblin warriors and stunning elven rangers, left the spectators utterly astounded. Most enviable was Song Sha's arsenal of 10 rapid-fire cannons, an unmistakable sign of his entry into the age of firearms, sparking envy among those still entrenched in the age of iron. It was no wonder that Song Sha could achieve first kills so swiftly. He hardly needed to lift a finger, as his minions deftly dealt with the monsters. Tom from America, where did Song Sha get all these people? Shurho from the Island Nation, don't get too cocky, Song Sha. Clean your neck and wait. Li Dong from Huaxia, perhaps he found them in a cave? When will the system grant me 1,000 minions? ID Sword 2. After all, Song Sha was the highest-ranked survivor on Blue Star, and everyone was scrutinizing his deployment strategies, hoping to glean some insight. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that Song Sha's setup was simply unattainable. Not only did he possess an 8-meter-high wall, but also thousands of goblin warriors, 50 elven rangers, and a barrage of artillery. At this moment, after Song Sha had decimated a significant number of cat demons, the beach was less crowded than before. The cat demons' assault had formally commenced, charging towards Song Sha's castle. Countless cat demons screeched as they rushed towards the city walls, where the fully armed goblin warriors awaited them. Li Dong, Song Sha is doomed. 1,000 against 30,000. There's no chance. Tom from America. Indeed, this time Song Sha is going to face annihilation. All survivors believed that Song Sha had little hope this time, given the overwhelming numbers of cat demons. Nevertheless, Song Sha remained unfazed. 10 human maids, under his command, were outside the castle, using clay pots to prepare soup. Indeed, it was the vegetable soup he had experimented with previously, infused with water from the Fountain of Youth. The finished soup was poured into large barrels by the maids. One maid approached the city wall, carrying a barrel. Mealtime. All the survivors watching the live broadcast were taken aback. What kind of strategy was this? The battle had been so intense, and suddenly, food was being served? Was he planning to eat while fighting? Song Sha's intention was to use the vegetable soup to replenish the stamina of the goblin warriors, enabling them to continue their combat. The survivors had never witnessed such a combat approach and were curious about the significance of Song Sha's actions. World Channel, Li Dong. What is Song Sha giving those warriors to drink? Tom from America. Wow. Look, those warriors are taking down a cat demon with a single sword after drinking that soup? That's excessive. Viewers of the live broadcast were left in astonishment. That soup must surely have something extraordinary about it. Could it be that Song Sha had activated some hidden power once again? Chapter 61. Is the bug being watched? Look. Those cat demons seem to be concentrating their attacks on a section of the city wall. At that moment, every gaze was fixed upon the wall. It was evident that over 100 cat demons had already occupied this segment, with even more rushing forth along the structure. Everyone believed that Song Sha's greed for rewards had led to this disastrous turn of events. How foolish. He had held a winning hand. But now it seemed all for naught. Just as the onlookers lamented, arrows suddenly rained down upon the wall. In mere seconds, several volleys of arrows descended. The survivors turned their attention to the source of the arrows, only to see 50 female elves beside Song Sha, wielding exquisitely ornate elven bows, drawing and releasing their arrows. As the cat demons charged the wall, they would be met with a deluge of arrows. Quickly, under the assault of these elven rangers, Song Sha regained control of the segment of the wall. How remarkable that Song Sha managed to hold it. Although the enemy's offensive was fierce and he had faced near collapse multiple times, each time he emerged unscathed, leading the onlookers to believe that he could withstand this wave. However, just then, an unexpected event occurred. The great iron alloy gate of the wall was suddenly shattered into pieces. The survivors collectively gasped. That was a robust alloy gate. How could it be destroyed by these cat demons? In an instant, numerous cat demons surged through the breach. Leading the charge was a cat demon twice the size of its ordinary kin. Song Sha immediately scanned its information. Cat Demon King Class, Shaman, Combat Power, 22,000. Upon seeing this Cat Demon King, the survivors finally understood why the alloy gate had crumbled like paper. With over 20,000 combat power, it rivaled the orc berserker they had encountered on the arena island. At that moment, the survivors comprehended that as the waves of monsters increased, not only did their numbers swell, but their quality also escalated. Song Sha's heart stirred. In the previous wave, elite-level monsters had appeared. And this one before him was undoubtedly a boss-level entity. No wonder the fortified gate he had painstakingly reinforced fell apart like tissue paper before this Cat Demon King. The small elf beside him also displayed a flicker of concern. The strength of this Cat Demon King was overwhelming, and merely standing close to it amplified the pressure, let alone confronting such a creature directly. Equally astonished were the survivors watching the live broadcast. Without waiting for Song Sha to issue a command, the Elven Rangers unhesitatingly unleashed another volley of arrows at the Cat Demon King. Yet, against the concentrated assault of the elves, the Cat Demon King remained utterly unscathed. The onlookers gasped in horror. If this monster appeared on their island, it was certain that they would face nothing short of annihilation. With a swift motion, Song Sha summoned Amber, who materialized behind him. This was the first time the survivors witnessed such a display, and upon seeing Amber, they could hardly contain their composure. What was this, a ghost or a spirit? However, Song Sha did not pause. With his right hand, he traced an intricate symbol in the air, causing the ground of the entire castle to tremble slightly, as if something was awakening. Suddenly, the ancient tree planted before the castle stirred. The tree awakened. its branches rooting into the soil, and countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Cat Demon King's body. The Cat Demon King was immobilized, and Songsha finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to seize control of the Cat Demon King, and victory seemed assured. Descending from the wall, Songsha approached the Cat Demon King. In that moment, as man and beast locked eyes, Songsha suddenly perceived a dark, ominous voice echoing in his mind. Kill you, and everything will end. Erase the flaw. Songsha was taken aback. This voice clearly did not belong to his side, but undoubtedly belonged to the Cat Demon King. This beast could speak, yet neither Amber nor the small elf beside him seemed to have heard the Cat Demon King's words. Amber, did you just hear someone speaking? To verify, Songsha inquired of Amber. Huh, speaking? Who spoke? From Amber's response, Songsha began to form a hypothesis. This cat demon must have been communicating with him on a mental level. However, according to the Cat Demon King's assertion, he was the flaw? What could that possibly mean? Pondering deeply, Songsha began to grasp the underlying reason. Possessing a cosmic marketplace, he was, in essence, a bug within the entire island world, was he not? Had he attracted the attention of that entity that was observing this realm? Perhaps, for various reasons, this entity could not directly eliminate him, hence resorting to increasing the difficulty of his demise. Yet, for reasons unknown, that entity, this world's deity, had not directly disposed of him. It seemed even this deity had to abide by the rules of the island world. So what was there to fear? Since they could not resolve it personally, they thought to eliminate him with such petty tricks? A fool's errand. With that thought, Songsha unhesitatingly wielded his blood knife and struck down upon the Cat Demon King's head. With a swift motion, the Cat Demon King had no time to retaliate and was instantly slain by Songsha. Tom from America. My God, how high is Songsha's combat power? Li Dong from China. So, it turns out that during the Arena Island incident, Songsha was merely playing the fool, deceptively cunning. Shio from Japan. The tides of fortune shift. Do not underestimate the youth. Songsha, the rogue, we shall meet again in 30 years. The Cat Demon King was the boss of this invasion of the island, and now that it had been slain by Songsha, the remaining cat demons attacking the wall retreated like a receding tide. Witnessing this spectacle, Songsha could not help but smirk. Attempting to flee? In his eyes, these cat demons were treasures, even in death. Not to mention the materials that could be harvested from their corpses, they would also yield blood apples. Blood apples were one of the most effective means for him to enhance his strength. How could Songsha let this opportunity slip away? All goblin warriors, pursue them out of the city. With a commanding shout, Songsha led the goblin warriors to form a wedge formation and charged towards the beach. Chapter 62. The Millennium Tree Demon. All 1-0-20 goblin warriors surged forth from the city. At the forefront stood Songsha, resolute in his command. Not a single creature shall return. Slay them. Bound by a slave contract with Songsha and possessing inherently low intellect, the goblin warriors did not question his motives. They were warriors by nature, and their duty was to obey orders. With a collective growl, the goblin warriors launched into a renewed charge towards the beach. Prior to their exit from the city, they had consumed a restorative vegetable soup brewed from the elixir of youth, rejuvenating their stamina. With only a brief adjustment, they were ready to engage in battle once more. Kill. I cannot be left out of this. Amber's figure re-emerged behind Songsha, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty fervor. Harvesting lives was one of the most cherished pursuits of a vengeful spirit. Moreover, Songsha sought to provoke Amber into a frenzy, as it would serve to sharpen his ability to control her. Thus, with Songsha's tacit approval, Amber surged ahead of the group, with the 1,000 goblin warriors trailing behind her to mop up the remnants. Songsha observed with satisfaction, envisioning how the blood of these cat demons might enrich the soil of the island, potentially fostering delightful changes. However, his greater curiosity lay in the cryptic message conveyed to him by the Cat Demon King before its demise. Am I a bug? It appeared that the deities of this world had no means to eradicate him, allowing his existence to persist. Yet, Songsha was certain that with the fourth wave of monsters besieging the city, the deity would undoubtedly escalate the challenge to infernal levels. The final cat demon fell beneath Amber's blade, yet her expression bore no sign of satisfaction. Instead, she seemed consumed by madness and bloodlust, clearly having lost her sanity once more. Blue Star announcement. Songsha has successfully defended against the third wave of monsters attacking the island. The fourth wave will escalate to hellish difficulty, featuring the cat demon spirit. Songsha furrowed his brow. This deity had truly gone too far. Though he had been prepared, he had not anticipated such a direct assault. The cat demon spirit, in a sense, embodied the essence of the cat demon race, or could even be regarded as their divine entity. It appeared his suspicions were correct. The deities of the island world had indeed set their sights on him. It felt akin to encountering a game bug that a game master had discovered, with the looming threat of punitive measures. It was likely that his greatest asset, the cosmic marketplace, had been fully revealed to the deity. However, Song Sha was also certain of another point. This deity could not eliminate him through conventional means, but could only increase the difficulty of the monster incursions. With a sardonic smile, he resolved to forego the fourth wave challenge. Foolishness lay in confronting a deity head-on without proper preparation. As Song Sha abandoned the challenge, the monster siege across the island concluded. Other factions suffered significant losses during the third wave, with many opting to surrender. Song Sha emerged as the sole survivor to withstand the onslaught of the third wave. Blue Star announcement: 10 of survivors have perished today. Due to Song Sha's success in defending against the third wave, the global seas will now spawn sea monsters. Sea monsters? Song Sha had clearly underestimated the audacity of this deity. This latest development was evidently a direct attack on him. From the misty expanse of the ocean, several towering tentacles erupted skyward. Such a colossal octopus. Had they truly ventured into the realm of Cthulhu? Song Sha was nearly incensed enough to curse the heavens. It was one thing to conjure sea monsters, but to tie this to his defense against the third wave was an open provocation. Brother, is Cthulhu this creature? It looks terrifying. The little sprite clutched at Song Sha's garment, fear evident in her demeanor, for such a monstrous being was beyond her previous encounters. It's merely a foul octopus. Once we vanquish it, we shall roast its tentacles for a feast. Congratulations. You have successfully defended against the third wave of monsters at quadruple difficulty, earning quadruple rewards, 200 by 4,800 refined gold. Following the rewards from the competitive island, Song Sha's territory had already expanded significantly. Upon measurement, its diameter had reached 1,500 meters. Now, with the recent expansion, it had grown to 2,000 meters. Song Sha noted that the castle wall he had constructed was now a considerable distance from the beach. Should he continue to expand or reserve this land as a buffer zone for future monster incursions? He had yet to decide. Nevertheless, it appeared that this deity had not fundamentally altered the rules of the world. Although it had clandestinely increased the difficulty, the corresponding rewards had also multiplied. All things considered, it was not a loss. Although the deity viewed him unfavorably, it was evident that it could not do anything to him. Oddly enough, it was a rather exhilarating feeling. Tree Demon, absorb. Song Sha commanded the Tree Demon. This was a staggering bounty of over 40,000 corpses of cat demons, including elite units such as the Cat Demon King and the Venomous Cat Demon. With a single command, countless vines swiftly enveloped the entire island. Detected units eligible for evolution. Tree Demon can evolve to level 3. Shall we consume 30,000 corpses to evolve the Tree Demon to level 3? Without hesitation, Song Sha mentally affirmed the decision. Evolution successful. The Tree Demon has evolved into a Millennium Tree Demon, with combat power increased to 100,000. New trait: fire resistance, enhanced resistance to flames. Song Sha gazed toward the Tree Demon's core. Its form had significantly swelled, now towering 30 meters tall. The canopy could entirely envelop the castle, aptly described as a sheltering canopy that obscured the sun. With a sigh, Song Sha realized that the expansion of the castle walls was now imperative. Only under the protection of these walls could the safety of his vital facilities be assured. The Tree Demon's expansive canopy now covered the entire castle area, while his timid grass plantation would not suffer, basking in the shade of the canopy. Other crops would indeed require sunlight. Thus, Song Sha had no choice but to continue the construction of the castle walls. He needed to cultivate the land and ensure sustenance for survival. Chapter 63. Secondary Skill Branch. Brother, this grand tree now bears a striking resemblance to our clan's spirit tree, exclaimed the little sprite among the gathered fairies. It indeed possessed an essence reminiscent of a spirit tree. A thought flickered through Song Sha's mind. The fairy clan is composed entirely of females. If this Millennium Tree Demon has truly evolved into a spirit tree, could it not allow the fairies to nurture their progeny upon its boughs? Upon contemplating this, Song Sha eagerly shared his thoughts with the fairies. At his words, a blush flickered across the little sprite's face. After all, she was merely a child. However, the other fairies' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The prospect of creating new sprites upon the tree was undoubtedly advantageous for their clan, which currently faced a dwindling population on this island. Despite Song Sha's kindness towards them, the fairies understood the necessity of securing their lineage's future. I merely proposed an idea. If you are reluctant, I shall not impose, Song Sha remarked, sensing their hesitance. Brother, we are most certainly willing to give it a try, the little sprite exclaimed. However, we were born from the spirit tree, entrusting our embryos to the elder for nurturing, allowing the great tree to cultivate new sprites, not. Song Sha paused, realizing he had misunderstood. So, Do you intend to attempt nurturing your offspring upon the tree? The fairies nodded in unison. The tree demon indeed emanated a warm and inviting aura. Brother, allow me to be the first, the little sprite declared, placing her hand upon the trunk. Before long, a verdant orb of light floated from the little sprite and entered the tree demon's trunk. You are cultivating a new race, blood sprites. Island of Abundance level, Gaia. Estimated time, 1 year. A year to witness the child of the little sprite? Yet, brother, our fairy clan requires 50 years to nurture a single offspring. How can this tree accomplish such a feat? The fairies had always faced the arduous task of procreation, requiring extensive time and energy to infuse life into the spirit tree. Little did they expect that this tree demon could achieve it in merely a year. Though fairies possessed lengthy lifespans and enviable talents, their reproductive challenges were a long-standing concern. If this tree demon thrived in the fairy realm, granting them such astounding reproductive capabilities, would the fairies not ascend to become the most formidable race in an alternate world? While the fairies found it hard to fathom, the embryo within the tree demon was indeed flourishing, leaving them all in awe. Ah! This newly conceived embryo belongs to the blood sprite lineage. Although it is also a type of fairy, it seems to be a different race altogether, Songsha mused, speculating that the embryo's mutation was responsible for its accelerated development. Upon hearing this, the fairies were taken aback. Blood sprites? They are said to be the most formidable warriors among our kind. The fairies recounted that the blood sprites had vanished from the fairy continent eons ago during ancient wars. Their existence was instrumental in expelling foreign invaders from the fairy realm, and they were revered as legendary heroes. Now, tens of thousands of years since the ancient wars, none could have anticipated that through this tree, they would witness the resurgence of a heroic lineage. Brother, is this a dream? My progeny will be a blood sprite. And I shall meet her in just a year? Songsha, somewhat perplexed by the fairies' fervor, since the strength of the blood sprites must be considerable given their excitement. A full year felt interminable to Songsha, especially now that he had caught the attention of divine beings, leaving him uncertain of his survival until then. Nonetheless, as the blood sprite was bound to the Millennium Tree Demon, it would not deplete his resources, should he endure until that time. The blood sprite could serve as a valuable ally. Now, let us continue to consume the corpses. Songsha commanded the tree demon. Recognizing that the tree's ability to nurture fairies was merely a side note, the immediate task was to devour the remains. In Songsha's eyes, the cat demon corpses were nothing short of experience points. Subsequently, the tree demon resumed its voracious consumption of the corpses. 3 combat power, total combat power, 15,000, 20,000, breaking through second tier. You have reached the limit of combat power absorption for today. After absorbing a total of 20,000 combat power, Songsha's strength ultimately settled at 35,000. Yet, he still felt a lingering desire for more. Just having absorbed 20,000 combat power left him yearning for a complete consumption. However, he hesitated to absorb further. An abundance of spiritual energy surged within him, and if he continued without expending it, he risked the peril of bursting. Feeling uncomfortable, he was suddenly met with a voice resonating in his mind. Your combat power has surpassed 35,000 level, second tier. Unlocking advanced professions. Poison Master, Alchemist. Please select your profession advancement direction. 2 pathways for advancement presented themselves. Poison Master, capable of crafting toxins, engaging in combat through various poisons, weakening opponents, and striking from the shadows. Alchemist, able to concoct various potions, healing elixirs, and enhancing oneself and allies. It appeared these were the 2 advanced professions that emerged from his combat power elevation to the second tier. Advancing in either of these professions required the expenditure of spiritual energy. Songsha first examined the skills of the alchemist. Healing Dust. Fires healing dust within a radius of 500 meters around oneself, restoring health and injuries of allied units. Mist Dust. Emits smoke within a radius of 500 meters around oneself, obscuring the vision of adversaries. One skill focused on healing, and the other on self-preservation. Upon reviewing the skill tree available upon advancement, Hypnosis Dust, Paralysis Dust, Enhancement Dust, it was clear these skills emphasize support. Learning a skill requires 2,000 spiritual energy points. This advanced profession aligned well with his current strategy. With over 1,000 goblin warriors at his command, the alchemist would significantly bolster their combat effectiveness. However, Songsha chose to delay his decision, opting to further explore the skills of the Poison Master before making a final choice. Chapter 64. Unexpected Fatherhood? Songsha opened the skill tree of the Poison Master. Cursed Poison. 1 sense of the poisoned individual is sealed. Toxic Swamp. transforms the area within a radius of 300 meters into a toxic swamp centered around oneself, reducing enemy mobility and inflicting continuous damage. Toxic resistance enhances personal resistance to poison. Song Sha realized that the skills of the Poison Master were heavily inclined towards offense, and they were all rather insidious. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Both of these career paths were enticing. The alchemist undoubtedly suited his playstyle better, as his followers increased in the future. The alchemist role would be magnified infinitely. However, the skills of the Poison Master appeared particularly alluring, killing in silence, such a cool concept. After much hesitation, Song Sha ultimately chose the alchemist profession. Congratulations, you have unlocked the advanced profession, alchemist. You may simultaneously learn one skill from another branch. Upon seeing this prompt, Song Sha felt reassured that he had made the right choice. The ability to learn a skill from the Poison Master? That was more than sufficient for him. After some consideration, he chose the Poison Master's skill, Cursed Poison. Though Toxic Swamp was formidable, Song Sha seldom needed to charge into the enemy's ranks alone during battles. He couldn't very well unleash a toxic swamp amidst his goblin warriors, could he? Hence, that skill seemed somewhat redundant. However, Cursed Poison was different during a boss fight. Being able to seal one of the boss's senses would undoubtedly enhance their chances of victory. After selecting 4 skills from the alchemist's repertoire, Song Sha finally exhausted his surplus spiritual energy. Tree Spirit continued to absorb. The vines of the tree spirit spread out, continuing to draw in energy. Song Sha felt a slight fullness in his body, so he refrained from consuming any more blood apples. After all, they wouldn't spoil. So it was wiser to save them for later. However, to Song Sha's surprise, after successfully defending against 3 waves of the monster siege, he did not receive any notification regarding the number of monsters for the next siege. What monsters would appear tomorrow? Song Sha quickly opened the notification. Thursday. No monster siege. Friday. No monster siege. Saturday. No monster siege. Sunday. Infinite rounds of monster siege. Would even monster sieges take a holiday? Nevertheless, Song Sha's gaze fell upon the Sunday entry. Infinite monsters? It appeared that this 3-day respite was not a benevolent act from above, but rather a time to stockpile monsters. Were they planning to unleash a massive wave on Sunday to obliterate him? The deity certainly had a clever strategy. Song Sha realized he needed to make the most of these 3 days to continue fortifying the walls. Both thickening and heightening them were essential. Perhaps he would even need to recruit more personnel. Most importantly, he had to explore all the caves and secret realms. With valuable resources in hand, he could endure longer during the weekend's monster siege. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he decided to address them tomorrow. He felt utterly exhausted. Yawning, he turned to the nearby little sprite and said, "You handle the battlefield cleanup. I need to catch some sleep." The next morning, as dawn broke, Song Sha was already up early. What should he do first today? Expand the walls, perhaps create a few more herbal gardens? Upon reflection, he realized not only the herbal gardens but also the planting fields required further expansion. Just yesterday, his island had gained over 1,000 new mouths to feed. However, food was hardly an issue for Song Sha. The bounty of his island was unparalleled. A handful of seeds could yield a bountiful harvest, and the wild fruits scattered across the island were more than sufficient to sustain these goblin warriors for a time. Yet, wild fruits could not compare to the sustenance provided by cultivated vegetables. Thus, Song Sha scattered several sprouting potatoes in the ground, and with a sprinkle of bone meal, he could reap the rewards shortly. Potatoes and corn were naturally high-yield crops, and on Song Sha's island, their harvests were even more abundant. Food was no longer a concern. All he needed to do was sow the seeds and sprinkle bone meal, then wait for the human maid to awaken, so she could harvest and prepare meals. At this moment, however, Song Sha was more concerned about the ancient tree spirit's condition. The tree had absorbed quite a few corpses yesterday, but to his surprise, the more recent corpses did not seem to bring any visible changes to the ancient tree spirit. At least, it appeared that way. Having not eaten yet, Song Sha decided to pick a couple of blood apples to stave off his hunger and simultaneously scan the tree spirit for any new developments. However, upon arriving beneath the tree, he was taken aback by what he saw. Overnight, a massive fruit had sprouted atop the tree crown. This fruit was the size of a round table. Could the corpses absorbed yesterday have transformed into this fruit? Song Sha's heart leaped with joy. This fruit was unlike anything he had seen before, evidently a new variety. Just as he prepared to scan the fruit for its properties, the red fruit moved on its own. Taken aback, Song Sha thought, could this fruit really move? Just then, the fruit suddenly dropped from the tree, landing directly in front of him. It was then that Song Sha realized something was amiss. This was no fruit, but clearly an egg. The top of the egg suddenly split open, and from within, a petite humanoid being slowly stretched and yawned. This humanoid With pointed ears before him stood a little girl resembling a porcelain doll, with silvery hair, crimson eyes, and a pair of pointed ears. In that instant, Song Sha understood. This little girl was undoubtedly the embryo that the sprite had planted yesterday, the blood spirit. Upon seeing Song Sha, the little girl paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Daddy." Song Sha stumbled back, caught off guard by the unexpected declaration of fatherhood. He hurriedly draped his cloak over the little girl, but she drew closer, saying, "Daddy, I want a hug." Song Sha found himself at a loss. He had never even been married, and now a daughter had inexplicably appeared before him. Although the little sprite was incredibly adorable, resembling a doll, Song Sha had no idea how to handle the situation. Hearing a noise outside, the little sprite also rose to investigate. Well, now the main character had arrived. With a helpless expression, Song Sha turned to the sprite for assistance. But she too seemed momentarily bewildered. However, the instinctual bond she felt made her understand the little girl's identity. Her descendant, the Blood Spirit clan. They had given birth in just one night? What on earth was happening? Chapter 65. The mass production of blood spirits. Was it not said that it would take a year for them to mature? How is it that a blood spirit was born overnight? As Song Sha pondered this perplexing situation, he concluded that there was only one conceivable explanation. The tree demon had absorbed the energy from over 10,000 cat demon corpses without any apparent changes, indicating that the energy had been entirely consumed by the blood spirit embryo nestled within the tree. Thus, in the span of a single night, the blood spirit little girl had come into existence. A thought struck Song Sha. If his conjecture was correct, he could utilize this method for mass-producing spirits. Although he could not guarantee that every spirit born would be a blood spirit, the mere possibility of producing spirits in such abundance was indeed a formidable prospect. After calculating, he realized that from 11,050 corpses, the absorption of just 1,000 had resulted in the birth of this blood spirit little girl. This was likely directly related to the energy contained within the corpses. He quickly scanned the newly born blood spirit little girl. Spirit, Blood Spirit Clan, Combat Power, 30,000, Stage, Juvenile, Growth Rate, Extremely Fast, requires a substantial amount of food daily. An extremely fast growth rate? This indicated that the combat potential of this little girl was boundless. Her future appeared to be limitless. "Daddy, I want a bow and leather armor just like Mommy's," the little girl declared, causing the nearby small spirit to blush slightly. The small spirit cast a furtive glance at Song Sha, relieved to see that he did not display any resistance. However, Song Sha was genuinely at a loss on how to handle the child. All right. I will prepare the finest spirit bow and leather armor for you." While appeasing the little girl, he discreetly signaled to the small spirit, "Quickly take your daughter away." Though Song Sha remained notably calm in the face of a monster siege, he found himself utterly helpless against this little girl who was so eager to charm him. The small spirit, called over by Song Sha, was equally uncertain. She was still quite young herself and had not anticipated becoming a mother so swiftly. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness. "Sweetheart, our master is not your father," the small spirit promptly explained to the blood spirit little girl. Upon hearing this clarification, the little girl seemed a tad disheartened. As she was about to be taken away by the small spirit, she lingered with reluctance. "Master, what about my name? Why haven't you given me one?" Song Sha sighed. The little girl's attachment to him suggested a profound bond between them. After all, she was the very first blood spirit born on the island, and since they shared such a connection, it felt only right to bestow her a name. "Small spirit, would you mind if I named her?" The small spirit nodded, still grappling with her new role, and allowing Song Sha to name the girl conveniently resolved her own dilemmas. "Let us call her Freya." "Freya? I have a name now." The blood spirit little girl joyfully twirled around a few times before following the small spirit away. Yet, Song Sha could not help but marvel at the wonder of it all. In just one night, a blood spirit with a combat power of 30,000 had come into being. At that moment, Song Sha suddenly felt numerous gazes converging upon him from behind. Turning around, he discovered a gathering of spirits that had silently appeared at his back. "Master, we wish to cultivate blood spirit offspring from this tree as well." The Blood Spirit Clan. They were the mightiest fighters among all spirits. If their offspring were also blood spirits, their existence in this world would be justified. Song Sha was stirred by their words. He was eager to ascertain whether it was the inherent bloodline of the small spirit or the ancient tree demon's influence that had transformed the small spirit's progeny into blood spirits. Furthermore, although his island was flourishing, it remained perilously vulnerable, with greater dangers looming on the horizon. The presence of a formidable blood spirit guard would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors. "Let us draw lots to determine who will cultivate the blood spirits. Those selected will have the opportunity to create a blood spirit embryo." which inherently requires a significant number of corpses for energy absorption to accelerate the embryo's growth. Once a blood spirit is born, it becomes a resource-consuming entity. To avoid overwhelming my logistics, I shall begin by cultivating 10 blood spirits, and as my resources and the island expand, I will continue to nurture more. However, upon hearing Song Sha's words, the spirit's expressions transformed. If they had previously harbored some reservations about him, they were now entirely devoted to him. In the realm of spirits, not every spirit had the opportunity to nurture offspring. Such privileges were typically reserved for the royal lineage, given that the number of spirit trees was limited. So too was the opportunity to rear descendants. Now, Song Sha was offering them a 1 in 5 chance to be selected to cultivate their own progeny. How could they not be exhilarated? Offspring represented the continuation of their bloodline. This was true for humans and equally so for spirits. With their own descendants, they would no longer be alone. Thank you, Master. There's no need for thanks. The spirits that are selected can entrust their embryos to the great tree. For those who do not draw the lucky lot, do not lose heart. Our island will undoubtedly continue to flourish, and I believe that soon, you too will have the opportunity to bear your own offspring. Song Sha's words were clear. Not drawing the lot this time did not preclude future opportunities. As long as the island expanded and resources improved, every spirit would eventually have the chance to give birth to descendants. This was undoubtedly a source of motivation and encouragement for the remaining spirits. At this moment, 9 spirits approached the great tree, presenting their embryos to it. Each blood spirit possessed a combat power of 30,000, and 10 would amount to 300,000. Since their mothers had entered into a master-servant contract with Song Sha, he had no worries regarding the loyalty of these blood spirits. Once this batch of blood spirits was born, defending the island in the near future would pose no challenge. Just then, a chat interface suddenly popped up before Song Sha. Spirit Bow Workshop. Master, please respond. It is urgent. Song Sha raised an eyebrow. What could the spirit lady want from him? Was it regarding an order for spirit bows? Island Shop. What is the matter, miss? I'm here. Spirit Bow Workshop. Can you manufacture some spirit bows for me? I need them urgently. The price is negotiable. Island Shop. Of course, how many do you need? For bulk orders, I can offer a discount. I'll charge you a fee of 50 gold coins per bow for the commission. Chapter 66. The synthesis of the exquisite golden arrows for Song Sha. Crafting a batch of exquisite elven bows was merely a matter of a few deft movements. Synthesizing 9 was all it took. Charging 50 gold coins per bow might seem a touch exorbitant, yet from the perspective of the enchanting elven maiden at the opposite end of the elven bow shop, the price was hardly unreasonable. After all, these were bows of extraordinary quality. Even within the realm of the elves, they were a rare find. 50 gold coins per bow was indeed a modest sum. However, for the owner of the elven bow shop, time was of the essence, and gathering such an amount was proving to be a daunting task. In another world, on the fringes of the Eternal Song Forest, a strikingly beautiful elf bore an expression of mounting distress. Not far away lay the front line, where elves clashed with orcs. The orcs, fierce and undaunted, relentlessly assaulted the elven defenses. With their numbers significantly inferior to those of the orcs, the elves were being compelled to retreat deeper into the forest. Lady Nia. The rangers on the front lines are nearing their breaking point. Without reinforcements, our defenses are bound to collapse soon. An elf rushed to the shop owner's side, his face etched with concern. Nia bit her lip, fully aware of the dire situation of her kin. After much contemplation, she resolved to reach out to Song Sha once more, adopting a hopeful yet tentative approach. Elven Bow Shop, Master. I cannot gather such a sum of gold at this moment, and it is indeed urgent. I hope you can lend a hand. Island Shop. Crafting an exquisite elven bow requires considerable effort. I cannot proceed without a fair price. Elven Bow Shop. I truly am in a hurry. Our defenses are about to give way. As she spoke, Nia sent a short video to Song Sha. Upon viewing it, he saw the orcs brazenly assaulting the elven lines, with many elven maidens already falling prey to the orcish blades. The scene was grim. Observing the sheer number of orcs vastly outnumbering the elven rangers, it became evident that the situation was indeed desperate. After a moment of contemplation, Song Sha resolved to assist the elven maiden. However, he would not engage in a lopsided transaction. Island Shop, your situation is indeed precarious. If you lack gold, we can exchange for elvenwood instead. Elven Bow Shop. Thank you, Master. I am eternally grateful. I shall gather the materials at once. Before long, the courier delivered 10 packages of materials sent by the elven maiden. Noticing that the shop's level was rather low, Song Sha observed that there had been little business apart from his own. Nevertheless, though she could not provide the required gold, this elven maiden was genuine. She surely possessed ample elvenwood. If she were to be defeated and captured by the orcs, the precious channel for raw materials he had painstakingly established would be lost. Moreover, through the video, Song Sha discovered the elven maiden was indeed quite beautiful. He accepted the courier's delivery of materials and, within mere seconds, crafted the exquisite elven bow. Sending it back promptly. Island shop, it has been dispatched. Elven bow shop? So fast. You are incredible. At this moment, Nia beamed with joy upon receiving the elven bow. Quickly, distribute these bows. A group of elven maidens gazed in awe at the beautifully crafted bows before them. The quality. The craftsmanship. Is this truly an exquisite bow? Lady Nia, such exquisite bows are only possessed by the royal guard. Where did you procure them? The elven maiden feigned mystery, waving her hand dismissively. No time for questions, just take them and use them. Nodding in agreement, the elves understood that with this batch of exquisite bows, their defense would surely hold. Several fearless orc berserkers fell to the first volley of arrows. Nia felt a surge of happiness. The greatest threat to them had been these berserkers, who fought to the last drop of blood once in a frenzy. With the support of the exquisite bows, the elves' arrows could now accurately strike the berserkers' vital points, restoring order to their previously crumbling defenses. However, an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance, and suddenly, a massive war elephant appeared outside the Eternal Song Forest, towering over 10 meters. Its entire body was encased in thick iron armor. The elven arrows rained down, yet either they deflected harmlessly or lodged ineffectively in the iron plating, failing to breach the war elephant's formidable defenses. The orc horde surged forth behind this colossal beast, advancing towards the elven lines once more. With each step of the war elephant, the ground trembled, overwhelming them with an immense sense of dread. Nia was immediately alarmed. She recognized that this assault on the Eternal Song Forest was led by a formidable force. As the border commander of the elven race, she knew her troops were insufficient to contend with such a monster. If the situation continued to escalate, two grim fates awaited her: death on the battlefield or capture by the orcs, leading to a life of despair. The alternative was retreating to the royal city, where she would face judgment for failing to protect her lands. Clenching her fists, Nia realized that her elves wielded only ordinary iron arrows. Had they access to the enchanted arrows used by the royal guard, they would surely pierce the beast's defenses. With no other recourse, Nia once again sought Song Sha's assistance. Elven bow shop, master, while your bows are flawless, new developments on the battlefield render our arrows ineffective. What shall we do? The orcs are about to charge. Ineffective arrows. Song Sha pondered as he examined the video Nia had sent him once more. It was clear that the elves were using nothing more than mundane iron arrows, while the war elephant bore armor nearly a meter thick. Naturally, their arrows would be of little consequence. In essence, it was a matter of materials. Your arrows are iron, and the enemy's armor is also iron. However, theirs is significantly thicker. What chance do you have to pierce through? Reflecting on materials, Song Sha suddenly recalled the exquisite golden materials awarded for the previous monster invasion. Upon acquiring the golden material, he had unlocked a plethora of blueprints for items such as golden swords, golden armor, and golden spears. A cursory glance revealed something particularly intriguing: exquisite golden arrowheads. If he were to sell these golden arrowheads to the elven maiden, they would effortlessly penetrate the war elephant's iron armor. Island shop, dear maiden, I can produce a type of arrowhead. Would you be interested? Chapter 67. Equitable exchange in the otherworldly realm. Nia's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She had not anticipated that the proprietor of the island shop would indeed possess a solution. The shopkeeper assured her, if this item can be crafted, it will certainly aid you. However, I may require some time. Nia replied with unwavering confidence, rest assured, master, as long as we can eliminate that monster, the materials are of no concern. The reason for the shopkeeper's need for time became evident as he accessed the synthesis interface, which promptly displayed a dialog box. To manufacture a refined golden weapon, the workbench must be upgraded to a refined golden workbench. Upon inspecting the required materials, he realized that upgrading to a refined golden workbench demanded a staggering 100 units of refined gold. How exorbitant, he mused, sighing audibly. Yet he resolved to proceed with the upgrade. Consuming 100 refined gold, the high-grade workbench upgrade is complete. Before him, the workbench transformed into a radiant golden apparatus, gleaming with opulence. Manufacture refined golden arrows X10, consuming refined gold X1. Synthesize refined golden arrows X10, consuming refined gold X1, and elven wood X1. Good heavens, elven wood as well, he exclaimed, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his dismay at the exorbitant cost of these refined golden arrows, truly a weapon only the affluent could afford. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to synthesize 10 refined golden arrows. At that instant, he noticed another option amidst the array of refined golden synthesis recipes: refined golden quiver, capable of infinitely recycling the refined golden arrows within. Infinitely recyclable? His eyes widened in excitement as he immediately synthesized a refined golden quiver for experimentation. A beautifully crafted quiver materialized in his hands. He slung it over his back and released an arrow that soared several hundred meters, striking the target with precision. To his astonishment, the refined golden arrow returned effortlessly to the quiver after its flight. Refined golden arrowheads do not easily succumb to wear, and to his knowledge, no material could inflict damage upon refined gold. With the refined golden quiver, the only potential loss would be the elven wood. With a series of rewards accumulating, he found himself in possession of a substantial amount of refined gold. It seemed prudent to create several refined golden quivers to present to the elven maiden for her assessment. Rental items: refined golden quiver, refined golden arrows. Price: 5 gold coins per day. He listed the refined golden arrows and quivers in the shop. Take them. If they are ineffective, I shall refund you, the shopkeeper declared. As the formidable war elephant approached the defensive line, Nia, undeterred by the uncertainty of the efficacy of the new items, quickly placed her order and received the refined golden quiver from the delivery person. With a swift whoosh, a refined golden arrow was loosed, piercing the war elephant's skull with a clean shot. Strangely, what appeared to be a minor wound proved to be fatal. A gaping hole appeared at the back of the elephant's head, and within seconds, a crimson spray erupted from its skull. Nia gasped in astonishment, marveling at the arrow's immense power, crafted from unknown materials. She also noted that the arrow absorbed her magical essence. With the infusion of her energy, its penetrative capability intensified. The explosive effect observed upon impact was the result of her magical energy igniting within the arrow. As the arrow arced through the air and returned to the quiver, she was left in awe of its remarkable properties. How do you find the arrows? The shopkeeper inquired. Nia, incredulous, gazed at the arrow in her hand. It was astonishingly potent, akin to possessing a quiver of infinite arrows. Master, these arrows are too powerful, she exclaimed, having utilized ordinary iron arrows with minimal effect. The refined golden arrow had obliterated the war elephant with a single shot. The sight of the elephant falling sent a ripple of fear through the orc ranks, prompting a retreat. Nia sighed in relief, recognizing that her elven outpost had narrowly escaped catastrophe. Holding the dazzling quiver, she felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Did the enemy retreat? She was asked. Indeed, I repelled their advance, she replied, as her fellow elves looked upon her with admiration. Nia, you are truly remarkable. Yet, Nia humbly shook her head, attributing their success to the mysterious elven craftsman who had provided the extraordinary elven bow and the wondrous refined golden quiver. Master, your elven bow and quiver are exquisite, her companions remarked, noticing the elegance of her equipment. Reluctantly, Nia regarded the refined golden quiver, lamenting that it was merely a rental and not for sale. She then recalled that she had yet to settle her payment with the master. Master, I currently lack sufficient gold coins. Did you manage to slay the elephant? The shopkeeper queried. Yes, it is done, Nia affirmed, feeling a surge of embarrassment at the thought of owing for such invaluable artifacts. Never mind, if you truly have no gold, you may offer the war elephant's corpse as payment, the shopkeeper proposed. The elven bow had been crafted out of goodwill, and the quiver and arrows were rentals rather than purchases. After the rental period, the delivery person would retrieve the items, ensuring no buyer would attempt to abscond with the seller's wares. Nia's heart soared at the shopkeeper's generous offer to accept the elephant's carcass as payment. Master, please hold for a moment. I will have the delivery person prepare it for you. Just one more elephant? How splendid. This arrangement alleviated her worries regarding gold coins. Before long, the colossal war elephant was delivered to the shopkeeper. To his surprise, the beast was even larger than he had anticipated. We need to negotiate a higher price for this, he thought, bemused, as he and the delivery person struggled to find ample space outside the castle to lay the giant carcass down. Gazing at the elephant's ship-sized remains, he felt a twinge of frustration, wondering how it appeared so much larger in the videos. Chapter 68, The Golden Set at last, the goods have arrived. Here are the golden arrows and quiver returned by the seller. The courier returned the quiver and golden arrows to Song Sha. He was pleasantly surprised. The elven maiden had displayed remarkable conscientiousness, returning the items after only renting them for a mere 10 minutes. However, even for such a brief rental period, the cost was calculated as a full day's rate of 1 gold coin. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable, leading Song Sha to consider crafting additional quivers for rental in his shop. Nevertheless, his immediate concern was to swiftly dispose of the corpse of the war elephant. Clearly, this creature was of an unusual breed, as its massive physique suggested. Tree Demon, consume it, Song Sha commanded. And the Tree Demon promptly began to dismantle the war elephant's remains. Congratulations! You have acquired 500 pieces of giant war elephant leather. Giant war elephant leather can be used to create armor with enhanced defensive capabilities. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 giant war elephant tusks. Blueprints unlocked. Bone blade. Bone spear. Now that the tree demon had evolved into a millennium tree demon, it had begun to exhibit intelligence, capable of performing basic dismemberment of corpses. Energy points absorbed. 5,000. Splendid. With these energy points, crafting the 9 blood spirits should pose no challenge. In total, he now possessed over 10,000 energy points, allowing him to create 5 additional blood spirits. Song Sha lifted his gaze toward the treetop, where he noticed some fruit resembling blood apples had begun to grow. In truth, these fruits contained the essence of the blood spirits, and with the infusion of energy points, their growth was accelerating. By this evening, 5 more blood spirit little girls would emerge on his island. This was far more economical than purchasing slaves. After all, the cost of creating blood spirits hinged solely on energy points. Moreover, each newly born blood spirit boasted a combat power of 30,000. Song Sha summoned 5 elven maidens and said, "You 5 may now begin cultivating your own blood spirit offspring. By producing blood spirits in groups of 5, the island's resources could easily sustain the endeavor." Meanwhile, within the castle, a little elf was feeding her blood spirit daughter, Freya. Mama, this food is delicious," Freya exclaimed, clutching a blood apple that Song Sha had previously gifted to the little elf. The elf had refrained from eating it at the time, but now she offered it to Freya. "It's tasty. Mama, I want more of these fruits." In addition to the blood apple, Freya had numerous bowls of vegetable soup and mashed potatoes before her. However, the little elf was astonished by the sheer volume of Freya's appetite. Despite the table being filled with dishes, this was already the second round of food. Just as Freya was enjoying her meal, she suddenly paused, having heard footsteps from afar. Without even seeing Song Sha, she joyfully exclaimed, "Master is here." The hearing of this little blood spirit was indeed impressive. She discerned Song Sha's approach from a distance. "Master, Freya is still hungry." Freya pouted, walking up to Song Sha with a hint of complaint as she sought his affection. "Here, have these 2 blood apples." Song Sha produced the blood apples and handed them to the little girl. Observing Freya's delight as she munched on the food, Song Sha smiled and said, "From now on, Freya can come to me every day for one of these fruits. How does that sound? Hey, you selfish ghost of a man named Song. You're too biased." At that moment, amber floated out from the blade, expressing her envy at the prospect of receiving a blood apple daily. Song Sha, however, was unfazed. The blood spirits were in their growth phase, brimming with potential, and he intended to invest significantly in their development. "Also, this is your weapon. Take good care of it." He handed Freya the golden quiver and arrows, along with an elven bow. However, the little elf interjected, "Brother, Freya excels not only in archery, but also in close combat. It would be such a waste to prepare only an elven bow for her." Song Sha's thoughts stirred. Was it possible that the blood spirit lineage were all-round warriors? This was an unexpected delight. Yet, if more weapons were desired, his unexplored cave offered the perfect opportunity to venture forth with Freya, allowing them to test the combat capabilities of the golden weapons. After all, following 3 days of respite, the impending weekend assault would surely be formidable. It was imperative for Freya and the soon-to-emerge blood spirit little girls to develop combat capabilities swiftly, transforming them into reliable allies. A task that weighed heavily on Song Sha's mind. He understood that the system had granted everyone 3 days, not for rest, but for preparation in anticipation of the weekend assault. At this moment, perhaps other survivors were growing complacent, seeking to enjoy a few days of leisure. If that were the case, the weekend's onslaught would undoubtedly become a nightmare for such individuals. Most of the less prepared survivors would likely face elimination during the weekend attack, while many elite survivors had already sensed the looming threat, using these days to fortify their walls and craft weapons in anticipation. Song Sha glanced at Freya beside him, noting her impressive close combat potential. With an abundance of golden materials at his disposal, he decided to forge a melee weapon for little Freya. "What type of weapon do you desire? A sword and shield, perhaps?" He had initially not intended for Freya to focus on melee combat. Why risk her life when she could remain at a distance, shooting arrows? Thus, he considered equipping her with a sword and shield, providing both protection and melee capability. However, to his surprise, the little blood spirit shook her head earnestly. "Freya does not want a shield. No shield." It seemed this little girl was quite confident in her combat prowess. "Freya desires a great sword," she said, feeling a bit shy. As it was indeed a great sword, she was already a considerable burden on him with her appetite. Would asking for a great sword be too much? Yet, Song Sha displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. A great sword-wielding little girl? That sounded exhilarating. Initiating fabrication. Golden greatsword. Materials required: 30 golden ingots, golden armor, race, blood spirit, height, 145 centimeters. Materials required, 8 golden ingots. 3 leathers. Song Sha decided to craft a suit of armor for Freya as well. After all, wielding a greatsword meant sacrificing defense entirely. A reliable set of armor was certainly necessary. Upon successfully forging the equipment, Song Sha contemplated adding a magical enhancement as well. Chapter 69, The First Kill Stolen? At the enchanting enchantment table, Song Sha pondered for a moment before preparing to imbue Freya's weaponry with magical enhancements. A considerable amount of energy remained in the enchantment table, sufficient to enchant both armor and weaponry entirely. Song Sha had to consider that, upon selecting the greatsword as her weapon, Freya's agility would remain unaffected. After all, agility is the most formidable attribute of elves, their greatest advantage. Successful enchantment of the mithril greatsword, attack speed 25. Successful enchantment of the mithril armor, spirit of the breeze, movement speed 25, enchantment skill, done. Song Sha approached Freya, presenting her with the splendid armor. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she beheld the magnificent armor, and she immediately embraced Song Sha tightly. "Thank you, master. I adore this gift," Freya exclaimed, unable to part with the armor, affectionately nuzzling against Song Sha. Song Sha then handed the great sword to Freya. The petite girl swung the hefty mithril great sword effortlessly, as if it were an extension of her own arm. With the assistance of the little sprite, Freya donned the mithril armor and gracefully performed several backflips in the hall. "Master, this armor is so light." Seeing Freya's reaction, Song Sha nodded in satisfaction. It appeared his reasoning was correct. Heavy armor would indeed impede Freya's agility, but with wind-based enchantments, this flaw could be perfectly compensated. Observing the little blood spirit wielding the great sword in the castle hall, Song Sha couldn't help but marvel at the blood spirit race, seemingly born for combat. Freya, from the moment of her birth, appeared to have already mastered all the knowledge of warfare. However, as the little sprite explained, the elven race is such that even in the embryonic stage, they are imparted with most of their knowledge within the elven tree, making them innate warriors from birth. After some reflection, Song Sha decided there was no time like the present. Having equipped Freya, he would take her and the little sprite mother-daughter duo to explore the dungeon. Others had discovered numerous treasures within the dungeon, and Song Sha was not one to fall behind. Since he had slain the Corpse King last time, he had not ventured deeper into the caverns. The location of the dark cave remained unchanged, and Song Sha, along with the little sprite mother and daughter, descended into the dungeon with ease. "Freya, are you afraid of your first battle?" he inquired. "With Master by my side, I am not afraid," Freya replied. Her sparkling eyes filled with adoration for Song Sha. After all, he was the first person she had ever seen upon her birth, and she felt less reliance on the little sprite beside her. However, the mother and daughter bore a striking resemblance to sisters, standing side by side as they did, one measuring 4 meters and the other 5 meters, with the little sprite's petite stature making them appear undeniably like siblings. The trio cautiously entered the cave. After such a long absence from the dungeon, it had now refreshed a new wave of monsters. Before them appeared a large horde of skeletons. Calmly, Song Sha drew out the Bagua mirror, instantly reducing all the skeletons to ashes. These skeletons respawned at a fixed time each day, providing the island's bone meal. However, Song Sha had not yet ventured deeper into the cave. After all, with the island's daily tasks demanding attention, he had little time for exploration. Yet, the situation was different now. The depths of the cave held rewards he had previously overlooked. "Freya, do not disturb that spawn tower. All the food on the island is produced by it. Just slay the skeletons," Song Sha instructed. Initially, Freya considered demolishing the spawn tower, but upon hearing Song Sha's words, she quickly withdrew her hand. This was a matter of great significance concerning her daily sustenance. Approaching the Corpse King's coffin, Song Sha kicked open the stone sarcophagus, revealing, as expected, the entrance to the second level hidden beneath it. It was likely that Shirtu Zongren and Li Xiao had obtained their items starting from this second level. Just as Song Sha prepared to enter the second level with the little sprite mother and daughter, an alert sounded. Blue Star Bulletin. Asahi Group Shirtu Zongren becomes the first survivor to explore the third level of the Dark Cave. Reward, legendary weapon. Child's Cut Unkun Shirtu Zongren had actually cleared the third level and acquired a legendary weapon. Song Sha furrowed his brow. He had only just reached the second level, and this individual had already discovered the third? The first exploration reward looked promising. It appeared he needed to hasten his pace to secure the fourth level. Song Sha and the little sprite mother and daughter entered the second level of the cave. "Congratulations. You have entered the second level of the cave. You are the 23,500,000th survivor to do so." 23 million? Song Sha remained unfazed by his ranking, unaffected by the fact that he was trailing behind others. With so many rankings in this island world, He couldn't possibly compete for the top position in every category. Others operated as a group, while he stood alone. Unlike a delivery person with countless clones, there would always be aspects he could not attend to. Upon entering the second level, Song Sha noticed that it was significantly larger than the first. The dim cave was permeated with the faint stench of decay, and in the distance lurked numerous zombie monsters. However, it was not these monsters that caught Song Sha's interest, but rather the abundant copper ore scattered throughout the second level. Clearly, this level corresponded to the technology of the Bronze Age, a challenge not insurmountable for Song Sha. Following the pattern of the first level, it was certain that the second level also harbored a spawn tower, and beside it would undoubtedly be the level's boss. Freya, do not hesitate. Feel free to unleash your strength. When you see a spawn tower resembling that of the first level, do not touch it. Everything else is fair game. Understood, Master. Freya was already eager to spring into action. Although she appeared harmless, this little girl was indeed a true warrior at heart. Granted permission by Song Sha, Freya charged into the cave, wielding the great sword with both hands like a meat grinder. The sluggish zombies stood no chance against her in mere moments. They were cleaved in two. Even the little sprite observed in disbelief. For a race that cherished peace, Freya was astonishingly violent. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that, despite her frenzied slaughter in the narrow tunnels, not a single drop of blood touched her. Each time a zombie's black blood threatened to splatter upon her, the little girl nimbly dodged away. Witnessing this scene, Song Sha raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this little girl harbored a peculiar aversion to dirt? Chapter 70. This is quite unacceptable, my friend. Song Sha scanned the zombies' combat power and discovered that their strength barely exceeded 1,000. In the presence of Freya, they posed little threat. The only dilemma for Song Sha was the labyrinthine routes within the cave. The dim light added to the confusion, rendering it nearly impossible to discern if he had previously traversed any of these paths. It was no wonder so many people had failed to locate the entrance to the third level. Even with a map, it was a daunting task. With a sigh, Song Sha pressed onward through the tunnels, confronting one intersection after another. All he could do was make repeated choices among the three paths. Fortunately, he had marked his route on the way back and had placed torches to guide him. Each torch could burn for about 4 hours, providing ample time to explore the cave. However, aimlessly searching in this endless maze proved to be a significant waste of time. If only he could discern directions. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Sha as he recalled an old acquaintance. He opened the chat interface. Island Shop, is the old Taoist there? Taoist Shop, indeed, esteemed friend. The old Taoist is present. Island Shop, do you have a compass for sale? The kind used for tomb exploration. Taoist Shop, I happen to have such an item. Island Shop, please send me the link swiftly. It's urgent. Taoist Shop, this is not something to be sold lightly, my friend. Disturbing the resting places of the dead will shorten your lifespan. Island Shop, who said I was digging up graves? I'm lost in a cave filled with malevolent zombies and ghosts. Please, sell me one so I can escape quickly. Taoist Shop, had you mentioned this earlier? It is our duty to eliminate evil. However, in light of your urgent need, could you spare me a few extra bottles of the Fearless Herbal Elixir? Since the old Taoist started using the Fearless Herbal Elixir, whether descending the mountain to vanquish demons or taking on disciples for training, carrying a bottle allowed him to walk with newfound confidence. As long as they weren't terrified to the bone, the elixir could revive them in no time. Yet, after a previous incident where a disciple was gravely injured, he had already exhausted one bottle and was left with only 1.5. He was reluctant to use it. Island Shop, old Taoist. Don't even think about limiting purchases. How about this? How much for the compass? I can trade you the elixirs. Taoist Shop, a splendid idea. Taoist Shop has proposed a trade, 20 bottles of Fearless Herbal Elixir for a divination compass. Proceed with the trade? Trade. Having heard countless tales of the old Taoist's demon-slaying exploits, Song Sha knew he was dealing with an ordinary practitioner. Perhaps this compass was also a magical artifact. Exchanging 20 bottles of elixir for it was a bargain. Taoist Shop, but do not take this compass to disturb graves. It is my creation, and if you do, not only will you suffer, but my fortune will be affected as well. Island Shop, rest assured, I am not that sort of person. In a flash, the delivery man opened a portal and stepped into the cave. Boss, your delivery has arrived. Freya stood nearby, brandishing her large sword protectively, blocking Song Sha's path. You shall not harm my master. Freya, he is not an enemy. Song Sha quickly interjected, concerned not for the delivery man's safety, but for Freya, who might misinterpret the situation. This little girl with a combat power of 30,000 was precious to him. If an accident occurred due to a misunderstanding, who would he turn to for comfort? However, the delivery man was unfazed by Freya's attack. He effortlessly blocked her strike and smiled at Song Sha. Boss, it's been a few days. Your little sprite has grown so much. She has quite the handful. Freya's face flushed with embarrassment. and Song Sha chose not to elaborate further. Such matters were best left unspoken. Receiving the compass from the delivery man, Song Sha handed over the 20 bottles of fearless herbal elixir in exchange. "Master, this person is quite formidable," Freya exclaimed as she watched the delivery man vanish through the portal once more. Song Sha was at a loss for words. The little sprite exhibited no fear whatsoever, instead brimming with determination. He glanced at her and mused that perhaps one day she might even rival the delivery man. Taking out the compass he had traded for, Song Sha perused the instruction manual. It was detailed, and he quickly grasped how to operate the compass. Following the instructions, the needle soon pointed decisively in one direction. "Let us proceed." With the compass guiding them, Song Sha and the two girls followed the indicated path, traversing the vast maze that would typically take days to explore in mere minutes. Goodness, this maze is infuriating with so many diverging paths. Without this compass, who knows when we would find the second level S boss. At last, they arrived. Within only 15 minutes, they stood before the boss of the second level. The coffin lid slowly slid open, and the air around them seemed to crystallize with frost. A zombie, encrusted with ice, gradually rose from the coffin. Feel the wrath of the frozen. Freya, ever eager, leaped into action before the zombie could fully regain its footing. Without waiting for any opening remarks, she struck with her sword. Before the 30,000 combat power of Freya, the zombie stood no chance and was swiftly dispatched. Blue Star announcement. Song Sha from the Huaxiao region has defeated the second-level boss, the Everfrost zombie, in 15 minutes and 20 seconds, earning a reward of 20 gold ingots. Upon hearing this announcement, the members of the Stonetail sect, who had only just entered the third level, felt an inexplicable tension rise within them. They had taken a full 3 days to conquer the second level, yet Song Sha accomplished it in a mere 15 minutes? Was there no justice left in the world? This scoundrel Song Sha was once again snatching the speed kill first clear from them. However, the current owner of the divine weapon steadied himself quickly, armed with his formidable blade. What was there to fear? Chapter 71. The Island Block as it happened. Song Sha observed that Freya effortlessly dispatched the Eternal Frost zombie with a single strike before he could even scan it. With her formidable combat power of 30,000, she could easily crush the monsters on this level, including any bosses. However, at the moment the zombie fell, an unusual crystalline object dropped to the ground. Island Block. This object was entirely unfamiliar, evidently a newly unlocked item. Island Block. Island Movement. Terrain Modification. Upon reading the block's description, Song Sha instantly grasped its purpose. Clearly, possessing this block would allow him to enter a mode of island construction, enabling him to move the island, alter its terrain, and even cultivate trees upon it. It appeared that exploring the caverns was indeed significant. Such treasures had not manifested during previous island explorations or monster sieges. With this block, the island could be set in motion. If the island could move, Song Sha would no longer fear the exposure of its location. Conversely, if the island remained stationary and its coordinates were revealed, it would be laid bare before all. However, the ability to shift the island's position would make it exceedingly difficult for others to locate him. This block was akin to the divine artifact obtained by Shiwei Zhongren on the previous level. Indeed, in Song Sha's eyes, it surpassed those so-called weapons by leaps and bounds. Yet, upon closer inspection of the island block's specific usage conditions, Song Sha discovered that its application was not entirely without restrictions. For instance, moving the island required resources such as copper, iron, aluminum, and even refined gold. The types and quantities of resources needed were contingent upon the distance the island needed to be moved. As for altering the island's terrain, flattening mountains would yield stone materials in return, while creating new elevations would similarly necessitate a certain amount of stone. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Song Sha. With a sufficient supply of stone, he could elevate the entire island by several dozen meters. When monsters besieged the island, they would first need to scale a cliff of that height before reaching his domain. A trip to the materials store to procure stone would make this dream a reality. With that thought, Song Sha gleefully pocketed the island block. This object was akin to the key and heart of his island. With the island block in hand, he could exercise complete control over his domain. Meanwhile, within another island's cavern, Shiwei Zhongren and a cadre of elite members from the Rising Sun Guild were diligently exploring the third level of the caverns. Everyone, we must hasten our pace. We cannot allow that scoundrel Song Sha to outpace us and reach the fourth level first. Shiwei Zhongren, eager to retain the advantage he had established, was motivated by the splendid rewards reaped from the previous level's first completion. Who could predict what treasures awaited in this level? This was his first experience of the joy of a first kill. We must not let the first kill slip from our grasp. Use the detection spell. Without hesitation, Shiwei Zhongren commanded the mages of the Rising Sun Guild. One mage placed a hand on the ground, and a faint ripple of magical energy spread outwards. After a moment of hesitation, the mage finally spoke. I'm not entirely sure of the precise direction. Perhaps it's this way? Perhaps? Can you provide me with a definitive answer? The mage's detection spell relied on his own mana to simulate the surrounding environment, but the cavern's terrain was exceedingly intricate. Given the mage's current level, he was unable to fully replicate the layout of the cave. Thus, all he could do was make an educated guess. In contrast, Song Sha was well-equipped. The compass he had acquired from the old sage was a genuine artifact crafted by the sage himself, ensuring its stability. The entire third level's disturbances could not disrupt its guidance. Following the pointer of the compass, Song Sha easily discovered the correct path to the third level. Wow, this old sage's item is incredibly useful. I must give him a glowing review. Blue Star announcement. The Yin Huang Alliance becomes the third team or individual to discover the entrance to the third level of the underground. At this moment, the Yin Huang Alliance had also uncovered the entrance to the third level. Li Xiao had already secured a managerial position within the alliance, leading a 10-member team. Though they could not rival Song Sha, they were determined not to let the islanders seize the advantage. Global announcement. The White Eagle Guild becomes the fourth team or individual to discover the entrance to the third level of the underground. Aside from Song Sha, the remaining individuals who reached the third level were part of teams. Greater numbers equate to greater strength. Teams with more survivors naturally explored the caverns more efficiently. For instance, prior to acquiring the compass, Song Sha could only mark routes to eliminate errors, while teams could split into smaller groups, thus significantly increasing their efficiency in exploration. World Channel, Huaxia's Li Dong. Good heavens, what is this, an arms race? America's Tom. Wow, joining a team truly has its benefits. Aside from Song Sha, the rest are all working in teams. It seems life as a lone wolf will be challenging from now on. Australia's Jackson. The top three are all Easterners. I cannot accept this. Once competition commenced, everyone fiercely vied for the leading positions. They all understood that rewards were dispensed according to system rankings. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. Naturally, the prize for first place was the most coveted. Shiwei, I have located the boss of the third level. Shiwei Zhongren exclaimed excitedly as he brandished his treasured weapon. We must seize this opportunity before Song Sha. However, upon following the mages into the so-called boss's lair, Shiwei Zhongren discovered that the boss remained utterly still. Shiwei, what is happening? This coffin won't open? He felt a wave of uncertainty. The coffins in the first and second levels had opened without issue, yet this one showed no signs of movement, let alone revealing a boss. Look, there are 3 skull engravings on it. We must find the heads of 3 monsters. He urged the elite members of the Rising Sun Guild, quickly, fetch the heads of 3 zombies and place them before this coffin. It seems we must sacrifice 3 monster heads. The elite members swiftly decapitated 3 zombies and positioned the heads before the coffin. Just as Shiwei Zhongren anticipated the boss's emergence, an unexpected twist of fate occurred. Boom. The coffin began to move, and the expressions on Shiwei Zhongren and his companions shifted from disdain to sheer terror. Chapter 72. The fourth layer, the reward layer. A blood-red aura surged from the coffin, and a blood-colored corpse demon crawled out. We must flee. This corpse demon possesses at least 20,000 combat power. Feeling the ominous energy of the demon, the members of the Rising Sun Guild turned pale with fear. However, the disciple of the Stone-Tail sect showed no intention of retreating. With the nearly divine artifact, the child's knife, in hand, he believed he could engage in battle. After all, this blade was the legendary demon-slaying knife of the Rising Sun Kingdom. Song Sha, today the first kill of the third layer is mine for the taking. With confidence, the disciple thought that perhaps Song Sha was still wandering in the depths of the third layer's dungeon. Blue Star announcement in the Huaxia region. Song Sha took 15 minutes and 20 seconds to kill the boss of the third layer dungeon. Reward, Doc. The disciple suddenly trembled, nearly struck by the demon's claw. How could Song Sha be so fast? Hadn't he just entered the third layer? Moreover, Song Sha didn't have so many mages to guide him. How could he have found the boss so quickly? After decapitating the corpse demon, Song Sha turned to inspect his newly acquired reward. A dock? Dock construction requires 1,000 wood. 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron. Unlocks shipbuilding function. Giant warship, a vessel specifically designed for hunting sea beasts. Merchant ship, for trade and transportation. Swift sailboat, can explore maps and search for new continents. Hunting sea beasts? Song Sha pondered. An octopus monster blocking his island was certainly not a good sign. Since the monster siege would not commence until the weekend, why not construct a ship to hunt sea beasts in the meantime? The battle elephant carcass sent by the Elfbow workshop had contributed a substantial 5,000 energy points. Surely, hunting the sea beasts of this world could also be absorbed by the tree spirit. This dock had arrived just in time. given the size of the sea beast. The small boats on his beach would likely be destroyed with a single blow from its tentacle. With a giant warship, he could face the sea beasts head-on. After slaying the corpse demon, Song Sha pondered whether to continue searching the fourth layer. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to press on. With a swift slash, he opened the stone coffin, revealing the entrance to the fourth layer. Blue Star announcement. In the Huaxiao region, Song Sha is the first to reach the fourth layer of the dark cave. Reward: blueprint for the dragon-slaying spear. However, upon entering the fourth layer, Song Sha was taken aback by the sight before him. The fourth layer was not a dark, damp dungeon, but rather a spacious and bright hall. Originally, Song Sha had expected a tide of monsters, but instead, he found the ground strewn with gold and jewels. Congratulations! You have explored the entire map of the dark cave and reached the final layer. So, the dark cave ended at the fourth layer? Song Sha had anticipated further exploration into the depths, but it was now evidently impossible. Brother, look at this. The little sprite's voice trembled as she pointed not far away. Following her gaze, Song Sha gasped in astonishment. This was an enormous vein of golden ore. Not only were there scattered chunks of gold on the ground, but the stone walls also glimmered with a brilliant golden hue. Goodness, just the scattered pieces on the ground probably amounted to around 100,000 units. Song Sha's heart raced with excitement. Gold was a unique resource in the island world. He had searched the cosmic market and found no products related to gold. Now, a vast treasure lay before him, and it was all his. Friendly reminder, the fourth layer room is independent of the world and is a special space. Other survivors can also take gold from the room, and each survivor can only access the room once. Song Sha was momentarily speechless. His earlier excitement now dampened. It turned out to be a special reward space after clearing the dungeon. He could only fill his backpack and then leave. With only one opportunity, and this place being shared, the gold taken by other survivors from another space would also disappear from this room. The 100,000 units of gold were not solely his, but shared among all survivors in the island world. Hurriedly checking his backpack, Song Sha's heart sank upon seeing the chaotic contents. Aside from the timid herb potion, he had over 900 units of gold, and his backpack was nearly full. He couldn't spare much. Did this mean his efforts were in vain? What a loss. Now, if he were to fit in 500 more pieces, his backpack would surely be overflowing. He couldn't possibly discard all his timid herb potions just to make room for gold, could he? Song Sha wore a frown. And at that moment, Amber floated out. The treasure is right before us, yet there is no way to carry it away. My spirit is crushed. Continue with your sarcasm, and I may just confine you. Song Sha was in a foul mood, and upon seeing his grim expression, Amber quickly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Just as Song Sha was wallowing in despair, a voice suddenly rang out. Blue Star announcement. The Rising Sun Guild has become the second group to slay the boss of the third layer. Reward: a small dock. At that moment, gold began to vanish before Song Sha's eyes. Stone-tail sect disciple. Ha, Song Sha, what does it matter if you were first? There are 50 of us in the Rising Sun Guild. How much gold can you possibly take? Foolish. As he spoke, more gold disappeared right in front of Song Sha. In another parallel space, the Stone-tail sect disciple laughed wickedly. As the members of the Rising Sun Guild frantically gathered the gold around them. To collect more gold, they discarded everything else in their backpacks. Unlike Song Sha, they had no valuable items, having exchanged everything for gold, ensuring a guaranteed profit. Calculating with 10 slots in each person's backpack, each could carry away 1,000 units of gold. Fully packed, their entire team could accumulate 50,000. They struck gold. Everyone, throw out your miscellaneous items and torches. Use it all to carry gold. This place can only be accessed once. Leave nothing behind. Toss it all. The members of the Rising Sun Guild snapped back to reality, emptying their backpacks with fervor. The Stone-tail sect disciple looked at his overflowing backpack of gold and suddenly had a thought, collapsing to the ground in tears. Brother, did you see this? Chapter 73, Local Express Delivery. Have you ever seen this? Ha ha ha. Song Shiguz is likely in another reward chamber right now, helplessly watching us seize all this precious gold. The Rising Sun Guild is truly reveling in this moment. It feels akin to a bank vault left wide open, allowing us to take gold bars at will. Shui Zongren displays a smug expression, having been bested by Song Sha numerous times. At long last, he can hold his head high and redeem himself. However, just as Shui Zongren basks in his triumph, a sudden blur obscures his vision, and the 100,000 precious gold pieces in front of him inexplicably vanish in an instant. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Ladies and gentlemen, was there a Blue Star announcement that I missed? Could another team have entered? A group of Rising Sun Guild elites stands dumbfounded. There are no announcements. Currently, the reward chamber is still occupied solely by Song Sha and their Rising Sun Guild. Zongren is left speechless. If no other teams are present, then those gold pieces must have been taken by Song Sha. How did this rogue manage to snatch away nearly 100,000 precious gold in a heartbeat? This defies logic and reason. 100,000 precious gold has just flown from under our noses. Who could accept such a loss? Is Song Sha's backpack limitless? Courier, I commend your efforts on this journey. Meanwhile, in another realm, Song Sha wears a faint smile. Boss, what kind of operation is this? The courier, bewildered by Song Sha's audacious maneuver, quickly inquires. Oh, this is just me restocking. Song Sha chuckles, providing no further explanation. As he observed the Rising Sun Guild collecting the precious gold piece by piece, he felt a surge of urgency. However, at that moment, inspiration struck him, and he devised a brilliant plan to empty the reward space. Send, recipient, island shop, address, island shop, island sender, island shop, address, dark cave, level 4, reward space. I've never seen such a method before. With a flick of his wrist, the courier made 100,000 precious gold vanish in an instant. Before stepping into the spatial portal himself. Local express delivery, what is so unusual about that? Song Sha chuckled. Zongren was once brimming with arrogance, but must be frantic now, right? In no time, a chat window from the courier popped up before Song Sha. Courier, boss, this amount is quite substantial. Charging you 1 gold coin seems reasonable, doesn't it? Song Sha chuckled. 1 gold coin was hardly excessive. He could even accept 100 gold coins if need be. After all, this was precious gold, a scarce resource unattainable in the cosmic market. Even if Zongren had taken more than 10,000, over 80,000 remained, ensuring he wouldn't face a shortage of precious gold in the near future. Blue Star announcement. The Yanhuang Alliance becomes the 3rd group to defeat the 3rd-level boss. Blue Star announcement. The White Eagle Guild becomes the 4th. Global channel. Yanhuang Alliance Li Xiao. Why is the reward space empty? Rising Sun Guild Zongren. Damn you, Song Sha? We are sworn enemies now. Tom from America. Does this mean that the esteemed Song Sha has completely cleared out the rewards from this level? No mercy at all. Other survivor groups entered the 4th-level reward chamber in succession, only to discover that the rewards had been entirely divided between Song Sha and the Rising Sun Guild. The Rising Sun Guild secured 15,000 precious gold, while the remaining 85,000 all ended up in Song Sha's possession. A multitude of survivors felt a mix of anger and helplessness. At that moment, Song Sha suddenly spoke up in the World Channel. Song Sha, a friendly reminder to everyone. Last time I exposed the coordinates of the Rising Sun Guild. I wonder if all survivors remember? I'll share them again. Those in need of precious gold can go fetch it. Upon finishing, Song Sha once again posted the Rising Sun Guild's island coordinates in the global channel. Island Nation Zongren. Damn you, Song Sha. Do you have any humanity? Having just exited the reward chamber, Zongren found himself on the verge of tears upon seeing Song Sha's message. Must it come to such ruthless annihilation? The last time Song Sha revealed the coordinates of the Rising Sun Guild, it had drawn a horde of survivors to attack. Fortunately, the Rising Sun Guild was robust enough to withstand the onslaught. After finally enjoying a period of peace, Song Sha seemed intent on ensuring no one would forget, once again broadcasting the coordinates of the Rising Sun Guild, this time with over 10,000 precious gold in their possession. It was likely that many large guilds would feel envious. The Rising Sun Guild had found itself in a precarious situation. At that moment, emerging from the cave, Song Sha and his companions gazed at the 85,000 precious gold before them, feeling utterly refreshed. Thankfully, his quick thinking had prevented a significant loss this time. As for the Rising Sun Guild and Zongren, they had taken some benefits only to flaunt them before him. Now, those islanders would have a tough time ahead. Brother, had it not been for your ingenious idea, all this precious gold might have fallen into someone else's hands, the little sprite remarked. Ever since Freya received the precious gold quiver from Song Sha, the little sprite had been envious. Such an artifact was coveted by every sprite. However, knowing the rarity of precious gold, she felt reluctant to directly ask Song Sha for one. But now, it was different. With this mountain of precious gold, not only could she obtain a precious gold quiver, but crafting armor for each of her sprite sisters akin to Freya's would also be feasible. However, Song Sha, standing nearby, felt some concern. So much gleaming precious gold left out in the open. If it were stolen, it would be a tremendous loss. He needed to devise a plan to store all this precious gold securely. As Song Sha contemplated, he opened a dialogue with Sweetheart Building Materials. Island Shop, boss. Send me some cut stone. I want to build a tower. Sweetheart Building Materials. Sure, boss. How much do you need? I'll send it to you right away. Island Shop. I have a rough design. I'll send it to you. Island Shop shares image. Sweetheart Building Materials. This tower will require about 3,000 stone blocks. I'll charge you 30 gold coins for it. How does that sound? Island shop. No problem. Send it over. Having paid for the materials, the courier promptly delivered all the stones. Following that, Song Sha constructed a tower on the open ground based on a sketch, directing the goblin warriors to place all the precious gold inside the tower. He then summoned Amber. You can guard this tower whenever you have free time. Upon hearing this, Amber looked a bit displeased. Even now that Freyo is here, I am still your second strongest fighter, right? And you want me to just stand guard at the door? How ungrateful. Chapter 74. Our journey leads to the stars and the seas. This is what I call trust. Such a vital resource as refined gold certainly warrants the assurance that it is in the hands of someone like you. You do possess a modicum of conscience. Upon hearing Song Sha's words, Amber's expression softened slightly, signifying her acceptance of the task at hand. Once she ensured the safety of her resources, Song Sha began to tally the other gains from their expedition into the cave. Beyond the blocks and refined gold, perhaps the most significant acquisition was the dock. Dock construction requires 1,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 1,000 iron, unlocks shipbuilding capabilities. For Song Sha, these resources posed no significant issue. Arriving at the seaside, he promptly initiated the construction. The materials began to assemble by the shore, as if an invisible force was propelling the dock's construction. Foundations, keels, stone paving, and the final installation of cranes. Within mere minutes, a dock materialized before Song Sha's eyes. With this dock, his island now possessed the ability to construct grand vessels. With the creation of a colossal warship, he could confront sea beasts directly, and their remains could be absorbed by the tree spirits, yielding either fruits or a continuous production of blood spirits, ensuring a robust profit. As Song Sha approached the dock, a sudden voice echoed, within the dock's range. Manipulation is possible. Upon a cursory glance, Song Sha observed various blueprints for ships within the dock interface: giant warships, swift sailboats, and merchant vessels. These three types represented the currently unlocked categories of ships. Beneath each of these vessels, there were corresponding technology trees, likely associated with combat, transportation, and exploration branches. However, at this moment, Song Sha's first choice for construction was undoubtedly the giant warship. Once it set sail, he would be able to encounter sea beasts firsthand. The grandeur of a massive ship and its cannons embody a man's romance. Our journey is toward the stars and the seas. Giant warship requires 5,000 wood. 1,000 iron, 5,000 wood? 1,000 iron is hardly a challenge for Song Sha, as he still had leftover scrap iron from the materials shop owner. However, this 5,000 wood equates to a staggering 2,500 trees. The timber resources on the island are quite limited. It seems he must venture to the cosmic market once more. Just as Song Sha was about to open the market interface to purchase wood, he inadvertently glanced at the construction interface again. What is this? Materials can be switched. Iron. Refined gold. Switching materials will also alter the ship's composition. A steel warship? Has he inadvertently crossed into the realm of modern naval construction? Song Sha paused momentarily. Yet a bolder idea began to form in his mind. With 85,000 refined gold at his disposal, why not use refined gold as the shipbuilding material? Refined gold is lighter, and its hardness and protective qualities surpass those of wooden and iron ships by a considerable margin. It could even withstand magical attacks. Switching materials: refined gold giant warship. Required materials: 5,500 refined gold. Hesitation leads to defeat. This ship shall be constructed. After all, the sea is not like the land. Possessing a sturdy vessel undoubtedly enhances one's security. Just imagine the scene when others encounter him in a wooden boat on the ocean. Song Sha found the vision utterly delightful, directing the goblin warriors to transport all the refined gold to the dock. The materials began to gather beneath the dock's crane, as if an enigmatic force was guiding the construction of this massive structure. My lord, this is truly extraordinary. Master Ovos, standing beside Song Sha, appeared somewhat tongue-tied. Such a miraculous sight was unprecedented in his experience. Song Sha smiled in silence. Not out of a desire to appear mysterious, but simply because he too was at a loss for how to explain this phenomenon to Ovos. The occurrence might be related to the very nature of this island world. It could very well be that this realm is a playground for deities. And the existence of such irrational phenomena is, indeed, normal. As the dock commenced the shipbuilding process autonomously, Song Sha found himself with little to occupy his time. However, recalling his previous experiences in the cave, he glanced at his backpack. Were it not for his quick thinking and having the delivery person transport the goods, he might have returned from the cave empty-handed. The superfluous items in his backpack needed to be addressed promptly. For instance, the timid herb potions he had been carrying. While it is prudent to have timid herb potions on hand for emergencies, there was no need to carry such an excessive quantity. Speaking of which, He had sold a total of 240 bottles of timid herb potions previously. He should now have 254 positive reviews. With 254 positive reviews, he would undoubtedly be a diamond seller. Yet, oddly enough, his current count stood at only 194. This suggests that someone had not left a review. Island Buyers Group, Island Shop. I say, dear friends, what are you all doing? Wasn't it agreed that you would leave positive reviews? Polar Lord, ugh. I left a good review for the first bottle, but for the second, there was no benefit, so I couldn't be bothered. Island Shop, what a pity. I had planned to release another batch of timid herb potions today. Polar Lord, my apologies. I shall go leave a positive review right away. Blackhand Plum Blossom Gang. I was in a shootout on the street yesterday. If it weren't for the boss's timid herb potions, I might have lost my life. Songsha raised an eyebrow. How fortunate that a good brother was promoting his wares for free. Congratulations. You have received a positive review from the Blackhand Plum Blossom Gang. Congratulations. You have received a positive review from the Polar Lord. Congratulations. The positive review count for the Island Shop has reached 254, making it a diamond seller. You have gained a chance to draw from the diamond level lottery. Your financial capacity now allows the purchase of more expensive goods. The system recommends the Diamond Store, Black Wind King Food Store, Golden Spirit Fairy Apothecary, Galactic Overlord Store, Unintentional Mage Skill Store. Goodness. These stores were never recommended to Song Sha in the cosmic market, likely due to his shop's level and financial capacity not meeting the requirements. Black Wind King? Isn't that a black bear spirit who steals robes? Golden Spirit Fairy, elixirs? Sounds intriguing. Song Sha quickly scanned the options. Unintentional Mage Skill Store. Those with combat power below 50,000 will not be served. Do not touch if you cannot afford it. Could it be that the skill books in this store require a combat power of 50,000 or above to learn? With the dock still engaged in shipbuilding, Song Sha decided to explore these stores. Whether he would make a purchase or not was secondary. It was time to broaden his horizons. Chapter 75, Diamond Store Unlocked. Song Sha entered the Heartless Mage Skill Shop. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Price, 5,000 gold coins. Sword Control Technique. Price, 100 gold coins. Shadowless Sword. Price, 500 gold coins. Washing the Sea of 10,000 Divine Swords. Price, 20,000 gold coins. Song Sha swallowed hard. Goodness, this is exorbitantly priced. Glancing at his meager purse, which contained barely over 3,000 gold coins, he thought. The shopkeeper was indeed correct. If you can't afford it, don't even touch it. A diamond tier shop is truly not comparable to ordinary stores. The items within are outrageously priced, yet undeniably worth such sums. For Song Sha, achieving 50,000 battle power is no longer a concern. His backpack holds 26,000 spirit pearls, which can effortlessly elevate his battle power to 50,000 in an instant. The advantageous aspect of spirit pearls is that regardless of quantity, they occupy merely one slot in the backpack. Each pearl grants 2 points of battle power. Thus he only needs to consume an additional 10,000 to reach 55,000 battle power, at which point all these tomes will be within his grasp. However, Song Sha now must contemplate where to procure funds to purchase the tomes. Considering that the 6,000 cowardly grasses he planted in the city are now ripe for harvest, he promptly dispatched 500 goblin warriors to gather the cowardly grasses. Those 6,000 cowardly grasses equate to a staggering 6,000 bottles of cowardly grass potion. As for the other resources Song Sha intends to acquire, he planned to purchase them all from the cosmic market. After all, the resources on his island are limited and dwindling. Island Store, 1,000 cubic meters of sand, 10 gold coins. I have already placed the order. Sweetheart Building Materials Store, thank you for your support, boss. I have stockpiled a lot of stones. When will you buy more? Island Store, rest assured. Once I finish my tasks, I will definitely expand further. Please prepare more. Sweetheart Building Materials Store, boss, you are truly my benefactor, sob sob. After receiving the sand from the Sweetheart Building Materials Store, Song Sha began crafting glass bottles. Meanwhile, he instructed his human maid to thoroughly wash all the cowardly grasses, then combine them with the water of eternal youth and place them in the alchemy table. The quantity is decidedly ample now. However, with the limited number of buyers in his group, would they be able to consume so many cowardly grass potions? Song Sha pondered, feeling somewhat uncertain. Oh, he also possessed a promotion voucher. If he utilized this voucher to have the system push a message, it might yield results. Promotion voucher. Promote specific products throughout the market. The product using the voucher will have an advertisement space on the main market interface and be pushed to all users. Advertisement. Extraordinary quality cowardly grass potion, including 1 legendary bottle. Welcome to purchase. Song Sha pressed the promotion button. This should suffice, right? Within a minute, He received over 100 requests to join his group. He clicked to accept them all, and instantly, the number of buyers in his group skyrocketed. Merchant King DXIN. I heard there are extraordinary quality cowardly grass potions for sale. What on earth? Merchant King DXIN? Songsha frowned. ISNT, that just King Zhou in disguise? Unsure of its authenticity, he quickly opened DXIN's profile. Profile, DXIN. Identity, Great Merchant King, age, 25, world background. Function world. Well, it turns out to be King Zhou himself. Does this imply that Dodgy still exists in this world? To his surprise, DXIN also has an account in the cosmic market. Observing the diverse aliases in the group, Songsha contemplated and then sent a message. Island Seller. Dear friends, I currently have 6,000 bottles of extraordinary quality cowardly grass potion. Welcome to make your purchase. Merchant King DXIN. But ISNT, they're also a legendary one? It wouldn't just be a gimmick, would it? Island Seller. Cowardly grass potion. Legendary. Rest assured, genuine and guaranteed. Polar Lord. I didn't expect the boss's alchemy skills to have advanced again. Such items are quite rare in the market now. Taoist Store. Young friend, given our good relations, could you sell me a bottle? The sect competition is approaching, and I urgently need it. Merchant King DXIN. I will buy this potion. No one is allowed to compete with me. Seeing the eager buyers, a smirk formed on Songsha's lips. This is precisely the reaction he desired. Island Store. Apologies, everyone. There is only one bottle of the legendary grade available, and its production is limited. If you wish to purchase, a bidding process will be required. Taoist Store. I'll start at 500 gold coins. Polar Lord. 800. Orc never becomes a slave. 1,000. Songsha was taken aback. The legendary cowardly grass potion is indeed this costly? It's even priced 100 times higher than the extraordinary grade. He glanced at the effects of the legendary cowardly grass potion, then perused the offerings at the celestial medicine shop owned by Jean Ling Fairy. He discovered that the effects of his cowardly grass potion bear a striking resemblance to a celestial medicine named 9 Turns Rebirth Pill. However, that particular elixir is only priced at 800 gold coins. Now, his legendary cowardly grass potion's price is still being driven higher. This is illogical. After a thorough inspection, Songsha finally discerned the differences between the two potions. Cowardly grass potion, legendary, applicable population, 500 battle power and above. 9 Turns Rebirth Pill, applicable population, 100. 000 battle power and above. Friendly reminder. Consuming the 9 Turns Rebirth Pill with insufficient battle power may result in fatal consequences due to inability to withstand the potion's potency. So that is how it is. Achieving 100,000 battle power is no trivial feat compared to the 9 Turns Rebirth Pill, which is suitable only for elites. His cowardly grass potion evidently has broader applicability. Hence, its price exceeds that of the 9 Turns Rebirth Pill by a substantial margin. After all, this is a miraculous potion capable of bringing the dead back to life. This is the essence of rarity equating to value. Merchant King DXIN. 3,000 gold coins. Who dares to raise the bid? I shall see this through to the end. Taoist Store. This Merchant King is quite wealthy? 3,000 gold coins. That is a sum accumulated over many years of my Temple-S offerings. Polar Lord. Forget it. I don't have that many gold coins on hand. I'll have to wait for another opportunity. Merchant King DXIN. No one is bidding? To be honest, I have a substantial budget remaining. I command countless citizens. Do you think you can compete with me? Polar Lord. Impressive. I command countless penguins in the polar regions. Island Store. All right, dear friends, let us not quarrel. If there are no further bids, I shall declare the Merchant King the winner at 3,000 gold coins. Chapter 76. King Zhou. I have plenty of money. Silence enveloped the buyers group as the news settled in. 3,000 gold coins was no trifling sum for most. And although the legendary timid herb potion was undoubtedly a miraculous elixir, that amount could procure numerous extraordinary quality items. Island Shop. Well, since no one is bidding, I hereby declare that the legendary timid herb potion has been purchased by Merchant King for 3,000 gold coins. After the transaction, King Zhou promptly settled the payment, and Songsha prepared for delivery. At that moment, the entire production line for the timid herb potion was running at full capacity, with 10 maids tirelessly feeding herbs into the system, producing bottle after bottle of the potion. Observing the continuous flow of potions being created, Songsha opened the buyer's group. Island Shop. Dear friends, today we have a special event. 6,000 bottles of timid herb potions, all of extraordinary quality, available in unlimited supply. Merchant King DXIN ordered 2,000 bottles. The eager buyers, ready to purchase potions, suddenly felt a jolt upon seeing this system notification. How could this Merchant King DXIN be so wealthy? Was he planning to resell all these timid herb potions? Polar Lord, I must say, that Merchant King is going too far. Buying 2,000 bottles all at once. Does he have no consideration for others? Merchant King DXIN, unlimited supply. Money allows one to buy, so stop complaining. As the Polar Lord engaged in a verbal spar with King Zhou, another 2,000 bottles were swiftly claimed. Polar Lord, what the heck? Is there no room for others? After sending that message, the Polar Lord fell silent, clearly focused on snatching up the potions. In less than 10 minutes, the 6,000 bottles of timid herb potions produced had completely sold out. What a lucrative turn of events! Songsha smirked. Players like King Zhou, who eagerly spent, were a boon. And having such a prominent client could encourage many other hesitant buyers to make their purchases. Island Shop. Apologies, everyone. But all timid herb potions have been sold out for today. If you need more, please come back tomorrow. Songsha closed the group messages and immediately contacted the courier, handing over several hundred packages. A few minutes later, your transaction of 33,000 gold coins has been credited. Please check. Upon seeing this, Songsha noted that King Qin had confirmed receipt of all the potions and left a positive review. Positive review. I have used it, and it indeed possesses life-restoring effects. Soon after, payments from other buyers flooded in. Songsha's gold reserve surged dramatically, reaching a total of 90,000 gold coins. At that moment, a private chat window popped up. Merchant King DXIN, shopkeeper, I wish to purchase potions from you regularly. Can you guarantee supply? Island Shop. No problem, as long as the money is in place. Merchant King DXIN, you need not worry about the finances. I am currently conquering the disobedient factions, and this miraculous potion could save the lives of my soldiers. Recalling King Zhou's information, Songsha understood the situation. The current King Zhou was still young and in a vigorous phase of development. Such a wealthy client was not someone Songsha would let slip away. He readily agreed to King Zhou's request. However, Songsha had an important task at hand, purchasing skills. With 90,000 gold coins, he could indulge himself at the mage's skill shop. Songsha opened the skill shop of the unconcerned mage. The washing the abyssal divine sword? It sounded impressive. At only 10,000 gold coins, buy. The sword mastery, essential for cultivation, buy. Songsha spent over 10,000 gold coins to acquire 4 skills, all related to swordsmanship. After all, everyone harbors a dream of cultivating and soaring through the skies on a sword. The thought of such a scene brought him immense satisfaction. However, Songsha was aware of the adage that one should not be greedy. He decided to learn these for skills first. If the effects were satisfactory, he could always purchase more later. The total for the 4 skills came to 15,600 gold coins, and Songsha smoothly clicked to place the order. At that moment, another chat window popped up. Unconcerned mage, fellow cultivator, I see your battle power is only 35,000. While I appreciate your support for my shop, this technique should not be practiced recklessly, as it may lead to misfortune. Island Shop, I cannot practice it now. I am preparing for the future. Rest assured, I am aware of what I am doing. Unconcerned mage, if you say so, I shall be at ease. Cultivation should be gradual, considering your current battle power. Start with the sword mastery and refrain from delving into the others for now. Island Shop, thank you. Songsha was pleasantly surprised by the shopkeeper's consideration, who, noticing his insufficient battle power, kindly offered a warning. Order successfully placed. Seller is shipping. Gold balance, 96,366 to 15,600 gold coins. Upon receiving the skills from the courier, Songsha discovered that the most expensive, washing the abyssal divine sword, was a legendary technique. While all swords returned to the origin was of extraordinary grade, the other 2 were of rare quality. According to the mage's advice, he could only begin practicing with the rare techniques due to his current battle power. He decided to store the remaining 2 in his backpack for safekeeping. Just as Songsha tucked the skills into his backpack, Blue Star announcement, Songsha from Huaxia has obtained the first legendary skill book, rewarding him with the innate talent Celestial Wind and Bone. Celestial Wind and Bone reduces skill learning time, increases comprehension by 100. How intriguing. Purchasing a skill book could trigger a reward? At that moment, the global channel erupted with excitement. Yanhuang Alliance S. Li Shao, Great Lord Songsha. Our leader has declared that should you wish to join the Yanhuang Alliance, the position of leader awaits you. White Eagle Group S. Tom, Great Lord Songsha. Should you choose to join the White Eagle Group, we will extend the highest honors and privileges to you. Bear Nation Group, unlimited vodka supply, and blonde beauties from the Bear Nation for Great Lord Songsha to choose at will. Upon learning that Songsha had obtained a legendary skill book, various factions began fervently vying for his allegiance. The significance of a skill book to survivors was unparalleled. Once mastered, it could even be shared with others. Although each individual's comprehension varied, merely viewing the skill book would enable them to learn a move or two, leading to a direct enhancement of the entire team's combat power. However, Song Sha had never entertained the idea of joining any team. After all, he was already strong enough. What need had he for a team? He was not one driven by ambitions of world domination. Furthermore, Song Sha realized that the skill book contained anti-theft measures from the cosmic market. Revealing its contents to others would constitute a violation, potentially leading to a ban. Song Sha would certainly not risk such a consequence. Chapter 77. Does the little lowly also want to fly with a sword? Song Sha disregarded the teams attempting to curry favor with him and instead picked up the swordsmanship manual. Beep. New weapon detected. Flying sword. Would you like to unlock the crafting process? A flying sword? Song Sha had initially thought he would need to purchase one from the cosmic market. Yet he was astonished to discover that he could forge a flying sword himself. This would undoubtedly save him a considerable sum. Not having yet mastered the manual, Song Sha was in no rush to craft the sword. Upon opening the swordsmanship manual, a surge of knowledge and information flooded his mind, and he felt as if he had merely glanced over its contents, which he now comprehended completely. Evidently, this was the effect of his innate celestial endowment. A comprehension rate of 100. What a terrifying thought. In less than 5 minutes, Song Sha had absorbed the entirety of the swordsmanship manual. The technique was not overly complex. It merely involved channeling one's spiritual energy into the flying sword and then directing it with one's thoughts. Clearly, to execute this swordsmanship, he first needed to craft a flying sword. With a thought, Song Sha opened the crafting blueprint for the flying sword. Flying sword required materials: switchable iron, dark iron, copper, refined gold. 100 units. There was no hesitation for Song Sha. Since he would be using it, he would naturally opt for the finest materials. Refined gold. Crafting successful. Obtained refined gold flying sword X1. With another thought, the successfully crafted flying sword materialized in Song Sha's hand. He promptly infused it with spiritual energy and began to control it with his mind. With a gentle leap, he ascended onto the flying sword. This felt rather delightful. At first, Song Sha felt somewhat unsteady, but he quickly mastered the art of maneuvering the sword. He then soared in a circle around the castle walls. Below, the miners gasped in astonishment as they beheld Song Sha. What kind of black technology is this? That sword is soaring through the sky without any visible means of propulsion, carrying Song Sha aloft. It was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Freya, who was playing on the castle walls with the little spirits, also spotted Song Sha flying with the sword. Master, what is this technique? I want to learn it too. The little lowly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she chased after Song Sha. Want to learn? Song Sha tossed the swordsmanship manual to the little lowly. As she was considered his subordinate, this did not contravene any market regulations, and thus, he would not face punishment for it. The little lowly glanced at the manual and instantly grimaced. Master, what are these characters? Freya can't read any of it. Song Sha smacked his forehead, realizing he nearly overlooked the fact that the little lowly lacked a system like his, rendering her unable to decipher the profound script within the manual. However, he quickly conceived another solution. He and the little lowly shared a master-servant contract. He could effortlessly share his acquired knowledge with Freya through the bond. Born from the embryo of a little spirit and nurtured by a millennium-old tree demon, both of whom were his subordinates, Freya bore Song Sha's mark from her inception, automatically forming the master-servant contract. Knowledge sharing. Target blood spirit Freya's swordsmanship. In the next moment, Freya, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed in delight, "How marvelous! Master, I understand." Instantly, Freya mounted her refined gold sword and took to the skies. How delightful! Master, look, I'm flying too. The little lowly's comprehension was evidently quite high. Having shared the knowledge with her, she grasped it in no time. Watching the little lowly soaring through the air on her sword, Song Sha envisioned a future where, as Freya matured, he would impart the techniques of the myriad gods and the unification of all swords to her and the other blood spirits. This combat prowess. How splendid the thought appeared to him. While Song Sha was lost in thought, a melodic chime suddenly echoed from the distance. The giant warship has been completed. Song Sha observed as a dark golden metallic warship gradually emerged from the dock, gliding into the sea. In the sunlight, the dark golden ship exuded an air of mystery. Approaching the warship, its colossal structure imparted a significant sense of awe. This vessel measured 50 meters in length, making it the first giant ship in this island world. Crafted entirely from refined gold, even the sails of this warship were forged from compressed refined gold. On either side of the hull, 40 self-loading rapid-fire cannons stood ready, and at the bow, a massive dragon-slaying spear awaited. This was specifically designed for hunting sea monsters. The entire island seemed captivated by the sight of this titanic warship. At that moment, the distant sea suddenly began to churn violently. A sea monster. It was that enormous octopus. From afar, a colossal octopus surged toward the warship, evidently intent on dragging the freshly launched vessel into the depths. This was undoubtedly the same creature that appeared yesterday. Boom. The monster's tentacles ensnared the giant warship, yet no matter how fiercely it tugged, it could not shatter the vessel before it. In fact, the sea monster, having exerted too much force, found several of its own tentacles severed against the ship's hull. With a mournful cry, the creature retreated into the deep sea. It just ran away like that? Song Sha was taken aback. He completely failed to comprehend the creature's actions. It attempted to drag the ship underwater, yet ended up severing its own tentacles in the process. How absurd. Seizing the opportunity before the sea monster vanished, Song Sha hastily scanned the creature. Sea Emperor Octopus. Level. Second-tier sea monster. Combat power. 95,000. Song Sha glanced at the severed tentacles floating on the surface. He wondered if the tree demon could absorb them. He quickly gathered all the tentacles, rushing aboard the warship with a group of individuals. Song Sha shared the knowledge of navigation with the miners. Knowledge sharing. Navigation technique target. Miners with that. Song Sha led 20 elven maidens and the little spirit mother-daughter duo onto the warship. The sea monster had attempted to destroy the vessel but ended up injuring its own tentacles instead. Song Sha was acutely aware that this was an exceptional opportunity to eliminate the sea monster. Drawing out a compass, he quickly oriented it towards the direction the monster had fled. Today, he would not miss the chance to slay this sea beast. With its remains, he could surely bring forth the blood spirits currently developing within the tree demon's crown. For Song Sha, this was the primary force he would rely on against an endless wave of monsters during his weekend siege. Such a splendid opportunity would not be squandered. Chapter 78. Pursuit of the Sea Monster. Amber, I leave everything at home in your hands. If anything arises, contact me immediately. Before departing, Song Sha earnestly instructed Amber. Thanks to their master-servant pact, he could sense Amber's presence at any moment. Should any unforeseen events occur on the island, he would return post-haste. Rest assured, dear sir, I shall handle it. Hurry and deal with that monster. A mass of tentacles floating on the surface is rather peculiar, don't you think? Amber yawned, then transformed into a wisp of green smoke, returning to the tower that Song Sha had just renovated. Unsettled, Song Sha took an additional 200 goblin warriors with him before leaving the island. After all, he was to confront a creature with a combat power exceeding 90,000. Even though the monster was already severely injured, caution was still paramount. Those remaining on the island should not be idle. Plant the timid grass immediately. Today, we must expand the planting scale to 10,000 seeds and ensure the food supply keeps pace. We are about to have an additional 15 blood spirits on the island. 15 blood spirits? Like the insatiable Freya? The personnel left behind, initially planning to rest while Song Sha was at sea, suddenly perked up. With 15 voracious eaters arriving, they needed to plant food urgently to avoid starvation. Moreover, Song Sha had arranged for a goblin squad of 200 to re-enter the dark caves. The daily farming of skeleton monsters must not cease, as bone powder was an indispensable ingredient for food production on the island. Brother, why not let me stay on the island to assist you? The little fairy observed Song Sha's arrangements and stepped forward to inquire. Among Song Sha's subordinates, the little fairy was no longer the pinnacle of combat prowess. During battles, she seldom needed to intervene. Hence, she sought other means to assist him. After a moment of contemplation, Song Sha agreed to the little fairy's request. Compared to Amber, she seemed more suited for the position of logistics manager. Having spent the most time with him, she had naturally learned how to allocate the island's resources to ensure its smooth operation. With the little fairy overseeing matters at home, Song Sha felt more at ease. After escorting the little fairy off the ship, Song Sha grasped the compass and directed the miner who was steering the warship to pursue the Sea Emperor Octopus. At that moment, a petite ghost appeared on his shoulder. Who told you to come out? Seeing Amber, Song Sha frowned. Are you not confident in leaving that little fairy in charge of the island? Managing the island seems tedious to me. I'd rather be out here enjoying the breeze. Amber retorted, somewhat miffed. Song Sha shot her a glance, acknowledging her point. After all, she was currently the second most formidable force on the island, and it seemed a waste not to utilize her. However, this encounter was at sea, leaving little room for Amber to make an impact. To vanquish the colossal octopus, the primary reliance would be on the dragon-slaying spear at the ship's bow. As long as the monster dared to surface, that spear would ensure its demise. I say, if this giant octopus stays hidden at the ocean's depths, wouldn't our trip be in vain? Amber expressed her concern, gazing at the unfathomable waters. Have no fear, the creature will surface on its own, Song Sha replied cryptically. Do you take me for a fool? This is no whale, and it's quite cunning. If our ship injures its tentacles, do you think it will easily come out? Amber countered defiantly. Song Sha chose not to elaborate. The reason he was certain the octopus would rise was due to his earlier scan, which revealed its nature. Sea Emperor Octopus, trait, self-healing. It can heal wounds and even regenerate rapidly by absorbing mist from the surface. With this trait, the massive octopus would undoubtedly surface to mend its injuries. Song Sha was confident that, given its current half-destroyed state, it wouldn't be able to swim far. Lower the sails and proceed at full speed. Observing the favorable wind, Song Sha felt a surge of optimism. With the wind aiding their speed, would they still fret over catching up to the giant octopus? The goblins unfurled the golden sails, and as the sea breeze filled them, the ship's speed gradually increased. Song Sha estimated their velocity to be around 20 knots per hour, equivalent to 20 nautical miles. Even in the previous world, that was a respectable pace. World Channel, Li Shao of the Yinwang Alliance. What on earth is this? Image. Many survivors, driven by curiosity, could not resist clicking on the image. A warship adorned in dark golden sails. What in the world is that? Meanwhile, at the headquarters island of the Rising Sun Corps, Shirawei was supervising the construction of taller walls with his fellow members. After witnessing Song Sha's castle, Shirawei realized that the Rising Sun Corps needed a similar fortification. Unfortunately, Song Sha had once again revealed the coordinates of the Rising Sun Corps headquarters. Without enhanced walls, they were doomed. The problem lay in the limited resources on the island. Constructing walls of Song Sha's scale would require depleting an entire island of stone. Shirawei, come quickly. A member exclaimed, shock evident on his face. What is it? Shirawei nearly choked on his own breath upon seeing the magnificent sailing warship. He cursed under his breath. While others might not recognize it, he certainly did. That ship was crafted from precious gold. Who then was its owner? The answer was all too clear. Apart from the Rising Sun Corps, only Song Sha had acquired the schematics for constructing such a vessel. Song Sha again. That scoundrel had the audacity to craft a ship from precious gold. This was not merely flaunting wealth. It was an outrageous display of extravagance. Such a crucial strategic resource. And Song Sha had the gall to use it for shipbuilding. Precious gold was a resource that utterly dominated other metals. And Song Sha seemed intent on leaving no room for others to thrive. Watching the small wooden sailing ship being constructed in their own shipyard, Shirawei was filled with resentment. If that ship were dismantled, it could likely forge hundreds of sets of precious gold armor. What drove Shirawei to despair was that some of that precious gold rightfully belonged to the Rising Sun Corps. Shirawei, perhaps we should. Shirawei, infuriated, kicked the subordinate to the ground. Fool, do you think your life is long enough? At this stage, we cannot provoke Song Sha. There is an old saying in Huaxia, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. All we can do now is endure. Chapter 79. Halt, attempting deception. Song Sha navigated his exquisite warship across the sea, with numerous islands along the way recognizing his presence. As the mist gradually dissipated, Song Sha felt a surge of exhilaration. The bothersome fog had lingered for several days, and now the skies were clear. Observing the large octopus, he mused that it would not be able to escape this time. However, with the clearing of the skies, the surrounding islands became distinctly visible. At that moment, Song Sha noticed a small wooden boat approaching his warship. At the bow, a flag was displayed, emblazoned with the emblem of a white tiger, and the accompanying text seemed quite familiar. Was this not a vessel from the Korean nation? As the two ships drew nearer, the other party showed no intention of reducing speed. Song Sha raised an eyebrow, pondering the situation. Were they attempting to stage a deception? The mineral spirits responsible for steering the warship glanced at Song Sha, awaiting his command. Meanwhile, aboard the Korean warship, several survivors were visibly anxious. Rongzai, are you certain that Song Sha will not collide with us? One survivor, named Zhang Rongzai, glared at his companion, his tone cold. In this situation, we absolutely cannot yield. Such an opportunity is rare. If we miss it, we may never have another chance. As Song Sha suspected, these Korean survivors were indeed attempting to deceive him. Zhang Rongzai's plan was straightforward. Regardless of whether Song Sha dared to collide with them, he would broadcast the incident on the global channel to elicit sympathy from other survivors. When the time came, they could extort Song Sha, even if he were willing to part with 10,000 of the 80,000 gold coins. It would still be a lucrative gain. Song Sha, you have entered the territorial waters of the White Tiger Guild. We request that you withdraw voluntarily, otherwise we will take necessary measures. Zhang Rongzai shouted loudly into a makeshift megaphone crafted from tree bark. His companions busily prepared to record the incident. Master. The group opposite seems quite peculiar. On the warship, Freya tilted her head, observing the performance of Zhang Rongzai and his companions with a puzzled expression. Is this really territorial waters? There isn't even an island nearby. Has the world changed so much during my absence? Amber yawned languidly. Song Sha smiled faintly. When it came to shamelessness, the Koreans were undoubtedly among the most notorious in the world. It was evident that today's encounter was a premeditated attempt at deception. Charge straight ahead, Song Sha commanded calmly. As Song Sha's servant, the mineral spirits would not hesitate to comply with his orders, executing them with unwavering resolve. Moreover, the small wooden boat was hardly resilient. They were aboard a warship of exquisite gold, while the opposing vessel would surely splinter upon impact. Zhang Rongzai aboard the small boat was left dumbfounded. His companions could hardly suppress their astonishment. What the hell? Is Song Sha really going to collide with us? As the gold warship approached, the palpable sense of pressure intensified. When the warship was nearly upon them, Zhang Rongzai finally reacted. Retreat. Row the boat. The survivors frantically paddled. But no matter how hard they tried, the massive warship continued to close in on them. Quick, cast a wind magic spell. With a resounding crash and Zhang Rongzai's terrified screams, the small wooden boat was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere splinters floating on the surface of the water. Song Sha glanced at the Korean survivors struggling in the water. They had just emerged from the depths. Master Song Sha, save us. Zhang Rongzai's earlier confidence vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he pleaded with Song Sha. Song Sha remained calm. What did you mean by blocking my path? Master Song Sha, we realize our mistake. We were blind and sought to deceive you. World Channel, Huaxia Country Song Sha, Video Song Sha, saying little, directly posted a video on the global channel. Huaxia Country Lidong. Haha, trying to deceive Master Song Sha? Looks like they're in trouble now. America Tom, cunning Easterners, oh no. Master Song Sha, I meant no offense. I was referring to the cunning Koreans. Song Sha briefly scanned the comments, and then addressed the mineral spirits beside him. Set sail. Master Song Sha, you. Please save us. Song Sha cast a dispassionate glance at the Koreans. When did I ever say I would save you? Zhang Rongzai was utterly bewildered. He had confessed his wrongdoing, yet Song Sha was truly leaving him to his fate? Song Sha had no time to waste conversing with Zhang Rongzai. The delay had only increased the difficulty of pursuing the great octopus. He observed his warship, realizing that relying solely on sail power was contingent upon favorable weather. He needed a ship to move faster. If he desired advanced technology, he would have to explore the cosmic marketplace. Song Sha opened the search interface. Search, underwater propulsion device, store information, Cosmic Technology Company, Limited, Island Store, Boss. Do you have any external underwater propulsion devices? Customer service, Ming Ming. Yes, we do. I believe this propulsion device will certainly meet your needs. Utilizing cosmic rune stones. Each stone can keep the device operational for over a year. Island Store, sounds promising. How much will it cost? Customer service, Ming Ming. Just 300 gold coins. And this propulsion device is simple to operate, requiring no modifications to the hull. Just affix it for use. Island Store, let me try two first. If they are ineffective, I will return them. Customer service, Ming Ming. Rest assured, dear customer, we offer a 7-day no-reason return policy. Without hesitation, Song Sha placed his order. Your purchase of the runestone underwater propulsion device has been shipped. Gold coin balance, 80766 600-80166. Boss, you purchased an electrical product. The platform provides free installation services. You need not lift a finger. I have already installed the 2 propulsion devices for you. The delivery man emerged from the water, completely dry, having just installed the devices for Song Sha. Chase after it. Song Sha pressed the propulsion button, activating the underwater device. Holding a compass, he noted the direction in which the great octopus had fled. Meanwhile, the sea mist began to envelop the area once more. Seeing the mist returning, Song Sha felt a surge of joy. The great octopus was undoubtedly fleeing along with the mist. The presence of fog indicated that he was now close to the creature. Chapter 80. The Sea of the Dead, Mysterious Treasure. Ding. You have entered the mysterious island of the Sea of the Dead. Here, you may encounter survivors from other worlds. Will you proceed? The Sea of the Dead? The mysterious island? Song Sha was momentarily taken aback and quickly reviewed the description of the Sea of the Dead. Sea of the Dead, a special space linking to the subspace battlefield. Here, you will encounter survivors from different dimensional worlds. Friendly reminder, the power systems of various worlds differ. Survivors from other worlds may possess strengths beyond your comprehension. The Sea of the Dead is fraught with dangers, hurricanes, undercurrents, and sea monsters. If you seek wealth and opportunity, venture forth to find the mysterious island. Upon reading this introduction, Song Sha couldn't help but scoff. The narrative style bore an uncanny resemblance to a famous manga from a certain island nation. Nevertheless, he understood that this sea was not particularly welcoming to Earthlings. Not to mention the unknown races, even the orcs he had previously fought against on the arena island possessed superior physical attributes compared to humans. What kind of combat prowess the survivors from other worlds had remained a mystery to him. However, based on the nature of this island world, It was reasonable to assume that it would be populated with legendary races. Even if they boasted combat power in the tens of thousands, he wouldn't find it surprising. After all, Earth had long entered an era of diminished magical abilities, and compared to ancient times, human physical qualities had significantly declined. Important notice: to exit the Sea of the Dead, simply retrace your steps and leave this space. Thank goodness. Song Sha let out a sigh of relief. With this rule in place and the guidance of the old Taoist compass, he was unlikely to be trapped in the Sea of the Dead. Interdimensional announcement: the top survivor of Blue Star, Song Sha, has entered the Sea of the Dead. Interdimensional channel, Orc Berserker Karlong. Is that you, brat? Insectoid Queen Ellis, a newcomer. Skeleton Knight Arthur, a human? Such a feeble race dares to enter the Sea of the Dead? Orc Berserker Karlong. Don't underestimate this kid. He wields a legendary weapon and is quite formidable. Song Sha glanced at the conversation in the channel. Who would have thought that the Orc Berserker he had previously defeated was also present? He had initially planned to accumulate wealth quietly, but this orc had exposed him right away. However, at that moment, Song Sha finally spotted the massive octopus. Given the number of survivors with unknown powers in this area, he felt it was unwise to linger and decided to eliminate the octopus before making a hasty retreat. At that moment, the colossal octopus floated on the water's surface, with a thin mist gathering around it. Clearly, the creature was using the mist to recuperate from its injuries. Fire the Dragon Slayer gun. Seeing this scene, Song Sha realized it was a rare opportunity and swiftly instructed the Goblin Warrior beside him to prepare for action. Upon hearing Song Sha's command, the Goblin Warrior aimed the massive hunting weapon crafted from exquisite gold towards the octopus, which was recuperating on the surface. Fire. Song Sha seized the moment and issued the command. The Goblin Warrior pulled the trigger, and with a rush of wind, the enormous spear, attached to a chain, pierced through the gigantic octopus. Struck by the Dragon Slayer gun, the sea monster let out a piercing roar. In response to the pain, the massive octopus disregarded its wounds and began frantically fleeing into the distance. However, the Dragon Slayer gun embedded in its body was connected to a chain that led back to Song Sha's warship. Thus, the enormous vessel was dragged along as the octopus sped away. Steady, don't panic. It is exhausting its energy. Song Sha understood that the situation resembled fishing. As long as he could wear down the octopus, he would be able to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the once clear waters were tainted black by the ink expelled by the octopus. Song Sha recognized that this ink was the creature's blood. As long as it continued to swim frantically, its demise would not be far off. However, the sea monster's vitality was evidently tenacious, and Song Sha's ship was being pulled further away. Nearby, on a 30-meter-long wooden vessel, Orc Berserker Karlong, accompanied by his kin and slaves, was observing Song Sha's direction. The previously tranquil Sea of the Dead was now utterly disrupted by the commotion. What could it be? Karlong wondered, intrigued. Could it be a significant opportunity in the distance? Chief, that is a ship made entirely of exquisite gold. They are heading toward us. Several orc scouts around him exclaimed in panic. Orcs were not adept at combat on the water, and facing a ship made entirely of exquisite gold was daunting. Karlong was momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to reality. What are you waiting for? Run. Before the orcs could row their vessel, a gigantic tentacle blotted out the sun and slammed down onto their wooden ship. In an instant, splinters flew, and the entire mast of the wooden vessel was shattered. Several orcs fell into the water, while Karlong, who narrowly escaped, caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on that massive warship. As the warship brushed past his wooden vessel, Karlong's suspicions were confirmed. Good grief. Isn't that the human I defeated on the arena island last time? How is this possible? This human is outrageous, crafting a warship from exquisite gold. And such a colossal vessel at that. In comparison, what do I have? A mere wooden raft? However, having narrowly escaped disaster, Karlong could not afford to dwell on such thoughts and quickly commanded his orc subordinates, quickly, rescue the people. Once we pull them aboard, we must leave this cursed place. The Sea of the Dead is far too terrifying. Even a human possesses such formidable equipment, brazenly hunting sea monsters. It is worth noting that in the orc's island world, he had barely escaped from the grasp of sea monsters after uniting half of the world and leveraging the strength of countless orc survivors. Yet here was Song Sha, already hunting sea monsters. In fact, the sea monster was now being relentlessly tormented by Song Sha and was on the brink of death. Interdimensional channel, Insectoid Queen Ellis. What is that glowing light coming from the mist in the distance? Skeleton Knight Arthur. Could it be the legendary mysterious island? Orc Berserker Karlong. To hell with the mysterious island. That is Song Sha's ship. It seems to be made of exquisite gold. Chapter 81. I, Song Sha, will not be deceived. What nonsense is this? A ship crafted entirely from pure gold? The moment Karlong uttered these words, the dimensional channel fell into an abrupt silence. Arthur the Skeleton Knight, you green-skinned fool, What did you just say? Have you lost your mind? A ship made entirely of pure gold? Queen Elise of the Zerg, the human lad is quite wealthy. I beg for assistance. Orc Berserker Karlong. Skeleton, repeat that. I shall bring my men and deal with you. Observing the uproar in the channel, Song Sha could only sigh in resignation. What can I say? I was born to shine. A warship forged from pure gold possesses no weaknesses, whether in defense or magical affinity. Its sole drawback might be its reflective surface at sea. Given its significant size, compounded by its entirely golden construction, even with fog obstructing visibility, its dazzling brilliance could be seen from hundreds or even thousands of meters away. Perhaps this is the delight of a pay-to-win player. Disregarding the chaos in the channel, Song Sha stood at the bow of the ship, where a colossal octopus was struggling in the water not far away. In a near-lifeless state, it was time to catch the fish. In the ship's hold, the 200 goblin warriors he had recently enlisted were now proving their worth. They strained against the massive chains, gradually hauling the giant octopus closer to the warship. Ultimately, through their concerted efforts, they succeeded in bringing the creature aboard. The moment the octopus was pulled onto the ship, Song Sha felt the vessel sink several meters deeper into the water. This colossal creature measured 20 meters in length, and even with a few tentacles severed, the remaining ones were still a sight to behold. At this point, the sea monster was not yet completely dead, and without hesitation, Song Sha drew his ghost blade to end its life. Congratulations. You have captured an adult sea emperor octopus. Hearing the system's notification, Song Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, slaying sea monsters is quite troublesome. After this encounter, he realized that these creatures not only possess remarkable vitality, but are also exceedingly cunning. If he had not installed those two underwater propulsion devices, increasing the pure gold warship's speed to nearly 40 knots per hour, he would have never been able to catch up with such a behemoth. However, at that moment, a golden orb suddenly emerged from the octopus's beak. Mysterious Island Crystal Ball, activate. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea surface began to tremble violently. Boom. To Song Sha's astonishment, right beside his ship, a massive island slowly rose from beneath the sea. Everyone in the vicinity was captivated by this shocking spectacle. An island materialized out of thin air, accompanied by a dark golden warship nearby. In this vast and desolate sea of the dead, a mysterious island had suddenly emerged, and everyone understood precisely what it was. The mysterious island. At this moment, Song Sha sensed that something was amiss. He had pursued the giant octopus and fortuitously arrived at the Sea of the Dead, only to coincidentally activate the mysterious island. It felt as though a deity watching over this world had laid a trap for him. Was the intention to gather the prominent survivors from various worlds to conspire against him? This deity must think highly of me, Song Sha. It is the mysterious island. No wonder it has remained elusive for so long. It was hidden beneath the water. How could that human lad have discovered it? Someone remarked, and all eyes turned towards Song Sha. Seeing the murderous gazes directed at him, Freya instinctively took a few steps back. Song Sha, these individuals are not to be trifled with, Amber cautioned from the side. Furrowing his brow, Song Sha realized that this was a blatant trap. Therefore, he resolved not to fall into it. Prepare to turn back. We will not approach the island, he commanded decisively. This left Freya and Amber beside him bewildered. Although these adversaries were formidable, they too were capable. Even if Song Sha chose to approach the island, Amber and Freya were confident in their ability to protect him. Little Song, there is an incredible treasure waiting for you. Are you truly not considering going ashore? Amber lamented. Song Sha merely smiled faintly. You will soon understand. As Song Sha's warship departed, many breathed sighs of relief. After all, had he chosen to land on the island, the long-range fire support from his ship would have posed a significant threat. Now that he opted to leave, they had one less hidden rival. Countless individuals, who had long coveted the treasures of the island, greedily set foot on the mysterious island. However, at that moment, Karlong the Orc Berserker felt something was amiss. Why had Song Sha chosen to leave? He was the discoverer of this island. Before the other survivors arrived, Song Sha had a prime opportunity to be the first to set foot on the mysterious island. Yet, he chose to forego it, relinquishing the legendary riches and treasures. Chief, we must hurry and follow. Sensing the unease, Karlong shook his head. We must go. As the top-ranked survivor of the Beast Star, Karlong possessed a level of intellect that most orcs lacked. His instincts told him that this island was fraught with peril. Arthur the Skeleton Knight, friends, you best recognize the situation. I won't pretend anymore. I'll reveal my combat power. Those who are wise should follow Song Sha's lead and leave quickly. Having distanced himself from the mysterious island, Song Sha couldn't help but roll his eyes. What gall to presume he would be included. However, upon examining the information displayed by Arthur the Skeleton Knight, Song Sha realized that he indeed had the credentials to boast. With combat power exceeding 50,000, He was a formidable entity who had lived for over 5 centuries. The frightening aspect of this undead warrior was not merely his combat prowess, but the exceedingly terrifying combat experience he had amassed over the centuries. What left Song Sha feeling uneasy was that this skeleton knight was ranked 23rd among the denizens of the Star of the Dead. How fearsome must the mightiest beings of the undead be? Song Sha found it hard to fathom. At that moment, just as Arthur set foot on the island, he swung his sword, summoning forth countless undead soldiers from behind. His skull, glowing with ghostly fire, revealed a cruel smile. On this island, he would grow ever stronger. Once someone fell on this island, their very soul would transform into an undead, becoming his servant. Thus, the treasure on this mysterious island was as good as his. Chapter 82, All Laborers. Queen of the Insectoid, Elise, everyone, let us unite swiftly. This accursed skeleton is exceedingly bothersome. Song Xian from the Dragon Continent, vanquish this skeleton, and we shall divide the riches of this island among ourselves. Like ravenous wolves catching sight of prey, all rushed towards the mysterious island. The island soon became thronged with people. After Song Sha steered the ship to a distance, he came to a halt, standing on the vessel. He observed countless individuals disembarking onto the island. The more people he saw boarding, the greater his delight grew. At that moment, however, Amber, floating anxiously by his side, was distraught. So many were vying for treasure on the mysterious island, and they, as the discoverers, were simply to abandon their claim? Fear not. Observe what those on the island are doing, Amber exclaimed. Upon glancing at the island, she saw that the survivors had already begun to engage in brutal combat, fiercely battling one another in a desperate bid for the treasures that lay therein, showing no mercy whatsoever. Meanwhile, Song Sha stood at the bow of the ship, a smile gracing his face as he watched the chaos unfold. Combine, hallucinogenic mushroom. In no time, Song Sha concocted an entirely new potion. Hallucinogenic mushroom potion, extraordinary quality, induces hallucinations in all units within range. He seized a crossbow bolt and launched the potion into the air above the mysterious island. Bang! A cloud of mist erupted forth. A white fog descended upon the island. Song Xian, perplexed, inquired, "What is this mist?" Amidst all the chaos of fighting, no one noticed the fog that had burst above them. Gradually, as the mist enveloped the area, those who inhaled it began to convulse and foam at the mouth, collapsing onto the ground. Once he observed that all on the island had succumbed, Song Sha leisurely made his way onto the land. The inhabitants lay scattered, utterly powerless to resist him. What a cunning old fox! From a distance, the orc berserker, Carlin, muttered in disdain upon witnessing the scene. Song Sha had deceived everyone onto the island, unleashing a toxic mist that rendered them incapable of resistance. How devious! Haha, I knew it. Such a grand opportunity could never be relinquished. Amber laughed heartily, gazing at the fallen figures. Song Sha, now alone on the mysterious island, turned to Freya, who remained on the ship, and instructed, "Freya, guard the vessel." "Yes, master." With that, Song Sha, accompanied by the ghost Blade and Amber, stepped onto the island. At this moment, the beach was strewn with survivors, foaming at the mouth. Though they retained some consciousness, their visions were nothing but illusions. All the inhabitants of the island had been incapacitated by Song Sha's potion, yet one exception remained, the skeletal knight, Arthur. Being a being of the undead, Song Sha's tactics proved ineffective against him. Poison? Such a concept was non-existent for the undead. Arthur regarded Song Sha with a glacial stare. 35,000 battle power. You possess considerable strength. Honestly, I have never encountered a human with such might. It was undeniable that Song Sha was the strongest human Arthur had ever seen. However, Song Sha, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of confusion. How could this be? Surely, there exist formidable humans in the higher martial worlds. Noticing Song Sha's bewilderment, the skeletal knight smirked and remarked, "A novice, are you? Those of such caliber are far beyond our reach." "What do you mean by that?" Song Sha furrowed his brow. "Given that you have spared me considerable trouble, allow me to enlighten you, young one." With an eerie blue flame flickering atop his skull, Arthur pointed to himself. "I have survived for 60 days. 60 days? As the realization dawned on him, Song Sha understood. Evidently, each individual's survival duration varied. Some had arrived before others. "Well, I have clarified your confusion. You should be able to proceed with peace of mind." With a swift swing of his long sword, the skeletal knight unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy towards Song Sha. From afar, Carlin wore a sneer. "Fool, after all this, you are merely sewing clothes for others." It appeared that the treasures of the mysterious island would belong to this skeletal being. However, just as Arthur believed victory was assured, Song Sha languidly yawned. In a leisurely manner, he retrieved a bagua mirror from his chest. As the mirror gleamed, countless spirits were instantly reduced to ashes. Arthur, now dumbfounded, exclaimed, "What is this accursed object?" "Ah, It's scorching. The Bagua mirror burned a gaping hole into Arthur's form. The skeletal knight shrieked in retreat. But Song Sha showed no signs of mercy. He aimed the mirror at Arthur once more. In a state of sheer terror, Arthur fled towards the sea, bewildered by the human's arcane artifact. Initially, he had presumed that only holy water wielded by human priests could counter him. Yet, this human wielded a mirror that instilled greater fear within him than any holy water ever could. In a panic, Arthur dashed back to his phantom ship, and seeing Song Sha approach, he dared not linger and promptly shattered a return to island token in his palm. With a whoosh, the skeletal knight vanished from the island. What of poison resistance? This Bagua mirror was designed specifically to combat spirits. Nevertheless, this 5,000 battle power skeletal knight was remarkably swift. Song Sha had intended to slay him, anticipating that centuries of experience would yield ample treasures. However, the Bagua mirror had lost its efficacy against such a formidable foe. Yet, it appeared effective in suppressing undead creatures. Now, the sole threat to Song Sha, the skeletal knight, had already fled. Surveying the island littered with fallen survivors, a triumphant smile graced Song Sha's face. What was that again? The insectoid queen. Show me your backpack. Song Sha drew his ghost blade, pointing it at Elise. Please don't kill me. I can offer you warmth in your bed. Enough chatter. Song Sha interjected, pressing the blade against her neck. Elise dared not utter another word. She hastily emptied her backpack's contents onto the ground. Suddenly, a dialogue box appeared before her. Slave contract. Come now. Sign here if you wish to live. With a face twisted in resentment, Elise could no longer maintain her facade. Do not push your luck. Song Sha shrugged helplessly. Given the presence of so many formidable individuals, I can only resort to such drastic measures to avoid future retribution. Chapter 83. Surrender your skills. Song Sha wore a harmless smile. What ill intentions could a novice possibly have? Iris gritted her teeth and reluctantly signed the slave contract. She had no choice. Born of the Spider Emperor lineage, she was no match for the human before her, rendered as vulnerable as meat on a chopping block. With Iris setting a precedent, the others could only watch as Song Sha exerted his authority over them. Remarkably, he compelled everyone present to sign the slave contract. Moreover, Song Sha confiscated all their supplies. When his own backpack could no longer accommodate the horde, he directed the goblin warriors to transport everything onto the ship. Yet, the group underestimated Song Sha's cunning. After completing this task, he cheerfully addressed everyone. Now, would you kindly reveal your skills to me? How could he maintain such a negotiating tone at this moment? Was he deliberately toying with their emotions? Song Sha assessed the number of individuals on the island. With over 400 people divided into multiple teams, all had fallen victim to his hallucinogenic toxin. He was grateful to the skeletal knight. Prior to his arrival, the knight was the island's public enemy. Had it not been for the knight's formidable strength, he might not have withstood the combined assault of over 400 people. It was precisely because everyone was engaged in battle with the skeletal knight that they failed to notice the descending toxin, allowing Song Sha's plan to unfold seamlessly. The skeletal knight was undoubtedly a true ally. With everyone afflicted by the poison, Song Sha secured the slave contracts, granting him the unfettered right to inspect their skills. Bound by the contract, they were powerless to resist. However, as Song Sha examined their abilities, he discovered that these so-called champions from various worlds were rather unimpressive. Web of Binding Mastery. Iris, Devil Banishing Fist Mastery. Song Xian, Fireball Technique Mastery. Claude, Substitution Technique Mastery. York, Substitution Technique. Song Sha glanced at the skill description. Substitution Technique generates a dummy in the original location upon being attacked, while the user instantaneously retreats backwards. Amber, strike me, he commanded. Amber waved her hand. And as soon as she touched Song Sha, a scarecrow appeared where he had stood, while he himself instantaneously relocated 10 meters away. A marvelous escape mechanism. However, a mere 10-meter retreat felt somewhat lacking. Afterward, Song Sha took stock of the spoils acquired from the others. Aside from some exquisite gold and a few return island tokens, nothing of value caught his eye. A half hour later, the toxins affecting everyone on the island were lifted. Obey my command, everyone. Scour the island for treasures and bring them to me, Song Sha declared as he returned to his warship, leaving them with a parting remark. This group of formidable individuals from various realms had never faced such humiliation. Yet, they were compelled to comply with Song Sha's orders, heading ashore to search for treasures. Bound by the contract, none wished to risk their lives by opposing him. Initially, they had planned to leverage their numbers to extract benefits from the mysterious island, even to seize control of it. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would become Song Sha's slaves the moment they set foot on the island? Their savings had been plundered, and their skills stolen. How shameless. They had resorted to poison. Song Xian wore a grim expression as he searched, grumbling to his companion. The mage clawed, "Brother, this is my first time in a different dimensional battlefield. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Will we lose our freedom forever?" Claude sighed in resignation. "Indeed, this slave contract is formidable. It seems unlikely we will have the chance to rebel against that human." They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sense of despair. They then turned to assess Song Sha's strength. Song Sha, ranked first on the Blue Star survival list. Occupation, physician, combat power, 35,000. What on earth? The sight nearly caused them to spew blood. A physician? Who had heard of a physician dabbling in toxins? Moreover, the physician role is typically a support class, rarely boasting combat power exceeding 20,000. Yet, Song Sha's power was an astonishing 35,000. What manner of monster was he? That mysterious toxic fog had stripped everyone of their capacity to resist, rendering them wholly subservient to Song Sha. Although the fog was not particularly difficult to evade. Who could have anticipated that the crafty individual was lurking in the shadows, deploying toxins while they were engrossed in battle? At that moment, Song Sha reclined on the deck, relishing the sea breeze, utterly content. Suddenly, a message box popped up. "Merchant King DXIN. Are you there, boss? Respond promptly." Merchant King DXIN poked you. Merchant King DXIN sent you a window shake. What was so urgent? "Island shop. Here, state your matter." Merchant King DXIN. "Hurry, I need 5,000 potions, urgently." Song Sha sprang up from the deck in alarm. What was this? 5,000 potions? Did he think he was a producer of mineral water or a mere transporter of nature's bounty? Meanwhile, in the world of function, the forces of Shichi were rising in rebellion, advancing with relentless momentum. Merchant King DXIN. "Stop dawdling. My vassals are revolting. The price is not an issue." Song Sha felt a pang of helplessness. He had just dispatched 6,000 potions that morning, and the timid grass had yet to mature. Where would he procure 5,000 potions for DXIN? However, a rebellion among the vassals? Island shop. The rebels aren't from Shichi, are they? Merchant King DXIN. Damn it. How do you know? Did you sell potions to that old fossil? Song Sha pondered, and though he couldn't recall, he checked the buyer group. Island buyer group. Members, 560. Marquis Ji Chong. Purchase record, 500 bottles. Island shop. Indeed, Marquis Ji Chong has purchased potions from me. Merchant King DXIN. You bastard, you actually sold to him. Song Sha raised an eyebrow. He couldn't be held accountable as he had offered unlimited supplies at the time. Nonetheless, he noticed another issue. The timeline didn't match. He had just sold potions to DXIN that morning, and now, by afternoon, Shichi was rebelling? It seemed the time flow in the island world differed significantly from that in the function world. Moreover, the Marquis Ji Chong was also a user of the cosmic market? How intriguing. At that moment in the function world, DXIN watched anxiously as the ailing Wen Taisher lay on the bed. Wen Taisher, who led the troops against Shichi, had been injured by Jiang Zia and was now on the brink of death. Chapter 84. The Herbaceous Owl. Hurry. A sip of potion was administered to Master Wen, and his complexion improved slightly. However, the legendary timid herb potion purchased from Song Sha had nearly run out. King Zhou, think of a solution quickly. I can pay double the price. Island shop. I currently have no stock. I just sold 6,000 bottles this morning. Perhaps you could check other places? King Zhou, Master S life hangs by a thread. We can only rely on the timid herb potion to sustain him. Please, find a solution. In a desperate attempt to save Master One, King Zhou directly administered the legendary timid herb potion to him. There was no alternative. A single bottle of extraordinary potion might not last long. Moreover, the entire court was not just concerned with Master One's injuries. To his surprise, the king was investing resources to save Master One? This was not the version of the investiture of the gods he was familiar with. Nonetheless, the king was a significant client, and he hoped to profit from him in the future. Losing such a crucial client would indeed be a regrettable loss. Song Sha glanced around the island, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Island shop, don't panic. I have a plan. He approached the ship's railing and called out to the 400 treasure seekers below. Stop searching for treasures. Have you seen the timid herb growing on the island? Gather it for me. This was a humiliation. A wave of indignation surged through the hearts of the over 400 individuals. They could somewhat accept being sent treasure hunting. But now they were being ordered to pull weeds. However, bound by their slave contracts, they had no choice but to comply and began to obediently uproot the herbs. Yet, this mysterious island was indeed extraordinary. The timid herbs grew like weeds here, and they were genuine medicinal herbs. In addition to the timid herbs, the island boasted numerous other rare medicinal plants, including dragon bloodgrass, scorpion venom flowers, and pain-relieving herbs. Song Sha felt that something was amiss with this island. The timid herbs were growing abundantly, a sight he had never witnessed before. Contemplating this, he quickly scanned the mysterious island. Mysterious island, herbaceous type. No wonder. This mysterious island turned out to be a herbaceous island. Since discovering mineral islands, Song Sha had speculated that there were other types of islands in the island world. This afternoon confirmed his suspicions. If he was not mistaken, the mysterious island likely had other types of islands as well. It appeared that the treasure of this mysterious island lay within these herbs. The timid herbs before him were all of extraordinary quality. Legendary grade dragon bloodgrass? How delightful. Amongst the abundant timid herbs, Song Sha discovered a legendary dragon bloodgrass. It was indeed a treasure trove beneath his feet. How ironic that these survivalists were scouring the island for treasures, while the true treasures lay right at their feet. You there? Yes, you. Song Sha pointed at Song Xian. Produce all the iron you have. Song Xian was at a loss for words. He initially thought that after Song Sha's plundering, he would be overlooked, and he might retain some resources. However, with Song Sha's command, it seemed he was left with no means of survival. Chuckling nervously, Song Xian replied, "All right. I'll get it right away." Having signed the slave contract, he dared not resist Song Sha. Of course, not all survivalists were willing to submit to Song Sha's authority. For instance, Dun, hailing from the Demon Continent, planned to sneak onto a ship and escape. However, as he set foot on the ship, a blood-curdling scream echoed across the island. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Without the Master's permission, you are not allowed to leave. As Dun collapsed to the ground, he seethed, "I am the son of the Demon King. You cannot treat me this way." He never anticipated that Song Sha would prove more unscrupulous than his own kind, taking advantage of the chaos to drug them. Maliciously suspecting the Master triggers an electric punishment. Dun's body curled in defeat. "I want to do it again. I promise." Song Sha observed the unfolding events with satisfaction. This slave contract was indeed effective. "A few of you, go chop some trees." Song Sha understood that the treasures of this mysterious island did not require searching. They were evidently present on the island. His plan was to establish a temporary potion production line on this mysterious island to expedite fulfilling King Zhou's order. Some individuals were dispatched to gather wood for the alchemy platform. Iron alchemy platform successfully created. Artisan mastery triggered, quality, extraordinary, with these free laborers collecting materials. Song Sha quickly constructed 5 alchemy platforms. He was ready to commence potion brewing. However, he faced an awkward situation. He had only a few hundred units of sand left. Once the potions were prepared, he would have nowhere to store them. Song Sha's gaze soon fell upon the bamboo growing on the island. "You there? Gather a team to chop bamboo. We can make bamboo tubes." Song Xian grimaced, "Master, my name is Song Xian, not you there." Upon hearing this, Song Sha chuckled. "Oh, you share my surname? How interesting. Perhaps we are distant relatives from 500 years ago. Please, grant me a reprieve." Enough chatter. Chop the bamboo quickly. Reluctantly, they complied with Song Sha's orders. Armed with various tools, they began to fell bamboo, delivering it to Song Sha, who would then craft bamboo tubes. With bamboo tubes, the issue of storage for the potions was resolved. Following Song Sha's instructions, a large group of slave survivalists gathered herbs, while the remaining ones operated the alchemy platforms to brew potions. Song Sha planned to reserve the legendary grade potions for himself and sell the remaining extraordinary quality ones to King Zhou. Island shop. In about 10 minutes, I will be able to produce the first batch of timid herb potions, approximately 1,000 bottles. King Zhou, I'll pay double the price, 30 per bottle. King Zhou has ordered 1,000 bottles of timid herb potions, extraordinary quality. Please expedite shipping. Island shop. Understood. I will arrange the shipment in 10 minutes. At that moment, in the investiture of the god's world, the timing was impeccable. This way, Master could preserve his life until the celestial beings arrived to rescue him. King Zhou, filled with anticipation, finally awaited the first batch of timid herb potions from Song Sha. Days later, in Shiqi, Jiangxia calculated with a delicate gesture and exclaimed in alarm, "That Master one has not perished?" After further calculations, he realized it was the island shop that sold King Zhou a plethora of timid herb potions to sustain Master One until the disciples of the arrived. Having discerned this, Jiangxia hurriedly opened a private chat window with Song Sha. "Fishing Master Jiang Shan, I heard King Zhou purchased your potions? He is paying double. I'll pay triple." Chapter 85. You may depart, Fishing Master Jiang Shan. I shall take all the remaining potions. Island shop. You offer 3 times the price? Fishing Master Jiang Shan. Indeed. I will buy all the potions left. Whatever you ask, I shall pay instantly. Goodness. Even Jiangxia wishes to purchase his potions? Song Sha thought it prudent to consult King Zhou, as he was the one who initially sought him out and could be considered a loyal customer. Island shop. Jiangxia intends to buy the remaining potions, offering 3 times the price. King Zhou, Dixian, that treacherous rebel. Do not heed him. He is merely an old fisherman with no wealth to speak of. Can he truly rival my riches? Ah, Song Sha frowned. With these two bickering from afar, was he to become nothing more than a messenger? Absolutely not. He promptly created a private chat group, adding both Jiang Shang and King Zhou. Fishing Master Jiang Shang has entered the chat group. King Zhou, DXIN has entered the chat group. Island Shop, you two discuss amongst yourselves. It is quite tiresome relaying your messages. King Zhou, DXIN, Jiang Shang, you treacherous rebel. Am I not good enough to you? Have you dared to cause turmoil in Chi? Fishing Master Jiang Shang, Your Majesty, the mandate of heaven is with Zhou. You cannot force a change. It is best to heed the heavenly decree. Goodness, the tempers of these two are quite fierce. They immediately began hurling insults upon entering the group. Song Sha chose not to intervene, quietly observing their quarrel. However, it seemed this world of deities was not as he had imagined. Determining the ultimate victor was far from certain. Island Shop, gentlemen, another batch of 1,000 potions has been produced. Who among you desires them? Regardless, the events in that world had no bearing on this island realm. Song Sha cared not for the outcome of the Shangzhou conflict. He would sell the potions to whoever offered the highest price. Fishing Master Jiang Shang, I will offer 3 times the price. I will offer 3 times the price. King Zhou DXIN, stop boasting. Can Chi truly afford such a sum? I shall abdicate tomorrow. Fishing Master Jiang Shang, you. King Zhou DXIN, my price remains unchanged at double, but I can pay immediately. What say you? Surely Chi does not intend to pay in installments? Fishing Master Jiang Shang, shopkeeper, I am now the strategist for Chi. When we seize the realm, your payment will be assured. Chi shall forever remember your kindness. Island Shop, no money, no service. This shop does not offer credit, please understand. Upon reading this, King Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. He possessed ready gold coins, which perhaps was his greatest advantage over Chi. Thankfully, the Shang dynasty had accumulated immense wealth over generations. Otherwise, he might be on the brink of ruin. Island Shop, very well. 2,000 bottles of courageous grass potions are ready. Place your order. Fishing Master Jiang Shang, wait. King Zhou is surely exaggerating. Where does he acquire such gold coins? The gold coins of the cosmic market are not interchangeable with ordinary gold. From where does King Zhou procure such riches? King Zhou, DXIN, haha. I have a shop in the cosmic market, specializing in selling the useless gemstones and antiques left by our ancestors. At this revelation, Song Sha could not help but applaud. How poignant. King Zhou was liquidating ancestral assets to fund his military? However, dispatching these 2,000 potions to King Zhou could indeed alter the course of the conflict. Yet Chi also had formidable allies. King Zhou's counteractions would not be easily thwarted. In the event of a drawn-out conflict, he could profit immensely by supplying King Zhou with potions. Song Sha also considered Jiang Shang's side. After all, he was offering 3 times the price. Yet Jiang Shang had no money to present, merely verbal assurances. Compared to King Zhou, he seemed exceedingly unreliable. Consequently, Song Sha sold all 3,000 potions to King Zhou, resulting in a sudden increase of 90,000 gold coins in his balance. Delightful. If King Zhou were to conduct more transactions, he would surely soar to great heights. Today indeed proved fortuitous. First, he had pursued the colossal octopus, inadvertently stumbling onto the mysterious island. Upon entering, he discovered it was a veritable treasure trove of medicinal herbs. At this moment, Song Xian approached respectfully. Esteemed one, we have finished harvesting the herbs on this island. We collected a total of 300 legendary courageous grasses, 200 legendary dragon blood grasses, and a variety of other herbs. Placing all before Song Sha, Song Xian looked at him with a hopeful expression. With the herbs now gathered, could they finally be permitted to leave? Congratulations. You have obtained 300 legendary courageous grasses, 200 legendary dragon blood grasses, 200 legendary starfire grasses. Goodness, the sheer quantity of legendary herbs was staggering, and there remained a mountain of extraordinary quality herbs set aside. Was there no other area on the island? No, esteemed one. We have thoroughly searched the entire island. There are no caves, only herbs. The finest quality has been gathered here, and the remaining herbs have been delivered to your ship. Everyone watched Song Sha anxiously, uncertain whether this esteemed figure intended to return them to Blue Star or leave them to fend for themselves, or perhaps eliminate them. Song Sha spoke calmly. Return to your original world. You may depart. What? Song Sha actually stated they could leave? I said, return to your original world. Go back from whence you came. Did you not understand? Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Esteemed one, we shall leave at once. Song Xian still found it hard to believe that Song Sha would release them so readily. Song Sha stood aboard the ship, watching as the survivors hastily boarded, fleeing toward the exit to another world. Song Sha, You're letting them go just like that? Amber expressed her discontent, lamenting that if these individuals were brought to Song Sha's market, they would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. With the slave contracts in place, they would not dare retaliate. Bringing them all back would mean adding 400 mouths to feed. Song Sha was quite astute in his calculations, and he had other ideas as well. Once these individuals returned, they would undoubtedly acquire more skills, and with the slave contracts binding them, those skills could be shared. This meant that as they learned new skills, Song Sha could legally acquire those skills for himself. Seeing the cunning smile on Song Sha's face, Amber felt a chill run down her spine. It reminded her of some unpleasant memories. The first time she had encountered Song Sha, he wore that same expression. That rascal. Surely he was concocting some nefarious scheme again. Chapter 86. The otherworldly fire brigade. Song Sha once again scoured the entire island, only to discover that there were truly no hidden rewards left. He picked up his compass and conducted a thorough search once more. The compass, however, seemed unresponsive. It appeared that beyond medicinal herbs, this mysterious island held no other treasures. At this moment, apart from the ship, Song Sha's backpack was already brimming with supplies. The cabin was crammed with potions, while the deck hosted the corpse of a large octopus. For Song Sha, this excursion had yielded significant rewards. And considering the passage of time, it was nearly time for him to return. Upon arriving at the Sea of the Dead, Song Sha finally comprehended that this game did not place everyone on the same starting line. Humans and other races did not enter the fray simultaneously. Besides humans, there existed the demon race, orcs, insectoids, and a myriad of other advanced species. Their survival time far exceeded that of the human race. The Skeletal Knight had mentioned that they would not encounter even more formidable survivors. Through scanning, Song Sha found that all the survivors who had ascended to the mysterious island shared a common trait. They were all at the second tier. Among them, the most powerful was the Skeletal Knight Arthur, boasting a formidable strength of 50,000. As for Song Xian and her companions, their lowest battle power was still around 30,000. However, anyone below 100,000 was categorized as second tier. This meant that within this maritime realm, Song Sha might still encounter even more powerful survivors. If his analysis held true, the otherworldly battlefield should present opponents of the same tier, which appeared to be a predetermined rule of this world. A vague hypothesis began to form in Song Sha's mind. Given that over 400 survivors had entered the island, all at second tier, it was plausible that higher-tier survivors from other realms might be allocated to a more advanced otherworldly battlefield. Therefore, in this arena, he would not encounter adversaries with drastically differing strengths. Yet, even among second-tier foes, encountering one with 80 to 90,000 power would still pose a considerable challenge. It would be wiser to return home. With this thought, Song Sha hesitated no longer. He promptly commanded the miners to set sail, propelling the vessel swiftly in the direction from which they had come. As he lifted the anchor, the mysterious island before him began to sink slowly, accompanied by a rumbling sound, gradually submerging into the depths of the ocean. Checking his map, he realized that by adhering to its guidance, he would soon be back at the island. At that moment, Song Sha glanced at the cosmic market. Received a positive review. Buyers of potions were continuously leaving glowing remarks for Song Sha. The ratings for his shop were skyrocketing. When he opened the buyers group, he found many discussing the effects of the new potion. Polar Lord, I heard that the store owner recently updated the formula. This batch of potions tastes significantly better than the previous ones. Orc never a slave. Indeed, this potion is more invigorating than the finest brew in my tribe. Elfbow Workshop. Unfortunately, the master's shop only has the cowardly herb potion. It would be great to have some other varieties. Upon reading the elf maiden's comment, Song Sha pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, his shop's offerings were rather limited. After all, not everyone relished in battles. He needed to concoct more diverse potions to attract a broader clientele. Otherworldly Fire Brigade. I say, shop owner, have you considered creating a potion that grants fire resistance? We firefighters often sustain injuries while combating blazes. While the cowardly herb potion is quite effective, it would be preferable to avoid injury altogether. The Otherworldly Fire Brigade? What an unusual organization. Nevertheless, since there was client demand, Song Sha would not let this opportunity slip away. Island Shop, friends from the Fire Brigade. I indeed have the capability to create a fire resistance potion. Allow me to conduct some research, and I will update you. Otherworldly Fire Brigade. Another fire incident has arisen. We will discuss it later. Rest assured, as long as the efficacy is solid, the price is not a concern. At that moment, in a forest of another world, a spatial gate slowly opened. A rather stylish red spaceship appeared in the skies above this planet. Lin Wanqing, Elite Fire Brigade Firefighter, Deputy Commander, Deputy, the fire incident has occurred on this planet. The largest forest on the planet is ablaze, if not extinguished promptly. It could severely impact the climate and environment. Let us mobilize for artificial rain. Lin Wanqing donned her helmet and reminded everyone, remember to bring the cowardly herb potion. Safety first. Understood. A cadre of firefighters descended from the ship, embarking on the mission to quell the flames. How intriguing. It seems that this otherworldly fire brigade is an organization dedicated to firefighting across various worlds. Truly, there is a diverse array of individuals in this group. Their operations appeared quite busy, and crafting some fire resistance potions would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Song Sha examined the herbs at his disposal. Cold frost herb, cold type herb, capable of resisting high temperatures. This herb could serve as the primary ingredient, potentially offering fireproofing effects. Once he returned home, he could conduct some experiments. However, now was not the time for experimentation. Song Sha activated the vessel's propulsion device, speeding along the same route. Escaping the Sea of the Dead was his foremost priority. Before long, the ship navigated through the mist, emerging from the otherworldly battlefield and returning to the Blue Star Island world. What a relief, finally safe. Song Sha let out a sigh of relief. Having returned securely to his original world, the skeletal knight had not pursued him. However, just then, a voice suddenly resonated in the depths of his heart. Skeletal Knight Arthur has used a monster siege card against you. Upcoming waves of monsters. 5 waves, monster count. 100, 200, 300, 400, 1000, monster level. Second tier, monster type. Undead army. Siege time, 9 p.m. Friendly reminder, you may use an invalid card to nullify this monster siege. Curse it, that skeletal fiend is unprincipled, launching a surprise attack. However, what intrigued Song Sha more was that invalid card. An invalid card? Where could he procure one? Friendly reminder. The invalid card can be purchased from the island blocks. So that's it. The island blocks retrieved from the caves could also be used to buy items. Song Sha had previously wondered why he hadn't discovered any return island symbols or the like after exploring the cave. Block Mall. Return island symbol, 1 gold coin. Move island symbol, 5 gold coins. Invalid card, 50 gold coins. Monster siege card, 500 gold coins. Chapter 87. You lack martial virtue. Gold coins? What exactly is a gold coin? Song Sha pondered for a moment, recalling that he had found 20 gold coins while aboard the ghost ship. However, these coins were safely stored in a chest within his castle, as he had previously been unaware of their purpose and they occupied valuable inventory space. This ineffective card demanded an exorbitant sum of 50 gold coins to nullify. The cost was undeniably steep. At that moment, a chat window unexpectedly popped up before Song Sha. Skeleton Knight Arthur, I've prepared a grand gift for you. Surprised? Unexpected? Damn. Song Sha couldn't help but curse. This cursed skeleton was flaunting itself. It was audacious to resort to such underhanded tactics against him. It was indeed willing to spend a hefty sum, 500 gold coins. This skeleton was evidently wealthier than he was. However, Song Sha merely glanced at the monster's combat strength and burst into laughter. Blue Star Song Sha. Is that all? Harmless. Really. Bring on more waves. High-level skeleton monster. Combat strength. 20,000. Level. Tier 2. High-level skeleton archer. Combat strength. 20,000. Level. Tier 2. High-level skeleton cavalry. Combat strength. 20,000. Level. Tier 2. Is this it? Just 3 types of monsters, and they think they can breach his castle? Clearly, in Song Sha's eyes, these creatures were nothing but experience points. He possessed the Bagua Mirror, a treasure specifically designed to combat undead beings. To him, this wave of monsters was akin to delivering free kills. Moreover, it was possible that these monsters could yield bone powder. Wouldn't high-level undead soldiers produce higher quality bone powder than what he could gather from caves? Checking the time, he noted it was 4 in the afternoon. At their current sailing speed, they would return to the island by 5 at the latest. The monster siege wouldn't commence until 9 in the evening. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, in another realm of the undead archipelago, Arthur was gathering information on Song Sha. This seasoned survivor of 50 days found it utterly humiliating to have been driven to flee by a mere human. If word got out, how could he ever maintain his standing among the undead? As he toyed with the island block in his hand, Arthur swiftly unearthed Song Sha's survival information. Song Sha, survival days, 4, ranked first on the Blue Star survival list. Combat strength, 35,000. Occupation, healer. Arthur scrutinized Song Sha's details, perplexed. How could this young man, with only 4 days of survival, possess such audacity? Moreover, he was not affiliated with any survivor team. A lone wolf? Yet, to be so formidable after merely 4 days? Contemplating this, Arthur speculated that Blue Star might be a high martial arts world. Adult humans could potentially possess tens of thousands in combat strength. However, none of this was of concern to Arthur. Even if Blue Star was a high martial arts world, individual strength did not guarantee that one's island was impregnable. After 50 days of survival, Arthur's island was fortified and deep. Given that Song Sha had only survived 4 days, his island likely lacked any defenses. A smirk crept across Arthur's lips as he decided to employ a monster siege card to test the waters against Song Sha. Perhaps he could demolish this fool's island altogether. Unbeknownst to the naive skeleton knight, Song Sha's island was not only equipped with walls, but boasted a towering height of 8 meters. Even if the walls were breached, the castle within remained intact. To Arthur's astonishment, beside the castle, there stood a millennia-old tree demon with a combat strength of 100,000. Skeleton Knight Arthur, don't celebrate too soon. Don't come crying to me for mercy later. Blue Star Song Sha, why would I beg for mercy? Bring on more waves? Thank you, brother. Song Sha was eagerly anticipating the arrival of these monsters to rack up free kills. The more he expressed this sentiment, the more Arthur perceived Song Sha's nervousness. A mere human daring to offend him? This was the inevitable consequence of such folly. Blue Star Archipelago World. Blue Star announcement. The undead skeleton knight Arthur has utilized a monster siege card against Song Sha. Global Channel. Yanhuang Alliance Li Xiao. What on earth is happening? American Tom. It seems like a survivor from another world. Has Song Sha already ventured into an alternate battlefield? Yanhuang Alliance Li Xiao? What is an alternate battlefield? American Tom. I once reached the edge of an alternate battlefield at sea. It was filled with survivors from other worlds. Their survival days differ from ours. And I didn't dare to enter. Huaxia Country Li Dong. So, humans are the last to arrive here for survival. American Tom. Not exactly. Some races arrived before and after us. New races join this archipelago world daily. Sunrise Group Sherwei Zongren. Song Sha, are you finally facing the consequences? A siege by 20,000 combat strength monsters. Let's see how you cope. Kangaroo Country Johnson. What a joke. Can the esteemed Song Sha withstand a siege by 20,000 combat strength monsters? Yanhuang Alliance Li Xiao. I checked Arthur's information. He has a combat strength of 53,000. It appears our esteemed Song Sha is in serious trouble, having provoked a power from another world. As the crowd absorbed this news, the global channel fell into a profound silence. A combat strength of 50,000. Unprecedented. Yet, a sense of helplessness seeped into most hearts. While they were still struggling for survival, Song Sha had already entered combat with a formidable figure from another world. The gap was indeed widening. Now, the top 2 on the Blue Star survival list represented an extraordinary disparity. Song Sha was now competing with survivors from other worlds, rendering their struggles seem trivial in comparison. They were merely brawling over a few mineral veins and islands, entirely out of their league. Yanhuang Alliance Li Xiao. I say, esteemed Song Sha, hurry and go live. We want to see what the monsters from the other world look like. Song Sha, disinterested in the idle chatter of the onlookers, was on his way back to the city. Typically, he might have live-streamed a monster siege, but those lower-tier monsters would not truly test his full capabilities. However, this time, he faced genuine threats with combat strength of 20,000. He would need to approach this with utmost seriousness and deploy some previously unused trump cards. These cards could not be revealed to prying eyes. As Song Sha pushed open the city gates, he was greeted by a sight that nearly caused him to stumble. 15 blood spirit little girls stood in 2 neat rows, welcoming their master home. They bowed slightly and chorused, "Welcome back, master." Seeing this scene, Song Sha nearly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chapter 88. The Power of the Bagua Mirror. What is going on here? Brother, are you satisfied? At that moment, a little sprite stepped forward. Song Sha felt a sense of helplessness. What was this? Why did it evoke the ambience of a sprite-made CAF? However, upon observing the little sprite's eager expression, Song Sha realized the effort she had put into this. He couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm. Yet, as he gazed at the 15 blood spirit little girls, he noticed their stunning beauty. Each one was a gem, destined to grow into a formidable blood spirit lady. There would be a battle tonight at 9 o'clock. Were you all feeling nervous? Song Sha inquired, knowing that these little blood spirits would undoubtedly be the main force against the monsters attacking the city. Moreover, the difficulty of this monster siege was not particularly high, making it an excellent opportunity for training before the weekend's relentless assault of monsters. To his surprise, the previously obedient little blood spirits, who had been standing in 2 neat rows, erupted into excited chatter upon hearing about the battle. There's going to be a fight. How wonderful. And we get to have battles every day. Song Sha was taken aback and then shook his head in bemusement. After all, they were of the blood spirit lineage, each a born warrior. He had underestimated their eagerness for combat. With the mention of battle, they soared into the air, their latent warrior genes ignited. Brother, during ancient times, the sprite race faced tremendous peril. engaging in a war against the dark races that lasted for thousands of years. The blood spirit lineage was born in that era, created for combat, so you need not worry about their battle instincts, the little sprite explained to Song Sha. The blood spirit lineage eventually became extinct due to this inherent bellicosity. These little blood spirits knew no retreat, nor did they comprehend the meaning of cowardice. Excellent. I am quite pleased with such spirit. Tonight, you shall be the main force against those monsters, and I will provide support. In his hand, Song Sha held the formidable weapon against the undead, the Bagua Mirror. With these little blood spirits charging forward and his Bagua Mirror in support, he was confident that the monsters would soon be vanquished. Skeleton Knight Arthur, surrender now, and I may show mercy, allowing your soul to become my servant. Otherwise, you shall face eternal torment. Blue Star Song Sha, Big Boss, you are so fearsome. I am quite frightened. I beseech you to send more monsters to attack the city. Please intensify the assault on my island. At that moment, Arthur from the world of the undead let out a cold laugh. What the hell? Is this kid insane? Or is he merely bluffing? From Arthur's perspective, the latter seemed significantly more plausible. Though the mirror he presented made him uncomfortable, it could not inflict any fatal harm. Clearly, he had fallen into the trap of this human boy. Once I capture your soul, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. A survivor who has lasted 4 days, facing an army of thousands of undead, what resistance could you possibly muster? Arthur believed that Song Sha was alone. However, he was unaware that on Song Sha's island, there were not only 20 goblin warriors, but also 15 blood spirits, 50 sprites, and a 1,000-year-old tree demon with a combat power of 100,000. Even with just the 1,000-year-old tree demon, Arthur would meet only a dead end should he come personally. Such a formidable monster siege posed no threat to Song Sha, rather. It provided him with an invaluable opportunity to train before the weekend's relentless sieges. At that moment, Song Sha began crafting equipment for the Blood Spirit girls. 15 sets of wind attribute enchanted fine gold armor and various fine gold weapons customized according to each blood spirit as preference. However, Song Sha noticed that despite their different weapon choices, they all opted for melee weapons without exception. Among the sprite race, it seemed that only the blood spirits were inclined toward close combat. All of this cost Song Sha less than 200 fine gold. A trivial matter for him now. After completing the equipment, Song Sha and the little blood spirits shared a simple meal within the castle. After all, one must be well fed to have the strength to fight. Through his days spent with Freya, Song Sha had also discovered that the dietary preferences of the blood spirit lineage differed greatly from those of ordinary sprites. While ordinary sprites favored a vegetarian diet, the blood spirits were unequivocally carnivorous. Thus, he prepared a meal suited to their tastes, sea fish soup and a hearty potato stew, though limited to 2 dishes. The portions were substantial. These blood spirit girls were in their growth phase, each a veritable glutton. Friendly reminder. The Monster Siege card will activate in 10 minutes. The Monster Siege will commence in 10 minutes. First wave of monsters, skeleton soldiers, quantity 100, a voice from the sky sent the little blood spirits into a frenzy of excitement. Freya, as the firstborn blood spirit, naturally took on the role of captain for this little blood spirit team. Master, rest assured, we will bring you victory. The little girls, with their mother's assistance, donned their fine gold armor and grasped their respective weapons. The innate combat instincts of the blood spirit girls enabled them to easily discern the main attack direction of this wave of monsters, the city gate. The little blood spirits gathered at the city gate while Song Sha stood atop the city wall. However, to his astonishment, unlike ordinary monster sieges that emerged from the depths of the sea, a spatial portal materialized on the beach outside the city gates. Immediately, 100 high-level skeleton soldiers charged in an orderly formation toward the main gate. These skeleton soldiers, armed with shields and spears, arranged themselves into a precise square formation. Compared to regular skeleton soldiers, these high-level skeletons exhibited significantly greater discipline. However, as these eerie skeleton soldiers appeared, the warrior genes within the blood spirits ignited. Dark creatures. Freya raised her great sword, and the little blood spirits assumed their battle stances. Sensing the opportune moment, Song Sha raised the Bagua Mirror. Instantly, the combat power of each skeleton soldier plummeted under the mirror-esque gleam. From a previous strength of 20,000, it dropped to 5,000. A product of ancient wisdom. It indeed proved effective against these undead creatures. Lower-tier skeleton soldiers were utterly dismayed by the light, while even high-level skeletons were significantly affected. Chapter 89. The belligerent blood spirit maidens. The effects of the Bagua Mirror were astonishing, even catching Song Sha by surprise. A single wave of illumination had diminished the strength of these skeletal monsters by 3/4. Their combat power plummeted from 20,000 to merely 5,000. Observing the weakening necromantic aura surrounding the skeletal soldiers, the naturally combat-oriented blood spirit maidens recognized an unparalleled opportunity to launch an offensive. The 16 blood spirit maidens began to chant an ancient and melodious elven war song. Like a finely honed blade, they surged into the ranks of the skeletal warriors. Their petite forms, enhanced by wind attribute armor, rendered them incredibly agile. Standing at a mere 1 meter and 45 centimeters, they barely reached the chests of many skeletal soldiers. Yet they deftly dodged within the fray, their ethereal weapons shimmering with a faint sanguine glow. Each strike accurately shattered one, or even several high-ranking skeletal warriors. In the face of 100 skeletal soldiers, the combined efforts of the blood spirit maidens resulted in a swift and total annihilation, lasting barely 10 seconds. The second wave, comprising 200 skeletal warriors, similarly succumbed after only a few more seconds under the relentless onslaught of the maidens. The third wave, consisting of 300 skeletal soldiers, not only maintained its speed but was met with an even swifter harvest, as the blood spirit maidens had now become well-versed in their attacking patterns. From atop the city wall, Song Sha couldn't help but exclaim, "This is akin to a flawless mowing down of foes." The diminutive blood spirit maidens appeared unfazed, overflowing with excitement as they eagerly awaited the next wave of enemies. The fourth wave, predictably, was also effortlessly dispatched. What a pitiful display! Freya pouted, visibly displeased. These skeletal warriors are far too weak. According to the ancient blood spirit legacy from the tree demon, these dark creatures should not be so feeble. Now, the 16 blood spirit maidens felt that the skeletal soldiers before them were utterly insufficient for their thirst for battle. "Master, these foes are far too weak. It's utterly unexciting," they lamented. "We barely get to warm up before they fall." As Song Sha stepped down from the city wall, the 16 maidens quickly surrounded him, their voices a chorus of youthful complaints. Finding himself overwhelmed by their charms, Song Sha cleared his throat and replied, "Isn't there's still one last wave to come?" Freya shook her head. "Not nearly enough. I could handle 10 times this number of skeletons without breaking a sweat." After pondering for a moment, Song Sha recognized that with each of these blood spirit maidens boasting a combat power of 30,000 against a horde of 5,000, the challenge was indeed lacking. "Trust me, if you follow my lead, I assure you shall relish the battle ahead," he confidently declared. Freya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is what you say true, master?" Song Sha nodded, a plan forming in his mind. As the fifth wave of monsters advanced, Song Sha utilized the Bagua mirror once more, instantly reducing the skeletal warriors' power back to 5,000. For the blood spirit maidens, this posed no challenge at all, and they swiftly dispatched nearly all of them. Suddenly, Song Sha interjected, "Do not eliminate them all, leave one." The maidens, though puzzled, complied with his command. With a wave of his hand, the tree demon's vines ensnared the last remaining skeletal cavalryman. "Now, you may take a moment to rest," he instructed, leaving the blood spirit maidens bewildered. What was Song Sha planning? It was not until half an hour later that the skeletal knight, Arthur, pondered aloud, "What's taking so long? It's been half an hour, and you still haven't finished the fifth wave. I can hardly hold on." Arthur reflected, realizing that Song Sha's ability to endure this long was undoubtedly linked to the mirror in his possession. However, 30 minutes had passed in the fifth wave. Although Song Sha had yet to be defeated, he must be in a dire predicament by now. With 20,000 combat power, the high-ranking skeletal warriors were surely proving challenging for him. After all, Song Sha was a lone wolf. Without allies or team support, how long could he withstand alone? Perhaps with the assistance of a few lackeys? Arthur imagined the scene of Song Sha kneeling before him, pleading for mercy. Let us add a bit more difficulty for this Song Sha, he thought, opening a treasure chest behind him and producing 3 monster siege cards. 3 cards? Let us see if you can handle this wave. Blue star notification. Skeletal Knight Arthur has used a monster siege card on Song Sha. Blue star Song Sha. Thank you, my esteemed master, for the 3 monster siege cards. You are most generous. Arthur blinked in confusion. How could Song Sha still be so cheerful after enduring such punishment? But how could he not be happy? Advanced Bone Shatter 1. As Song Sha stepped out of the city gates, he swiftly retrieved 2,000 units of Advanced Bone Shatter from the battlefield. These could be transformed into high-grade bone powder, and in addition, there were also Skeletal Spirit Pearls, which granted an increase of 200 combat power. For Song Sha, 2,000 Skeletal Spirit Pearls represented an even greater bounty. Blue Star Song Sha. Dear skeletal brother, you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift. I must reciprocate with something splendid. Blue Star notification. Blue Star Song Sha has used 10 monster siege cards on Skeletal Knight Arthur. 10 cards? Where had Song Sha procured such a bounty? Each monster siege card was worth 500 gold coins, totaling 5,000 for 10 cards. Where had he acquired such wealth? Meanwhile, Song Sha cheerfully left a glowing review for the Sweetheart Materials shop. Island shop, impressive. Your gold coins are far cheaper than what I have here. Sweetheart Materials shop. You may not be aware, but in the cosmos, gold holds little value. As long as one can mine from celestial bodies, gold is in abundance. Who among those capable of interstellar mining lacks gold? Songsha discovered a fascinating opportunity. He could purchase gold from the cosmic market and then infinitely acquire monster siege cards from the island block to assault others. Sweetheart Materials shop, standard gold block. Convertible to Blue Star Resources, 1 kilogram. Price, 1 gold coin. 1 kilogram of gold for a mere 1 gold coin? In truth, gold in the cosmic market was a form of virtual currency, far more valuable than ordinary gold. A standard unit of gold block cost only 1 gold coin in the market. With no hesitation, Songsha decided to make the purchase. Spending money could indeed lead to overwhelming his foes. Chapter 90. The repercussion. Songsha directly spent 5,000 gold coins to purchase 5,000 gold bars in the cosmic market. Subsequently, he exchanged them for 10 monster siege cards in the island block. Without hesitation, he directed the 10 monster siege cards at the skeletal knight Arthur. At that moment, Arthur, who was in the realm of the undead, felt a tremor in the ghostly flames within his eyes. Blue Star. Songsha has used 10 monster siege cards on you. Unit types: Human Mage. Combat power: 20,000. Human Knight. Combat power: 20,000. Human Crossbowman. Combat power: 20,000. The monster siege will commence in 2 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Like the siege cards used by the undead, the ones utilized by Songsha transformed the race into humans. Quantity x10. First wave, 1,000. Second wave, 2,000. Fifth wave, 10,000. Friendly reminder: monster sieges are virtual units and cannot be converted into undead. My lord, whom have you offended? A necromancer under Arthur lamented. Our undead legion comprises only about 200. How can we withstand such a multitude of monsters? Moreover, aside from Arthur, who possessed a combat power of 53,000, the other undead were merely around 20,000 to 30,000 in strength. This is futile. We must change islands, board a ship, and pack our belongings. At this moment, Arthur felt utterly overwhelmed. His only option now seemed to be retreat. My lord, we've invested 50 days into constructing this island. Are we truly abandoning it? It took great effort to acquire our possessions. Many of the undead, including that necromancer, were reluctant to relinquish the island. How can we defend against 20,000 second-tier monsters attacking our island? Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. That human must have obtained a vast fortune from somewhere. We cannot afford to remain here. If we do not leave now, it may soon be too late. In a few hours, this island would undoubtedly fall to the monsters. Despite his arrogance, he recognized that his combat power was insufficient to face over 20,000 second-tier monsters. While he could withstand hundreds or thousands of human monsters with his 53,000 combat power, these creatures could not be transformed into undead, directly undermining Arthur's strength. 20,000 combat power. This island is untenable. Blue Star, Undead World announcement. The skeletal knight Arthur has abandoned the island. Is that all? They thought the undead were formidable, yet they chose to surrender the island after just 10 cards? Songsha observed outside the city gates as waves of monsters, thrice the number, were about to arrive, along with 6,000 skeleton soldiers ready to deliver a feast. He then brandished the Bagua mirror, effortlessly preparing to dispatch the monsters. However, Songsha realized that this time, the invading creatures were precisely of the undead type. What if orcs, dwarves, or demons had come? His current defenses might not suffice to withstand such adversaries. Nonetheless, he had his advantages. Gold bars could be purchased in the cosmic market, allowing him to acquire ineffective cards to counter any assault. When others used monster siege cards against him, he could easily negate them. Yet, if faced with a tide of 20,000 combat power monsters, the stone walls of his fortress might prove inadequate. He certainly needed a more formidable defense. What if he melted all the refined gold and applied it to the walls? This thought suddenly sparked in Songsha's mind. Refined gold was the hardest metal in the island world. Coating the walls with it would certainly enhance their defensive capabilities. It appeared that upgrading the walls should be prioritized. As his own strength grew, so too would the strength of his foes. It was likely that they would resort to strategies such as using monster siege cards. Ovas, my lord, do you require assistance? Songsha pointed towards the walls and inquired, what if we coat the walls with refined gold? How would that affect their defense? Ovas pondered for a moment before responding. While it sounds feasible, my lord, it may be too extravagant. At the very least, it would require tens of thousands of pieces of refined gold. That is inconsequential. Just tell me if this approach would enhance our defenses. Hearing this, Ova ceased further questioning and began to calculate. If we were to coat the entire structure with refined gold, it should adequately withstand second-tier magic. Very well. Organize the miners and goblin warriors to coat the walls with refined gold. Song Sha considered the plan. He simply needed to melt the refined gold and apply it to the walls. Being able to resist second-tier magic and physical attacks was worth the expenditure of so much refined gold to strengthen the defenses. After arranging everything within the city, Song Sha glanced at the battle outside the walls involving the blood spirits. With the Bagua mirror and the blood spirits present, he felt assured that the ongoing battle did not require his immediate attention. Coincidentally, he recalled the promise made to the otherworldly firefighting team. It was the perfect opportunity to examine the medicinal herbs brought from the mysterious island. Frostgrass, unlocking new formula, flame resistance potion, frostbolt, legion level frostbolt, requires corresponding skill to learn. A flame resistance potion? Isn't this just the fireproof concoction that the firefighters need? Furthermore, with this potion, the ancient tree spirits on his island could further enhance their flame resistance. This way, he would not have to worry about the monster sieges in the future. The 7th day of survival would feature a day of unrestricted monster sieges, and Song Sha could not guarantee the absence of fire-based monsters among them. Should such fiery adversaries appear, his tree spirits would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. While ordinary fire-resistant tree spirits would withstand the assault, they might struggle against unique fire attributes. Song Sha sent the frostgrass to the production line and placed it into glass vials for refinement. Ultimately, he produced a bottle of blue liquid, which even caused frost to form on the entire glass container. Little spirit, this is a flame resistance potion. Shortly, I will continue refining. Please take this potion and apply it to the great tree. Understood, brother. Song Sha reserved a few bottles of the flame resistance potion for himself, while also bringing back numerous seeds, allowing him to cultivate them on his island. At this moment, he remembered the otherworldly firefighting team in the chat group. Since they were customers, he would provide them with whatever they needed. Chapter 91. The Emergence of the Resistance Potion. Island Buyers Group. Island Shop. Where's that firefighting girl from just now? I've just developed a number of potions, including the flame resistance potion you need. Would you care to try its effects? Otherworld Fire Brigade. Really? If it truly has the effects you claim, I will certainly order some. Elf Archery Workshop. Master. You actually have a flame resistance potion. I want some too. On the outskirts of the Eternal Song Forest in another world, a raging inferno was consuming the ancient trees of the forest. Nia was in a state of frantic desperation, having procured numerous firefighting products from the cosmic market. However, it seemed that her efforts were but a drop in the bucket. The orcs, having failed in their last assault on the Eternal Song Forest, had returned with a cunning strategy. Instead of launching a direct attack, they resorted to arson, harassing the elves. This time, the orcs' offensive truly struck at the heart of the elves. The Eternal Song Forest was the sanctuary upon which the elves depended for survival. Nia, along with a cadre of elf guards, struggled to extinguish the flames, but their efforts were woefully outpaced by the orcs' relentless arson. Biting her lip, Nia realized that she had exhausted all available resources. Lady Nia, we cannot extinguish this fire. Our extinguishers are nearly depleted. Everyone, do not panic. I have ordered a batch of water-based magical scrolls from the cosmic market, and I have also contacted that master who has recently developed a flame resistance potion. Nia understood that the flames unleashed by the orcs were no ordinary fire. They resembled liquid incendiaries. First, they sprayed oil across the woods. Then the orcs would unleash countless flaming projectiles into the forest. Nia quickly relayed the situation to Song Sha. Elf Archery Workshop. Master, take a look. This is the current situation. The orcs are using this type of fire. Will your potion be effective? What is this? Oil. Song Sha observed closely, realizing that the orcs' oil was indeed formidable. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge knew that such flames could not be extinguished with water. Water mixed with oil would only exacerbate the fire spread. Dousing butter with water would only allow the flames to proliferate. Song Sha frowned. The orcs were ruthless. Employing such tactics was downright desperate. The elves relied on the trees, and if this fire continued, the entire Eternal Song Forest would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. He envisioned the beautiful elven maidens being incinerated, their bodies charred beyond recognition. Song Sha found himself unable to bear the thought of such a calamity. In the pursuit of profit, he could also save lives. It was a duty he could not shirk. By fostering good relations with the elven maidens, he might even procure superior goods from them. Island Shop. Apologies, but the elven maidens face the risk of extinction. I can only sell the first batch of potions to them. Otherworld Fire Brigade. Just one bottle would suffice. I urgently need it. Island Shop. One bottle is manageable. Once I produce this batch of potions, I will contact you. Song Sha had brought a whole shipload of herbs from the mysterious island, including 300 legendary frost grass. However, he decided to keep the legendary frost grass for himself. The earlier Song Xian had mentioned that they had placed all the extraordinary herbs on the ship. He immediately commanded a human maid to retrieve the frost grass from the vessel. Outside, the blood spirit maidens continued their skirmishes, but with the presence of the Bagua mirror. Their combat should pose no issue. Although the human maid had never seen frost grass, she could identify it by its name. The herb, radiating cold energy, was unmistakable. The human maids carefully wrapped all the frost grass in leaves and then presented the potions to Song Sha. "Master, the herbs have arrived," Song Sha casually inquired. "By the way, how are Freya and the others faring in battle?" Freya and her companions seemed to be fighting with ease, appearing quite pleased. This group of little Lolas was undeniably true to their blood spirit lineage. Clearly, he need not worry about the battlefield. His next task was to concoct potions. During his time on the mysterious island, Song Sha had produced 5 more alchemical tables. Once set up, he instructed Ovos to transform these tables into an automated production line. With the original 5 tables, he now had 10 operational simultaneously. He first created 100 bottles and then mixed in the Fountain of Youth. Frost grass, extraordinary quality, Fountain of Youth. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary quality flame resistance potion. Flame resistance potion, legendary quality. When applied to the surface of an object, it rapidly cools and provides fire resistance for 24 hours. Fire attacks below the 3rd tier are rendered ineffective by the potion. To withstand 3rd tier flames? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Island Shop, the first batch of flame resistance potions is ready. All are of legendary quality, with a market price exceeding 100 gold coins per bottle. I will sell them at 100 gold coins each. Is that agreeable? Elf Archery Workshop, well, Master, I currently do not possess that much money. But if I can withstand this orc assault, I will certainly petition the princess for funds to repay you. The elven princess? If he could establish a connection there, he might be able to procure even more non-saleable items from the elves. No money for now? No problem. Island Shop, that is not an issue. You can apply for installment payments in the market. The first 3 installments are completely interest-free, but anything beyond that may incur interest. Installment payments were a concept well understood by those from Blue Star, but the elven maidens had never encountered such a notion. Elf Archery Workshop, is this true? I currently have no funds. Can I really opt for installment payments? Island Shop, naturally, it is not as if you won't repay me. It merely means I will receive the payment later. Elf Archery Workshop, thank you. Thank you, Master. Nia felt somewhat embarrassed. They were accustomed to cash on delivery and barter transactions. They had never heard of such an installment payment method. Now that she had no money, Song Sha was willing to sell her the potions, which deeply moved her. Elf Archery Workshop purchased 100 bottles of flame resistance potions, opting for installment payments. First installment. When Nia received the flame resistance potions sent by Song Sha, she was taken aback. This was a legendary quality flame resistance potion. Chapter 92. Are we arguing again? Quickly, hasten to apply these flame-resistant potions to the outermost trees, forming a formidable barrier. We must not, under any circumstances, allow the inferno to breach our defenses. Nia understood clearly that if this initial skirmish were to fail, the entire Song of Eternity forest would be left vulnerable, wide open to disaster. At that moment, as the flames began to spread towards the newly constructed line of defense, panic ensued among the elves. Look, the fire is advancing. This flame-resistant potion is of no use. The elves were filled with dread, witnessing the flames engulfing the very trees they had just treated. Could it be that the potions sold by the island shop were counterfeit? Yet, Nia believed that Song Sha would not resort to deception by selling fake potions. There was no need to tarnish one's reputation over such triviality. After all, a master alchemist would not willingly destroy their own honor. The flames are still coming, Master. Your potion is ineffective. Nia sent another video to Song Sha. Upon viewing it, Song Sha too felt a wave of confusion. How could it be? His flame-resistant potion seemed to have no effect. It was perplexing. The video revealed that while the fire raged on, not a single leaf had been scorched. With 100 vials of the potion applied, the outer trees were now completely coated in flame resistance. Such an intensity of fire simply could not harm them. Rest assured, this flame-resistant potion is not designed to extinguish fires, but rather to prevent the trees from igniting, thereby controlling the blaze, Song Sha explained. Nia began to realize that something was amiss. Although the flames persisted, there was no scent of charred wood wafting through the air. Song Sha's assertion rang true. With these potions in place, the flames would soon run out of fuel and extinguish themselves. Everyone, remain calm. Observe closely. The trees themselves are unscathed. The only thing burning is the outer layer of oil. The potion has shielded the trees from ignition. The trees, coated with the fire-resistant potion, resembled entities cloaked in protective armor. While the oil burned fiercely outside, it could not ignite the trees within. Instead, the burning oil sustained the flames, preventing the orc assailants from crossing the fiery barrier to mount an attack. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wow! The flames Haven T breached our defenses. We've triumphed. The threat has been neutralized. Among them, several elven druids placed their hands upon the trees. The tree spirits tell me that after applying the flame-resistant potion, it feels remarkably cool. There's not a hint of heat. Upon hearing this, Nia's eyes brightened. It appeared that the flame-resistant potion was indeed effective. The master from the island shop had proven to be a true savior. Nia summoned an elven dragon to her side. Send word to the royal court. We have successfully repelled the orc attack. Meanwhile, in another realm's forest, the interdimensional firefighting team had also received the supplies sent by Song Sha. Captain, the flames in this realm are unlike any we've encountered. Our artificial rain efforts have proven futile. Leave it to me, Lin Wanqing declared as she leapt from the ship. Wait, Captain, you're not wearing protective gear. No one expected Lin Wanqing to jump from the vessel without any safety equipment. Had the captain lost her senses? Quickly, we must save her. The firefighting team members were in a frenzy, some donning protective gear and preparing to jump in after her. Just then, they spotted Lin Wanqing's figure amidst the forest, clutching a fiery red stone. Quickly, lower a temperature-resistant crate. We've pinpointed the cause of the fire. The team scrambled to follow her instructions, deploying the crate and hoisting Lin Wanqing back onto the ship. Are you all right, Captain? I'm fine. I applied the flame-resistant potion. This is the fire crystal responsible for the blaze. We can proceed with another round of artificial rain. The efficacy of your flame-resistant potion is impressive. I shall leave a favorable review. I just charged straight into the inferno and felt not a trace of heat. Hey, 2 customers have left positive feedback on the potions? So it was you selling the fireproof potion? No wonder we couldn't breach the elves' defenses. Are you the orcs attacking our forest? Indeed, that is I. We are here to battle you elves. Song Sha observed the commotion in the group chat with a raised eyebrow. Was this yet another case of enemies crossing paths? This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired in his chat. However, the orc's tone suggested there was a deeper story behind it all. Do you see my ID? I tell you, shopkeeper, you are complicit in their misdeeds. They are not as virtuous as you believe. The elves are a duplicitous lot. Curiosity piqued. Song Sha felt compelled to delve deeper. Clearly, the orc harbored a profound grievance against the elves. There must be a plethora of untold tales behind this animosity. Song Sha could hardly contain his intrigue. Do enlighten us. Have the elves committed some heinous acts against you? The elves diverted the water source, rerouting the river. Our orc tribe resides in a parched land. The river flowing from the Song of Eternity forest is our sole source of water. If it weren't for the elves meddling, do you think we would have launched an attack on them? This is genocide. They wish to see our kind eradicated. Our fields, livestock, and even our children suffer from thirst. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain, the elven archer interjected. Song Sha decided it was time to play the peacemaker. After all, they were all his clients, and continuous bickering in the chat would hinder his business. Why can't we discuss this amicably? This is a lengthy tale. Our elven mother tree is withering. We had no choice but to redirect the river's flow to sustain its life. Chapter 93. The elven princess joins the group chat? Orcs never submit. What does this have to do with us? Hurry and restore the river, or I shall fight you to the end. At this moment, deep within the Eversong forest lies the Elven Kingdom, the birthplace of the elves. At its very heart stands the towering mother tree, the progenitor of all elves. This sacred tree intertwines with the roots of every tree in the Eversong forest. Should the mother tree wither, the entire forest would cease to exist. Nia and the orc were embroiled in a heated debate, while the onlookers in the chat finally began to grasp the situation. Island shop, perhaps the feng shui of your forest is at fault. If that is indeed the case, it could become quite troublesome. Polar Lord, after the river's diversion, the orcs are bound to perish. If the mother tree is not revived, the elves will face extinction. Merchant King Dishin, survival of the fittest. An immutable truth throughout the ages. Taoist shop, it seems fate has decreed that one of these 2 races must face annihilation. Song Sha felt a surge of worry. This matter involved the very survival of both races. Moreover, it was difficult to ascertain who was in the right. All were striving for survival. Island shop, you orcs can purchase water in the cosmic market. It must be affordable there. Orcs never submit. Spare us that suggestion. We have already been buying water for several months. Our orc tribe is not wealthy, and after 3 months, with millions in need of water, no amount of money can sustain this. Song Sha sighed deeply, realizing the predicament had become quite complex. He had thought of a solution, but the orc tribe, facing a crisis of existence, had also considered the same. However, With tens of millions of orcs purchasing daily from the market, this could not be sustained for long. It was indeed unfortunate for the orcs to share a river with the elves, particularly as they were situated downstream. The water that once flowed abundantly from the forest had to be redirected entirely to sustain the mother tree. There seemed to be no viable solution to this dilemma. At that moment, a little elf approached Songsha. Brother, I need your help with something. What is it? As the orcs and elves argued in the chat, she felt helpless. Both sides had their justifications. Water was the most vital resource. Without it, all would perish. Could you help me craft an elven bow, brother? An elven bow? Noticing the little elf's hesitant demeanor, Songsha felt puzzled. He had previously crafted an elven bow for her. Had the original one been damaged? Brother, I'm not sure if this bow is broken or not. What do you mean? Following the little elf to the farm, she pointed towards a corner of the wall. Brother, look, the elven bow is right there. Songsha focused his gaze and was taken aback. This was the little elf's bow? Yet, astonishingly, it had sprouted leaves. I was checking the growth of the herbs here and left the elven bow in this spot. When I returned, it had already taken root and begun to sprout. Songsha had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The bow, resting against the wall, had indeed rooted and sprouted in the earth. However, as he pondered, a possibility dawned on him. The elven bow was crafted from elven wood, which came from the branches of the elven trees. Now, this severed piece of elven wood was reviving, attempting to take root and sprout anew. Perhaps it was related to the fertility of his island? His island possessed Gaia-level fertility. Anything planted there could potentially take root and thrive. Thus, this elven bough truly held the potential to grow into a new elven tree. The miracle of a withered tree coming back to life could indeed occur on his island? Wait, the resurrection of a withered tree? Songsha's heart stirred. Perhaps he could indeed find a solution to the problem of the wilting elven trees. Island shop, I might possess a method to resolve the wilting of your mother tree. Inform your overseer. Elven bough workshop. No way. Is this for real? Orcs never submit. Boss, are you serious? Elves, provide some feedback. If the shop owner can revive the mother tree, could you possibly release the water? Elven bough workshop. If the mother tree can indeed be revived, we would no longer require such an abundance of water. Orcs never submit. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly bring your elven king in to consult the shop owner on how to resolve the tree's issue. Elven bough workshop. Our majesty lacks an account. How about I invite the first princess instead? The Elven Bow Workshop invited the first Elven Princess to join the group chat. First Elven Princess, what is this group? Elven Bow Workshop. Your Highness, I brought you here. First Elven Princess, Nia? Why did you add me to a buyer's group? And this shop is merely a one-diamond establishment. Elven Bow Workshop. Your Highness. The shop owner claims we have the ability to save our mother tree. First Elven Princess, what? Is this a joke? In the Eversong Forest. Within the Elven Kingdom, the first Elven Princess observed Songsha's chat message and his rank. The island shop primarily dealt in potions and held a one-diamond rank. However, she found it perplexing how a one-diamond shop could possibly save their elven tree, especially when high-ranking druid masters of the elven race had been powerless against its decline. First Elven Princess, esteemed master, which realm do you hail from? Island shop, apologies, I am not from any realm. First Elven Princess, then why do my subordinates claim you can save our elven tree? Elven Bow Workshop, Your Highness. It is this master who crafted the exceptional quality Elven Bow. First Elven Princess, are you an elf? But your profile states you are human. Island shop, indeed. I am human. Within the Elven Kingdom, the first princess wore a look of confusion. What? How could a human craft an elven bow? Clad in a flowing white gown, her graceful form fell into deep contemplation. She felt that the shop owner of the island shop was rather dubious. How could a mere human create an elven bow and profess to save the elven tree? Island shop. If you do not believe, then there is nothing further to discuss. Chapter 94. The Elven Princess is removed from the group chat. First Elven Princess, it's not that I don't believe you, but your shop sells medicines, which seems unrelated to saving the elven tree. Songsha, feeling weary of explaining himself to the Elven Princess, directly shared a video in the group chat. The video depicted the elven bough, nestled in the soil, sprouting tinderbuds. Taoist shop. Infinite honor. Does a withered tree bloom in spring? Young friend. Something extraordinary is happening on your island. Good fortune is surely on the way. Polar Lord, stop with your nonsense. The soil on your island is exceptional. A celestial treasure that allows anything to flourish. Indeed, Songsha's first success in the cosmic market stemmed from selling soil. Polar Lord, your soil is perfect for cultivating herbs. Sell me some. Island shop, enough. I can hardly keep enough soil for myself. Why would I sell you any? The soil on his island was of Gaia-level quality, and he certainly could not afford to sell it indiscriminately. Moreover, he was now thriving solely through the timid herb essence. selling the soil would merely invite competition against his own business. The first princess, gazing at the video of the budding elven bough, remained skeptical. How could this be possible? Even the mightiest elven druid could not achieve such miraculous feats. After some contemplation, she thought, given the poor condition of the mother tree, why not allow the shopkeeper from the island to give it a try? First elven princess, is this true? Perhaps I shall let you give it a shot. Island shop, forget it. You should leave the group to avoid me having to take action myself. First elven princess? Island shop, your highness, I am unworthy to associate with someone of your stature. Please seek someone more deserving. First elven princess, hey, this is outrageous. I refuse to leave. The first elven princess was promptly removed from the group chat by the island shop. At that moment, within the royal palace, the princess seethed with indignation. This was a first. She had never been kicked out of a group chat before. Previously, other buyers had been obsequious upon recognizing her status as the elven princess, often fawning over her beauty. Others treated her with such subservience that she had begun to lose sight of herself. In conversations within the group, she had always spoken from a position of superiority. After exchanging a few messages, Song Sha had also noticed this peculiar trait of the princess. He was there to assist the elven race, to save their fate. Yet now, the elven princess not only doubted him but also acted arrogantly. This buyer's group was established by Song Sha, and he would not allow the elven princess to dominate it. Without hesitation, he expelled her from the group chat. After doing so, Song Sha felt a wave of relief. The conflicts between the orcs and elves were of no concern to him. Orcs never enslave. Awesome. That's bold. The elven princess said to kick her out, and you did. Polar Lord, I must say, you have a unique flair. Can I say you truly live up to your reputation? Elven Bow Workshop, Master, could you show me some leniency? How will I explain this to the princess? Meanwhile, within the palace, the first elven princess trembled with rage. How dare he kick me out? How could he? How could he? Nia, bring me back into the group immediately. The first elven princess privately messaged Nia, who had no choice but to comply, given her royal status. She reluctantly added the princess back. Elven Bow Workshop invites the first elven princess to join the group chat. First elven princess. Wait, I have something to say? First elven princess was removed from the group chat by the island shop. This person is utterly unreasonable. Am I not even allowed a chance to apologize? The elven princess was at a loss for words. The shopkeeper's temperament seemed even more formidable than her own. He would not even grant her the opportunity to express regret. As the first elven princess, the foremost heir to the future elven king, she knew that the matter of saving the mother tree could not be delayed. If this issue dragged on, her entire race would face peril. She had merely questioned Song Sha's motives, yet had inadvertently offended him. What should she do now? Nia, please add me back into the group. If he is willing to help restore our mother tree, I shall offer the treasures of the elven race as a token of gratitude. Elven Bow Workshop, your highness. It's not that I don't want to add you back, but you have been blocked by the island shop. Blocked? The princess recalled her previous haughty demeanor and realized that Song Sha was indeed genuinely upset. Regardless, she ought to let Song Sha give it a try. But now, he had blocked her completely. Elven Bow Workshop, your highness, the orcs have temporarily retreated. Perhaps I should return to the palace to see how I might persuade that master? First elven princess. Yes, we must devise an effective approach to enlist his aid, even though he seems rather unreliable. At that moment, Nia summoned her elven dragon and hastily flew back to the palace. Upon returning, Nia hurried towards the princess's chamber. Just then, a stunningly beautiful elven lady clad in golden-threaded white silk passed by. Upon seeing her, Nia promptly knelt. The newcomer was none other than the Elven Queen, the sovereign of the entire Eternal Song Forest. Rise, Nia. You performed commendably in the skirmish. What brings you back? The Elven Queen said warmly, smiling. Your Majesty, I have returned to discuss the matter of saving the mother tree with the princess. Really? Do you have a solution? Even the Elven Queen was taken aback by this news. No, it is a master from the cosmic market from another world. He claims he can resolve the issue of our mother tree's decay. From the cosmic market? Is he reliable? The Elven Queen had heard of the cosmic market, but her focus was primarily on governing her territory, leaving her little time to delve into such matters. Your Majesty, that master was able to make an elven bough sprout new buds, but the princess has had a bit of a falling out with him. What do you think? The Elven Queen listened patiently as Nia recounted the situation. The notion of causing a bough to sprout new buds astonished even her. If what Nia spoke was true, then this master might indeed possess the ability to save the elven tree. Chapter 95. The Queen's Whims, Most Lethal. The Elven Queen pondered for a moment. If this master could indeed save the mother tree of her elven kin, then seeking his assistance personally would certainly not pose a problem. Nia, how should we proceed with this cosmic market? Upon hearing this, Nia understood that Her Majesty had acquiesced to her proposal. Following Nia's instructions, the Elven Queen registered an account on the cosmic market under the name Queen Maya. Subsequently, under Nia's guidance, the Queen searched for Island Shop and sent a friend request. Song Sha raised an eyebrow, contemplating who this was. Queen Maya? He did not recall being acquainted with her. Your friend request has been accepted. Song Sha clicked to agree, and almost instantly, a video call was initiated. Queen Maya requests a video call. Queen Maya, greetings, esteemed shopkeeper. I am the Elven Queen of the Evergreen Forest. I am not yet proficient in typing, and having Nia assist me can be somewhat cumbersome, so let us converse directly via video. Agree to call. In the next moment, a voluptuous mature elven woman appeared before Song Sha. Goodness, the Elven Queen. It must be said, she was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Yet, her mature demeanor exuded an aura of regal motherhood that Song Sha had never encountered before. Her gentle visage bestowed a profound sense of reassurance, radiating maternal warmth. Esteemed shopkeeper, it is my failing as a mother that my daughter has been poorly guided. The Elven Queen spoke with a soothing tone. Not at all. It is quite normal for a princess to exhibit a bit of temper, Song Sha replied graciously, choosing to overlook any offense. Your understanding is commendable. I must apologize on behalf of my daughter. The Elven Queen's smile was akin to a warm ray of sunlight, suffused with maternal love, leaving Song Sha enraptured even through the screen. Esteemed shopkeeper, Nia has already briefed me on the situation. I believe we can give your proposal a try. Should it succeed, I am willing to offer the treasures of the Elven race as gratitude. The mention of Elven treasures stirred something within Song Sha. This was precisely the affirmation he desired from the Elven Queen. Rest assured, Your Majesty, it is my duty to save the Elven kin. Having taken on the responsibility of the Elven plight, Song Sha inquired further, Your Majesty, how tall and wide is the mother tree? Stepping out of her palace, the Elven Queen gestured towards the mother tree not far away, stating, the diameter of the mother tree should be approximately 50 meters. 50 meters in diameter? By any standard. That was indeed a colossal tree. Song Sha reflected on the enormity of the task. Replacing the roots of such a tree would necessitate a considerable amount of soil, at least 2,500 cubic meters. The thought of excavating such a volume from his islands caused him a twinge of pain. Yet, the prospect of obtaining the Elven treasure was enticing. Moreover, the Elven Queen's offer of treasure at this critical moment suggested that what she intended to present was no ordinary item. If she sought to placate him, there would be no need for such grand gestures. After careful consideration, Song Sha resolved to enlist the goblin warriors for the task of soil excavation. However, the Elven Queen suddenly reminisced. Once, we elves possessed a fountain of immortality, but it dried up a decade ago, and the mother tree has been gradually withering. We have attempted various methods to save it, yet it continues to fade. A fountain of immortality? Wait, the water I use for cooking, crafting elixirs, and drinking on my island is sourced from that very fountain. What if I offered mine for experimentation? The Elven Queen was taken aback. Before her stood a human shopkeeper capable of crafting extraordinary elven bows, and now he claimed to possess immortality water? Do you truly have the fountain of immortality? Allow me to show you. Song Sha summoned several goblin warriors to deliver a large jar of the immortality water. Shortly thereafter, the delivery arrived at the Elven Queen's realm. Upon receiving the jar, she was overwhelmed with excitement. This is truly the fountain of immortality. The scent is unmistakable. It must be genuine. Nia too was incredulous. Could it be that this human truly possessed the fountain? The essence was even purer than that of the original source in the Evergreen Forest. Hurry. Pour the immortality water onto the mother tree. The Elven Queen commanded her kin, and they swiftly obeyed. What followed was nothing short of miraculous. The bark that had fallen due to withering began to rejuvenate. Yet, a single jar proved insufficient. Esteemed shopkeeper, might you provide us with more of the water? I am willing to exchange a spatial necklace for your immortality water. A spatial necklace? Song Sha's interest piqued. Indeed, a necklace capable of holding 1,000 units. Do you find this feasible? 1,000 units? Song Sha's heart raced. His own backpack could only accommodate a mere 100. Such a spatial necklace would be rare indeed on the cosmic market. Feigning reluctance, he replied, Alas, it is not that I wish to deny you, but as you know, the immortality water is exceedingly precious. Moreover, the quantity you require is vast. This necklace seems insufficient compensation. Having identified the Elven Queen's need, Song Sha seized the opportunity to elevate the stakes for greater gain. Yet, the Queen, with her gentle voice, implored, Esteemed shopkeeper, the mother tree is the lifeblood of our elven race. Let us purchase a portion of the immortality water with the necklace, and we shall later trade other treasures for more. What say you? Ah, the Elven Queen herself, beseeching him so tenderly? Who could resist such an appeal? Given that his supply of immortality water was effectively limitless, Selling it would yield him profit without loss. Very well. In light of the dire situation facing your kin, I shall grant your request. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. It must be said, the Elven Queen embodied a refreshing aura, far more agreeable than her daughter. Island Shop proposes a trade, 100 jars of Elven fountain water in exchange for the Elven treasure, the Elven necklace. Chapter 96. The Epic Dragon Blood Elixir. Queen Maya has consented to your trade request. Immediately, the courier delivered all of the elixirs of immortality to the Eternal Song Forest. The elves poured all 100 vials of the elixir at the roots of the mother tree, and instantly, the mother tree was rejuvenated. The once withered bark transformed to reveal fresh layers. Countless new buds sprouted from its branches. The previously lifeless mother tree now surged with vibrant life. The entire elf clan had exhausted their resources, rerouting the river to nourish the mother tree for months without any sign of improvement. Yet now, this elixir of immortality had resurrected the mother tree. Island Buyers Group. Orc Never a Slave. Wow, the shopkeeper is impressive. The mother tree truly sprouted new buds. Orc Never a Slave. Hurry and restore the river's course. We orcs have been without water for 3 months. Elf Bow Workshop. We sincerely apologize. We will organize a team to revert to the old path immediately. Orc Never a Slave. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Without you, our tribe might have perished. Our chieftain has offered to bestow upon you 10 beautiful orc maidens. What on earth? Orc maidens? Songsha shuddered at the thought. This is truly terrifying. Absolutely not acceptable. Island Shop. Perhaps we should let it go. I never seek fame for my good deeds. Orc Never a Slave. How can that be? You are a great benefactor to our orc tribe. We orcs are always clear about our debts of gratitude. Island Shop. I appreciate the sentiment. If there are no further matters, let us return to our normal lives, for this whole situation arose from a misunderstanding. Songsha hastily changed the subject, seeking to reconcile the discord between the two tribes. At that moment, the courier also delivered the Elven necklace. This was a necklace with a capacity of 1,000 slots. Gazing at the intricately designed spatial necklace crafted from mithril, Songsha recognized its immense value. Indeed, it could be considered a priceless heirloom of the Elven clan. To acquire such a treasure merely by offering some free elixir of immortality was an extraordinary stroke of luck. At this time, the blood spirits had repelled 3 waves, totaling 6,000 undead attackers. Including the previous wave, Songsha had amassed 8,000 high-grade bone fragments and 8,000 skeletal spirit pearls. Freya, accompanied by a host of blood spirit girls, returned triumphantly. My lord, we fought splendidly. It would be even better if we could continue battling. My lord, I desire more. Yes, my lord, we wish to keep fighting the monsters. The 16 blood spirit girls were evidently not satiated by the 8,000 undead monsters. Moreover, with Songsha's Bagua mirror in their possession, the weakened skeletons posed no threat whatsoever to the blood spirit girls. There would be plenty of opportunities for such battles in the future. It was time for rest. They were still growing and could not always think of fighting. My lord. Is that true? Can we grow stronger by sleeping? Songsha nodded, initially intending to coax the little girls into bed as one would with children. However, to his surprise, Freya took him seriously. Will sleeping help me grow? Then I shall go to sleep. Once I grow up, I will marry my lord. Songsha dismissed her words as innocent childhood fantasies. Very well, Freya. Go to sleep so you can grow up quickly. My lord is the best. The little girl leaped into Songsha's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ah, this little one. How long would it be until the blood spirits matured? Yet, Songsha remained too young to fathom the true speed of their growth. Once the blood spirits returned to the castle, Songsha prepared to clean the battlefield. After scanning the area, he began to collect the useful items. High-grade bone fragments. Decompose. High-grade bone powder. Songsha discovered that this high-grade bone powder contained even greater magical energy and could enhance the quality of second-tier herbs, potentially elevating them to epic levels. Such remarkable effects from high-grade bone powder. Could the seeds of medicinal herbs he had brought back from the mysterious island be cultivated on a grand scale? With this thought, Songsha promptly began his preparations. Dragon blood herb seeds, legendary level. He buried the seeds of the dragon blood herb in the soil. As soon as the seeds touched the earth, they began to sprout. Truly, this was a Gaia-level island. Songsha then took a handful of high-grade bone powder and scattered it into the soil. Finally, he poured the elixir of immortality over it. Absorbing the nutrients from the high-grade bone powder and the elixir of immortality, the dragon blood herb began to grow rapidly. Its color a brilliant red. Blue Star announcement. Songsha from the Huaxia district has cultivated a second-tier epic-level herb. Reward. Herbalist talent. To his astonishment, the legendary seeds he had brought back from the mysterious island, combined with high-grade bone powder and the elixir of immortality, had indeed yielded an epic-level herb. Herbalist talent. When gathering herbs, there is a 100 chance of double harvesting. a 50 chance of triple harvesting, and a 1 chance of obtaining high-grade herbs. This talent can only be described as extraordinary. A guaranteed double harvest when gathering herbs, with a 1 chance of obtaining even higher quality herbs. Legendary herbs became epic-level herbs. And beyond that, there were hero-level herbs, from gold to orange and finally to red. Furthermore, this talent did not specify the precise tier of even higher-grade herbs. Perhaps it was indeed possible to acquire hero-level herbs. Songsha quickly decided to test this talent. Congratulations. Herbalist talent activated, triggering triple rewards. Epic level Dragon Blood Herb, X3. Epic quality Dragon Blood Herb Seeds, X30. It seemed that this 1 chance was not as easily triggered as he had hoped. However, with 999 high-grade bone powders at his disposal, cultivating epic-level herbs would not prove difficult, even with such a low probability with 8,000 bone powders. Surely he could trigger a few successes. The Dragon Blood Elixir was also an incredibly powerful restorative potion. At this moment, Songsha was eager to concoct a new epic-level potion. He rushed into the alchemy room, placing the Dragon Blood Herb onto the potion-making table. Before long, within mere seconds, a vial of epic-level Dragon Blood Elixir was filled. Congratulations. You have concocted the epic-level Dragon Blood Elixir. Dragon Blood Elixir, epic level. Effect, lasts for 30 days. Can be activated upon receiving fatal damage, allowing a second-tier survivor to revive with full health. Chapter 97. The Resurgence of the War of Resistance Indeed. The effects of this legendary potion are truly extraordinary. In comparison to the timid herb potion, this Dragon Blood Herb potion is far more formidable. It is akin to possessing a resurrection coin with a 1-month validity. When inflicted with fatal damage, one can revive instantly at full health. Remarkably, this potion does not necessitate consumption at the moment of injury, which is its most remarkable feature. For in moments of peril, many find themselves bereft of the opportunity to retrieve their potions. With the Dragon Blood Herb potion, even if ambushed, one can resurrect on the spot, preserving their life. At this moment, Songsha was filled with elation, when suddenly a voice resonated from the heavens. The stroke of midnight had arrived. Congratulations, Blue Star survivors. You have successfully survived the 5th day. The interdimensional battlefield is reopening. All survivors may register. Friendly reminder, this duel is not a drill. Should you perish on the competitive island, it will be a true death. In the event of defeat, the resource richness of the island world will diminish by 1 level. The interdimensional battlefield will commence in 10 minutes. Combatants, Blue Star, humans, Magic Continent, humans, eligible participants. Top 1,000 on the survival leaderboard, Magic Continent. Could it be a high martial world of humanity? It appears that this upcoming battle may be somewhat inequitable. The starting point of the Magic Continent is inherently superior to that of Blue Star, with their survival duration already extending to a full month. The disparity between the two sides amounts to 25 days. One must not underestimate these 25 days. In the island world, even a 5-day difference can yield a substantial gap, let alone 25 days. The Magic Continent is predominantly inhabited by mages, with nearly every individual practicing magic. Thus, the combat prowess of both sides has likely reached an exceedingly exaggerated level. After much contemplation, it seemed that Songsha might be the only one from Blue Star capable of contending with those from the Magic Continent. The Yanwang Alliance has now expanded to a scale exceeding 10,000 individuals, transforming into a vast island. At this moment, the leader of the Yanwang Alliance gazed over the crowd gathered below. Everyone, we in the Yanwang Alliance cannot remain passive this time. We must assert our prestige in this racial duel. In the square, numerous survivors presented their spirit orbs to the leader. Leader, these spirit orbs were obtained from slaying skeletons. We entrust them to you. Leader, all our resources are concentrated in your hands. You are the hope of our entire village. Over 10,000 survivors managed to contribute several orbs each, amassing tens of thousands of spirit orbs, which were soon placed into the leader's hands. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. The leader inhaled deeply, absorbing all the spirit orbs. His strength surged instantaneously, escalating from 10,000 to 30,000. The survivors of the Yanhuang Alliance understood the principle of collective strength. Unity has always been a hallmark of their alliance. By empowering the leader first, they could then strengthen the strongest survivors, allowing this formidable individual to protect the rest. This is something survivors from other nations cannot achieve. Only the survivors of Huaxia would act in such a manner. However, the advantages of this approach were evident. Through resource concentration, the Yanhuang Alliance forged a being of 30,000 combat power. Meanwhile, on the other side, the White Eagle Corps, led by Tom, looked down with disdain upon a group of enslaved individuals. How many monsters did you hunt today? Hand over all your spirit orbs. Tom seized the spirit orbs from the hands of the enslaved individuals. The White Eagle Corps was established by Americans, unlike the Yanhuang Alliance. They had captured a vast number of black slaves. The white masters maintained their lofty positions, enslaving the black individuals and collecting spirit orbs. The Yanhuang Alliance relied on the awakening of the masses, concentrating all resources on a single individual. In contrast, the White Eagle Corps gained strength through the plunder of enslaved individuals. Nevertheless, regardless of the method, the combat prowess of both leaders was rapidly increasing. At this point, the leader of the Yanhuang Alliance had absorbed 20,000 spirit orbs, reaching the upper limit of strength enhancement. Concurrently, Song Sha was also elevating his own power. Within his mobile device, he held over 20,000 two-point spirit orbs. Absorb. Song Sha directly absorbed 10,000 combat power spirit orbs. Consequently, his strength surged from 35,000 to 55,000. This sensation is exhilarating. Upon closing his eyes, Song Sha felt the influx of spiritual energy coursing through his body before settling into tranquility. However, to his surprise, after absorbing so many spirit orbs today, he felt no trace of discomfort. Could it be that this absorption had not yet reached its limit? Song Sha began to absorb again. Combat power, 55,00075. 000. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Song Sha began to induce a sensation of fullness. You have absorbed 40,000 combat power today. You have reached your limit. Indeed, the previous day's absorption of 20,000 combat power had already filled the capacity. Today, his body had adapted to such intensity and could entirely absorb 40,000. He was merely 2.5 combat power away from breaking through to the third tier. It seems that consuming spirit orbs is the swiftest route to power, as his strength surged from 55,000 to 75,000 in an instant. Quickly, he needed to study the Washing the Abyss of 10,000 Gods sword and the Return of 10,000 Swords manuals. These two techniques would undoubtedly prove beneficial in facing the magic continent. Song Sha hastily began perusing the manuals. Triggering talent. Xianfeng Daogu. While studying manuals, comprehension increases by 100. After reading just a dozen pages of the manual, he quickly grasped the essence of the Return of 10,000 Swords. However, he had yet to delve into the Washing the Abyss of 10,000 Gods sword. He would return to that later. Upon mastering the Return of 10,000 Swords, Song Sha realized that, while its power was immense, it required a multitude of swords to manifest its full potential. Therefore, he crafted 100 flying swords from refined gold for future use. Subsequently, Song Sha drank the legendary Dragon Blood Herb potion he had just prepared, knowing it could safeguard his life. Immediately afterward, the countdown to the interdimensional battlefield commenced. The interdimensional gateway opened. Song Sha stepped through the door and found himself before a multitude of human survivors. Upon his appearance, he instantly became the center of attention among the survivor community. Wow! In just a few days, Song Sha has reached 75,000 combat power? Is this for real? Song Sha is truly formidable. Do you need a warm bed? How about me? As Song Sha emerged, he created a sensation amidst the crowd. Shortly thereafter, a radiant light illuminated the scene, and the survivors from the magic continent appeared on the opposite side of the competitive island. The inhabitants of the magic continent, cold and haughty, gazed upon the blue star survivors with an air of superiority. Chapter 98. An unfair match. In this grand confrontation, both sides boasted thousands of participants. However, many human survivors merely came to spectate, believing that with a powerhouse like Song Sha leading the charge, their presence was unnecessary. As survivors ranked within the top 1,000, they were granted the privilege of watching the battle unfold in person, while others were relegated to viewing the live stream on their devices. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the magical continent were brimming with excitement. The opponents we've matched against this time are simply too weak. With such feeble adversaries, we might finally secure a victory, they exclaimed. Survival for just 5 days? What kind of monsters did we face in the last 2 matches? Currently, the magical continent was experiencing a dismal record, having faced 2 consecutive defeats. The fertility of their land had plummeted from ordinary to barren, and now it was exceedingly desolate. While Song Sha's side thrived, theirs struggled to cultivate anything. For the survivors, this was a dire situation. Song Sha chose to observe quietly rather than make his presence known immediately. He was curious about the nature of this competition. The advantages held by the opposing team seemed formidable. It appeared that only he, among the survivors from Blue Star, could contend with the magical continent. Yet, observing the youthful faces of the opposing survivors brought a thoughtful expression to his countenance. They were not what he had envisioned. In his mind, wizards were typically elderly men with white beards, not these young individuals. Suddenly, Song Sha recalled the words of the skeletal knight Arthur. Those of overwhelming strength were absent from this competitive island. This implied that anyone above the 3rd tier from the magical continent had likely been transported elsewhere. Thus, The participants in this arena were predominantly less experienced youth. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated from the sky. The rules of this match are not complicated. Survivors from both sides may voluntarily enter the arena. With a maximum of 100 participants per side, one decisive battle will determine the victor. This is a 100-person team match. Contestants may choose to surrender, and those who do will be removed from the duel. Upon conclusion, the losing world will have half of its combat power plundered, resulting in a decrease in resource richness. A collective shock enveloped the crowd. What were these rules? The option to surrender? Yet, the stipulations were exceedingly harsh. Losing the match would mean a loss of half the world's combat power, a staggering sacrifice. Moreover, participation was voluntary. These regulations were undeniably stringent. Yet they also allowed for a degree of leniency. The arena's space twisted once more, resembling a Roman Colosseum. 2,000 individuals found themselves seated in the stands. Participants willing to compete may enter the arena voluntarily. Across from Songsha, the survivors of the magical continent had begun to step into the circular Colosseum. In stark contrast, the humans from Blue Star hesitated, with only a handful daring to enter. The reason was clear. The opposing team's strength far surpassed theirs. Feng En, the top survivor from the magical continent, the announcer proclaimed. Combat power, 65,000. Level, Tier 2. Days of survival, 30. Class, Wizard. While other inhabitants of the magical continent may not possess as high a combat power as Feng En, their strength was still formidable. Songsha quickly assessed the situation. The average combat power of the opponents was around 30,000, and their strength appeared evenly distributed. It was evident that the humans from Blue Star were not their match. Have you played games before? Tom from the United States inquired. In competitive games, if you lose too many times, the system matches you against weaker opponents. Are we to assume that this match is predetermined and Blue Star is destined to lose? As this realization dawned on the others, their spirits deflated. Essentially, they were being forced to cede their combat power and fertile lands to the opposing side. This was a match orchestrated by the system, ensuring their defeat. After consecutive losses, the magical continent had finally encountered a stroke of luck, seemingly benefiting from a system-assisted match. Was this an attempt to forcibly balance the disparities between worlds? Within the Colosseum, the 100 representatives from the magical continent filled the arena, with many spectators eager to join the fray. In contrast, the survivors from Blue Star, influenced by Tom's comments, were now hesitant to participate. The match was voluntary, and the system did not compel anyone to fight. Losing would merely result in diminished resources and combat power, increasing their survival challenges. However, stepping into the arena meant risking their lives. As time passed, no one from Blue Star dared to confront their opponents. The magical continent's participants appeared remarkably relaxed. This battle was far too easy for them. Unlike their previous encounters, they might achieve victory without even lifting a finger. Will Blue Star forfeit this duel and surrender? The voice echoed. Tom addressed those around him. We should conserve our strength. We are certain to lose this round. Entering now would be tantamount to throwing away our lives. The leader of the Yanhuang Alliance glanced at the survivors behind him with a sigh. Our combat power ranges from 12,000 to 20,000, with hardly anyone exceeding 30,000. Everyone has risen through serendipitous experiences. Such individuals are rare. Moreover, the opposing team has survived far longer, giving them an inherent advantage. It's best not to push our luck. At that moment, Amber's figure appeared behind Songsha, urging him. They have an average strength of 30,000. You stand alone against 100 opponents. While your strength exceeds theirs, the overall quality of their team is formidable. Even with your 75,000 combat power, you may defeat several, but you cannot overcome 100. It seemed all survivors from Blue Star had resigned themselves to the inevitable defeat, waiting for the time to pass and surrender half their strength to the opposing side. Suddenly, Songsha stepped forward, declaring, "Who dares to join me in the arena?" "Whoa, the great Songsha has spoken," murmured the crowd. As he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Tom felt a twinge of exasperation. Once Songsha made his intentions clear, many would undoubtedly follow him into battle, and he couldn't dissuade them. "I'll ask again, who among you is willing to join me?" Songsha reiterated. The opposing team possesses an average combat power exceeding ours by a full 10,000. How can we possibly prevail? Chapter 99. How can one surrender without a fight? I will show you how to engage in battle. All you need to do is cooperate with me. Songsha said confidently, I have a method to make half of their forces surrender. Facing 100 opponents alone was an insurmountable challenge for Songsha. Therefore, he needed to rally this group of human survivors to help draw some of the enemy's firepower. What nonsense is this? How can we make half of them surrender? The opposition boasts 3,000 formidable warriors. Is Song Sha jesting? He questioned. I ask you, are you willing to descend with me? If you fear death, simply surrender when the time comes. Surrendering could spare them from death. Everyone understood that. Yet, it seemed as if Song Sha did not require their assistance, suggesting surrender as an option. However, if it were indeed possible, as Song Sha claimed, to compel half of the enemy to capitulate, they might as well take the risk. Compared to losing half their strength to the enemy, perhaps a miracle awaited them if they fought. Otherwise, why not join Song Sha and give it a try? Losing half their strength was unacceptable for Song Sha, let alone the entire strength of Blue Star being seized by the enemy. This island world was inherently unfair. The Earth's spiritual energy was scarce, leaving no conditions for cultivation. The starting point was far too low. Should they lose half their strength this time, Blue Star would be rendered unplayable. Yet, this island realm was fundamentally unjust. In the face of higher worlds, Blue Star resembled a defenseless little rabbit. The notion of fairness was merely a product of human wishful thinking, an idealistic illusion. Song Sha was the first to step into the arena, followed by dozens of others. Tom declared, "Let me make this clear. If you cannot handle this, we will surrender immediately." Almost everyone felt the same. Morale was low, and if Song Sha could not succeed, they would readily capitulate. Nevertheless, only 28 individuals followed Song Sha into the fray. Upon seeing Song Sha approach, the first-ranked survivor from the opposing side, Feng Yin, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Your courage is commendable. You dare to step forward." However, Feng Yin swiftly scanned Song Sha. What was this? A collective gasp arose from the opposition as they realized that Song Sha was the first-ranked survivor of Blue Star, boasting a power level of 75,000. What? Feng Yin's face darkened. Deal with the others. The remaining 20 will assist me in cornering Song Sha. His profession is a healer? What nonsense was this? A second-tier healer with such high combat prowess? The might of this Blue Star warrior was that of a healer? Wasn't that a profession for healing? Could such a role even fight? The crowd appeared bewildered. However, to those from the magical continent, the odds of 29 against 100 seemed insurmountable. Regardless of how high Song Sha's combat power was, the countdown for the match begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the match commences. As the match began, Song Sha waved his hand. Slave contract. A mage behind Feng Yin sighed. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. What was happening? Feng Yin was momentarily stunned. What was this situation? They hadn't even begun to fight. Yet the 48 individuals behind Feng Yin had already surrendered en masse. Faced with such an unprecedented turn of events, the Blue Star side was equally perplexed. Their opponents held a significant advantage. Why would they choose to surrender half their forces? Are you out of your minds? The mages lamented. We were captured by Song Sha in the Sea of the Dead. We had no choice. Among the 100 participants, no less than 48 were now Song Sha's slaves. At this moment, the Blue Star faction erupted in jubilation. Can you believe it? The enemy has surrendered half their forces right off the bat? I mean, come on. This is incredible. Song Sha, you are magnificent. Tom stood agape. Song Sha is truly impressive. What a hero. We should applaud him. The enemy had already lost half their forces before the battle even began. Was there any need to fight? Yet, Feng Yin remained unperturbed. Do not panic. Our combat power still surpasses theirs. Once we eliminate these minions, we will outnumber Song Sha. He is but a healer. He is merely support to the opposing side. Song Sha's profession was viewed as one dedicated to healing allies, rendering him incapable of any real combat prowess. Thus, once they dealt with the survivors surrounding Song Sha, his role would hold little value. But in the next moment, Song Sha grasped the necklace at his chest. A flash of light erupted, and suddenly, 100 flying swords appeared behind him, swirling ominously above his head, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. What? 100 flying swords. Was Song Sha a healer or a sword immortal? Indeed, his profession was that of a healer. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It must be acknowledged that Song Sha's 100 exquisite flying swords struck fear into the hearts of the opposing survivors. Not only were they visually stunning, but their power was also formidable. As the 100 flying swords darted about, Feng Yin could only watch in speechless shock. At that moment, Song Sha made his move. With both hands forming seals, he commanded, "Return to the source of the 10,000 swords." Instantly, the 100 flying swords encircled the opposition. Countless swords surged toward the mages, forcing them to retreat deeper into the arena. The flying swords zipped past. The mages of the magical continent attempted to cast spells to defend themselves. But there were simply too many swords, and the exquisite metal possessed magical resistance. The remaining 52 individuals found themselves utterly ensnared by the onslaught of the returning swords. Everyone, cast your spells. Feng Yin urged hastily. Various spells shot forth toward the flying swords. Yet, Song Sha merely smiled, rotating his hands. Gather for me. The 100 flying swords formed a circle and unleashed a final wave of sword energy, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy survivors. 32 of them collapsed instantly, while the few remaining fell into a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. How could there be human survivors with 75,000 combat power? It was inconceivable. The severely injured Feng In could not comprehend how Song Sha possessed such extraordinary strength. Transcendent grade technique. Return to the source of the 10,000 swords, crafted from exquisite metal, with enhanced sword energy damage. Upon hearing this, Feng In spat out a mouthful of blood. An exquisite sword array. This individual was nothing short of extravagant. What the hell? A transcendent technique? An exquisite sword array? So you were deceiving us, playing the fool. How despicable. Feng In had hoped that the magical continent would turn the tide, but it seemed that was far from reality. Chapter 100. Phase Advancement. What kind of adversaries has the system matched them against? Feng In was on the verge of tears. Their magical continent had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Just moments ago, Song Sha appeared utterly overwhelmed. 1 against 100, the odds were hardly in their favor. Yet, Song Sha unleashed an extraordinary technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, effortlessly subduing them all. Everyone turned their gaze towards him. For Song Sha had indeed determined the outcome of this duel. Standing there, Song Sha took a while to feign realization. So, I am this powerful? Upon hearing this, Feng In could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could Song Sha, at such a moment, still mock them? Was he merely playing the fool? Song Sha insisted that he truly did not know. Combat strength was calculated purely based on barehanded prowess, entering the palace without equipment or skills. Song Sha's combat ability was rated at 7.5. Defeating 20 opponents unarmed was commendable. However, with techniques and weapons, the dynamics shifted entirely. To be frank, Song Sha had only learned the 10,000 swords returning to the sect 10 minutes prior to entering, and the 100 flying swords were readily crafted. He had not even had the time to test the power of this sword formation. He genuinely did not comprehend its might, while others mistakenly believed he was merely posturing. Blue Star live stream. Li Xiao from the Yanhuang Alliance. Invisible arrogance is the most lethal. Sure Wei from the Rising Sun sect. Starting off by feigning weakness. The Chinese are truly despicable. Johnston from Kangaroo Country. He single-handedly defeated 100 opponents? Such humility from a master is beyond us. Song Sha, now disinclined to explain further, was not overly cautious but genuinely astonished by the sheer potency of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. However, without practical experience. Combat strength was merely a collection of figures. Only through battle could one ascertain their true capabilities. Gently retrieving the swords, he watched as they returned to his necklace. Indeed, being a sword cultivator was exhilarating. Aside from a slight depletion of spiritual energy, there were virtually no drawbacks. Each use of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect consumed 5,000 combat strength. With 75,000 combat strength, he could unleash it 15 times. After recalling the flying swords, Song Sha surveyed the battlefield. 52 opponents lay vanquished, including the top-ranked survivor of the magical continent, Feng In. He too had fallen to Song Sha's sword formation. Blue Star, humanity victorious. Half of the combat strength of the magical continent survivors has been plundered. All Blue Star survivors receive a combat strength boost of 10,000. What a calamity. All the powerful beings from the magical continent had their strength halved. Meanwhile, the survivors from Blue Star divided this newfound power among themselves. This was a plunder of strength from another realm. Blue Star's fertility level increases to blissful levels. Magical continent's fertility level decreases to desolation. How tragic. Nothing could be cultivated. The already barren magical continent had suffered another devastating blow. Initially, it was a world rich in spiritual energy, yet this latest assault rendered it uninhabitable for mages. At this moment, Song Sha's personal island also experienced a boost in fertility. Your island's fertility level has risen to Gaia level. Gaia level. Another qualitative enhancement. Your combat strength increases by 10,000. Total combat strength now at 85,000. After reaping these rewards, the humans believed the rewards had concluded. Everyone awaited their return to the original world. The 29 participants in the competition receive world medals. Each receives an additional 10,000 combat strength. Song Sha receives 20,000. Your total combat strength rises to 105,000, breaking through to the 3rd tier. World medal rewards. Previously, Song Sha had exchanged a world medal for another. Could he obtain another this time? Additional reward. Song Sha kills 50 opponents. receiving 5 additional medals. Song Sha was taken aback. Did this mean he would possess 6 medals to exchange? Perhaps he should consider the Phoenix Egg from last time? Furthermore, reaching the 3rd tier granted him new skills to learn. Once he left the competition island, he would explore what treasures the Heartless Mage had to offer. Everyone rejoiced. But just then, a voice resonated from the sky. Blue Star has won 2 consecutive matches, and a 3rd-tier strongman has emerged. The ranking of the Blue Star Island world has risen. In the next dimensional battlefield, the strength of opponents will increase by 1 tier. This was unreasonable. The Blue Star survivors were dumbfounded. Only Song Sha had advanced. The Great Master had become so powerful that he pulled them into the 3rd-tier battlefield. This was absurd. Great Master Song Sha, seeing the world level rise, could you teach us the sword technique so we may enhance our strength? At that moment, the leader of the Yin Wang Alliance approached, earnestly stating, Great Master Song Sha, if you were willing to teach me the sword technique, I would gladly become your servant and apprentice. Voluntarily accepting a master-servant contract? Ignoring these pleas, Song Sha stepped onto his flying sword, traversing the dimensional gate and returning home, leaving everyone with a strikingly aloof silhouette. Back on his island, Song Sha exhaled deeply. He was far stronger than he had imagined. However, being cautious had its merits. At least, he would not overestimate his strength and find himself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect was indeed a formidable skill. It was well worth the hefty price he paid for the manual. Next, he would learn the Shuming 10,000 God Sword. Having ascended to the 3rd tier, he would undoubtedly encounter 3rd-tier strongmen. The techniques he had learned were merely 2nd-tier manuals. It was time to prepare for 3rd-tier techniques. Song Sha opened the Heartless Mage's manual shop and began browsing. Heartless Mage Manual Shop, 3rd-tier techniques, infinite sword formation, legendary, price, 250,000 gold coins. This sword formation was exceedingly expensive. It was essentially an upgraded version of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Checking his balance, he found he had over 160,000 gold coins. Gold coins weren't an issue. With just a bit more potion production, he could purchase this technique. Blue Star announcement. A 3rd-tier strongman has emerged in Blue Star. The island world will now face 3rd-tier sea monsters. World Channel. Johnston from Kangaroo Country. Great Master Song Sha, slow down. We cannot keep up. Tom from America. Oh God, what should I do? I feel so lost. Chapter 101. Would you like some interdimensional insurance? Ignoring the cries of distress echoing through the World Channel, Song Sha smiled silently. It was of no concern to him. His immediate priority was to amass wealth and enhance his strength. Upon returning to the island, he had scarcely a moment to rest when a message from Queen Maya, the Elven Sovereign, arrived. Queen Maya, thank you for saving the Elven race. Would you be willing to attend the royal banquet at the palace? Queen Maya invites you to the Elven court. Could it be? He was to journey to another world? He could actually leave the island world. However, Song Sha remained cautious. What if he encountered unforeseen circumstances in this new realm? For instance, should he be abducted by elves during his visit to Elven Island? After all, even if it was just the Elven Queen, her combat prowess likely far exceeded his own. As he hesitated, a window suddenly popped up on his screen. Cosmic Market Encyclopedia. Traveling to another dimension is classified as a tourism project. By paying a mere 1 gold coin for insurance, a courier will intervene in case of danger. In the unfortunate event of death during interdimensional travel, you may purchase personal accident insurance. The Cosmic Market will offer resurrection services. Even if your body is reduced to ashes, we can bring you back to life. Friendly reminder, interdimensional travel must not involve active interference with the native world. Should you attack others, all insurance will be rendered void. This is quite impressive. The Cosmic Market is remarkable. They can resurrect you even if you turn to ash. After reflecting, he realized that even the courier from the Cosmic Market was a being of spatial strength, undoubtedly possessing immense resources. Personal insurance. 1 gold coin, accidental personal insurance. 10 gold coins. He must purchase these. Better safe than sorry. If danger were to arise, at least he would have some form of protection. You have successfully purchased personal insurance and accidental personal insurance. Gold coin balance. 165, 366, 165. 355. With the acquisition of both insurances, as long as he adhered to the rules and refrained from attacking denizens of the other world, he would remain unharmed. After securing his insurance, Song Sha began preparing for his journey to the other dimension. Courier, I'm ready. You may proceed to open the portal. As the spatial door materialized, the courteous courier replied, Mr. Song, please. Will I be able to return once I go over? Certainly. The insurance you purchased covers your return expenses. When you wish to come back, simply call for me. He could return? Song Sha nodded and stepped through the spatial door, departing from the island world. The instant he entered the portal, a warning echoed in his mind. You have left the Blue Star Island world. If you do not return within 24 hours, your survival qualification will be forfeited, and the island will sink beneath the waves. Songsha's lips twitched. How ruthless. His entire fortune was tied to the island. If he lingered too long outside, it would be lost, including his millennium-old tree demon and the elven maidens. They would all sink into the depths. His ability to earn money was entirely reliant on the unique aspects of his island world. He had to return. If the survival challenges of the island world became insurmountable in the future, he could always pack up and escape. Perhaps he could find another world and lead a blissful life with the elven maidens. It seemed he had a backup plan after all. In mere seconds, Songsha traversed through the spatial shift. Although a bit disoriented, he quickly adapted. As he focused his gaze, the world before him appeared to be a paradise. All around were elven maidens. It resembled the kingdom of women from Journey to the West. If he resided here in the eternal song forest, he would likely be overwhelmed by the abundance of delights. Spending just a week in this place could lead to utter indulgence. Surrounded by elves, a banquet of exquisite elven delicacies was presented. The elven maidens encircled Songsha, all smiling warmly. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please indulge in our elven pastries and tea. At the forefront was Nia, the proprietor of the Elven Bow Workshop. Ah, master, I did not expect you to be so youthful. Nia was taken aback. She had imagined Songsha to be an elderly man, yet here he stood as a young human lad. The fact that this young man could craft elven bows and had saved the elven race through the fountain of youth was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Songsha's contributions extended beyond this. He had averted a war between the orc and elven races, effectively saving two factions in the region. Please forgive my rudeness, master. This is our highest form of hospitality. The elven tea is reserved for royalty, and these pastries are made by our royal pastry chef. Nia quickly regained her composure and apologized to Songsha. Elven maidens perched on the surrounding trees gazed curiously at Songsha, whispering among themselves. This is a human? I've never seen one before. He is quite handsome. Wait, ISNT it said that men grow facial hair? Why doesn't he have any? Yet, this human man was undeniably attractive, resembling an elf more than a human. Songsha felt like an exhibit in a zoo, surrounded by onlookers. But he quickly composed himself and took a sip of elven tea. Restores 5,000 spirit power. To his surprise, elven tea could restore spirit power. This was something he had not anticipated. When he met the elven queen, he would certainly request some seeds to cultivate on his island. He sampled a pastry placed beside him. It was flaky and imbued with a delicate scent of cream. Delicious. Master, is this pastry to your liking? Nia inquired, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Delicious indeed. Hearing this, Nia beamed. This pastry was personally crafted by our first princess. The first princess? The one he had removed from the group chat? The pastry suddenly lost its appeal. Upon further contemplation, he declared, I find it rather mediocre. At that moment, the first princess, who had been standing among the crowd, rose indignantly. You clearly said it was delicious. I've never offered it to anyone else. Songsha shrugged nonchalantly. Your past offerings to others are of no consequence to me. If it's not good, it's simply not good. You. The first princess seethed with frustration. She was a princess of the elven race. Moreover, she was the first princess, destined to become the future elven queen. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice echoed, Fear. Hurry and apologize to the master.